Chapter 1 My. Beneath the inky black sky, torrential rain cascaded down, drumming relentlessly upon the muddy ground. In the heart of the jungle, footsteps splashed through puddles, silhouettes flickered in the darkness, and distant roars echoed, punctuated by intermittent screams and flashes of light, alongside flames that even this deluge could not extinguish. "My, come help us! Coming!" The urgent call pierced through the cacophony, prompting a young girl amidst the crowd to swiftly change her course. Her form was as graceful as a soaring swallow as she leapt onto a towering tree, deftly weaving her way forward. This was the medical ninja unit of Konoha, under the command of one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. The girl who had been summoned, Mai, had already been assigned to stand by in this vicinity. She was an orphan, bearing no surname. This was Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, and the setting for the Second Shinobi World War. It was during this tumultuous period that Tsunade finally had the opportunity to establish the medical ninja team she had long envisioned. As a member of this unit, Mai stood ready for duty at all times. Though merely a Chunin, her prowess in healing and sustaining life placed her at the pinnacle of the medical ninja team. Thus, in dire situations where even Tsunade found herself at a loss, it was Mai who would be called upon. Of course, her distinction extended beyond her expertise in medical ninjutsu. Her chakra possessed a unique quality: it lacked any lethal potential. Instead, when it entered the body of another, it became a source of empowerment. In simpler terms, it could exponentially replenish another's chakra, enabling them to fully harness their abilities. Much like a wounded champion reviving in battle, her presence could turn the tide. Many seemingly doomed situations ultimately stemmed from a deficiency of chakra. As long as death was not imminent, she could salvage the situation. Moreover, her chakra not only revitalized others, but also triggered healing effects that far surpassed conventional medical ninjutsu, capable of mending external injuries, repairing internal organs, and even rectifying congenital chakra deficiencies. If her chakra were to enter the body of someone with inherent chakra dysfunction, it could restore their chakra, and for those in perilous situations, her chakra could grant them a reprieve from death. This remarkable ability first manifested when she employed her chakra in physical combat. After delivering a fluid combination of strikes that left her opponent incapacitated, she intended to finish him off with a fire technique she had secretly mastered. To her astonishment, her opponent revived, his power surging dramatically, turning the tide of battle. She was left utterly flabbergasted. This incident heightened the regard in which she was held. Her acquaintance with Tsunade was born from an unexpected twist of fate. Though her abilities were extraordinary, the disparity in their statuses was insurmountable, particularly when faced with the sole princess of the Senju clan. Yet, she had inadvertently saved Dankat, Tsunade's beloved. The medical team was officially formed amidst the Second Shinobi World War, yet its influence remained modest. Although the concept of medical ninjas existed prior, the establishment of a dedicated system was unprecedented. At that time, medical ninjas were scattered across the battlefield, and Mai was among them, having been recruited by Tsunade immediately after her graduation, serving as a lowly intern within the medical ninja corps, tirelessly laboring like a dog. On one particular battlefield, she encountered Dankat and saved him. This was a meticulously planned ambush, targeting Dankat himself. As the Rain Village had just withdrawn from the war, this battle unfolded between other nations. Currently, the conflict primarily raged between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, with the ninja of the Sand Village launching an assault on Konoha. They employed newly developed puppet techniques to ambush Dankat, who utilized the spirit transformation technique, resulting in him sustaining catastrophic injuries, his internal organs nearly obliterated. Even Tsunade found herself at a loss without adequate medical resources, witnessing Dankat's life ebb away. Her usually astute judgment faltered. In that critical moment, Mai forcefully pushed past Tsunade, injecting her chakra into Dankat's body. Miraculously, the nearly extinguished flame of his life was rekindled. As Mei's white chakra flowed into him, Dankat's bleeding ceased, and he was swiftly transported to Konoha's outpost for urgent treatment. Following repairs to his internal injuries, Dankat's life was snatched from the clutches of death by Mai. Exhausted, she collapsed and fell into a deep slumber. The circumstances that had nearly led to Dankat's demise were largely due to the lack of operational surgical conditions on the battlefield, compounded by the considerable distance to the nearest Konoha outpost. After receiving effective medical care and support, Dankat, despite significant losses and diminished strength, survived. Thus, Mei's acquaintance with Tsunade, her boyfriend Dankat, and the formidable Sannin of Konoha was forged. Orochimaru, at this time, appeared as ominous as ever, yet he remained merely an ordinary ninja. Among the Sannin, He was the most zealous in honing his skills, holding himself and others to stringent standards, and was the most favored by the third Hokage. However, I harbored a dislike for him, finding his demeanor cold and unwelcoming. As for Jiraiya, he was still a diligent, enthusiastic ninja, starkly contrasting the lecherous sage of her memories. He wasn't as unreliable as actions and behavior were governed by principles, making him an exemplary ninja who adhered to the village's norms. His strength was considerable. Though slightly inferior to Orochimaru's among Konoha's younger generation, he was already a prominent figure, earning the trust of the villagers. Indeed, Mai was a mere time traveler, thrust into this unfamiliar world, and into an era of which she had scant knowledge. Had it been during Naruto's era, she would have navigated it with ease, but so many years prior, her recollections were hazy. Aside from the author, who could truly recite the annals of the shinobi world? As she awaited the birth of the main characters, she was uncertain how long that would take. Following the death of Tobirama Senju, Konoha's strength had waned significantly compared to its former glory. The mantle of leadership passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who currently stood as the most formidable figure within Konoha. Yet, even he found himself weary when faced with tactics that overwhelmed him. Nonetheless, at the height of his power, Hiruzen was not vastly inferior to Tobirama Senju. Following his succession, he quickly stabilized the situation and actively participated on the battlefield, demonstrating remarkable prowess during the Second Shinobi World War. Even when facing Hanzo of the Salamander, a figure revered as a demigod of the shinobi world, Hiruzen had the upper hand. Of course, this bore no relevance to Mai due to her association with Tsunade. She now served within Konoha's medical ninja unit, operating under the command of Shizen, effectively forming Tsunade's inner circle. Though a newly established unit, who could possibly harbor disdain for doctors and nurses? Coupled with the medical team's proven worth during the Second Shinobi World War, the concept of dedicated medical ninjas had taken root in Konoha. However, such ninjas were scarce, their impact was immense, yet the cost of investment was prohibitively high. Tsunade's proposal to assign a medical ninja to every team ultimately fell through. In essence, these supportive ninjas, while meaningful, lacked the status to become direct combatants. Mai was a unique medical ninja, yet that was the extent of her distinction. As the Second Shinobi World War drew to a close, she tirelessly traversed the battlefield in a bid to make a living. Though officially the war ceased in Konoha in the 37th year, the repercussions lingered until the 39th year. Chapter 2. Spirit Transformation Technique. Shizen's call for her was primarily to save lives. Despite being the war's twilight, casualties remained alarmingly high, surpassing even those of the past. Previously, the medical team had been overwhelmed, leaving many ninjas to succumb without treatment now. At least, they could receive some form of aid before their demise. This was Mei's duty, and it would be her last task for the time being. As the Second World War approached its conclusion, only scattered units continued to engage in combat, while the shadow-level masters had withdrawn from the battlefield to return to the negotiation table. Konoha emerged victorious, yet its triumph was not as decisive as in the First Shinobi World War. In fact, it could be said that both sides merely ceased hostilities rather than Konoha declaring outright victory. Naturally, having secured a victory, the gradual withdrawal from the battlefield was inevitable. Starting tomorrow, Mai would return to the village to prepare for the shinobi promotion exams. After 4 years as a Chunin, she had recently been promoted to the rank of Chunin due to her contributions. After a long day of toil, she cleaned herself up and left the temporary outpost, intending to relax, when Tsunade intercepted her. The princess of the Senju clan grasped her hand and smiled, saying, "Come to my house today, Dan wishes to thank you properly." Okay. Though taken aback, Mai managed to feign a semblance of joy and nodded in agreement. After all, it was an invitation from the 3 legendary ninjas, and moreover, from her direct superior. Given the fierce competition within the ninja world, even if she wished to laze about at home, she had no choice but to attend. Though upon her arrival in this world, she harbored ambitions of soaring to the heavens alongside the Otsutsuki, the harsh reality was that she lacked the ability to wield any lethal ninjutsu. A single great fireball would leave an opposing team in a state of utter devastation while they remained in full health and chakra. Who could endure such a disparity? Taijutsu had some utility, yet the Hyuga clan boasted gentle fist techniques, while the Senju possessed formidable steel fist skills, and an array of swordsmanship and martial arts flourished endlessly. It was as if everyone had mastered these arts. Mei found herself without any particular advantage. In combat, her chakra scalpel bore a healing aspect, and should she inadvertently cut through flesh, it would heal almost instantly, leaving her opponent rejuvenated and free from the need for anesthesia. Thus, She had nearly abandoned her aspirations of becoming a formidable ninja, or at least, that was how it appeared to others. A gentle and charming healer. What a delightful persona to embody. Even amidst the battlefield, within the confines of Konoha's stronghold, the medical team leader, Tsunade, had arranged for a private residence for herself, with Dan, her boyfriend, only permitted to stay due to his injuries. Tsunade was a prominent figure, exceptionally influential therefore. Fostering a good relationship with her could only yield benefits. Relationships among individuals require nurturing, and thus, time must be invested. Previously, Dan had yet to rise from his bed, for despite the healing, his injuries were severe. At that moment, he was on the brink of death, fortunate to have been pulled back from the edge by sheer luck, as the spirit manifestation technique allowed his spirit to return to his body, and astonishingly, his spirit had been healed by Mice Chakra, significantly delaying the rescue efforts. Otherwise, even if two individuals possessed the ability to heal, they could not replenish such extensive blood loss. Dan was a striking young man with blue hair, slightly older than Tsunade, an elite jonin of Konoha, highly esteemed by the third Hokage. Among the younger generation, he was only slightly overshadowed by the legendary Sannin and the White Fang. Mei was also a somewhat renowned ninja, yet in terms of ninja ranks, she remained a chunin, her notoriety primarily stemming from her healing abilities. At the age of 14, she was compelled to refer to Tsunade as Big Sister, and soon enough, she would have to address her as aunt. She was older than the likes of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, yet not by a significant margin. Back in Ninja Academy, she had been a senior, even having had the pleasure of besting Minato in a spar, and now, 2 years later, she had heard that this prodigy had seen the battlefield. By the time Naruto was born, she might very well be an aunt. Sigh, an aunt's perspective on the Hokage. It seemed rather amusing to think that when she encountered Naruto, she could say, "Back in the day, I saw your father running naked down the street." That would surely be quite the experience. As she stepped inside, she immediately beheld Dan and Tsunade exchanging affectionate gestures. Though they were not yet married, their relationship was clearly established, and Dan wore a necklace around his neck. The cursed necklace. Welcome, welcome. Today, I personally prepared a meal. I hope you don't mind. The handsome, white-haired ninja appeared to be quite the culinary expert, and Tsunade's gaze toward him sparkled with admiration. Not all, thank you. The warm reception was met with equally heartfelt gratitude. After some pleasantries, they settled down. The personal relationships among ninjas were typically dictated by individual rapport, yet invitations to dine at one's home were relatively rare. Ninjas generally did not distinguish between ranks, but rather by the positions they held, though this was merely superficial. In reality, the aristocracy remained a dominant theme within the ninja villages. They were not merely noble, but surpassed nobility. The house belonged to Dan, not Tsunade. As the sole descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade was immensely wealthy. Even before her ascension to become the future Great White Sheep, she was one of the wealthiest individuals in Konoha. Moreover, due to the incident involving her brother, Tsunade now placed great importance on her boyfriend. As Dan was Tsunade's beloved, their future children might inherit the Senju name, provided he could master would release ninjutsu. Shinju was Tsunade's brother, once the person she valued most, though he had been impulsive and reckless, lacking practical experience, which led him into a trap and resulted in a tragic demise. At that time, Tsunade's mental state had crumbled. It was precisely because of this that Mei had rescued Dan, earning her his deep gratitude. Mei knew little about Dan. The upper echelons of ninjas were worlds apart from someone like her, who could only undertake BC-level missions. Their interactions were infrequent, but this favor was significant, though she did not dwell on it. To express her gratitude, Tsunade had even imparted her still immature techniques of sealing technique and immense strength to Mei, which sufficed for her. As Mei observed the couple's affectionate display while savoring her meal, she felt that their love was enough to fill her own heart. With her appetite satisfied, Tsunade began to tidy the dishes. Mei intended to assist, but Dan intercepted her. "By the way, could we have a private chat?" Dan approached with a smile as Tsunade busied herself with the dishes and took a seat across from Mei. He maintained a charming smile, radiating a magnetic allure. "What is it?" Mei tilted her head, a question mark hovering above her. Tsunade noticed their exchange, but seemed to have anticipated Dawn's intentions, offering Mei a warm smile. "I'm truly grateful for your help in saving my life, but I lack anything to repay you. I have heard your chakra is rather unique. Have you considered exploring other methods?" Dan inquired with a grin. "Other methods?" Mei was momentarily taken aback, initially failing to grasp the implication. However, after a brief moment, she suddenly recalled that this man, while possessing a low profile in the original narrative, wielded and shrank exceptionally powerful jutsu. though it came with significant repercussions. His near-death experience was also tied to this technique. The spirit manifestation technique allowed one to detach their spirit from their body to attack enemies, enabling stealth, reconnaissance, and even direct assassination. Its potential was tremendous and nearly impossible to defend against. Yet, the original material provided scant information about this jutsu, merely mentioning it when Dan made his appearance. Additionally, Dan retained his rationality, preventing ninjas from sealing themselves, rendering the spirit manifestation technique largely unused. Dan himself was already exceedingly powerful, immune to all physical and ninjutsu attacks while in a spirit state. Perhaps, as May lowered her gaze, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes, but upon lifting her head again, a hint of confusion clouded her expression, as if feigning ignorance. Is there any method available? Knowing, but unable to articulate, it was quite frustrating. I possess a secret technique. I have already sought approval from Tsunade and the third Hokage, who has consented to teach you this technique, though it comes with a requirement for confidentiality. Though Konoha harbored numerous secret techniques, certain ones were classified as forbidden, and the spirit manifestation technique was among the most perilous of these. Indeed, this is truly delightful. This time, May is genuinely overjoyed. Regardless of the outcome, acquiring a new ninjutsu is undoubtedly a positive development. As long as there exists even a glimmer of possibility, she yearns to make an earnest effort. Chapter 3, Daily Life. Recently, May has been frequently visiting Cat Dan's. Spending 1 to 2 hours together almost every day, one might mistakenly think Tsunade has grown jealous. May is particularly dedicated to mastering this new ninjutsu. The art of spiritual transformation, once learned, may not directly enhance combat abilities, but it will undoubtedly elevate her reconnaissance skills to an insurmountable level. This technique is inherently a forbidden art, specializing in assassination and reconnaissance, and very few in the current Konoha have the capability to wield it. The study of forbidden techniques is fraught with numerous challenges and requires a significant amount of merit for acquisition. Cat Dan's was able to learn it due to his illustrious achievements in his early years. He swiftly ascended to the rank of Elite J-Nin in Konoha and, after accumulating numerous missions, ultimately earned this reward. Each ninja village possesses its own formidable ninjas and secret arts, particularly the 5 great ninja villages, which are built upon the accumulation of various techniques and forbidden arts from countless prestigious clans. Over time, May gradually grasped the intricacies of the technique, and after withdrawing from the battlefield, she returned to the village with Dan's at Tsunade's behest, marking a fortnight since she commenced her studies in the art of spiritual transformation. Yamei has nearly mastered the intricacies of the art of spirit transformation, her learning speed astonishing even Kato Dan. It is no wonder she is regarded by Tsunade as the most adept at controlling chakra. She has grasped such a complex ninjutsu in merely a matter of days. It is all thanks to your teachings, Yamei responded sweetly. However, one must acknowledge that the art of spirit transformation is fraught with peril, both for oneself and others. During its execution, one's body becomes uncontrollable, rendering it vulnerable to fatal attacks. This mirrors the predicament she faced during her previous assassination attempt against the entity known as Lidi, where she fell into a trap laid by her adversary. Had it not been for Yamei's timely intervention, even Tsunade would have been unable to save her. For Tsunade, who has only recently emerged from the shadow of losing her brother, such a blow would be unbearably cruel. I understand, and I shall not employ it recklessly, she assured. However, she estimates that even if she were to utilize it, it would likely be for therapeutic purposes. In fact, Kato shares this sentiment. It is precisely because of her that the review process is relatively straightforward. May holds a rather unique position within the Hidden Leaf Village, significantly elevating the overall efficacy of the medical team. Medical ninjas are inherently challenging to cultivate, and even the Hidden Leaf possesses a limited number of them. The scarcity of such ninjas stems from the pressing need for combat prowess in times of ninja warfare, rather than healing capabilities. To be candid, this perspective strikes May as rather myopic. One cannot simply prioritize weaponry at the expense of medical practitioners. If one expects to live beyond 40 years, they are sorely mistaken. The presence of medical ninjas fosters advancements in medical techniques, and such progress allows humanity ample opportunity for development. This is a rather straightforward and pragmatic reality. Of course, the status of medical ninjas is not insignificant, yet their numbers are alarmingly low, with only a few dozen scattered throughout the entire ninja village. This figure represents the highest ratio currently within any ninja village. Nevertheless, with the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, The active role of medical ninjas on the battlefield will undoubtedly draw the attention of other ninja villages towards this distinctive group. Nonetheless, Mei believes that pure medical ninjas may be of little utility, perhaps even less so than a conventional doctor for the majority. While a medical ninja possesses a certain level of medical knowledge, their primary focus often lies in the realm of chakra, particularly in learning to harness it for healing injuries. A small fraction may excel in medical theory, yet the challenges are considerable, as both doctors and ninjas must grapple with an immense body of knowledge. The prime age for ninjas typically hovers around 30. After reaching 40, individual abilities may decline, often at an earlier rate than that of the average person due to the constant use of ninjutsu and various ninja tools, which can lead to premature aging. These ninjas rarely pay heed to health maintenance. In contrast, Mei, lacking formidable combat prowess, possesses only a mediocre level of physical ability, comparable to that of a typical chunin. Though she may be of chunin rank, she might struggle against even the elite among the genin. Strictly speaking, genin do not embody the true essence of a ninja. If one is accustomed to the performances of individuals like Neji, Naruto, or Gaara, they may develop certain misconceptions about this group. In reality, the combat capabilities of most genin are rather modest. Why else would one believe that genin missions rarely encounter enemies? Moreover, it is essential to note that the Hidden Leaf provides substantial protection for its ninjas. D-rank missions typically fall under the purview of genin and are designed to avoid enemy encounters, primarily involving delivery and escort duties, with the likelihood of robbery being exceedingly low. A ninja should have no trouble dealing with ordinary bandits. B-rank missions, on the other hand, may introduce ninja adversaries, marking the true moments of peril. Other ninja villages do not exercise such caution. Only the Hidden Leaf prioritizes the infusion of fresh blood into its ranks. Naturally, this approach may incite discontent among certain villagers. These reforms began with the third Hokage, while the second was known for his iron-fisted policies. Mei, with her comparatively weak combat abilities, is in need of village protection. Yet her unique skills make her a candidate for focused development. The village does not hesitate to offer special means of support, aimed at reducing the likelihood of defection and enhancing her individual contributions. Perhaps this will elevate my healing capabilities to new heights. Mei possesses a remarkably open-minded disposition. Although this technique is indeed a unique form of ninjutsu, it may well be her exceptional constitution that sets her apart. She is inherently destined for collective healing. Perhaps this assassination technique, in her capable hands, will transform into a powerful individual healing art. Despite harboring aspirations of taking the center stage, fate has not bestowed her with such a role. No, you truly excel. Kato does not intend to flatter. I have long heard of your humility, yet at this moment, it is unwarranted. Both Tsunade and I firmly believe that you will emerge as the most outstanding medical ninja, destined to become a pillar of support for the future of Konohagakure. Ye was a bit taken aback upon hearing this. Her adorable little face was momentarily frozen in surprise. After a brief pause, she nodded without uttering a word. Well then, we'll conclude our session for today. Seeing that you've grasped the concepts brings me a sense of relief. I initially worried there wouldn't be enough time and had planned to assess your progress upon my return. Oh, is Kato-senpai really leaving? But your injuries have only just healed enough for you to move about. Are you truly heading out on a mission already? It seems the ninja village is indeed a haven for mercenaries with a heart of stone. I assure you, I am fine. Your chakra is remarkably potent, and I feel invigorated. Kato promptly reassured Ye that she need not worry. With the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, I must accompany Lord Third for negotiations. Assuming the role of a bodyguard, this task cannot be declined. Indeed, it cannot be refused. Will Lady Tsunade be joining as well? She will not. She intends to continue nurturing the medical team. I must admit, I underestimated the capabilities of you medical ninjas. It is truly commendable that you are fully committed to supporting your development. Mei nodded subtly. The establishment of medical ninjas in Konoha has indeed been fraught with challenges. Due to the exceedingly high investment costs coupled with their relatively weak combat abilities, medical ninjas have not been particularly favored. Tsunade's prowess was often regarded as an innate talent of the Senju clan, making it difficult to disseminate widely. It was not until this recent war that perceptions began to shift. It is anticipated that the medical ninja corps will soon undergo expansion. Tsunade's aspirations, therefore, are nearing fulfillment. Which is why she has no intention of leaving the village, even if it means parting ways with Cat D. Well then, take your time to contemplate. I shall not disturb you further, Cat D said, waving goodbye to Mei. Mei bowed and then, turning to Tsunade at the window, offered another bow before swiftly departing. Chapter 4. Wooden carvings. By the time May parted ways with Cat D, night had fallen. She strolled slowly home, greeting the ninjas and merchants she encountered along the way. Konoha Village resembles a small city, akin to a prefectural-level metropolis prior to her journey through time. The buildings vary in height and style, with certain locations, such as Hokage Rock and the Hokage Office, standing particularly tall, offering a panoramic view of Konoha. Mai found herself unable to reside there, as the environment was unsuitable. Teeming with affluent aristocrats, and the exorbitant housing prices were alarmingly high, exceeding 20 times that of her current dwelling. It was almost inconceivable. After traversing nearly the entire Konoha, she discovered her modest abode and small medicinal garden nestled in a corner of a row of wooden houses, not far from the village's entrance. Though small and secluded, it was the only option available to her as a solitary newcomer. She lacked the means to acquire a better residence. The investment required for such an endeavor was simply not worthwhile at present. As a chunin, she could expect to own but one home throughout her lifetime. The cost of living in Konoha was not trivial. Once the most formidable of the Fire Nation, Konoha had historically received the greatest support and resources. It is undeniable that those who control the economy hold the reins of power. The elders' influence over village affairs stems from this very reality. The stronger Konoha became, the more resources it acquired, while its weakening resulted in diminished investments from the elders, a cyclical phenomenon. Konoha's rise to prominence could perhaps be attributed to the singular efforts of Hashirama Senju. However, it was the expansion of territory, acquisition of resources, and investment in the ninja village that perpetuated its strength, an endeavor beyond the capacity of any one individual, even as Hashirama himself faced criticism for advocating peace. Fresh blood is of utmost importance. The youth are the vanguards destined to shoulder the burdens of the future. Although few may surpass Hashirama Senju, each generation produces exceptional Konoha ninjas, taking strides toward becoming deities of the ninja world, boldly making their mark. Upon returning to her modest home, she illuminated the lights. Her residence was simplistic, with the kitchen and living area merged into one, the bed situated within the living space, and the restroom directly opposite the kitchen. As an independent ninja, Mai inhabited a separate courtyard, unlike Naruto's multi-level dwelling. The single-story space was likely encumbered with 15 more years of installment payments. Ninja tools and other clutter lay discarded in a corner, while next door was a private storage room, typically secured behind a locked door. The entire living space spanned approximately 40 square meters, complemented by a small courtyard of around 15 square meters. Aside from a few essential household items, the place held no superfluous possessions. May did not linger in the living room but proceeded directly into the small, locked room adjacent to it. Upon entering, she was met with a pitch-black space. Upon flipping the switch, her eyes fell upon an expansive array of wooden carvings, meticulously arranged on a shelf crafted by her own hands. Each sculpture bore a unique form, yet the most numerous were the humanoid figures resembling herself, tucked away in the corner. This pastime served not only as a means of artistic expression, but primarily as an outlet to temper her cynical and tempestuous spirit. Though she led a relatively languid existence, during her time at the Ninja Academy, she excelled academically, often outshining her peers with remarkable prowess. However, since graduating from the academy, a chasm had formed between her and her classmates, one that only widened over time. Her immense chakra reserves rendered techniques such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and even Body Flicker technique effortlessly manageable. Yet, any offensive maneuver requiring her to channel chakra away from her own body proved utterly futile. It was not that she lacked the ability to use such techniques. Rather, her mastery over fire release was so profound that she could revitalize an entire squad of comrades. This left her with no choice but to specialize solely in taijutsu combat, and in comparison to other medical ninjas, she found herself utterly inadequate, unable to wield even the chakra scalpel in a compassionate manner. Now 14, although not the weakest in her cohort, she had certainly fallen from the ranks of the elite. Relying solely on taijutsu was increasingly challenging, and it was at this juncture that Tsunade began cultivating medical ninjas within Konohagakure. Seizing the opportunity, she resolved to become a medical ninja herself. The study of the transformation technique was merely one of many new avenues she wished to explore. Throughout this journey, she faced skepticism and mockery, including taunts from those she had previously reprimanded. Beneath it all simmered an unquenchable rage, which ultimately led her to discover the solace of wood carving. This craft provided her with a swift reprieve from her tumultuous emotions. As a traveler from another world, She may not have been well versed in the intricacies of the Naruto storyline, but she had at least perused the Shippuden manga. Grabbing a cylindrical piece of wood from the neatly carved pile beside her, she embarked on her sculpting endeavor, creating figures that varied widely in form. Some were familiar faces, while others were whimsical creations born from her imagination. After traversing this world for over a decade, May found herself an orphan at the beginning. Deemed to possess a rare talent for becoming a ninja, which allowed her an exceptional admission into the Ninja Academy. However, to this day, she remains merely a chunin, having only ascended through merit-based promotion. Not to mention the formidable members of the Tsutsuki clan looming in the future, even the ongoing Ninja World War is beyond her capabilities. Though medical ninjas are afforded some protection, there have been instances, such as a recent assassination attempt by a jonin, where she witnessed several colleagues perish on the spot. The combat prowess of medical ninjas inherently pales in comparison to that of their fighting counterparts. She is not a low-ranking leaf ninja from decades hence. Presently, in the late 39th year of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki has only recently been born, and the fourth Hokage is but a mere child. 2 years ago, he graduated from the academy, where she had once bested him in a scuffle, though there is little to boast about when it comes to bullying an 8-year-old newcomer. As one of the first logistical personnel to return to the village, the war is drawing to a close, and life is gradually becoming easier. Yet, there is an unsettling sense that earning a living has grown increasingly challenging. Had she been unaware of the future narrative, she might have considered switching careers to become a doctor or a herbal merchant, which would yield better financial reward. However, with insight into the forthcoming events, May is acutely aware of the insignificance of cannon fodder in the Naruto world, where death can come without warning. Even upon reaching the level of a Kaguya, one would still be powerless against formidable adversaries far beyond that tier. The powers of infinite Tsukuyomi and Kaguya are not to be trifled with, and the Sage of Six Paths has long been an ever-present force. The nine-tailed beasts, initially revered, ultimately succumb to their fate as mere pawns. A mere glance can bend them to one's will, and the Uchiha clan, once the Sharingan is activated, gains the potential to contend with the Nine-Tails. If one is not strong enough, in that era, they truly become as inconsequential as blades of grass. This world strictly adheres to the law of the dark forest, more so than the one she once knew. With such thoughts, the sculpture in May's hands gradually neared completion, taking the form of a small version of herself. Strikingly similar in appearance, utterly adorable, just as one would expect of me. Chapter 5. Underground. In the same vein, there are numerous puppets, and May has crafted a variety of wooden dolls of differing sizes. Carving has become one of her interests. Although this world offers slightly more leisure activities than typical alternate realms, it still fails to fully satisfy her. Without pursuing a hobby, the monotony of daily practice would be unbearable. In her leisure time, May has developed a fascination for the art of sculpture. For reasons unknown, she experiences an inexplicable sense of fulfillment and satisfaction while sculpting, coupled with the benefit of low costs that alleviate the pressures of daily life. Primarily, there are few other forms of entertainment in this world worthy of mention. After all, one cannot indulge in extravagance like the gambling enthusiasts of the Sinju clan, especially when one lacks their wealth. Admittedly, having a room adorned with various figurines of characters may seem peculiar, yet this is merely a hobby, and in truth, it serves as preparation for her future. This is the world of Naruto, a realm well known to those familiar with its perilous nature. Ordinary individuals are utterly defenseless against ninjas, and powerful shinobi possess the capacity to devastate cities and annihilate worlds. While it is rare for them to unleash such destruction, tales of villages and cities being obliterated do surface. Beyond ninjas, threats such as cults, monsters, and other crises abound, rendering this world inherently fraught with danger. Presently, the origins of the immortal Haiden remain unknown. The enigmatic Tsutsuki clan looms mysteriously, and the Akatsuki waits in the shadows, alongside the Dragon Veins, the Yomi cult, and an array of peculiar entities. The 5 great shinobi villages and numerous smaller ones also exist, though many lack formidable leaders. Yet, for an ordinary person, even a Jainin is capable of effortlessly annihilating a battalion. This is an age fraught with peril, an era profoundly unjust to the common folk. One should not be deceived by the apparent peace and comfort of a hidden leaf village. For the entirety of the ninja world is not as idyllic as it may seem. It is a hellish tapestry woven with strife. In this world, lacking power renders one akin to an ant. Value alone is insufficient. Moreover, with the impending threat of the infinite Tsukuyomi looming in 2 or 3 decades, The absence of strength would mean becoming mere fodder for the whims of others. Should one place all hope in Naruto and Sasuke? It is crucial to remember the countless lives lost during the early stages of the last Great War. Will the surviving population of the ninja world not suffer a significant reduction? These individuals are adversaries, and even if they do not intentionally target the innocent, they certainly do not regard the lives of ordinary people with any concern. Without sufficient strength, one lacks even the right to engage in dialogue with them. Even if one wishes to engage in verbal sparring, one must possess enough power to stand before them. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to contend with Devapathpain. So what gives you the right to meet Nagato? Satisfied, Mei gazed at her collection of figurines and selected one striking a superhero pose. Extending her hand, she spent approximately 10 minutes channeling chakra into the wooden sculpture until it began to emit a faint glow. Afterward, the sculpture returned to its original state, the radiance fading. And Mei revealed a contented smile. These figurines served a purpose beyond mere aesthetics. Their significance was intertwined with the techniques she had developed. Feeling slightly fatigued, she stretched her shoulders and opened the door to her basement, which also functioned as a makeshift storage room. Inside, there was nothing particularly special, just a small experimental table prepared for potion mixing. Although she yearned to engage in various experiments, the meager salary from Konoha was insufficient, compounded by the fact that mission rewards were often divided unequally, with the leading ninja taking the lion's share. Mei had never held the position of a leading ninja, typically being accompanied by at least one genin. As an orphan raised outside the village, she had no family within Konoha, blessed with a ninja's talent. She was trained to become a ninja, although her admission stemmed from an inadvertent revelation of her abilities, which led to her being discovered and subsequently adopted into the academy. Thus, she left her original orphanage for the Konoha orphanage and joined the Ninja Academy the following year, relying on odd jobs to afford her living arrangements. Now a nin, she earned around 20,000 ryo each month, yet this sum barely sufficed for purchasing sufficient ninja tools or training equipment, let alone repaying her housing loan and managing daily expenses. Consequently, Mei often resorted to concocting potions for sale. She had established a small apothecary, providing healing services when necessary. And beyond her nin missions, she assisted in treating critically ill patients, using her chakra to extend their lives. However, such occurrences were rare. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire and affluent merchants were not naive. They seldom approached Mei directly, but instead issued missions through Konoha, luring her to provide treatment at a meager cost. It was quite a loss, albeit not particularly taxing for her. As for the missions within Konoha, they were even less lucrative, as compensation was not calculated per individual. Her salary as a nurse at the medical training center included an additional 2,000 ryo monthly bonus, which barely covered the cost of a single blade. Weapons in the ninja village were not inexpensive. A basic weapon could be acquired for around 10,000 ryo. But for a quality blade, prices began at 100,000 ryo, with exceptional weapons often exceeding 1,000,000. Additionally, common ninja tools were necessary purchases, as Mei lacked proficiency in ninjutsu and genjutsu, leaving her feeling quite vulnerable. Thus, she believed in the adage that one could never have too many tools, most of which were consumables. Her favorite items were explosive tags, as she discovered that she could not replicate gunpowder-like substances in this world. Though she had researched explosives, she found them to be entirely foreign to her understanding, and their cost was exorbitant, indicative of unscrupulous enterprises. The physical structure of this world was somewhat akin to what Mei knew, yet the materials were wholly different. The periodic table of elements likely required a complete rearrangement, a daunting task that was undoubtedly a long-term endeavor. Nevertheless, she had no intention of abandoning this pursuit, at the very least. Gaining insight into the materials of this world offered potential for utilization. Of course, there were some elements that bore resemblance. Mei skillfully employs her instruments and has concocted a variety of potions. Once she gathers sufficient funds, she can purchase the necessary equipment. With additional instruments, she could embark on the exploration of new endeavors. Alas, the pace of legitimate business is rather sluggish. Chapter 6. The Exceptional Medical Ninja. The Medical Ninja class is a newly established entity within the Hidden Leaf Village, primarily tasked with assisting doctors and caring for injured individuals, including ordinary villagers afflicted by common ailments such as colds and fevers. This practice appears somewhat wasteful, as the true potential of medical ninjas lies in their ability to save lives. In comparison to the relaxed atmosphere of a hospital, the battlefield proves to be a more fitting environment, where medical ninjas can genuinely fulfill their life-saving roles. With the unwavering support of Tsunade, medical ninjas have finally been integrated into the ranks of shinobi. In terms of status, it remains rather tenuous. Many still fail to grasp the significance of this profession. Even before the Second Shinobi World War, although medical ninjas were recognized as a category, they had yet to form a cohesive system. At that time, strength was paramount. And it must be noted that medical ninjas generally possessed considerably less combat capability. Moreover, they required protection and initially lacked a comprehensive array of jutsu. Figures like Hashirama Senju did not necessitate external healing due to their remarkable regenerative abilities, and the Uzumaki clan, known for their robust vitality and abundant chakra, further exemplified this. In summary, the ninja world at that time relied heavily on physical prowess, and the rise of exceptional medical ninjas can be attributed significantly to Tsunade. She elevated the image of medical ninjas within the shinobi realm through her abilities and influence, and during instances of poison attacks, she has successfully neutralized toxins, saving hundreds of Leaf Village ninjas. Even now, Tsunade is dedicated to leveraging her influence in efforts to enhance their status, ensuring that one day, medical ninjas will become an indispensable part of the village. Of course, Mei's responsibilities are relatively few. Her primary task is to undergo training under Tsunade, effectively making her a half-disciple of Tsunade, where she learns the intricacies of chakra control and has even been introduced to the principles of the Yin sealing technique. In addition to her medical prowess, Mei possesses exceptional perceptual abilities, qualifying her as an invaluable assistant capable of aiding her father in achieving remarkable feats. Although she has not undergone formal apprenticeship, her early association with the medical team and her act of saving Kato-dan has led Tsunade to regard her as a disciple. However, given that Tsunade herself is still relatively young and Mei has already attained the status of a competent chunin, it would be inappropriate for her to take on students casually. Currently, the only disciple she claims is Shizen, the niece of Kato-dan, who holds Tsunade in high esteem. Despite having gone through a phase of rebellion, she generally embodies the spirit of Tsunade's little admirer. Shizen's disposition is quite vivacious, often visiting to play. Although she is recognized as Tsunade's apprentice, her training consists solely of the most fundamental aspects of ninjutsu, as comprehensive ninja training has yet to commence. Her regimen mainly involves physical conditioning and practicing with shuriken and other basic tools such as kunai and ninja stars. Of course, should one prefer. They may also experiment with needles, knives, or various other weapons. This serves to cultivate interests and to gain insight into one's strengths. Who knows, perhaps in the future, her weapon of choice will be a trident. Mai, unable to afford high-grade weaponry, has dedicated herself to the mastery of martial arts, honing her formidable strength. In contrast, Tsunade is not hindered by the lack of superior weapons. Shizun, though lacking in equipment, sees no necessity for it. The salary of an elite jonin far surpasses that of someone like her. Indeed, while Tsunade now possesses nearly the strength of a Kaguya, she has yet to attain the true status of a Kaga-level ninja. The legendary Sannin, though renowned across the land, are still in the midst of their growth. Tsunade trains not only her students but also a cadre of medical ninjas. However, compared to others, Mai and Shizen share a closer bond with Tsunade, which facilitates their learning of advanced techniques. In truth, most ninja techniques are not as secretive as one might presume, aside from those tied to bloodlines. Ninjutsu can be learned upon meeting certain conditions and making significant contributions. Furthermore, as long as the original master consents, the exchange of techniques among ninjas is generally permissible. Of course, ninjutsu from the Hidden Leaf Village cannot be shared with ninjas from other villages. Typically, the learning of ordinary ninjutsu is relatively straightforward. As long as one has the requisite contributions or a willing instructor, they can acquire the knowledge. This is the advantage of having a mentor. For instance, Tsunade unconditionally imparts medical ninjutsu such as surgical techniques and sage arts. To Mai and Shizen, she has even shared the summoning technique. The Great Slug Sage is arguably the most powerful of all summoning beasts. However, even one as mighty as Tsunade can only summon a fraction of its true form. Should she ever summon the complete Great Slug Sage, even the tailed beasts would pale in comparison. As for creatures like Manda and Gamabunta, they are of little consequence. Tsunade remains unaware of the true enormity of the Great Slug Sage, yet she has included Mai and Shizen in its summoning scroll registry. Unfortunately, it seems that Shizen's aptitude for summoning is not as pronounced as Mai's. Regrettably, Tsunade is still in the process of learning the Yin sealing technique, with plans for its innovation. Although Mei has participated in the development and possesses the ability to learn, she has yet to master this particular ninjutsu, which is exceptionally challenging. Strictly speaking, its significance to her is minimal, thus it suffices for her to be aware of it, If she can learn it, she will. If not, it is of little consequence. Currently, she has proficiently acquired the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu, surpassing even Tsunade in effectiveness. Concurrently, she is delving into medical pharmacology. Tsunade, apart from her medical ninjutsu, is an unparalleled expert in medical techniques and pharmacology, arguably the finest healer and medical ninja throughout the shinobi world. A prodigy distinct from Orochimaru and Jiraiya. While it is likely that Jiraiya, in his sage mode, possesses the strongest combat prowess among the three legendary ninjas, Orochimaru's research capabilities and Tsunade's medical skills are formidable enough to alter the dynamics of an entire ninja village. However, Tsunade's immense strength stands out as another significant asset that Mei has come to appreciate. Given that progress in other areas seems unlikely, she diligently focuses on this aspect. Mastering intricate chakra manipulation and explosive power, domains in which she excels, perhaps even surpassing Tsunade. She believes that, with a little more time, she will be capable of attaining the rank of J-Nin solely through her physical prowess. Speaking of which, there is indeed another individual who achieved the rank of J-Nin through pure physical skills. Wasn't there a man who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion of the Hokage saga? While delving into the art of medical ninjutsu, Mei found herself intrigued by the prospect of meeting the young Might Guy, who at this time would still be a mere child. But if she were to master the 8 gates, perhaps it would be more advantageous to meet his father. Might Due. Chapter 7. Might Due. In the Uchiha clan, Might Due, the father of Might Guy, is a remarkable yet somewhat astonishing figure, as he is a genin, an eternal genin at that, in the Hidden Leaf Village. It is virtually impossible for a ninja lacking proficiency in ninjutsu and genjutsu to ascend to the rank of chunin, as they cannot pass the requisite examinations. Nevertheless, despite his limitations, Might Due possesses commendable strength through his mastery of taijutsu, albeit not reaching the level of jonin. It is worth noting that Might Due is still alive at this point in time. He met his end during the Third Great Ninja War, valiantly facing off against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, single-handedly defeating 4 of them and driving off 3, an impressive feat indeed. How enviable. Surely, I could simply refrain from opening the 8th gate. I must not succumb to the irresistible urge to do so. We find ourselves in a rather opportune era. As the 39th year of Konoha approaches, the Second Great Ninja War is drawing to a close, while the third, though imminent, has yet to commence. Furthermore, Shikaka Nara is still alive, and Kakashi Hitaki remains a mere child, currently a student at the Ninja Academy. Due to the wartime circumstances, the academy is filled with ninjas of various ages, essentially a reserve of military strength. The criteria for evaluating ninja ranks have also been somewhat relaxed. Individuals like Mei have already attained the rank of Chunin. It is noteworthy that while Mei can utilize ninjutsu, her skills are primarily akin to healing techniques and augmentations, a tad awkward. After a week of arduous effort, Mei finally awaited her much-deserved break. Although ninja vacations are typically unpredictable, during times devoid of missions and work, most ninjas opt for rest. The hospital currently has no need for her services, and her apothecary's output is limited. With the war gradually coming to a close, the ninja villages are beginning to stabilize. At present, the village is flourishing, with a considerable number of individuals possessing strength on par with the Hokage. The ranks of near Hokage-level ninjas seem to be plentiful, including figures such as Minato Namikaze, the legendary 3, Shikaka Nara, Hayashi Hyuga, and Fugaku Uchiha, all robust and youthful. The third Hokage, at the zenith of his strength, is indeed formidable. Mei has witnessed his chakra prowess firsthand, an overwhelming force that is incomparable to what one might expect in the future. His robust taijutsu rivals that of Tsunade's monstrous strength, embodying sheer might. Undoubtedly, he stands as one of the most powerful figures in the current ninja world, aside from the elusive Madara Uchiha and the Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, Nagato is still but a child, and few possess the strength of a Kaguya. The 5 great ninja villages maintain absolute power. Prior to the emergence of the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, the Kaguya represented the pinnacle of strength in this world. Mei is a rather pragmatic individual, continually seeking ways to grow stronger. She does not wish to become a pawn in the hands of others in the future. Instead, she aspires to master her own fate, necessitating a corresponding strength. Merely attaining the rank of a shadow is insufficient. However, for the time being, she has recently achieved a level of power close to that of a J-Nin. With time, once she reaches the standard of a J-Nin, it will not matter if she cannot pass the J-Nin examination. Following that, she aims for the rank of an elite J-Nin. at her age of barely 18. Accomplishing this in Konoha is already indicative of genius, particularly for someone of her unique disposition. Had she not been so exceptional, she would undoubtedly be a candidate for the rank of a shadow in the future. Yesterday, an idea suddenly struck her, coinciding with a rare day of rest, prompting Mei to seek out others. Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake, both of whom belong to an older generation, are still in their 20s and robust. Konoha's White Fang and Might Guy are masters of taijutsu, and since Mei desires to grow stronger, mastering taijutsu is indispensable. The enhancement of her physical abilities through chakra proves to be remarkably effective, especially due to her unique attributes, even if it does not enhance others as effectively. As she walked along the path, Mei encountered numerous members of Konoha's prominent clans. To be candid, Konoha is thriving, with over 10,000 inhabitants in the village alone. Considering the numerous branches of aristocratic families surrounding the village, it could almost be perceived as a small nation. These noble families hold a transcendent status within the village and possess extraordinary strength, with the Uchiha clan undoubtedly being the most formidable. The Uchiha are known for their proud disposition, and unlike their tragic future, they currently bask in their glory. Among them, dozens of ninjas have awakened the Sharingan with 3 Tomo, while nearly 200 have accessed the Sharingan altogether. Each of these individuals is a formidable elite, their prowess at least at the level of a ch-nin. Their presence is evident in both the Umbu and various significant positions, contributing to the Uchiha clan's lofty demeanor. These arrogant ninjas often conduct themselves with brazen audacity, yet fortunately, they do not concern Mei directly. Nevertheless, there are always those who meddle. Do not cause trouble for others. Can you still call yourselves ninjas of Konoha? One, sporting 4 eyebrows but distinct from the usual, exclaimed, "Ha, who are you to dare block our Uchiha clan?" The likelihood of members from the Uchiha clan becoming ninjas is exceedingly high, and their chances of ascending to the rank of Jonin are also notable. They possess a sense of pride that allows them to act with audacity. Any slight provocation may lead them to resort to violence. Nevertheless, they harbor their own sense of dignity. One Uchiha ninja stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the burly figure before him. The Uchiha clan is somewhat well known. Truly formidable individuals are not easily provoked, even by someone like Mei, who has established connections with both Tsunade and Dan. She has already entered the radar of the higher echelons, and should a crisis arise, the Uchiha clan would also be affected, albeit on a personal level. Regardless, the Uchiha clan would not directly oppose the village for the sake of an individual, especially as they currently find themselves in a precarious transitional phase. Presently, not a single member of the Uchiha clan possesses the Manjiki Sharingan, which piques Mei's curiosity about how much they would be willing to pay for her assistance in awakening their eyes. Conversely, facing an opponent like Might Guy, a perennial genin, presents a different challenge. Lacking any influential backing and still a low-ranking ninja, he stands out as one of the most unfortunate among his peers. Even the least skilled among them would have managed to advance to Chunin after a decade of effort. However, the leap from Chunin to Jonin is significantly more arduous. Might Guy's inability to wield ninjutsu hinders his progression, and having surpassed the age of 30, it would be rather embarrassing for him to participate in the exams at this stage. At present, no one in the village comprehends the extent of the immense power this man possesses. Only in the moment of his near demise would his brilliance burst forth in resplendent glory. Chapter 8. The first encounter, even from Mei's perspective as an observer. Might Guy's approach seems rather foolish. Challenging so many Uchiha ninjas, all of whom have evidently awakened their eyes, is a daunting task. At the very least, they all possess the 2 Tomo Sharingan. To be honest, Mei has no desire to confront the Uchiha clan, although her status allows her to brush them off. As everyone has moments when they require a doctor's assistance, defeating them is a formidable challenge. The majority of the Uchiha clan excels in ninjutsu, ocular techniques, and genjutsu. It can be said that, apart from families specializing in the study of genjutsu, the Uchiha clan boasts the highest frequency of genjutsu usage, a skill that is on par with the complexity of medical ninjutsu. Mei yearns to learn, yet struggles to grasp the intricacies. She is not a prodigy of illusionary arts, as such techniques require a malevolent chakra, an area in which she lacks proficiency. Moreover, she harbors a certain aversion to the manipulation of others that these ninjutsu entail. Naturally, she cannot utter foolish phrases dismissing the need for external assistance. After all, how many would shun the opportunity to grow stronger, utilizing various aids to enhance their power? Unsurprisingly, despite Might Guy's remarkable prowess in physical combat, capable of shattering ninjutsu with sheer might, he finds himself at a loss against illusions that directly manipulate chakra. After all, merely excelling in physical techniques does not equate to an absence of chakra. On the contrary, his exceptional strength indicates a potent chakra reservoir, making it challenging to break free from control. Illusions hold a uniquely formidable position in this world. Without countermeasures, illusionists become exceedingly challenging adversaries. Nomei possesses a notable resistance to such arts, particularly against formidable opponents like Uchiha Itachi. But at this moment, he remains nothing more than an immature seed. In an era before even Uchiha Sasuke's birth, presently, Uchiha Fugaku stands as a striking young man, an elite jonin of exceptional strength, yet overshadowed by the formidable Konoha White Fang of his generation, forcing even him to retreat. It is certain that he has yet to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. In reality, the cataclysmic Nine-Tails incident, which would profoundly impact Konoha, lies still 8 or 9 years in the future as we approach the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. In the safest of times, Mei seeks the best path for her growth. However, complications arise as she falls victim to an illusion. Although her willpower enables her to swiftly break free, leaving the Uchiha ninja momentarily astonished, the outcome remains unchanged. Might Guy is sent flying. There was no need for overwhelming numbers. A single Uchiha, wielding the power of the 3 Tomo, easily bested him. Guy, already a local celebrity in the village at under 30, sports a thick beard. Enough. Mei interjects, stepping forward to assert, is the Uchiha clan's ascent to nobility built upon the subjugation of the weak? While her words may seem provocative, Mei hopes to foster a positive rapport with Might Guy. What? How dare you, woman? Are you challenging us? Let it be known that the Uchiha clan is not to be humiliated. With haughty arrogance, before Mei could finish her statement, yet another Uchiha ninja launched an attack. This is precisely why I detest the Uchiha and their foolishness. A fist came swinging swiftly, and it was evident that, due to Mei's femininity, these arrogant individuals merely harbored thoughts of intimidation. If Mei were to feign a fall, it is likely that the fist would halt before making contact with her. Such a display would be both impressive and courteous. However, in terms of martial prowess, what grounds do you, a mere group of nin, and even those elite Uchiha Jonin possess to claim victory? She tilted her body and swiftly executed a kick. Medical ninjas excel not in healing, but in evasion. Unless one possesses unique skills, none can rival their ability to dodge. A single kick may not inflict significant harm. Yet Mei's subsequent move was intercepted by another Uchiha nin who had followed closely behind. Although Mei managed to deliver a side kick that sent him flying, neither party sustained any serious injuries. The attention of the Uchiha Jonin shifted towards her, and a glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, one should not underestimate a medical ninja. She became earnest. Even illusions have their conditions for application. There is no need to overly avoid them. Medical ninjas possess exceptional control over illusions and retaliatory capabilities. Furthermore, when it comes to chakra control, medical ninjas stand as the most formidable among all ninja, requiring not only innate talent but also rigorous training in this domain. It can be said that half of a medical ninja's training focuses on this aspect. And Mei does not believe that even in 2 years, she would be outmatched by Tsunade. Additionally, her involvement in the development of the Yin Seal technique has proven immensely beneficial. Tsunade is keen on improving the Yin Seal technique, yet it is undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. Given the current scarcity of medical ninjas, the limitations are minimal. Any medical ninja can learn it. Cease. Just as the conflict was poised to escalate, the leading Jonin unexpectedly spoke up, refraining from casting an illusion as he seemed to withdraw. So it is you. Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of our Uchiha clan? In truth, Might Guy, who had been sent flying, was uninjured. The internal skirmishes within the village were deftly managed by the Uchiha clan. I merely wish to report to Lady Tsunade about the internal strife before the war concludes. At this moment, Tsunade's reputation proved advantageous, allowing her to even invoke the names of the third Hokage and Dan. The Uchiha clan leader silenced himself and let out a huff. Do not presume there will be a next time. This statement is directed at Might Guy. For a mere Chunin to dare obstruct the Uchiha clan is, in itself, a significant affront. However, Mei's status distinctly surpasses that of Might Guy, who is currently an unremarkable ninja within the village. Indeed, he harbors some reservations. As long as the Uchiha clan does not intend to engage in open conflict with the village, he can endure. Once the Uchiha clan departed, Mei glanced at Might Guy, who, in turn, raised his gaze to meet hers. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude sincerely, and Might Guy revealed a look of appreciation. It is reassuring to have made an acquaintance. One could say he has, in essence, mastered the Eight Gates technique. Chapter 9. The Eight Gates Technique. Mei's aspiration is to master the Eight Gates of Opening, and in exchange, she must first become acquainted with Might Dai. Might Dai is the originator of this technique, which, to date, is yet to exist within the ninja world. To be candid, the development of ninjutsu is an arduous and protracted endeavor. Many ninjas spend their entire lives yielding only minimal advancements. The efficiency demonstrated by Orochimaru in developing ninjutsu is already considered remarkably high. For instance, it took Might Dai 2 decades to perfect the Eight Gates, with assistance from Guy, and he is indeed fortunate. The Eight Gates is an S-rank technique that can augment combat prowess by 100-fold, elevating a mere genin to the level of a Kaguya. Guy himself has been elevated to a level akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet even his body can only endure the Eight Gates for a mere 10 seconds. Were it to be applied to others in the series, the duration would surely be shorter. In terms of individual techniques, Might Guy has already reached the pinnacle of Hokage-level strength. If he could endure for several minutes, with the support of Kakashi and others, the narrative could reach its climax much sooner. However, unlocking only 7 gates might elevate Guy to a Kage level, albeit perhaps one of the more formidable among them. As for the 6th gate, it would be sufficient for a Kage-level fighter, but for someone of Guy's caliber, the amplification from opening 5 gates is relatively modest. For Lee, however, the difference in strength becomes markedly pronounced with the opening of 3 gates. Similarly, for Dai, his strength does not surpass that of the future Lee by a significant margin, and he is in no position to compare himself to Guy. While his son is a bona fide taijutsu prodigy, Dai himself must exert far greater effort and dedication than the Guy and Lee he remembers, making rigorous training an integral part of his life, especially as he currently has no girlfriend. Of course, Mei also possesses considerable talent in taijutsu. However, in comparison to innate genius, she attributes her proficiency in both taijutsu and medical ninjutsu more to diligence. The essence of a ninja's hard work lies primarily in their foundational skills. The more time one invests in mastering the fundamentals, the easier it becomes to learn advanced techniques. Setting aside the influence of lineage, a solid foundation leads to greater future potential. This is the meaning of accumulating depth for a sudden outburst. Thank you for inviting me to dine. Haha. Might Dai is indeed a rather cheerful individual, no surprise there, as his lineage is known for their buoyant disposition. He shows no aversion to Mei's approach and readily accepts her invitation to share a meal. Thus, the two proceed to Ichiraka ramen. Indeed, Mei is not particularly fond of ramen, and she accompanies him out of necessity, as this marks her first encounter with the future renowned ramen shop owner, Tucci. Even now, he is a long-established figure in Konoha. After playfully stirring the noodles, she muses that Lansao ramen is a tad more delectable. At this juncture, discussing such matters seems rather futile. She finds herself at a loss for words. Firstly, the 8 gates are not yet realized, and secondly, approaching the subject of learning them outright might make her seem foolish. However, having previously conducted a brief self-introduction, Mei manages to convey her situation to some extent. With this understanding, the conversation flows more smoothly. Mei is not a villain. She is an extraordinarily unique existence within Konoha. Although she cannot wield ninjutsu to attack foes, her proficiency in healing techniques is impeccable. Nevertheless, she realizes that she cannot rely solely on this. Therefore, she must further develop her taijutsu. It would be splendid if she could master additional techniques, akin to Heiden's immortality. If such a concept could be explored, it would undoubtedly be fascinating. It puzzles her why Orochimaru, who relentlessly pursues immortality, shows no interest in Heiden, perhaps due to the numerous limitations associated with Heiden's form of eternal life, leading Orochimaru to abandon the pursuit. Moreover, Heiden is no weakling, and it seems that Orochimaru would find him a challenging target, especially with Kakuzu by his side. Can you also only utilize taijutsu? Would you like to train with me? Might Guy is Mei's senior, though many of his juniors have begun to surpass him in status. From the very beginning, Might Guy recognized that he could not match the strength or talent of many others, yet he has never faltered in his efforts. This embodies a youthful spirit, devoid of complaints or cynicism, merely striving forward with relentless dedication and growth. Even Mei holds him in high regard. Being a ninja is a profession with an average lifespan not exceeding 40 years, and attaining a century of life is indeed a formidable challenge. Living to an advanced age, like the 3rd Hokage, is nothing short of miraculous. In the current ninja world, even when facing the aging Uchiha Madara, Mei does not believe the 3rd would lose. The 3rd is exceptionally strong at present, To be candid, Mei once thought that the third did not deserve the title of the strongest Hokage, and she still holds that belief. However, she now understands that this strength is not merely about being Hokage, but about being the strongest of the era, in everyone's perception. The third is the mightiest in the current ninja world, even when considering Nagato, who is still learning under Jiraiya, and Obito, who roams among the Uchiha clan. Along with the various bizarrely powerful members of Akatsuki, most of whom are currently absent. Indeed, I am also intrigued by your taijutsu. Let us engage in more sparring sessions whenever possible. Without hesitation, Mei agreed. Splendid. Why wait? Youth does not pause for anyone. Let us proceed without delay. Listening to a man in his 20s with an impressive beard recount tales of youth is, to be frank, rather embarrassing for Mei, especially considering the presence of a female companion. However, it is what it is. Observing individuals like Akai reveals that, despite their single status, some possess undeniable charm, making it astonishing that someone like Rock Lee could find a girlfriend. Nevertheless, this aligns with my perspective. Upon closer inspection, I aspire to master the 8 Gates technique. Given that Might Guy was able to develop it, I see no reason why I shouldn't succeed, especially considering my innate talent, which undoubtedly surpasses Guy's by a significant margin. My capacity for learning has always been robust, and the 8 Gates technique is not overly complicated as a ninjutsu, with a little more practice. I should be able to grasp it. After all, I have proven capable of holding my own against Jonin-level opponents through taijutsu. It seems that if I continue to engage in this endeavor, he will eventually employ the new ninjutsu he is currently developing, as he does not strike me as a particularly cunning individual. The entire lineage appears rather foolish. Yet, I ponder whether scheming against fools might invoke divine retribution. Chapter 10. My fluid technique Might Guy's taijutsu is formidable. His strength derives from his singular focus on physical techniques. Mei had never underestimated him, from the very beginning. She evaluated his physical prowess by the standards of a jonin. However, she had perhaps overestimated him slightly. Might Guy indeed dedicated himself to physical training. Yet he was not a prodigy. Lacking the innate talent of Rock Lee and Might Guy, his physical capabilities, despite being in his 20s, merely reached the level of a chunin, falling significantly short when compared to the adept jonin. The strength of a ninja often transcends mere numerical data. Yet it seems that such figures still hold considerable reliability. In the presence of a chunin-level physical skill, Mei found ample room to express her abilities. For she was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, to avoid overly suppressing Might Guy, she moderated her strength. Their physical faculties were relatively comparable, as long as Mei refrained from employing Tsunade's legendary strength. Despite this, she was a master of physical arts, having even altered her habit of sleeping in, rising at 5 each morning to train in the evenings. This was, of course, also due to the scarcity of activities in this world that could corrupt her spirit. In her earnest pursuit of strength, she aspired to navigate the looming challenges of the future, determined not to become mere fodder for others. The two engaged in over 20 bouts within a short span, with Might Guy showing no mercy. Fully focused on physical combat and treating Mei as an equal rather than a mere girl. Several of their strikes nearly landed directly upon each other's faces and chests. After enduring for quite some time, Mei could no longer restrain herself, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. Although she did not possess any ocular techniques, her chakra was indeed extraordinary. While most of it lacked offensive aptitude, it was not classified as a ninjutsu. Rather, it was a form of chakra flow perception. Ideally, one would see the flow directly, but since she could not, elite ninjas could discern an opponent's movements through the patterns of their chakra. Mei, however, had taken this ability a step further. Her chakra possessed remarkable healing and adhesive properties, allowing her to merge with another S chakra during the initial fusion. For approximately a day, she could feel the other S chakra flow if she concentrated. This meant that her pure healing chakra could aid her in sensing the movement of her opponent's chakra, thereby granting her precious reaction time. Although this interval was indeed fleeting, it was sufficient for her needs. Mei has become accustomed to her abilities. Each day, she effortlessly utilizes her skills against countless challengers. And soon enough, one becomes accustomed to it. No one can resist their own chakra unless they choose to align with the Lich King. Observing the flow of another's chakra becomes a simpler task, allowing her to anticipate movements and evade attacks. Though the time frame may only be a fraction of a second, it proves ample for reaction. Provided the disparity between opponents is not more than a rank, she can match their actions. It can be said that unless one is vastly superior in taijutsu, defeating her through sheer physical prowess is an unlikely endeavor. For instance, at this moment, Mei deftly executed a second-tier kick, subsequently seizing her opponent's incoming fist, as if they were offering it to her willingly. With ease, she captured the motion and delivered a spinning kick to Might Guy's jaw. By leveraging her unique abilities to gauge and execute targeted counterattacks, and by corresponding improvements to the Konoha fluid technique, this has become one of Mei's achievements cultivated over years of dedication in this world. As for my fluid technique, it is likely that the Sharingan or Byakugan could yield similar effects. However, the ordinary Sharingan and Byakugan cannot maintain their ocular powers during such intense close-quarters combat. Moreover, their feedback is somewhat slower than her own. While she has a reaction time of mere milliseconds, they may only manage tenths of a millisecond. If one could truly react with such ease, their prowess would far exceed that of conventional taijutsu. After 3 consecutive strikes, Mei felt that her opponent had withstood her attacks. Undoubtedly, the practitioner of the 8 gates possesses remarkable physical prowess, but the key lies beyond that. The first gate, the opening gate, is meant to break through the body's restrictions, while the second gate, the rest gate, enhances stamina. Up until the 3rd gate, the focus is merely on laying a foundation for the future. It is from the 3rd gate onward that the 8 gates truly take shape. Konoha Gale. This strike was even more forceful and, when infused with chakra, constitutes an official taijutsu technique, one among the Konoha fluid techniques. Though it may be ordinary and not particularly powerful, it suffices as a decisive move. After all, one doesn't intend to inflict fatal damage. Injury would only necessitate self-healing. Might Guy was well aware of this technique and was astonished by Mei's taijutsu. He felt that his previous actions had been completely seen through, making his subsequent defeat unsurprising. Incredible! You are truly remarkable. This is the first time I have witnessed someone battle solely through taijutsu in such a manner. Despite being bested, Might Guy exhibited no signs of despair. Instead, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. Are you all right? Indeed, one cannot deny the robustness of the physique. To speak candidly, female ninjas are inherently disadvantaged in this regard. Even with comparable resilience, they still face challenges. If given the choice, she would prefer not to be a taijutsu-focused ninja, as there are, in truth, very few female ninjas who are inclined towards the physical arts. Approaching to administer treatment, combining the celestial arts with her unique chakra, the ever-vibrant Might Guy instantly became even more vigorous, surpassing his previous strength. With the heightened vitality of his chakra, his cells became increasingly active. What a remarkable form of taijutsu this is. I had never encountered it before. To label it as my own unique taijutsu might be a bit presumptuous, but that essentially captures its essence, an adaptive and spontaneous approach to combat. Truly impressive. Are you a sensory-type ninja? It is quite surprising to discover that the renowned medical ninja of this village is also a sensory-type ninja. Among functional ninjas, sensory ninjas are far rarer and hold greater significance than medical ninjas, with their status being notably elevated, differing from the somewhat awkward position of medical ninjas. However, sensory ninjas exhibit considerable variability in their tendencies. The sensory capabilities in Konohagakure have historically been lackluster, often relying on canines. Chapter 11. Mutual Learning. I am not a sensory ninja, and the arts of sensory ninjutsu are quite challenging. One must either possess exceptional talent or disregard one's humanity altogether. In truth, Mai possesses a certain aptitude in this area, yet she still perceives the difficulty as formidable. Indeed, Might Guy did not dwell on the matter for long. Mei is a young ninja from the village, gifted with exceptional talent and widely praised for her skills. Her ninjutsu possesses significant tactical and even strategic value, rendering her a secret weapon of sorts. Though she is subjected to stringent oversight by the village, her role transcends that of a mere medical ninja. Her chakra infusion enhances a ninja's self-healing capabilities, boosts short-term chakra vitality, increases the total chakra volume and recovery rate, and revitalizes them with vigor, an exceedingly remarkable buff effect. When she channels her power to the fullest, she can even extend life itself, the duration of which depends on the intensity of her infusion. Her chakra reservoir is immense, and even during prolonged usage, it shows no signs of depletion. In fact, her chakra regeneration rate is impressively swift. She can employ even high-level ninjutsu, such as the spirit transformation technique, with ease. Although her chakra is abundant, it regrettably cannot be transformed into offensive power. Should she discover a way to convert her chakra into damage, with just a bit of cultivation, she could undoubtedly reach the prowess of elite jonin or even that of a Kaguya. The future holds great promise. You are indeed formidable, even in physical combat. I can sense your prowess. Might Guy holds a deep admiration for Mei, and even Kakashi Hitaki would find himself challenged by her. I cannot compare myself to the legendary Konoha White Fang. He is exceptionally strong. Upon hearing the mention of elite Jonin, Mei immediately shook her head. It is essential for one to possess a clear understanding of their own abilities, not to mention elite Jonin. Even a regular Jonin would pose a considerable challenge for her. It is likely that even a particularly formidable special Jonin could best her. After all, her chakra is remarkably unique. The initial step of her fluid technique perception essentially serves to enhance the opponent, although the chakra she infuses is minimal. The enhancement they receive is correspondingly slight. You are quite strong as well, remarked Might Guy, casting a glance at Mei, but I too will become stronger in due time. Speaking of which, it seems that Might Guy's child should have been born by now. Today was drawing to a close, and Mei had made the acquaintance of Might Guy, inviting him to engage in martial arts sparring in the future. Might Guy readily divulged the location where he usually trained, indicating that she could find him there. After parting ways, Mei realized that her remaining time for rest was now less than half a day, and it was likely that such moments of respite would soon become scarce. The next concern was whether she could learn the forbidden technique of the 8 gates through observation. Following this, she continued her daily practice, the art of transformation, the study and development of the In Seal, medical ninjutsu training, and refining her artistic sensibilities through sculpture. While her daily routine had become somewhat monotonous, it remained fulfilling. However, during this period, the Second Ninja World War finally came to an end, with Konoha emerging victorious. Yet, true to Konoha's traditional approach, there was a distinct air reminiscent of an imperial power. They did not seize the opportunity to make demands, but rather continued to pursue peace and similar ideals. Of course, the Konoha of today is not the same as it was under the first Hokage. Since Senju Tobarama took over, although Konoha remains unrivaled in strength, it has gradually descended from its pedestal. While Tobarama is indeed the strongest in the ninja realm, he is not entirely suited to the role of Hokage. His power is formidable, yet he lacks the qualities of an ideal village leader. In simple terms, during that time, Konoha's overall strength did not increase. In fact, it diminished. In his quest for peace, he fractured Konoha, and the Uchiha clan began to experience division as well. That period was quite dire, but fortunately, he passed away early. After the establishment of Konoha, several major nations founded their own ninja villages, unifying domestic structures, and the feudal lords were replaced by the current elder system. Indeed, during that time, a relative peace was achieved. In essence, it was akin to the relationship between adventurer organizations and adventurer guilds. It was quite favorable, though the world itself was not without its shortcomings. Should we consider eliminating figures such as Uchiha Obito right now? This could potentially spare US from a multitude of troubles. However, it is understood that such an act would bear little significance. Ultimately, both Nagato and Uchiha Obito are mere puppets in Madara's hands. Without Kabuto's involvement, Madara might have already unraveled. Indeed, despite the misguided intentions of these individuals, their ultimate objectives are rather similar. Their foolishness has led them to suffer greatly. Without Madara, it is highly likely that Kaguya Otsutsuki would not have emerged, or at the very least, she would have remained concealed within the ninja world for a much longer duration. With the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, and Jiraiya no longer residing in the village, he is likely engaged in instructing Nagato and the others. If given the chance, Nagato would undoubtedly be eliminated. Those eyes, regardless of whether they are preserved or destroyed, are inconsequential. Yet, Mei suggests that destruction would be the wiser choice, for leaving them intact might invite unpredictable individuals to arise. Once those eyes are annihilated, the next step would be to deal with Uchiha Obito, who has already been born and, by age, is on the cusp of joining the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Nagato has yet to mature into a significant threat, but by the time Madara meets his demise, Nagato will have evolved into a formidable force. And with the Rinnegan at his disposal, he will likely ascend to the rank of a Kaguya in no time. Presently, the troubles within Konoha seem to be limited to these matters. However, Mei did not anticipate the surprising ease with which the 8 gates technique could be employed. In fact, after Might Guy's initial use of the 8 gates, Mei had already grasped the technique of opening the first gate. In other words, the fundamental challenge of the 8 gates lies not within the technique itself, but in the ninja's capacity to endure its ramifications. Without reaching a certain threshold, one cannot withstand the might of all 8 gates being opened. Even elite Jonin or Kage would struggle to endure such power. It seems that only the 6 paths power could suffice, yet even with it, the enhancement from opening all 8 gates would be relatively limited. And one would still need to contend with the associated risks, potentially rendering the effort counterproductive. Nevertheless, for the time being, this remains an exceptionally effective strategy. The 8 gates could become the secret weapon of the present. Even opening just 3 gates can yield a significant enhancement, allowing for subsequent gates to be opened gradually. Recently, Mei's life was progressing smoothly when she suddenly encountered a minor inconvenience. Or perhaps not so minor. The third Hokage intended to introduce her to a prospective partner. Chapter 12, Blind Date. In the 41st year of Konoha, shortly after the New Year's holiday had concluded, Mei received a summons to the Hokage's office, where the esteemed Hokage expressed his enthusiasm about arranging a match for her. Although there were numerous reasons behind this initiative, Mei had not anticipated such an outcome. In Konoha village, many individuals remain single, particularly men, who face a significant challenge in this regard. As they reach a certain age, it becomes imperative to address the issue of lineage among ninjas, which translates to the necessity of introductions. This matter does not concern female ninjas as much. But for male ninjas, the disparity is stark. The number of male ninjas far exceeds that of their female counterparts, with males outnumbering females by a staggering tenfold. While the visible ratio among Konoha's young talents appears to be 5-to-1, the reality is even more exaggerated, with female ninjas numbering fewer than 200. Consequently, despite the existence of some romantic connections, the majority of male ninjas remain single, which poses challenges for family development and continuity. In this world, unions between ninjas are deemed the most suitable, as it significantly enhances the likelihood of producing exceptional offspring. However, Mei never anticipated that the time for her own introduction would arrive so soon. It felt rather unjust. After all, Jiraiya remained single at his advanced age without attracting such attention. Couldn't they consider pairing him with an ordinary person instead? After all, she was still but a child, a blossoming flower of her homeland. At not yet 15 years old, Mei wore a face of despondence. How could they do this to her? This arrangement was, in essence, a task, a mandatory one at that. Yet, the requirement to meet did not necessarily entail a commitment to marriage, which was a slight relief. Nevertheless, her heart sank when she learned the identity of the individual the third Hokage intended to introduce her to, Orochimaru, her mentor. She would have preferred an introduction to Jiraiya instead. Despite her reluctance, Mei recognized that complaining was futile. She ultimately nodded in acquiescence, as it was indeed a task. Refusal was not an option, even if it came without remuneration. I am merely an ordinary young ninja. How could I possibly be associated with the legendary Orochimaru? One of the Sannin? She pondered, grappling with a sense of disbelief. Yet, she felt a twinge of resistance. Do not worry, Orochimaru has expressed some interest in you. And it was he who brought you up to me, the Hokage reassured her. Mai was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, she had encountered Orochimaru before. She had met all 3 legendary Sannin and had even assisted them in medical endeavors on the battlefield. Though she was merely 14 years of age, Mai had already spent 3 to 4 years navigating the tumultuous landscape of warfare, progressing from a mere subordinate genin to a capable chunin who had recently prepared for the Genin examinations. However, her familiarity with Orochimaru was minimal. They had scarcely exchanged words. Orochimaru was an exceedingly cold individual, though at this juncture, he could not be deemed a villain. He exhibited a ruthless demeanor towards his adversaries, and was equally indifferent to his comrades and bystanders. At this moment, his fascination with immortality was not yet overt. He remained a competent Konoha ninja with a budding interest in research, albeit not an exceptionally skilled researcher. He was loyal to Konoha and held in high esteem, his reputation surpassing even that of Jiraiya and Tsunade, positioning him as a formidable contender for the next Hokage. Had it not been for the emergence of Minato Namikaze, he might have already claimed that title. Of course, the third Hokage was still relatively young, and it was not yet time for these youngsters to take center stage. Minato was 5 years older than Nagato and had already established himself as a ninja, though he had yet to make a significant impact. Goodness, such prodigies hardly regarded others as equals. Never mind him. Orochimaru was now an elite Genin, and perhaps even of the caliber of a Kaguya. At the tender age of 26, what was the third Hokage thinking? It was indeed unfortunate that he had no girlfriend at such an age, prompting him to initiate introductions. Yet, unexpectedly, he had settled on Mai, an old bull courting tender grass. Although age differences can be significant for ninjas, they are not paramount. Considering the uncertainty of life in their line of work, one might very well meet an untimely end. Nonetheless, it was still unacceptable. Mei is undoubtedly going to refuse. But it is unavoidable. She must be met at least once, and then it will be acceptable to decline afterward. May changed into her usual attire. And the designated meeting place for the two was not within the village, but rather outside its confines. Her audacity to meet Orochimaru stemmed from the significant fact that he had not yet descended into complete depravity. According to the original narrative, it was amidst the tumult of the ninja wars that Orochimaru had witnessed an overwhelming number of deaths, which gradually twisted his psyche, a transformation that reached its zenith during the Third Great Ninja War, a harrowing event still far removed from the present. Thus, even if he had begun to exhibit signs of his aberration, it remained, at most, a partial deviation from sanity. Upon arriving outside the village, May soon reached the agreed-upon location. Orochimaru was already there, awaiting her arrival. Although he exhibited a hint of eccentricity, he still appeared to honor the concept of punctuality. "Am I late?" she inquired, as she had initially intended to work today but opted for a day of respite due to unforeseen circumstances. "No, I arrived early," he replied, his demeanor surprisingly cordial despite his status as one of Konoha's elite ninjas. Though often described as aloof and dismissive of ordinary shinobi, he seemed somewhat more approachable in this instance. "Lord Orochimaru," May began, uncertain of how to navigate the conversation or lighten the atmosphere, finally mustering the courage to ask, "Why did you choose me? I harbor a certain curiosity about you. I have heard of your chakra and have sensed its distinctive qualities. Indeed, there is something amiss." At the outset, May harbored doubts regarding Orochimaru's inclination towards women. In her estimation, he appeared far more captivated by ninjutsu than by feminine company, exhibiting an indifference to the prospect of transforming into a woman himself. It was evident to her that his pursuit of companionship bore ulterior motives. While she was not particularly fearful of Orochimaru's intentions to engage in romantic endeavors, she resolutely refused to become his experimental subject or a mere substitute. What could Orochimaru's intentions signify? A hint of anxiety laced May's tone as she mentally mapped her potential escape routes, her vigilance heightened, perhaps even excessively so. In truth, Orochimaru's words bore no extraordinary implications. However, her understanding of his future self instilled a sense of apprehension, despite her awareness of his current allegiance to Konoha. Frankly speaking, among the ninja of Konoha, the most formidable were those who had turned rogue. It was truly remarkable how they managed to transform so many into traitors. Chapter 13. Refusal. What's the matter? Orochimaru inquired, his expression betraying a sense of bewilderment. Did I say something amiss? Noticing May's sudden shift to alertness, he too found himself perplexed, as he had uttered nothing out of the ordinary. May has indeed overreacted somewhat. However, if you were in her position, you would also feel a sense of panic. Being targeted by Orochimaru, how could one possibly expect anything positive? Just contemplate the notion of human experimentation and reflect upon Orochimaru's notorious history. Consider his androgynous demeanor. He epitomizes the quintessential mad scientist. While one might find such a character alluring within the realm of manga, in reality, it is prudent to maintain a safe distance. Thus, she refrained from approaching him further or initiating another greeting. "Lord Orochimaru, I find myself quite fearful of your presence. Being in your company imposes an immense pressure upon me. You are revered in the village, akin to a deity, and associating with someone of your stature would be exceedingly burdensome for me. I apologize, but I yearn for a life of normalcy. You are a good person, and I am sorry." With that, she effortlessly delivered a well-articulated dismissal, and unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. Without further ado, she turned on her heel and departed with a gait akin to that of a fleeing individual. What folly it would be to linger. Her fear was genuine, especially given the circumstances, as she knew she could not contend with Orochimaru. Should he choose to incite trouble, she would find herself nearly powerless to respond. Although she possessed commendable abilities, her status as a medical ninja currently lacked the requisite weight. Only after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War did the relentless efforts of generations of medical ninjas elevate their standing to that of a standard within all ninja villages. Moreover, even if the village genuinely valued her talents, Orochimaru would not engage in any overtly conspicuous actions. If every occurrence were easily investigable, intelligence would not be the most challenging to gather. Even in modern times, with an abundance of surveillance, countless transgressions go unnoticed. It is naive to assume that during ancient or ninja eras, one could be omniscient. After all, if Kushina were so all-seeing, how could she have been abducted from Konoha? Additionally, while Tsunade possesses the means to protect herself, her romantic entanglement with Dan could lead to potential oversights. Currently basking in the sweetness of love, she might not be able to safeguard herself adequately. Orochimaru is formidable, too formidable to provoke, yet easy enough to evade. Therefore, for the sake of her safety, she chose to make her exit post-haste. It appears she harbors quite a fear of me, somewhat unexpectedly and with a hint of confusion. Orochimaru remained still. His curiosity was indeed piqued by Mei's lineage. To his knowledge, no such bloodline had ever been recorded within the ninja world. Mei, an orphan from the ravages of war, had been adopted from an orphanage that had reportedly succumbed to the flames of conflict. Since her arrival in Konoha, she had not returned, nor had anyone informed her of her past. Assuming nothing unforeseen occurs, she is destined to become a Konoha ninja. Perhaps joining the academy as an instructor or serving within the ranks of the Anbu as a sensory ninja. Furthermore, her skills as a physician and pharmacist are commendable, providing her with numerous paths for development. Orochimaru surmised that a ninja of her caliber would undoubtedly earn immense respect within the village, which would be a significant boon to her future husband. Her vibrant vitality held considerable allure for Orochimaru, who was vexed by an elder, leading to a casual remark that he had not anticipated would be taken seriously, resulting in the elder's earnest matchmaking efforts. He pondered whether the Hokage's duties had become so leisurely. His visit had initially been casual, merely a means to placate the elder, yet Mei's reaction intrigued him. This curiosity, however, was as far as it went. Orochimaru had yet to overtly act against those within his village. After all, the Third Great Ninja War had not yet transpired, and he was not yet the twisted individual he would become. He had merely begun to contemplate the fragility of life and was embarking on experiments with his subjects not yet human, primarily focusing on the study of Hashirama's cells and ninjutsu. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of advancing his ninjutsu to survive the inevitable conflicts and achieve victory. Strength must be cultivated, as he had witnessed far too much death, leading to a profound aversion to it, a sentiment that would contribute to his increasingly warped nature in the future. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Mei stood atop the high walls encircling the village and glanced back, realizing that he had already vacated his previous position. Though their encounter had been brief, it had indeed left an overwhelming pressure. Time waits for no one. While Orochimaru currently regarded himself as a Konoha ninja with no ill intentions, what if one day he prepared to betray the village? Mei speculated that such a scenario was not far off, as one significant reason for Orochimaru's potential treachery lay in the fourth Hokage's selection issues. Despite the fact that Minato had only recently graduated from the academy, Mei returned to her village and to her home, where she immediately began carving several wooden sculptures to soothe her troubled heart. It was not yet the time. The moment had not yet arrived. Regarding her ninjutsu skills, Mei believed she possessed considerable talent. Over the recent period, she had mastered the technique of transformation and was making significant progress with the 8 gates of chakra. She had already decided to apply for the Jonin level examination. As for elemental transformation, it was not a significant issue. Unbeknownst to others, Mei could simultaneously wield 5 different elemental transformations. Like the third Hokage, she was proficient in all attributes and excelled in their application more than her peers. However, the challenge lay in her inability to integrate elemental transformations into paper, rendering her techniques ineffective and producing destructive results on the medium. Thus, no one was aware of her capabilities except for her use of fire release, which indicated her affinity for that element. In truth, she could execute both the spiraling sphere and shadow clone techniques, a testament to her unique perception abilities. She was also researching wind release, spiraling shuriken, although she had yet to achieve success, while ninjutsu offered limited enhancements to her abilities. A well-placed wind release shuriken could potentially revive a dying individual with newfound vigor. A cellular-level strike could lead to cellular-level healing, likely elevating her strength significantly. This would become a novel technique for her to utilize in support of others. Aside from these endeavors, Mei surveyed the collection of sculptures in her room, which was nearly full, and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. She retrieved a storage scroll, an impressive 8 meters long, capable of holding a substantial amount of items. She carefully stored all the figurines from her room within it, ready to embark on the creation of something entirely unique to her ninjutsu. Chapter 14. Jonin Examination. The Jonin Examination differs from the Chunin Examination in that it typically involves the issuance of a mission. Upon fulfilling the mission's requirements, one may be promoted to Jonin. Since Jonin are directly appointed by the Hokage, the process is not without its challenges. The number of Jonin within the Hidden Leaf Village is limited. Even when considering the prominent clans, the total likely ranges between 200 and 300. Other ninja villages have similar or fewer numbers, as a large ninja village requires only around 100 jonin to meet its criteria. While achieving double-digit jonin counts is already a remarkable feat for most. As for a 4-digit figure of jonin, that may only exist in dreams. Even with all personnel from the root and umbu, such a number remains unattainable. It is estimated that Mei, with her exceptional abilities, could ascend to the rank of a special jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village. This designation refers to those jonin who possess extraordinary skills in specific areas. Typically, they exhibit strength that significantly exceeds that of ordinary chunin, excelling in particular fields, yet they lack the comprehensive independence characteristic of a full-fledged jonin. Upon ascending to the rank of jonin, Mei must determine her future path, whether it be joining the umbu or pursuing another endeavor. One must cultivate a sense of anticipation. After achieving the jonin status, the salary becomes considerably more substantial, typically, as long as one refrains from excessive extravagance. A decade of diligent service can afford one the opportunity to purchase a residence in Konoha. The real estate prices in Konoha are indeed quite steep, akin to those of properties within the third ring of Beijing. The residence of Mei, along with the majority of houses belonging to the Leaf Village ninjas, is primarily allocated through early distribution or rental agreements, as the cost of purchasing property is exorbitantly high. Those rogue ninjas, it seems, resort to constructing their own abodes due to their inability to afford a proper home, thus saving a considerable amount of money. Setting aside these rather dubious notions, Mei, accompanied by several other nin, arrived at the Hokage's office. Typically, at this level, nin are expected to partake in a team mission. With a difficulty rating of A or above, upon successful completion, they would form a quartet. However, this gathering felt somewhat unconventional. While the other three departed, Mei found herself remaining behind. Oh, the legendary Orochimaru, one of the Sannin of Konoha. And just one person, no less. Goodness, are you attempting to bring about my demise? Third Hokage? Why Orochimaru, of all people? Mei exclaimed in astonishment, observing the scene before her in disbelief. This is the essence of youth. The third Hokage gave Mei a thumbs up, surprisingly mimicking the gesture of Might Guy. His teeth gleamed, and Mei thought, have you perhaps misquoted your lines, third Hokage? Orochimaru cast a sly glance at Mei, causing her hair to stand on end. Mei and Orochimaru's mission is to protect the Lord of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is governed by multiple lords who assist the daimyo in overseeing its affairs, comprising both virtuous individuals and scoundrels. They are also responsible for the elections in the Hidden Leaf Village, with the current task assigned to one male lord. This particular lord is rumored to have a favorable relationship with Danzo, being one of his supporters. The situation grows increasingly ominous, with figures like Danzo and Orochimaru involved. One could feel their life hanging in the balance. In truth, the disparity among ninjas is not as pronounced as one might think. The gap between Jounin and Jounin, or between shadows, is quite negligible. Despite Tsunade often appearing to be overpowered, this is primarily due to the rare occasions she has been allowed to truly showcase her prowess. Even the formidable Third Raikage was ultimately overwhelmed and perished at the hands of thousands of ninjas from the Land of Earth, though such claims may be exaggerated, as it is unlikely the entire Land of Earth could muster that many ninjas, considering that the Hidden Leaf, including its civilians, likely totals around 20,000. With ninjas constituting merely about 1/10 of that number, the notion of 1,000 ninjas appearing seems far-fetched. While the Hidden Leaf boasts the most resources and ninjas among the 5 great nations, other nations would find it nearly impossible to assemble such a force. Despite Mei's reluctance, opposition proves futile. The mission has been assigned, and there is no room for dissent. Even if it means facing peril, one must fulfill their duty. With only a day to prepare, she is set to depart with Orochimaru the following day. Observing Orochimaru's calm demeanor, it seems this mission poses little threat. At least for him, as there are likely few in the Hidden Leaf who warrant his concern. He stands as one of the most elite Jounin, merely a step away from the rank of Shadow, being the most distinguished and powerful among the legendary Sannin. Completing a protective task should not present a challenge. Yet the elevation of the mission's severity to A rank suggests formidable adversaries may be involved. The Lord has become a target, and as the captain, Orochimaru is likely well aware of this, even if Mei remains oblivious. An A-rank mission typically implies the presence of at least one Jounin-level opponent, and surviving under Orochimaru's guidance should not pose significant difficulty. Often, the encounters among ninjas involve elements of countering abilities, as evidenced by the deaths of the Wind Shadow at the hands of both Orochimaru and Sasori, or the Water Shadow, Yagura, who was controlled These individuals possess the capability to confront Nagato directly, including Naruto Uzumaki, who managed to defeat the Six Paths of Pain. Yet, he found himself in a fierce exchange with the Raikage, suggesting he struggled against him, primarily because he was not inclined to kill at that moment. The third Raikage's lightning techniques proved overwhelming, even for Naruto in his Sage mode, yet he was ultimately worn down and defeated, though it was due to a shadow clone. This indicates a lack of large-scale destructive jutsu on his part. Matoi is acutely aware that conventional martial arts are utterly ineffective against Orochimaru. Although her vitality is not yet as extraordinary as it will be in the future, she believes there may still be some impact. What truly terrifies Orochimaru are abilities such as chakra extraction, soul extraction, and sealing techniques. Upon returning home, Matoi first resolves to request leave from Tsunade, and then she must explain her situation to Might Guy. They both unanimously agree that there is no issue. Might Guy, while congratulating her, expresses his own sense of melancholy. As his girlfriend was also chosen through an arranged match and is merely an ordinary person, Tsunade, on the other hand, expresses her strong approval and support for Matoi's relationship with Orochimaru, hoping that Matoi can help him return to normalcy. The thought of being subjected to Orochimaru's grotesque experimentation sends chills down her spine. Imagining herself exposed and laid upon an operating table before a crowd, Matoi feels a profound sense of dread. She is certainly not one to relish in such perverse encounters, nor would she ever desire to don garments of tentacles. I must prepare myself. I must brace for the worst. In the dim confines of her basement, May found herself alone. A stark contrast to her usual cheerful and helpful demeanor, which often masked her timid nature. In this shadowy environment, her expression shifted to one of seriousness, tinged with a chilling sense of dread. Chapter 15. The guard duty. The following day, at the entrance of Konoha village, May emerged with her travel bag to meet Orochimaru. I expected you might concoct an excuse to delay, he remarked casually, clad in black ninja attire adorned with a mesh design, reminiscent of the alluring outfits worn by female ninjas. In truth, this style was unisex, and bore little difference from what he wore during his days as one of the legendary three ninjas. I am, after all, a ninja. I shall not refuse a mission. May replied decisively, her tone imbued with a sense of earnestness. Whatever you require of me, Lord Orochimaru, I will certainly comply. Is that so? Orochimaru responded noncommittally, though his expression soon turned grave as he announced, it is time to officially disclose the mission. This time, the task involves the Lord of the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, the Tsuchikage. The Lords of the Land of Fire naturally possess their own clans, families, and ninjas, and not all of them are ineffectual. However, this particular case was somewhat different. May had never heard of this lord's name, though she was familiar with the neighboring lord, known as Barakai, though she had forgotten his surname. Well, never mind. It is of little consequence. At this moment, May was not concerned about the task at hand. Her primary focus was on preserving her own safety. Konoha was far too perilous, and it would be prudent to devise a means of escape as soon as possible, if she could flee swiftly. Given the security levels of Konoha, it would be unlikely for anyone to track her down. Moreover, with the advantage of possessing the status of a rogue ninja from Konoha, attaining a shadow-level strength would undoubtedly be within her reach. After a brief exchange, May and Orochimaru set off, navigating through the trees with remarkable agility. As they wove through the forest, May glanced around but detected no signs of danger. It was rare for her to depart from Konoha with such ease. When she initially became a ninja during the tumultuous era of the Great Ninja Wars, she had graduated from the Ninja Academy several years prior. However, due to her unique chakra, she had found herself thrust into the battlefield from the very beginning. She was akin to a brick, moved wherever needed. And she vividly recalled Tsunade's sympathetic gaze towards her at that time. Owing to the peculiarities of her chakra, she had been utilized vigorously, somewhat reminiscent of Uzumaki Karen. Indeed, she was just a child back then, while Tsunade was barely in her 20s, and they had yet to earn the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. This departure was markedly different. Although they were in a hurry, there was no need for undue haste, as they had 2 days to reach their designated rendezvous point. The two continued their journey, pausing only at mealtime to rest. Orochimaru's pace was swift, yet May kept up admirably. Her body flicker technique had already reached the level of AJ Nin, and her speed in regular movements was impressive, comparable to that of a ninja specializing in taijutsu, though still slightly inferior to Orochimaru. As they traveled, May observed Orochimaru, who in turn seemed to be studying her. Unlike the previous day when she had felt entirely unremarkable, today there was something distinctly different about her. Her movements were swifter, and notably, her concealment was less effective. It appeared as though she had let her guard down. "I do not comprehend your words, Lord Orochimaru," May replied, somewhat perplexed by his statement. "I have never concealed myself. What do you mean by letting go?" Orochimaru merely shook his head, pondering whether this was an inadvertent admission. He chose not to dwell on it further, and they continued on their way. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank, and as mealtime approached, they found little time for leisure. May was not particularly inclined to engage in conversation with Orochimaru to foster camaraderie. So she consumed a small portion of rations before preparing to depart. How unpalatable, she thought, discreetly discarding the food, unable to stomach it. Thus, 2 days passed, and they finally reached their destination. "Who are you?" inquired a middle-aged woman as she opened the door. "We are Konoha ninjas undertaking a mission," Orochimaru replied calmly, introducing himself. "I am Orochimaru, one of the legendary three?" The woman nodded, then opened the door wider, saying, "Please, come in, though I fear you may find it somewhat disappointing." Yami found it quite astonishing that this was indeed the Lord. She had assumed it to be merely a farmer's wife from some village. The woman appeared considerably aged, seemingly much older than her actual years. Upon entering, the interior revealed a scene of utter desolation. The Lord of the Fire Nation? No, wait. Wasn't it said to be a male lord? May felt a sense of hesitation regarding this task. To be honest, she was entirely oblivious to the lords of the Land of Fire and held no interest in them. Those minor characters, despite their ability to influence the position of Hokage, had no bearing on her life. After all, the original narrative of the Naruto universe scarcely elaborated on these figures. Nevertheless, she was aware that the Lord was indeed a member of the upper aristocracy of the Land of Fire. What a surprise! It was unexpected that a Lord, whom even the Uchiha clan would regard with reverence, would exhibit such simplicity. Did she not find this demeanor incongruous with the title of Lord? Perhaps sensing May's attitude, the middle-aged woman spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. May was aware that her emotions were laid bare, thus she lowered her head and replied, "No, indeed. I find it rather peculiar." Orochimaru surveyed the room. Aside from the middle-aged woman, there was only a young girl in attendance, and both were clad in tattered garments. There was a complete absence of the demeanor befitting a lord, and furthermore, an A-rank mission necessitates a considerable reward, yet judging by your appearance, can you truly afford it? Orochimaru felt an undeniable sense of unease. The essence of this task struck him as somewhat amiss. Reflecting intently on the mission, he furrowed his brow. "You need not concern yourself with that. Once I reclaim my status as lord, such trifling sums will pose no obstacle. Besides, our Tsuya family has yet to fall into ruin." "Is that so?" Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of skepticism, devoid of any respect. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, and such was his nature. May turned her head away, displaying no interest in the conflict at hand. However, neither party chose to persist in their dispute, for the mission must go on. The objective of the task was to escort a member of the Tsukasuna family to the capital of the Land of Fire within a month, to partake in the Lord's succession ceremony. This indicated that the individual from the Tsukasuna family was not yet the official lord and required time to assume the role. It was rumored that the previous lord had been quite young, raising questions as to why a successor was necessary. May sensed that something was amiss. This task appeared to be far from simple. Moreover, she had an inkling that Konohagakure was not particularly keen on her promotion to Jonin. "What are you contemplating, Third Hokage?" Chapter 16. Deliberation in Konohagakure. In a dimly lit chamber, illuminated solely by a flickering oil lamp, the most esteemed figures of the Land of Fire convened. Among them were the Hokage, the feudal lord, and various advisors. Is this truly necessary? The third Hokage's expression was far from favorable, an understandable predicament. Danzo lingered nearby, the fire casting shadows on his somber visage. Such precautions were deemed essential. "That girl, May. Third, you are far too lenient. Her ascension to Jonin brings us no advantage. She must remain under Konohagakure's protection to serve as our asset. Should her fame grow too vast, she may attract unwanted attention. If she were to defect, the repercussions would be unbearable." The desire for control was palpable. The third Hokage could discern this sentiment clearly among the other advisors. What a troublesome situation. Is this truly without peril? Unbeknownst to May, who was miles away, all that transpired within the village was beyond her awareness. At present, she journeyed alongside Orochimaru, both women maintaining a leisurely pace. Yet soon, they would require a respite. The pace was too languid, although May felt quite at ease. Given the current itinerary, one could consider themselves fortunate if they reached the destination within 6 months, let alone a month. The elderly gentleman's stamina was utterly inadequate, and the journey from here to the capital of the Land of Fire was certainly not a short one. Moreover, there would be a grand ceremony for the feudal lord's enthronement. However, this was of little concern. Even if they failed, it mattered not. Orochimaru's tone was as frigid as ever. Our mission did not require us to escort them through the ceremony, merely to ensure their arrival at the destination. Once he entered the task-oriented mindset, he became detached and unyielding. Oh, but that was his nature. Even when smiling, he instilled a sense of dread. Hey, Orochimaru. How dare you be so disrespectful? The woman argued with Orochimaru once more, yet he remained impervious to her protests. Mei glanced at the slender, silent girl beside her before leading the way once more. For the moment, nothing particularly remarkable occurred. However, Mei sensed that the atmosphere around them was somewhat peculiar. It bore the scent of danger and impending conflict. One must admit, this was rather intriguing. Orochimaru also came to a halt, and without the need for further words. The mutual awareness among ninjas was palpable. This is your domain now, Mei. After all, it serves as a test for you. Understood. Mei harbored no objections. Even if she did, it would be futile. Ultimately, the burden of failure would rest upon her shoulders. To put it plainly, this mission was fraught with complications from the very beginning, the reasons for which remained elusive. Nevertheless, with the enemy approaching, it was prudent to engage and assess the situation. It had been quite some time since she had last been in combat. In any case, a preliminary exploration was in order. Mei dispatched shadow clones. Although they were adversaries, it was not necessary to engage them with full force. For now, employing the clones to probe the situation seemed prudent. The shadow clones possessed approximately 30% of the original strength, which was sufficient for the task at hand. In essence, given the amount of chakra within her own body, even at a mere 30%, it would not detrimentally impact her combat prowess. Indeed, the shadow clone technique might be considered the most fascinating ninjutsu she had ever wielded. Sounds echoed through the forest, and before long, the clones emerged, dragging forth two lifeless ninjas. They were rogue ninjas, likely hired mercenaries of only a low rank. Perhaps mere genin. Their exact level was difficult to ascertain. In this world, the number of wandering ninjas was hardly less than that of their legitimate counterparts. Among them, only a small fraction were traitors. The majority had lost everything amid the ravages of war. The two bodies were discarded, and Mei utilized a sealing scroll to confine them. In truth, one was a genin and the other a chunin, yet neither posed a significant challenge. Mei had no intention of reporting this to Orochimaru. While it was acceptable to leave such matters by the roadside, it was preferable to dispose of them properly to avoid environmental contamination. You truly are meticulous about details, she noted. Orochimaru offered no further commentary, calmly suggesting they proceed. The expression of the middle-aged woman upon seeing the corpses was somewhat unsettling. Well, let us continue, she said. The two individuals under protection remained mostly silent, and the atmosphere throughout the journey was rather somber, as Orochimaru was not one for conversation. Most of Mei's vigilance was not directed towards the road, but rather at Orochimaru. She was reluctant to proceed at such a sluggish pace, for it meant having to spend the night by the roadside. Both the young girl and the woman shared this sentiment. They might have exerted themselves to the utmost. Yet they were no match for a ninja. This cannot continue. How much longer must I endure being in Orochimaru's company? Mei pondered, feeling a growing headache over the situation. She was unwilling to carry on in this state of constant alertness. Thus, she resolved to voice her thoughts the very next morning. Orochimaru-sama, she began, this cannot go on. We are all becoming targets. What do you propose? Orochimaru inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Let us split up. You shall protect Lord Sakanashi, while I will take this young girl and act as bait, Mei replied calmly, meeting Orochimaru's gaze. She was indifferent to the success or failure of the mission. If she missed this ninja exam, there would be another opportunity. However, each additional day spent with Orochimaru increased the danger. Therefore, separation was paramount. Setting the mission aside, Mei was not entirely devoted to the path of a pure ninja. I oppose this. The woman interjected, her dissent apparent. Both Mei and Orochimaru turned their attention to her. And Mei spoke, Lord Sakanashi, this is the most prudent course of action. We can serve as bait to draw the enemy's attention. They will be compelled to pursue us. It matters not if they come after you, she continued. This way, Orochimaru-sama can utilize his ninjutsu to expedite your journey. Otherwise, we shall likely fall behind schedule. Moreover, the fewer individuals involved, the easier it will be to navigate. Thus, we should be able to reach our destination within a month. Ye felt confident that she had spoken without error. If only I possessed the unparalleled skill of evasion, I would be invincible in this world. Alas, such is not my fate. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Wait, I could sense Tsunade's evident reluctance to oppose. Yet before she uttered a word, Orochimaru seemed to convey something to her. Her expression shifted dramatically, and ultimately, with a darkened countenance. She cast a glance at the young girl and indignantly declared, "Very well, let it be so. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru." It was the first time I had encountered such a disingenuous expression of gratitude. Nevertheless, it is your task. May fortune favor you. Orochimaru merely shook his head, indifferent to the woman's demeanor, and cast a final glance at Yae before departing. May refrained from further discussion as they parted ways. Although separating along the journey was undeniably a foolish decision, it brought her considerable relief. At last, the most significant trouble was gone. After all, what ninja could possibly be as perilous as Orochimaru? Chapter 17. Qingyu once separated, May felt considerably more at ease. With no troublesome lord by her side, she could afford to be a bit more casual. Their mission was to serve as bait, allowing them to leave openly and unreservedly, without the need to take hidden paths. Tomorrow, we shall venture to a nearby city, where I shall rent 2 horses for swifter travel. The young girl nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. This girl, with hair reminiscent of the Uzumaki clan's crimson hue, was named Qingyu, the sole servant of the Tsukusun clan at present. Her family had long served the Tsukusun lineage, thus binding her as their servant. Regardless of how the girl acted, May remained indifferent. Her primary concern was her own safety. In her eyes, the risks had been significantly mitigated. She could now focus on her tasks without worry, severing ties with Orochimaru from this day forth, vowing never to engage with him again. No matter what the third Hokage or others might say, she resolved to distance herself from the path of a ninja entirely. Yet, she understood that renouncing her ninja status would not be so simple. Konoha would not easily let her slip away, for her abilities were indeed exceptional. It was futile to dwell on potential failures. Other outcomes were equally uncertain. As long as no ill intent was directed toward her, she could accept whatever came her way. Suppression, consolation, anything would suffice, for in the village, her unique status as a ninja was generally regarded favorably. May's sole ambition at this juncture was to attain the rank of Special Jonin, devoid of any grand aspirations. After all, failure was merely an option. She held little interest in the Lord of the Land of Fire. Provided her plans remained steadfast, she would proceed methodically. The following day, accompanied by Qingyu. The two initially intended to utilize 2 horses, but May is not adept at horseback riding. She initially believed she would manage just fine. Yet the reality proved to be quite the contrary. Indeed, while Qingyu possesses the skill, May does not. This situation is undeniably awkward. It would be rather unbecoming for her to cling to Qingyu's slender waist. After all, she cannot afford to lose face. Fortunately, as a ninja, she devised a solution where the 2 of them simply rented a single horse. With an air of calmness, she expressed that it would suffice for Qingyu to ride while she followed closely behind. After all, a ninja's speed is hardly inferior to that of a horse. One might even argue that the horse's pace is rather lackluster. Nevertheless, this arrangement significantly expedited their journey. Although Qingyu found herself utterly exhausted by the end of the day, they remarkably reduced a week's worth of travel to just 1 day. Indeed, a horse proves to be a more reliable companion than a mere human. At this rate, they might even reach their destination in less than a month. However, it is of little consequence for May alone to arrive. It is essential that they reach Orochimaru's location as well. Naturally, during this journey, she must remain vigilant against other ninjas. For the route they traverse is a main road, though it offers increased speed, it also presents a greater likelihood of ambushes. After all, they are bait, are they not? May and Qingyu walked along the path, fully aware that the A-rank mission indicated the highest level of adversaries they might encounter, those of the elite shinobi class. However, May harbored a belief that her skills would likely attract little attention, drawing only the gaze of wandering ninjas, while the true challenge lay with Orochimaru. Without a tent for the night, Qingyu fashioned a sleeping bag suspended in midair, allowing him to recline and embrace rest. As for May, slumber was not on her agenda. She intended to linger in the shadows and observe the unfolding circumstances. The night was cold and eerily silent, yet within the depths of this darkness, there lingered an unmistakable essence. Oh, suddenly, May became acutely aware. Her shadow clone in the east had vanished, while the others remained unscathed. It seemed she had merely encountered an adversary. Nonetheless, she could not afford to lower her guard. She maintained the remaining 3 shadow clones and casually positioned one beside Xingyu before advancing toward that direction. Another ninja appeared before her. Although he was indeed a ninja, Mei dispatched him with little effort, easily surpassing the level of a nin. In this combat, where she had no need to hold back, she swiftly struck at his vital points, severing his throat. After neutralizing this ninja, Mei remained vigilant for a while, and upon discovering no further attacks, she allowed herself to relax. This world was, as always, merciless, perpetually capable of birthing tragedies. She collected the body and scavenged all the money and belongings from her fallen foe, which included various ninja tools and a short blade. Though she lacked proficiency in its use, possessing it was certainly better than having none at all, and it could also be sold for a profit. The following morning, Xingyu brought Mei a basin of water, suggesting she cleanse herself. Though she spoke little, she occasionally displayed a smile, embodying the essence of a good child. The two continued their journey, having traversed a second town. At this juncture, their travels had become rather conspicuous, yet they moved swiftly. Days passed, third, fourth, until a week had elapsed. Matoi finally encountered her pursuers once more, a quartet from the Umbu of Konoha. A complete squad of Konoha's covert operatives stood before her. Matoi, the mission has been rescinded. Leave this to us, the Umbu stated, their tone rigid and authoritative, as they were directly under the Hokage's command, essentially relaying the Hokage's orders. However, Matoi furrowed her brow slightly. I have never heard of Umbu taking over a mission like this. And if you intend to assume control, why not have Orochimaru come to fetch me? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Hand over the young girl behind you, one of the Umbu replied calmly. Is that so? Then perhaps I should rephrase, Matoi said, unsheathing her short blade. How can you prove that you are indeed members of the Umbu? The members exchanged glances, saying little, and instead raised their hands. The Umbu possessed a method of communication among themselves. They were about to authenticate their identities, but Matoi had no intention of listening. She scooped up Aoyumi and dashed into the nearby forest. Her speed was remarkable, and the Umbu were astounded by her sudden burst of energy, immediately giving chase. However, they soon realized that they could not keep pace with this Konoha Chunin. Mei's speed was astonishing, her movements remarkably agile. It was infuriating. They needed to impede her using ninjutsu, but priority had to be given to the mission. She mustn't be harmed. After all, she was a treasure of Konoha. However, to fulfill the task, if injury occurred, it was unavoidable. Given her regenerative abilities, as long as she was killed outright, she should survive. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. The dual dragons roared in unison, yet they failed to keep pace. This was exasperating. How much longer would you remain a bystander, Orochimaru? Chapter 18. Orochimaru. At the mere mention of his name, Mei's ears perked up, and sure enough, a figure clad in Jonin attire materialized before her. It was Orochimaru, now donned in a different outfit. Orochimaru-sama, the mission has concluded. Mei, it is time for us to return, he calmly stated, his gaze fixed on Mei. This is an order from the higher-ups. Mei halted, and the Umbu trailing behind her quickly caught up. We are indeed part of Konoha's Umbu, Mei. This mission has already received the approval of the third Hokage. You should abandon this task. The third will arrange a promotion mission for you instead. Is that so? Mei nodded. I see. Even the third has consented? Indeed, Orochimaru replied. Though the old man is the Hokage, he is still swayed by the council's opinions. That girl beside you poses a threat to the peace of the Land of Fire. He glanced at Mei, then at the girl, stating she cannot be allowed to live. With a sudden thud, a severed head rolled forth, belonging to the middle-aged woman who had departed earlier. Dead? Though she did not voice it. We possess our methods of interrogation. The Yamashiro clan excels at such practices. Such things should not be spoken. One of the individuals behind them interjected. The Yamashiro clan, the Ino family? Orochimaru remarked with a hint of mockery, though it was evident his sincerity was lacking. The girl remained silent, her gaze fixed on the head. Then shifting to Mei, may I inquire about the circumstances? I believe I need someone to elucidate the situation for me. Mei glanced around at the people nearby before inquiring. The member of the Yamashiro clan appeared somewhat helpless. If Mei did not cooperate, it would indeed pose a problem. Thus, she ultimately decided to clarify the situation. However, Orochimaru suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wind release, vacuum wave. He swiftly performed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu directed at Mei, which effortlessly pierced through both her and the small girl's bodies. Orochimaru, what are you doing? The Yamashiro clan member was taken aback. Mei could not die, she must return to Konohagakure. For how many lives could she save? Calm down, take a closer look. With 2 consecutive thuds, the figures of Mei and the girl vanished. Shadow clone. We've been deceived. The Yamashiro clan member was stunned, having failed to notice that the opponent was merely a shadow clone, and a swift one at that. Perhaps it wasn't he impossible after all. Indeed, and we underestimated her. After we separated, she likely split her forces. Orochimaru was also somewhat surprised, although she had not shown it. She must have sensed something amiss long before. How intriguing. Chase her down, and form the village. We must go, Orochimaru. Why are you still dawdling? The others had not forgotten to urge Orochimaru, yet his expression remained composed. Tinged with contemplation, what does she intend to do? This mission was something even Orochimaru had learned about only recently and initially. He had not pinpointed the crux of the matter. Yet, it seemed Mei was already prepared. Had she seen through everything before him? In the pitch-black night, Mei swiftly navigated through the forest with Qingyu in her arms, moving several times faster than if she were on horseback. At this pace, she could reach her destination in less than a week. In her embrace, Qingyu no longer resembled the frail girl she once was. Her eyes now radiated a cold determination, having lost the significance of her disguise once it was unveiled. The observational prowess of a ninja is indeed astonishing. Mei couldn't help but recall the exchange between them. This woman had boldly exposed her true identity. Indeed, the sole heir of the Tsuchikage clan was the 10-year-old girl before her, Qingyu. I was somewhat surprised that the old woman agreed so readily. She seems quite loyal to you despite her poor acting, Mei calmly remarked to Qingyu. Upon being discovered, Qingyu instinctively sought to retaliate, but undeniably, compared to a true ninja, she possessed nearly no combat capability. At her level, she would barely rank as average among ordinary people. When did you realize? She composed herself, adopting a demeanor that a young girl should not possess when confronted with the brink of life and death, coldly gazing at Mei. From the very beginning, I was aware. Mei casually remarked, I can effortlessly sense your deceit. She too is lying. What is most apparent is her clear concern for you. Orochimaru should also be aware, though I suspect he was oblivious to the inner workings at that time. However, I estimate it will not be long before ninjas come hunting for us, likely including Konoha's Umbu. Indeed, Konoha, despite some regret and disdain, ultimately. Qingyu's tone remained remarkably composed and calm. Although Mei sensed the facade, it was entirely undetectable on the surface. And you? Do you intend to kill me here for the bounty? This could indeed be a viable option. Mei seriously contemplated the entirety of the situation. Yet I find myself intrigued. How could your clan, being the lords of the land of fire, have fallen to such depths? Qingyu fell into silence. Mei tilted her head slightly, her ponytail swaying in tandem, displaying her indifference towards the matter concerning Qingyu. Are you familiar with the chaos of the fire moon that transpired 4 years ago? Just as Mei believed that Qingyu would remain silent, Qingyu suddenly spoke up. I do not know. Mei spoke decisively, expressing her indifference towards the affairs of the land of fire. Despite her prolonged stay in the ninja world, she rarely ventured beyond the confines of Konoha. The tumult of the Fire Moon Rebellion was something she felt could be inquired about later, as her interest in such matters had been minimal. The conversation fell flat in an instant. Are you truly a person from the land of fire if you're unaware of such occurrences? Qingyu questioned. Curiosity piqued about what concerns a ninja typically harbors. Nevertheless, Qingyu merely sought to vent her emotions. She harbored an inkling that her fate might be sealed here. If she did not voice her thoughts now, the opportunity would vanish. Even in the face of death, she desired others to know the tribulations her family had endured. Perhaps it was also due to the harmonious rapport she shared with Mei that her spirits lifted slightly. Chapter 19. The Tsukisuna clan, the land of fire, stands as the largest nation in the world, arguably the greatest. Since the legendary sage of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, showcased his might, this nation has ascended to unparalleled greatness. In that era, no one could rival the esteemed Hokage. Successive generations, the second, third, and fourth Hokage, were undoubtedly the most formidable ninjas of their respective times, with no need for further embellishment. It was not until the fifth Hokage that the average prowess of the land of fire began to wane, aligning more closely with the other great nations. Yet even today, the world remains steeped in poverty. In fact, when compared to the past, the overall strength of ninjas has diminished, and if one were to calculate meticulously, the population has shown negligible growth. The entire ninja realm has succumbed to decay, enveloped by a pervasive air of degradation. In Chinyu's discourse, even when confronted with the revered sage of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, she exhibited no reverence. She then transitioned to the crux of her narrative, the Tsukisuna family. akin to other lords, enjoyed supreme authority, collectively wielding 80% of the wealth within the Land of Fire. This transformation began with my grandfather. At the age of 40, while hunting, he was saved by a commoner. This seemingly ordinary event led to my grandfather, a man of gratitude, bestowing considerable wealth upon the individual before parting ways. Approximately 2 or 3 years later, upon returning to hunt, my grandfather discovered nothing but an empty dwelling. He initially assumed the inhabitants had relocated to the city, only to later realize that the wealth he possessed had attracted others, who were subsequently eradicated from existence. Human life is fragile, akin to mayflies, particularly for those of lower status who lack the authority to dictate their own fates. Only the powerful can establish and enforce the rules. In truth, my grandfather perceived this merely as a minor incident, feeling a twinge of regret, but nothing more. However, this experience ignited his awareness of the lives of the lower strata. Remarkably, a sudden rise of the Tsukisuna clan ensued. Although the reasons remain unclear, May likely surmises that the elevation of status, the transformation of production relationships, and the enhancement of productivity are at play. The number of ninjas is inherently limited, yet the populace is abundant. After these individuals contributed immensely to the Tsukisen family, the previous head, who was Qingyu's father, gradually began to recognize this reality. The educational approach of the Tsukisen clan underwent a transformation, which in turn influenced Qingyu. Their clan came to acknowledge the immense power of the common people and believed in their untapped potential. Gradually, they decentralized power, allowing a greater number of ordinary individuals to serve them, leading to the flourishing of their territory and an increase in the number of ninjas. This surge became a source of concern for the neighboring lord, who began to fear potential extreme actions from them. Thus commenced the calamity, the greatest internal strife within the Land of Fire, alongside one of its most significant conspiracies, known as the Rebellion of Fire and Moon, which propelled their clan toward annihilation. For years ago, when this young girl had yet to form a clear sense of self, her family faced utter devastation, resulting in her father's demise. This marked the onset of assaults against the Tsukisen clan. This time, they could not withstand the growing pains of their ascendants and became victims of destruction. The clan leader perished, and those who aspired to succeed him were unable to meet the daimyo again, facing various forms of persecution. Without the daimyo's recognition, the succession ceremony could not be held, and the lands belonging to the Tsukisen would become unclaimed territory if the last bloodline were to vanish. Qingyu was left in the care of an elderly loyal servant, the sole bearer of her inheritance rights. Many awaited her demise, those who desired to usurp her, those wishing for the extinction of the Tsukisen ideals, and those driven by their own ambitions. Qingyu could not directly claim her inheritance, fearing a fate similar to before, and with no viable alternatives, they resorted to a ruse. The servant planned to sacrifice their life to enable Qingyu to ascend. During the succession ceremony, before all of the Land of Fire's populace, the lords dared not violate the profound laws of the land, and to the daimyo, as long as there was no large-scale chaos or conflict, she remained indifferent to the turmoil below. Moreover, the world consists of more than just the Land of Fire. Despite its might, it cannot act with impunity, at least not without leaving overt evidence. Perhaps, in the future, they could resort to assassination and other clandestine methods, much like the approach taken against Qingyu's predecessor. Yet, that is a matter to contemplate later. Do you wish to become the new lord? May listened to the tale and felt that much had been conveyed in a succinct manner. Now, what of revenge? Listening to this is indeed rather intriguing. Yes, I aspire to become the new lord, seeking vengeance to obliterate this flawed world, this erroneous system. Apart from the might of our esteemed clan, the rationale behind their assaults on us lies in our actions, which have threatened their positions. As the common folk acquire greater power, they become weakened, and in their frailty, we shall exact our revenge. Oh, they shall pay for the sins of this misguided world. As a fellow ninja, you must comprehend the current state of affairs. Frankly, I remain oblivious. May shrugged once more, nonchalantly responding, I've told you, I rarely venture beyond the village. Since I was 10, I have treaded the battlefield. And after gradually withdrawing from it in recent years, I have not departed from the village. Is that so? After sharing so much with you, do you truly grasp nothing? Qingyu seemed to lose her train of thought, closing her eyes and stating, just do as you wish, I despise pain. Is that so? After listening, May merely nodded and then approached her. It is entirely natural for Qingyu to await her impending demise. She had ventured forth with the understanding of the mortal peril involved. In truth, the moment she chose to align herself with the village of Konoha, everything came to an end. That ninja village is indeed steeped in profound decay. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted and hoisted onto a shoulder. Weighing less than 60 pounds, it would be wise for you to consume more sustenance. Mei stretched her limbs slightly. She now weighed a little over 90 pounds, thanks to her regular training, which had fortified her physique. Then, she executed the body flicker technique. Her body surged forward with remarkable speed as wind-based chakra coalesced around her legs, further enhancing her velocity. What do you intend to do? Handing me over alive to the Umbu? My shadow clone has reported that Orochimaru and his associates have already detected our anomaly. With your servant deceased, we must depart. The game of hide and seek is about to commence. Chapter 20. The plan with the embrace of Mei. Qingyu advanced at an accelerated pace. Though Qingyu felt quite unwell and even succumbed to nausea on 2 occasions, she swiftly recovered through the art of palm healing. The young girl, though remarkably resilient, indeed presented quite a conundrum. Subsequently, Qingyu encountered an extraordinary being. For the following days, Mei hardly paused for respite, requiring neither sustenance nor refreshment. She embarked on her journey with relentless vigor, scarcely needing rest, save for brief intermissions to allow Qingyu's beleaguered body to recuperate. It was as though she possessed boundless energy, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary human, and certainly beyond that of the pursuing ninjas. In other words, even formidable adversaries like Orochimaru would find themselves outpaced. Initially devoid of hope, Qingyu's perspective began to shift, filled with astonishment. Who exactly are you? I am Mei of Konoha. What is your surname? I do not know. I have no surname. Mei possesses no surname, and she believes it unnecessary, having grown accustomed to it over the years. Unless she were to marry in the future, at which point she would adopt her husband's surname, though she remains indifferent to this matter. Love, after all, arrives in its own time. Qingyu refrained from probing further. There is no need for a despondent demeanor. A name is merely a label. Should she wish, she could adopt another name, perhaps that of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, her son Yukon. What peculiar names! However, I am indeed familiar with the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki lineage, both renowned. The Uchiha clan is well known in Konoha, while the Uzumaki clan, hailing from the land of whirlpools, though equally illustrious, has reportedly perished in an attack, much like her own family. Yet, who is Sun Wukong? You may consider it the name of the Four Tails, Mei shrugged, certainly not revealing it to be from the neighboring Dragon Ball set. Are you planning to take me there directly? Indeed, this is the swiftest route, Mei replied decisively. Once you become the Lord, those who dare to act against you will need to reconsider. At the very least, they cannot do so openly. Yet, the demise of the former Tsuchikage still lingers, casting a shadow of unease. Enough now. This is devoid of significance. Qingyu sat on the ground, initiating conversation, a rarity for her. I am but a child, unknown to anyone. Even if I were to approach them, I might still face assassination. That is indeed a valid point. While bloodline power can be verified through ritual, assassination is often elusive. I had thought you were prepared. Mei regarded Qingyu and remarked, to venture for the position of Lord without any preparation is quite audacious. This is not without preparation. We intended to arrive just before the commencement, minimizing their potential for extreme reactions. However, we find ourselves cornered, facing a choice to forsake everything belonging to the Tsuchikage family or seek vengeance for it all. Sounds promising, then let us proceed. Mei was oblivious to her own stance, as well as to the sentiments of Konoha village. To be candid, her understanding and interest in the Land of Fire were rather limited. The mere thought of the looming presence of a formidable entity known as Kaguya Otsutsuki caused her considerable distress. Kaguya possessed extraordinary chakra, and from Mei's perspective, she appeared utterly uninterested in engaging in combat. Furthermore, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself inexplicably constrained by the forces of yin and yang. The aftermath of Obito's demise, coupled with Kaguya's recent resurrection and her insufficient chakra accumulation, meant that, were it not for these circumstances, Naruto and Sasuke would stand little chance against her. It must be noted that the abilities associated with the bloodline limit were extraordinarily potent. In Mei's opinion, the subsequent appearances of Kinshiki and Momoshiki fell significantly short of Kaguya's prowess. At least they still seemed to belong to the realm of humanity. In reality, the combined strength of Naruto and Sasuke paled in comparison to Kaguya's might. The two should have been contending against the reincarnated Uchiha Madara, rather than Kaguya herself. This implies that the future titans of the Hidden Leaf, Naruto and Sasuke, possessed individual strengths roughly equivalent to, or perhaps slightly superior to, that of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Madara. While they would undoubtedly find no rivals in the ordinary ninja world, they were not particularly formidable within the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. At the very least, they could not hope to best the sage himself. This cannot continue, Qingyu stated earnestly, fixing Mei with a serious gaze. Although I do not comprehend your motivation to assist me, I can offer neither promises nor rewards. Nonetheless, if you wish to persist, I can provide a suggestion. How audacious of you to say so. You offer nothing yet expect me to work for you. How shameless, Mei retorted. Go ahead, if it piques my interest. I might consider it. I cannot appear immediately. I can only do so on the day of my succession. At that time, the atmosphere will be electric. As long as I can establish my legitimacy before all, even the feudal lord must acknowledge it. I understand that you possess means for self-verification. However, such verification requires witnesses. Otherwise, you cannot inherit the lordship, for those who do not recognize or validate your identity may seek to eliminate you. Without recognition, you must bear whatever stigma they impose upon you. TSK, the hearts of those who dabble in politics are indeed treacherous. Mei nodded. These matters were indeed quite troublesome. She possessed a unique chakra that allowed her to discern truth from falsehood, facilitating her own deductions. However, it would be prudent to refrain from attempting to match the strategic acumen of figures like Guojia or Sima Yi, since you have articulated your stance so clearly. I shall continue to fulfill my mission. Upon hearing Mei's words, Qingyu cast a somewhat curious glance in her direction. In truth, she had yet to comprehend why Mei chose to assist her. If it were merely for the sake of her mission, it was undoubtedly a failure. Furthermore, should she continue to aid her, there was a distinct possibility that she might become a rogue ninja of Konoha. The 5 great ninja villages maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards rogue ninjas. While the private dynamics remained unclear, the public face bore the weight of relentless pursuit from all ninja villages and nations. Why would you choose to act in this manner? Qingyu found herself unable to fully grasp it. She could not readily accept the goodwill of others. This, however, seemed inconsequential to Mei, who dismissed it lightly, stating, "Let us proceed according to your plan. We shall commence shortly." Chapter 21. 1 month later, is that so? The third Hokage began to experience a twinge of concern. Allowing Mei to embark on a mission had led to unforeseen complications. To put it plainly, the task itself was fraught with issues. It was absolutely imperative that such power did not fall into the hands of other nations. You understand this, don't you, Hisashi? If she were to betray Konoha, we must retrieve her at all costs. Even in this very moment, even Danzo refrained from uttering the word kill. Hand her over to me. I possess the means to transform her power into that of Konoha. Rijan found himself momentarily lost in contemplation. He reminisced about the first time he encountered Mei. Even during her days at the Ninja Academy, he was already aware of her existence. Mei was an exceptionally unique ninja. During her inaugural combat encounter, her extraordinary abilities became evident. In the lower ranks of the academy, most students seldom employed ninjutsu, yet Mei stood out as remarkably formidable, excelling in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. It was not until she faced the strongest of her cohort that her ninjutsu revealed an astonishing property of chakra. The destructive potential of her techniques paled in comparison to the healing effects derived from chakra. Furthermore, she lacked control over this healing phenomenon. Following a series of preliminary human tests, Konoha found no peculiarities. Her chakra, when infused into another's body, facilitated their recovery. However, even when employing the heart-to-heart technique, the individual she exchanged with was unable to utilize chakra of the same nature. Even if that person inhabited her body, they could not harness her chakra. This rendered her an extraordinary being with a distinctive constitution. Consequently, under Rijan's insistence, Mei was afforded protection. Her flourishing development can be attributed significantly to the third Hokage, as numerous individuals in Konoha benefited from his patronage, with Mei being one of the most valuable among them. From the tender age of 10, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, Mei had already plunged into the throes of war. Though shielded by layers of protection, she saved countless lives. Despite her rank as a chunin, she garnered substantial acclaim within the village. The third Hokage even enlisted Tsunade to incorporate Mei into the ranks, and Tsunade recognized her exceptional potential. Most importantly, Mei had saved Dan. Following this act, Tsunade held Mei in high regard, treating her as a disciple and contemplating formally taking her under her wing. However, she discerned that while Mei was naturally inclined towards support, she harbored ambitions of becoming a DS. Therefore, although she imparted medical ninjutsu to Mei, she chose not to formally accept her as a disciple, instead appointing Dan to instruct her. Of course, Mei's mastery of the etherealization technique was sanctioned by Konoha as higher-ups, ultimately intended to enhance her healing capabilities. During the cessation of hostilities, Mei remained comfortably within Konoha, no longer necessitating her presence on the battlefield. While she occasionally undertook minor missions, she never relinquished her training, continually enhancing her physical prowess. Through sheer dedication to taijutsu, she had attained a level commensurate with the Jonin. Her aspiration to take the Jonin examination was met with Rijan's approval, though it was evident that others opposed it. Believing that Mei's growing strength would render her increasingly uncontrollable, they insisted she should merely continue fulfilling her designated role. Agreed. Agreed. Regardless of whether Mito Menon and T-Shin-Kei Haru have chosen to agree, these two individuals serve as the highest advisors of Konohagakure. Although they do not directly engage in the governance and management of the village, their influence on the Hokage is profound. Additionally, as bridges between the village and the Land of Fire, they also represent and promote certain ideals emanating from the Land of Fire. Even the third Hokage is constrained. For the daimyo holds the power of direct appointment over the Hokage, necessitating that the latter consider the opinions of these advisors. I dissent. At this moment, however, Hizashi boldly voiced his opposition, stating that she is a member of the village, and our actions may yield no benefit. I believe negotiation is the most prudent course. Hizashi, do you comprehend what Mei's abilities could signify if they fell into the hands of other nations? Danzo's gaze bore into Hizashi with a chilling seriousness. Should that power be wielded on the battlefield by adversarial nations, do you grasp the extent of the sacrifices we would incur? The hostile nations, in truth, remain oblivious to Mei's existence. Those who have witnessed her abilities on the battlefield are already deceased. Furthermore, unless subjected to thorough study, her capabilities remain concealed, as Mei is unlikely to deploy her jutsu against her own kin. Thus, as long as Mei has not previously established contact with other nations, the situation should not pose a grave threat. I agree to the pursuit, but we must first investigate the veracity of the matter. I do not believe Mei would betray Konoha. Her actions constitute betrayal, Danzo asserted, though he too doubted Mei's treachery, suspecting she might have succumbed to temptation or persuasion. Yet, when addressing Hizashi, he could not express such leniency, as he felt it necessary to adopt a stringent approach. Regardless, our perspectives align on the issue of pursuit. Let us take action. Indeed, her power is of great value. We must capture her, monitor her, and ascertain that she harbors no intentions of betraying Konoha. The opinions of others remained unchanged, and the third Hokage sighed deeply. Then let us apprehend her for the time being. I shall undertake this mission myself. Danzo willingly stepped forward, his interest piqued by Mei's unique abilities. Although Konoha had failed to unlock their secrets, it did not preclude him from conducting his own research prior to her return to the village. As the third Hokage attempted to intervene, he was swiftly interrupted. So be it. Hizashi, you must also reflect upon the responsibilities that your position demands. Indeed, as Hokage, one must not allow personal sentiments to cloud judgment. Two advisors once again expressed their resolute opinions. They, alongside Hizashi, belong to the same era and do not warrant excessive reverence. They were merely the guardians of the second generation, with Tobirama having established Hizashi's position. At this very moment, the third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. His personal disposition is not that of a saint. However, witnessing the children he watched grow up in the village facing such dire circumstances indeed weighs heavily on his heart. He remains uncertain as to why Mei has acted in such a manner, currently attributing it to a momentary lapse of compassion upon learning the truth. One might describe Hizashi as indecisive, yet he is undeniably a good person. Mei, it seems you have gotten yourself into quite a predicament this time. Rijan let out a deep sigh within. Chapter 22, The Pursuit. Mei found herself in solitude, maintaining a low profile in the Land of Fire. She was acutely aware that her ability to remain concealed was limited. Within Konohagakure, the number of sensory-type ninjas was relatively sparse, predominantly belonging to prominent clans. A defining characteristic of sensory ninjas is their connection to secret techniques. The majority of Konohagakure's sensory ninjas are invariably linked to such esoteric arts, while the remainder are often associated with bloodline limits. Should someone attempt to track her down, it is highly probable that they would enlist the services of tracking-type ninjas, particularly those from the Inuzuka or Hyuga clans. After all, Mei had left behind a substantial amount of evidence in Konoha, making it relatively easy for them to pursue her. Consequently, Mei opted to part ways with the young girl, urging her to retreat into the forest until the time was right for action. Meanwhile, she could emerge with the assistance of her shadow clones. Her survival and likelihood of being discovered were dependent solely on fortune, while she could rely on chance. Mei could not afford such a luxury. she was likely to encounter numerous ninjas ahead. In fact, she had already dealt with several adversaries. Now, she was faced with both good and bad news. The good news was that the number of wandering ninjas was expected to decline significantly. The bad news was that those who would pursue her next would primarily be high-ranking ninjas from Konohagakure. This situation transcended mere missions and jade. It was a matter of Konoha's reputation and the issue of betrayal. As Mei continued to evade capture, she sensed that the chakra sentinels she had strategically placed in her vicinity had been triggered. These sentinels, deployed at specific points, served as chakra observation markers, releasing a harmless flow of chakra that was exceedingly subtle. The moment it made contact, Mei would perceive the shape of the target. This ability was an extension of her own chakra sensing capabilities. The time to act was upon her. Mei had certainly made preparations. Otherwise, even if the pursuers were to track her down, only one would likely arrive promptly. She deliberately set this arrangement to lure them in all at once. There were a total of 6 individuals, seemingly targeting her specifically. Orochimaru was absent, and the last person she encountered was not present either, suggesting they had yet to gather. This was a new team, and their identities remained unknown. It was also an opportunity to test whether the preparations she had meticulously crafted would yield any surprises. She departed from her hiding place, swiftly making her way outside. The 6 individuals hastily pursued her, but Mei did not run far, having left that area. She paused in a relatively open space. Nearly 2 minutes later, the individuals lurking in the shadows could no longer contain their impatience. Mei also took note of what had caught up to her. As it turned out, they were insects, members of the Yamanaka clan. She was not well acquainted with those prominent families. Within Konoha, there existed numerous ninja clans, each possessing their own unique jutsu. She wondered who these individuals were. The Yamanaka clan was not small in number, and many had become ninjas. Who among them was sent this time? Were they from the Umbu or the Root? Given her status as a potentially defecting ninja, it was certain that only those of a certain caliber would be dispatched. It was not mere boastfulness. Konoha placed significant value on her unique abilities and would never relinquish them lightly. For ninjas positioned themselves around her from 4 directions, while the remaining 2 kept their distance, hidden in the shadows, prepared to provide support. With 4 individuals taking the lead, they must have deemed it sufficient, especially since Mei was assessed to possess relatively weak combat prowess. 1 J-Nin accompanied by 3 special J-Nin, with 2 Ch-Nin concealed in the rear for assistance. This level of reinforcement was undoubtedly adequate. Mei's physical prowess is commendable. However, there exist numerous methods to counteract such skills. No matter how formidable one's combat abilities may be, unless one possesses comprehensive mastery akin to that of a bloodline limit, vulnerabilities will inevitably arise. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately conceal these weaknesses. Rather, it is often more advantageous to use one's own vulnerabilities to exploit the opponent. The Root differs from the Umbu, as their attire and duties diverge significantly. The presence of the Root signifies that Danzo has intervened, establishing himself as the orchestrator of this pursuit. How revolting. A small insect approaches, seemingly intent on stealthily burrowing into my clothing, utterly repulsive. Ye gave a slight pat to her waist, dispatching the insect with a swift motion. Indeed, the members of the Oil clan are rather unfriendly. Ye noticed that there were still numerous small insects surrounding her. Distinguishing them from ordinary bugs was quite simple. Those imbued with chakra belonged to the Oil clan, quite repulsive. Without hesitation, she took action. The Oil clan member, seeing Ye's complete lack of surprise, refrained from further commentary. However, he felt a twinge of anger at her tone, despite currently belonging to the Root. He still harbored some sentiments for the Oil family. This was merely a task. Bang! Before the other ninjas could react, Ye had already delivered a powerful kick to him. Unlike the specialized Jonin who focused on a singular aspect, this Oil clan member, being a Jonin himself, should have been more well-rounded. Yet even he struggled to keep pace with Ye's speed, rendering the others utterly helpless. The Oil clan member was sent sprawling, but just before the impact, a swarm of insects surged forth behind him, intercepting the blow. Mei did not pause. Other ninjas rushed forward, and Mei swiftly scanned her surroundings before taking action. Konoha's fist. Several special Jonin were sent flying. What was happening? Although it appeared that none of them were injured, Yuya found it quite perplexing. Wasn't it said that Mei's taijutsu had only just reached the Jonin level? Even if she were stronger than me, how could she be so formidable? Engaging 4 opponents simultaneously with taijutsu, this intelligence must be flawed. This person undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. She has concealed her true strength. Hearing such words is quite displeasing. I have never hidden my capabilities. Merely, I am in a phase of growth. Yae Miko formed hand seals with both hands, then summoned shadow clones. If something goes awry, please do not hold it against me. Mei unsheathed her ninja tools. Although her attacks were potent enough to wreak havoc on their internal organs, she refrained from doing so. In fact, she had yet to unleash the formidable strength of Tsunade. Had she done so, her first strike could have rendered the members of the Yamanaka clan incapacitated, shattering their ribcages in the process. Miyuki still wishes to offer them a chance. If her adversaries were from the Umbu, she likely would not harbor any murderous intent. For though the members of the Umbu are notoriously obstinate, they nonetheless pledge their loyalty to Konoha's light. There is no need for her to irrevocably offend Konoha. Conversely, those from the root have succumbed to self-deception. Under the guise of rescuing Konoha, they have become its greatest destroyers. It can be asserted that without Danzo and his root, Konoha would be spared numerous troubles. He believes himself to be the bearer of Konoha's darkness, yet in truth, he burdens the village as a whole. Although this does not directly pertain to her, now that this darkness has descended upon her, Miyuki is determined to retaliate. She unfurls the scroll she carries, revealing a character for sword at its center. Let the battle commence. Chapter 23. Unexpected Developments. Mei discovered that the special Jonin were indeed below her expectations. In fact, the disparity in strength between the ordinary special Jonin and the Chunin was not as vast as she had imagined. These special Jonin did not necessarily surpass the Chunin in certain aspects, and even among her contemporaries, there were likely a few who could contend with them, albeit not to the same extent as herself. As for Minato, unless faced with thousands of such individuals simultaneously, one could hardly hope to defeat him. Deploying myriad ninjas against the Raikage might yield some efficacy, yet pitting thousands against the wave wind Minato would yield an uncertain outcome. It could be said that, apart from the Raikage, no other ninja could be vanquished merely by overwhelming numbers. Rather, one must employ strategy, for otherwise, their A0E ninjutsu would inevitably eliminate you. Moreover, it was impossible to leave Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, unscathed. In the entire ninja world, there might exist those capable of defeating him, yet none could claim to kill him. In terms of survival capabilities, he surpassed Obito. Regrettably, she had aspired to learn the Flying Thunder God technique while at Konoha. If only she could master that jutsu, and perhaps even learn some of the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, she would undoubtedly feel immense joy. Alas, there are no ifs. After engaging in a battle that sufficiently reshaped the terrain, Mei adeptly evaded an incoming ninjutsu from behind, skillfully maneuvering around the Oil Master's insect pursuit to position herself behind a beleaguered ninja. With a swift series of 4 strikes, she incapacitated him, causing the already injured ninja to collapse under the weight of her assault. They were simply unable to land a blow on her. Mei could sense the attacks of her adversaries. Those insects flitting about were firmly within her awareness. To confront sensory-type ninjas, the most effective strategy was to exceed their speed and overpower them with sheer strength. In truth, most sensory ninjas, due to their focus on perception, faced limitations in combat prowess. Among the sensory ninjas Mei was aware of, perhaps the most formidable was the second Tsuchikage in terms of combat capability. Yet, Mei's expectations were not met. The root members were on the verge of psychological collapse, unable to fathom the true strength of their opponent. In the village, Mei is an unremarkable nin, yet her unique abilities render her remarkably exceptional. However, it is surprising that despite her prowess, she remains merely at the level of a nin, seldom engaging in conflict or forming extensive social connections within the village. Unbeknownst to others, she has been concealing her true potential and strength. Her vast chakra reserves have never necessitated concealment, as they are primarily utilized for restoration, allowing her talents to go unnoticed. Even in the realm of physical combat, her strength is astonishing. Yet, this is where her advantage reaches its limit. The Jonin of the Oil Woman clan suffers the most grievous injuries, having absorbed the brunt of Mei's assaults. Nonetheless, he is simultaneously refining and replenishing his own chakra during their skirmish. Although he reveals little, some chakra inevitably flows into Mei's body. While mending his wounds proves arduous, extracting chakra from his insects presents no challenge. He spreads his arms wide, invoking the secret technique, bloodthirsty insects. These creatures thrive by consuming blood and chakra to augment their own strength, with their power gradually returning to him. He had strategically positioned these insects around, yet their direct assaults pose no threat to Mei. Thus, he decides to utilize them for his own benefit. As the battle unfolds, he grows stronger, becoming increasingly formidable. The accumulated energy is now sufficient. He channels it to enhance his physical prowess, striving to match Mei's speed. Her reflexes are astute. The moment one performs hand seals, she discerns the nature of the ninjutsu and reacts accordingly. The two ninjas, covertly observing from behind, join the fray, employing ninjutsu and tools. Yet, Mei effortlessly deflects their efforts, demonstrating her ability to sense their presence and anticipate their movements. Most remarkably, she employs a peculiar technique she refers to as the 8 gates. This intelligence is invaluable. He discreetly sends one of his subordinates away to relay this information to his leader, Danzo. Under this technique, her exceptional physical capabilities are further amplified, and her body flicker technique moves with such swiftness that it becomes nearly imperceptible. In hindsight, he realizes he should have summoned a member of the Hyuga clan, renowned for their superior dynamic vision and prowess in physical combat. The time is drawing near. Mei tilted her head slightly, casting a glance at the few particularly formidable jonin who were struggling to resist, as well as their commanding jonin. She exhaled deeply, reflecting on the prolonged battle. Despite her chakra being relatively intact, her petite frame was beginning to feel the strain. Although she had her own chakra as a reserve, fatigue still weighed heavily upon her. In one hand, she wielded a short blade, while the other grasped a wind shuriken. Scattered across the ground lay a plethora of ninja tools, some intact and others damaged. The terrain was uneven, marred by the marks left from the ninjutsu unleashed during the skirmish, and the surrounding foliage lay flattened, a testament to the fierce encounters that had transpired along the way. In order to test her abilities, Mei refrained from unleashing her full strength. Otherwise, many of these wounds would have struck at their vital points. This was not her chakra's surgical blade, which could prove fatal. Nevertheless, it sufficed. She had confirmed that her current capabilities were adequate to handle a squad led by an ordinary jonin, provided they did not possess an advantage over her. However, if faced with a counter, the situation could become significantly dire. Yet, it was sufficient. It was time to conclude. A member of the Oil Woman clan declared, or rather, stated that it had already come to an end. He formed hand seals. Secret technique, blood offering. Suddenly, swarms of insects soared into the air, rushing toward him. And these swarms converged around him, even staining his chakra crimson. Wow, Mei uttered an exclamation devoid of real significance, deliberately pausing before expressing her curiosity. I never anticipated you possessed such a technique. It appears rather intriguing. Allow me to continue observing. Ye delayed her performance, observing the rising fervor of her opponent. This liberation bore a resemblance to the opening of a door. It possessed the dual characteristics of freeing oneself from constraints while simultaneously enhancing vitality. With an augmentation even surpassing that of the 8 gates, she deftly twirled the short blade in her hand and hurled the F-Ma shuriken into the air, nearly to gauge the situation. Chapter 24. Though 4 ninjas still surrounded her, the elite jonin had already lost a significant portion of their combat capability. Even the occasional toss of ninja tools posed no threat to her. The true threat lay with the heavily wounded leader. As a jonin, his resilience was naturally greater than that of an ordinary chunin, and the mere fact that he could still stand was testament to his fortitude. In terms of injuries, Ye was actually more grievously wounded than anyone present. However, it was evident to even the most oblivious observer that her condition was extraordinary. As a medical ninja, both her health and chakra reserves were remarkably robust, and she possessed the ability to heal herself. Her lack of self-treatment spoke volumes. The F-Ma shuriken split midair. Yet this probing attack was effortlessly deflected by her opponent. To be candid, in the world of ninjas, Ye had scarcely encountered anyone who had fallen to ninja tools. Thus, she was eager to discover who would be the first jonin to perish at the hands of her thrown weapon. Mei charged forward with her blade, and this time it was markedly different. The enhancement of her attributes was comprehensive. However, the advantage lay in the temporary inability of those insects to interfere. It was indeed surprising that a member of the Aburame clan would adopt such a combat style. Engaging directly in a head-on confrontation was far from the typical behavior expected from the Aburame clan. Although they undoubtedly undergo physical training, as any elite ninja would, the reliance of the Aburame clan on insects for their jutsu raises the question, without their insects, do they possess any other techniques? Even in a mere contest of physical prowess, Mei found herself feeling an unexpected pressure. The weight of her opponent's kunai left her momentarily stunned. The strength of the ninja before her had at least doubled, placing them among the upper echelon of elite shinobi. The pace of this enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. Undoubtedly, this individual surpassed Mei's current capabilities. In their initial clash, Mei felt a tingling numbness in her hands. It was crucial to remember that her weapon was a short blade while her opponent wielded only a kunai. Moreover, this was not even a full-force engagement. After merely 3 strikes, Mei was compelled to retreat, forcefully pushed back. Had she not done so, her weapon would have either shattered or slipped from her grip. In fact, her short blade had already begun to show signs of cracking, nearing its breaking point. The ache in her arm was a testament to the overwhelming force exerted against her. While this weapon lacked the ability to channel immense strength, otherwise, it would have been rendered useless in an instant. One must also avoid colliding directly with the opponent's weapon, as that would be tantamount to self-destruction. The question remained, while her strength was inadequate, what of her speed? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Mei sensed that her opponent was on the verge of materializing behind her. Yet, she managed to keep pace, with a swift horizontal motion of her blade. She prepared to block the impending attack. However, midway through her defense, her weapon collided with the opponent's shuriken. Stumbling slightly, she was compelled to leap backward, creating some distance. Although this adversary had matched her speed, their technique revealed no significant advancement, remaining well within her perceptive range. If it continued in this manner, she believed she could handle the situation adequately. As Mei contemplated this, she suddenly caught sight of her opponent forming hand seals. It was so swift. The speed of the seals was astonishing. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing Mei entirely and resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent plumes of smoke swirling into the air. Amidst the billowing dust, Mei's figure emerged. Her short blade shattered and charred, leaving a distinct mark upon the ground. Had she truly fallen behind this time? Before she could even catch her breath, she sensed a surge of chakra approaching from behind. She turned, but only managed to pivot halfway before a fierce kick struck her underarm, sending her crashing back into the cloud of smoke. Upon landing, Mei did not pause. She immediately supported herself to rise, for she understood that yielding at that moment would equate to defeat. Regardless of the circumstances, she must persist in her struggle. Of course, it may not solely be a struggle, yet her opponent was indeed advancing. How about it, Mei? This must be quite uncomfortable for you. Surrender quickly. At this juncture, attempts to persuade her to yield continued. Her adversary, too, bore severe wounds, making it preferable to conclude the confrontation swiftly, as this secret technique exerted a considerable toll on her, with potential repercussions that could be quite severe. Mei remained silent, rising to her feet. Her insides felt slightly displaced. The impact was substantial, and she had indeed sustained an injury. However, this did not impede her ability to fight. The dagger had shattered, a loss of weaponry anticipated in the heat of battle. One must never underestimate a ninja, for even an unknown passerby could unleash a sudden onslaught, truly astonishing. While somewhat unexpected, it was time for her to take the situation more seriously. She raised the broken dagger, and suddenly a surge of green chakra erupted forth. This was a commonplace technique involving chakra attachment and nature transformation. The wind-release nature transformation enhanced the weapon's lethality and extended its reach, providing a significant boost in power, one capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere tofu. Though her opponent witnessed this transformation, they did not react with alarm, for it was hardly surprising that Mei possessed such abilities. This individual could utilize nearly all forms of elemental ninjutsu, much like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had it not been for her unique physique, she might have become an exceptional ninjutsu-focused ninja. Yet, she was different. Her chakra was akin to a surgical scalpel, capable of mending internal injuries. Was she preparing to replenish her strength? He chuckled inwardly, harboring no intention to evade, planning instead to capture Mei directly. However, despite his thoughts, he dared not be complacent. His current state could not be sustained for long. A swift resolution was imperative. Yet, before he could make a move, he found Mei suddenly advancing towards him, her blade slicing through the air with lethal intent. Instantly, he raised his weapon to block. But as the kunai and short sword met, he was taken aback to discover that his kunai was severed with ease, as if it were mere tofu, cleaved by the chakra-infused blade. This was the sharpness of wind nature transformation, a quality that was anything but ordinary. He felt as if his throat had been slit in an instant. She was capable of even greater speed. Her nature transformation possessed lethal power that must be reported immediately. Regrettably, he had little opportunity left. Striking when least expected, in a mere exchange, Mei beheaded her opponent. Of course, intelligence played a significant role. Their preconceived notions of her had been overly rigid. At this moment, her long-standing plans finally bore some fruit. Chapter 25. Examination. The scene revealed 5 lifeless bodies, including the unfortunate captain and several other executed ninjas. No one escaped, except for one who fled midway, and that was under orders. The Roots feared not death, placing orders above all else. Their demise was purportedly for the sake of Konoha, but in truth, it was merely for Danzo's selfish desires. Now, Orochimaru and his cohort had arrived, only to find the entire support team annihilated in under an hour. The ground was littered with the carcasses of numerous insects, grotesquely dismembered, their bodily fluids pooling around them. It appeared that the leader of the Aburame clan had employed his trump card, yet still faced defeat. What sort of wound was this? It seemed to bear the marks of a close-range assault by miniature gust of wind. An Umbu accompanying Orochimaru examined the penetrated injury, which exhibited a twisted, spiral form. Was this a type of wind nature jutsu? Orochimaru, intrigued, began to study the wound. Little did he know that for Mei, the Rasengan was the only technique in the entire Naruto universe with a detailed learning process. She had dedicated a bit of time to mastering this jutsu. It was a signature technique. How could she not know it? Looking around at the traces of battle, Orochimaru had to concede that Mei's performance was astonishing. It seemed his instincts were correct. She had indeed held back, and it appeared she possessed a talent for developing jutsu. He had initially believed her abilities lay solely in her exceptional learning capacity, which only deepened his curiosity. However, it seemed she did not fully trust Konoha. This raised the question, had she become so vigilant due to some revelation? Upon reflecting on this matter, Orochimaru furrowed his brows. It seems prudent to refrain from returning her to Konoha, otherwise, she may resort to self-destruction and divulge everything. Although the human experimentation phase was sanctioned by the third Hokage and supported by Danzo, it is best not to publicize it within the village, as opponents of the village would surely seize the opportunity. For instance, the Uchiha clan. Alternatively, one might consider handing her over to Danzo. These are all viable options. Yet the paramount issue remains the necessity of locating her. Moreover, this time there can be no dispersal. Should they separate, the outcome may mirror that of others. Orochimaru himself is untroubled, but those who accompany him may fall victim to Mei's wrath. Elevating her threat level, she is at least in A-rank danger. And she may have accomplices. The members of the Yamashiro clan spoke with grave seriousness, indicating she is likely affiliated with Konoha. When he uttered this statement, he even cast a glance at Orochimaru. Why not entertain a bolder hypothesis? Orochimaru, aware of the suspicion directed at him, surprisingly felt neither anger nor indignation. Instead, he responded with an intriguing tone, noting that she concealed herself more profoundly than any of them could fathom. Her chakra does not merely possess healing properties. She is capable of using it offensively, yet it has never been leaked. Furthermore, she has stealthily mastered certain forbidden techniques in jutsu. That is implausible. If that were the case, the third Hokage would undoubtedly have discovered it. The members of the Umbu and Root are not originally aligned. Hence the reference here pertains to the current third Hokage. The sealing scroll remains a secret, and any attempt to pilfer it would be bound to attract notice. Even if not caught in the act, it would soon be detected. Mizuki dared not take action himself, opting instead to send Naruto to steal it, fearing the relentless pursuit of Konoha's ninja. Indeed, I can only surmise that she possesses some clandestine means of acquiring knowledge, perhaps a pair of Sharingan, though this is merely conjecture. Additionally, her physical prowess should exceed expectations significantly. Apart from her, the others bear purely physical injuries, indicating she possesses the capability to unleash her latent potential. It must be acknowledged that Orochimaru's deductions are quite alarming, based on the circumstances at the scene. He has made remarkably accurate assumptions, reconstructing much of the battle-esque dynamics. However, these scenarios remain speculative and cannot be confirmed, thus others are naturally free to doubt. Of course, as ninjas, one cannot dismiss such possibilities, yet this starkly contrasts with their past impressions of Mei, rendering it somewhat difficult to accept in an instant. What shall we do next? Shall we continue the pursuit? It is up to you. Orochimaru picked up the severed kunai, deep in thought. As a disciple of the third Hokage, his mastery lay in various elemental ninjutsu. He was the third's direct successor, effortlessly wielding an array of ninjutsu techniques. Moreover, his exceptional prowess was exemplified in the art of summoning, with the formidable serpent from the Ryuchi cave being his summoning beast. Among the legendary three ninjas, his summoning beast was the most powerful, capable of contending with the other two without faltering. Though he had yet to master the simultaneous use of 5 elemental techniques, he knew it was only a matter of time. Within 20 years at most, his strength would rival that of the third Hokage today. His profound understanding of ninjutsu led him to deduce that the kunai in his hand bore the cutting effect of wind release. This implied that during the battle, May might have employed wind release, and it was indeed this very technique that severed the captain's neck. If May had accomplices, the situation might have been more manageable. If not, the seemingly unassuming girl who had been in the village for years had concealed her true capabilities exceptionally well. He formed a plan in his mind. However, he doubted that anyone would heed his words. Over the years, a rift had begun to form between him and the third Hokage. Although the third supported human experimentation and the research on Hashirama's cells, he was vocally critical of the sacrifices incurred, insisting that such experiments be conducted only under stringent safety measures, a stance that Orochimaru and Danzo vehemently opposed. Ultimately, however, the third Hokage's authority was unassailable, and Orochimaru and Danzo's dissent proved futile. They could not match his power. Nevertheless, what truly concerned Orochimaru was the pursuit of immortality. He had witnessed too much death during the wars, and on several occasions he had narrowly escaped death himself. Had Hanzo of the Salamander been prepared to engage the third in a fight to the death back then, the legendary three ninjas might have perished in that encounter. Since that time, he had become increasingly preoccupied with the concept of life. Yet, in comparison to the lives of others, he was far more invested in his own survival. He even harbored intentions of rejuvenating the third Hokage, bringing him back to his prime. If his techniques could achieve that, it would pose no challenge. Chapter 26. The ritual. A month swiftly passed, during which May encountered the Leaf's shinobi on several occasions. But these were not significant issues, as the Leaf's ninjas found themselves unable to keep pace with her. Orochimaru even suspected that she had intentionally revealed herself to attract their attention, underestimating her capabilities. When she truly ran, he found himself unable to pursue her. This individual possessed formidable counter-tracking abilities, as even his summoning beast could not detect her trail. An exceptional sensory ninja, she could sense their location beforehand. A skilled medical ninja could effortlessly heal her wounds. And a powerful combat ninja could eliminate an elite team led by a root captain. Thus, if she chose to leave, her departure would indeed represent an immeasurable loss for the Leaf. However, the Leaf shinobi were not particularly worried at this moment. The true crux lay in the following month, when May would undoubtedly venture to the Land of Fire with the Tsuchikage's granddaughter for her succession. In reality, this had little to do with the success or failure of the mission, as the task had effectively been abandoned. Although the Leaf's actions were morally questionable, the world of ninjas prioritized gain over ethics. The society of adults was ruthlessly unforgiving. May was a uniquely dedicated ninja, and she would undoubtedly attend. Tsunade had previously mentioned that she would come personally, though it was unlikely she would arrive today. Orochimaru possessed a fleeting understanding of May's circumstances. However, it was Tsunade and the third Hokage who held deeper insights into her personal affairs. Nevertheless, for the sake of the ritual, May was compelled to bring the Tsuchigumo clan to this location. This indicated that today she would indeed escort the Tsuchigumo clan, driven by the necessity to fulfill the inheritance ceremony. Whether it be herself or a member of the Tsuchigumo clan, the assassination of one would suffice. However, should a Tsuchigumo appear here, the Konoha ninjas would hesitate to act overtly. Not even Danzo would dare to do so, for fear of arousing the suspicions of the daimyo. If he were to lose the daimyo's trust, Danzo's position would be undeniably at risk. If he dared to assassinate an elder today, would he not also be emboldened to target me tomorrow? Given his usual demeanor, once his status was compromised, his life would undoubtedly hang in the balance. The daimyo held the purse strings of Konoha, essentially overseeing the finances of the Land of Fire. Even Konoha was required to pay taxes annually, needing to fulfill certain criteria to be exempted. Of course, subsidies were consistently provided, but their magnitude depended on Konoha's performance. In recent years, with no wars to speak of, subsidies had decreased by a third. However, while Konoha refrained from taking action, others were certainly unconcerned. The bounty on the Tsuchigumo clan was substantial, and there would undoubtedly be audacious individuals willing to risk their lives to claim the reward. After all, this bounty could likely be considered a mere promissory note. And why not seize the opportunity? As for May, she had already become a fugitive. Even if Konoha could not lay hands on the Tsuchigumo clan, they could certainly apprehend May without issue, capturing her and bringing her back. The act of killing members of the Umbu, knowing they were affiliated with Konoha and Root, constituted a genuine act of treachery, one that even the third Hokage could not safeguard her against. She would surely be scorned within the village. Although the workings of Root remained shrouded in obscurity to outsiders, May was perceived as having slaughtered several Umbu, further complicating her situation. Thus, It was evident that she had no intention of returning to Konoha. Therefore, she must be captured and brought back at any cost. Strangely enough, even now, the sensory ninjas had yet to detect her presence. The number of ninjas dispatched from the village had already swelled significantly. One might say that half of the Land of Fire had ninjas searching for her whereabouts, and she had even made it onto the black markets list. Of course, the list had existed prior, but it had been updated this time, with a staggering bounty of 50 million. An unfathomable sum, requiring her alive. Indeed, a deceased Mei would hold little value, whereas a living Mei was immensely valuable. However, considering that she had now mastered lethal ninjutsu, the enormous chakra residing within her could be harnessed effectively. If she were to develop it further, she would become a formidable force. One could only speculate to what extent she had progressed. Orochimaru's gaze returned to the present, surveying his surroundings. The succession ceremony of the Land of Fire was a moment for the Tsuchigumo clan to reclaim their rightful privileges. At this very moment, the city was teeming with people. And outside the daimyo's fortress, preparations were underway in the public square. Various individuals mingled, yet they remained under strict surveillance. Among the throngs of people, hidden observation points were established, with ninjas positioned throughout. The number of ninjas from Konoha and other regions, drawn by the bounty and other motives, was uncertain, but it was likely that far fewer were targeting the Tsuchigumo clan compared to those pursuing Mei. After all, a ninja with a bounty of 50 million was an exceedingly rare find in the black market. Moreover, she was among the scant few lacking the power of a Kage yet possessing value equivalent to one. What a lucrative prize she represented. On such a day, a diminutive figure dashed through the city. The two had parted ways. Only in this manner could they hope to accomplish their objectives, as the city was rife with ninjas. Leaving no room for complacency, they could not afford to be overly cautious. This was the crux of the issue. The square was filled with crowds, making her presence inconspicuous. She traversed the street and arrived at the square. Above her, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had commenced his proclamation. If the Tsuchigumo clan failed to arrive within 30 minutes to claim her rightful position, it would be deemed an automatic forfeiture. She spoke loudly, announcing the commencement of the waiting period, a promise she had made to another lord. After all, the counterpart had made a corresponding commitment. If Qingyu failed to inherit, she could claim half of the future yield from the Tuzan territory. With merely a flick of her tongue, why not seize the opportunity? Hidden amidst the crowd, Qingyu steeled herself and boldly stepped forward. Before she could complete her statement, two masked figures suddenly emerged from behind her, plunging daggers into her chest. A surge of blood erupted from the young girl's mouth, and gasps rippled through the surrounding crowd. Attention shifted to this scene on the high platform, where the daimyo appeared somewhat astonished. Behind her, a lord wore a peculiar smile, reflecting a thought. You are still too young, too impulsive. Knowing there are enemies here, you still jumped out so recklessly. Is that not courting death? In Chapter 27, Li Dai Tao Jiang, the daimyo exclaimed. Who dares to act so brazenly in the Land of Fire? Capture them. A fleeting expression of strangeness crossed her features, but was swiftly concealed as she began issuing orders anew. Initially, she had assumed that the two ninjas would escape upon completing their mission. However, to her surprise, they remained motionless. At that moment, she too was abruptly jostled aside. And beside her on the elevated platform, an elder approached and declared, Greetings to the people of the Land of Fire. I am Qingyu of the Tuzan clan, here to claim what rightfully belongs to me. Meanwhile, below the platform, as the crowd began to encircle, the two assassins noticed that their intended target was gradually transforming. Her figure elongated, becoming tall and exquisitely beautiful. Mei's lips were stained with blood, and her chest was pierced, a direct assault on her vital points. She grasped two blades and effortlessly snapped them in half, preventing the two ninjas from fleeing. Despite her hands being drenched in blood, she remained undeterred. With a swift motion, she thrust the broken daggers into the abdomens of the two ninjas, exacting lethal retribution upon them. Mei directed her focus to several critical areas of her body, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding while simultaneously employing healing techniques to mend her wounds. Her injuries rapidly began to heal, and atop the platform, she paid no heed to the commotion below, for the Tsukisumi clan had commenced their self-affirmation, disregarding those around them. A fiery emblem manifested in the palm of her hand, hovering in the air before her. As a noble of the Land of Fire, the essence of her lineage bore a mark of flame deep within her blood. This served as irrefutable evidence, an indelible testament that could not be taken away even by death, a proof existing solely within her heritage. In the next moment, the time for her transformation had elapsed, revealing her petite form as a 10-year-old girl to all present, a visage that would be etched into their memories. She was destined to become the youngest elder in the annals of the Land of Fire. I shall inherit the name of the Tsukisumi clan. I shall abide by the will of the Land of Fire, she declared from the platform, causing a flicker of surprise in the nearby daimyo. She discerned subtle differences in her words. The middle-aged daimyo of the Land of Fire smiled, detecting the nuances in Qingyu's speech. The overwhelming aura of killing intent gradually receded. Unexpectedly, if this were the case, then it was indeed favorable. Nobility has always been a conglomeration and compromise of interests, with no eternal enemies among the aristocracy. Thus, joining us is all that is required. The Tsukisumi clan had compromised. Qingyu refrained from commenting on the disturbances below. Nor did she express any thoughts on the successive appearances of ninjas around her. She merely fulfilled her ritual and embraced her role among the elders. It was not that she was indifferent to the occurrences below. Rather, she felt powerless to intervene. Stepping aside, someone instinctively draped the elder's robe over her shoulders. She closed her eyes, recalling her final conversation with Mei. On that day, Mei had also escaped from the throngs of ninjas, summoning a small slug to heal her injuries. Qingyu had encountered this slug once before. It had explicitly refused to be adversarial with the people of Konoha, persistently urging Mei to return and admit her wrongs, lest she be met with a punch from Tsunade that would leave her in disarray. Had it been any other summoning technique, such troubles might not have arisen. But the slug was different. The slug sage was the sole entity in the wet-bone forest. In truth, both Tsunade and Mei's summoning beasts belonged to this singular sage. She held immense respect for Tsunade, who possessed the Senju bloodline, and thus could never consent to betray Konoha. The wet-bone forest was even closer to Konoha than Myaboka Mountain. You are injured again. What has become of your chakra? With such wounds, you require no one else. Mei offered no response. After tending to the wound, she returned the slug without hesitation. Qingyu, observing her, wore an expression of deep concern. Your disregard for your own well-being places me in a difficult position. I am fine. The relationship between Mei and Qingyu is rather strained. Although they have spent a considerable amount of time together and Mei has continuously assisted Qingyu, the latter harbors no affection for the former. She consistently keeps her at arm's length, yet simultaneously saved her life, even going so far as to betray Konoha for her sake. Why would you go to such lengths for me? You are a ninja of Konoha. All you needed to do was hand me over, and you would have faced no repercussions. You are unaware of my aspirations, my intentions. Why then did you choose to rescue me? Our clan has already fallen into decline, and others seek our demise. I cannot comprehend it. Qingyu genuinely does not understand, and she is acutely aware that Mei is far from a paragon of virtue. When she takes a life, her eyes betray no flicker of hesitation. Having endured the ravages of war, her heart has been tempered like steel. I have heard tales of your family, and I am certain they extend beyond what has been shared. Would you care to enlighten me? Why would you find such trivial matters intriguing? Qingyu gazed at Mei, a fleeting shadow of pain crossing her features, only to be swiftly suppressed. Such emotions are inconsequential. First and foremost, I must caution you, young lady, that lying before me is utterly futile. Mei cast a sidelong glance at Qingyu and spoke slowly. I can discern whether you are being dishonest. A pang shot through Qingyu's heart, as if she had been laid bare, feeling as though her very garments were illusory, leaving her exposed with nothing but a racing heartbeat. In this world, it is the first time I have heard of someone considering the affairs of the common folk. Mei observed Qingyu, and I am quite curious about how your father met his end, since the feudal lord and the other elders dared not take action. Does that imply that those who did were neither ninjas nor nobles, but rather ordinary people? The so-called Fire Moon Rebellion can indeed be characterized as a tumultuous uprising, instigated by external influences against the Tushuan clan. The motivations behind such unrest may vary, be it for personal gain, the pursuit of power, or for matters deemed significant by those involved. The common folk of the territories, bewildered and uninformed, unwittingly found themselves embroiled in this upheaval, ultimately leading their lives to unravel anew. Chapter 28. The agreement. The events of that fateful day remain vividly etched in Qingyu's memory. Mei was not mistaken. It was indeed the ordinary citizens who sparked the insurrection. Should it have been an assassination orchestrated by ninjas, the Land of Fire would have been compelled to thoroughly investigate the matter, as the perpetrators could not remain concealed for long. Should Konoha village intervene directly, it would not only impact the instigators, but also grant Konoha the opportunity to meddle in the affairs of the feudal lords. Ninjas may serve as instruments, yet intervening in the affairs of power is an altogether different matter. However, If it were the commoners who acted, the repercussions would be negligible. In the aftermath, investigations confirmed this assertion. Moreover, 2 or 3 years prior to this incident, Qingyu's father had already taken measures to send her and his most trusted servant away. She had always been known as Qingyu, unaware of her lineage tied to the Tushuan clan until after her father's demise. Even she was oblivious to her own history, and others were even less informed. Only her loyal old servant held the truth, revealing it to her later on. He urged her to inherit everything. Yet she possessed little understanding of what that entailed, scarcely recognizing her own father and mother. Strangely, upon learning of the existence of this seemingly unfamiliar person, her heart plummeted into an abyss of sorrow. I, too, am at a loss as to why this feeling overwhelms me, why such profound sadness envelopes my being. May cast a glance at her, and then spoke. So, do you intend to inherit their will? I find myself in a state of uncertainty, unsure of what I ought to do. Qingyu, feeling somewhat lost, wiped her eyes and touched the abundance of tears, yet she felt nothing at all. Allow me to narrate a story. What do you think? As May tended to her wounds, she lowered her gaze and, in her usual tone, relayed to Qingyu that the tale began many years hence. You have not misjudged. The narrative pertains to Naruto and his family. However, since this story has yet to unfold, it remains unknown to all, rendering it almost incredulous. Nevertheless, Naruto's saga serves perfectly well as a source of inspiration for the soul. She briefly recounted the deeds of Naruto's parents, including her belief that the most unjustly lost individual in the annals of Hokage was none other than Minato Namikaze. Such matters may render memories of one's parents elusive, yet it is certain they loved you deeply, entrusting you with every opportunity for survival. Even if you choose not to inherit all that is theirs, it matters not. Your parents would not expect such a burden from you. For those belonging to large families, such sentiments are rare. Even in demise, they would not forsake the glory carried by their name. Qingyu's sorrow further encouraged May to embrace this notion, and she sensed an elusive, unique aura emanating from the girl. Something was communicating with her, an unspoken plea tugging at her consciousness. Initially, May had not recognized this connection, yet she felt the overwhelming emotions from that presence. She came to realize that this might represent a form of exchange. Although the specifics eluded her, it seemed that the world was gradually unveiling a layer of mystery. Qingyu and May conversed for an extensive duration, discussing matters pertaining to Qingyu's household, the actions of her family, and even delving into Qingyu's own essence. May engaged in a transaction that she perceived as entirely inequitable. Nevertheless, as the beneficiary, she felt no inclination to refuse. The scene shifts back to the present. Qingyu stands atop a high platform, surveying the encircling ninjas that have surrounded May. Her own tasks have been completed, leaving the entirety of May's responsibilities ahead, yet it remains uncertain how May will respond. It is evident that the distribution of labor between the two was inherently unjust, and one cannot fathom why May chose to shoulder such a burden. Despite this, an inexplicable trust began to blossom within Qingyu's heart. Let us depart, Tsuchi-sun clan. This place is too chaotic for children, she stated, completely indifferent to the skirmishes unfolding below among the ninjas. The other elders shared her apathy. With one final glance in May's direction, Qingyu chose to turn away. Meanwhile, May exhaled a sigh of relief. A multitude of ninjas, bodyguards, and various figures surged forth, their numbers likely exceeding 100. Moreover, those lurking in the shadows were undoubtedly more than mere onlookers. They comprised not only the denizens of Konohagakure but also other wandering ninjas, and May suspected the presence of additional parties among them. Seize her. Do not allow those individuals to approach her. The cacophony of voices echoed around her, yet in truth, not a soul was there to safeguard May. Whether from Konohagakure or elsewhere, they were all foes. The time was ripe. May glanced at her wounds. They had not yet healed. The healing technique had merely stemmed the bleeding, and her current recuperative ability was significantly inferior to what it had been. She evaded the assaults of the advancing figures as the number of ninjas continued to swell, and the guards employed nets in an attempt to ensnare her. Frankly, these nets were quite bothersome. Should one become ensnared, they could inflict various attacks, and given the ninjas' diverse array of tactics, it was prudent to avoid capture. May leapt onto a pillar, crouching atop it as she gazed down at the ninjas on the rooftops below, before rising to her full height. With both hands, she formed a series of seals. Wind release, pressure damage. A formidable sphere of wind erupted from her lips. There exists a common misconception regarding ninjutsu, namely that B-rank or C-rank techniques lack potency. In truth, as long as there is sufficient chakra to sustain them, various elemental chakras, once they reach the B rank level, possess the potential to shatter the first form of Susanoo. The pressure damage technique, classified as a wide-area lethal attack, is among the stronger wind-release ninjutsu within the B rank category. Although it served as an opening move, it left the onlookers utterly astonished. To everyone's astonishment, Mei demonstrated the ability to wield ninjutsu, and most notably, this technique proved lethal to two unsuspecting ninjas who could not evade its grasp, their lifeless forms now resting upon the ground. Fortunately, instinct afforded some the foresight to evade the attack. Had they adhered to the intelligence reports, they too might have met a similar fate. A profound crater now marred the earth as two houses lay reduced to mere rubble. While Mei's silhouette vanished within the swirling dust, her departure marked by an astonishing speed that left no trace. She fled, swiftly pursued. The time for the chase had arrived. Chapter 29. The White Fang of Konoha. Exiting the city proved to be a simple endeavor, for the majority of ninjas were reluctant to engage in battle within its confines. However, once beyond the village's borders, sensing ninjas quickly pinpointed Mei's location. One by one, the ambushing ninjas arrived at their designated positions. Some operated independently while others coordinated their efforts in an organized manner. Though they were not allies, their shared objective was to capture Mei. Yet, the task was far from straightforward. Solo operations were strictly prohibited, necessitating that any individual act in pairs, forming teams of 4, along with several other squads. Waves of ninjas surged forth, relentless in their pursuit. Mei stands at the forefront. Amidst this throng of pursuers, perhaps only a mere fraction, less than 1/10, might emerge as her adversaries. Nevertheless, even so, she must contend with at least 20 to 30 individuals. Even for a shadow, it is a formidable challenge to confront such a multitude of elite shinobi simultaneously. The risk of failure is palpable. Mei is unconcerned about potential setbacks. Yet she feels compelled to assess her own capabilities. Ideally, a one-on-one encounter would suffice, though 2 opponents would be her limit. The previous experience of facing 5 adversaries was indeed perilous. Upon reflection, it appears that the current generation of Root lacks competence. They are, without a doubt, the most inadequate cohort I have witnessed. This is hardly surprising, as the establishment of the current Root has occurred relatively recently. Furthermore, at this juncture, Danzo possesses no authority to exert his influence. Mei has encountered him on several occasions, and at this moment, the youthful Danzo is wholly devoted to Konoha, aspiring to lead it towards prosperity. Of course, he is unfit for the role of Hokage. His temperament does not align with such a noble character. Moreover, Mei holds no affection for him whatsoever. Stop right there, Mei. Suddenly, 2 ninjas emerged from the sides, both familiar faces, one being the renowned Konoha White Fang. My goodness. Kakashi Hitaki's father still appears a strikingly handsome figure even in his youth. Yet, what significance does that hold? One point of interest is that his speed matches her own. Though the other ninja evidently struggles to coordinate with him, Mei undoubtedly chose that individual as her point of breakthrough. The 8 gates of Duinjia had long reached the threshold of life, and at this very moment, her body would typically begin to engorge with blood. This was the expectation. However, in reality, she did not exhibit such characteristics, resulting in a diminished manifestation of her 8 gates prowess, even inferior to that of an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, a verdant energy began to emanate from her body. Of course, the duration of this state of being was inherently limited and would inevitably incur a toll on her body. Yume leaped swiftly through the forest, her movements akin to that of a shooting star. In the moment of engagement, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. The opponent, capable of crouching here, possessed considerable strength. However, their speed paled in comparison to Yume's. Moreover, they failed to effectively capitalize on their initial advantage, resulting in Yume sending them flying with a single onslaught. The barrage of leaves. In an instant, the adversary was repelled. This time, the ninjas pursuing her were even more diverse than before. Among them were formidable figures akin to the legendary Konoha White Fang, alongside a multitude of nin. Had it not been for the restrictions preventing genin from participating in such missions, one might have even encountered them as well. Mei never anticipated that this commotion would escalate to such proportions. She even harbored doubts that half of the ninjas in Konohagakure had mobilized, including more than 80% of the J-nin and Ch-nin. If that were the case, the village's defenses would indeed be rather vulnerable. Wait, if that is so, could Tsunade have also arrived? She had an unsettling feeling that matters had truly spiraled out of control. Nonetheless, perhaps it was for the best. The greater the chaos, the better. Ye continued her flight, with White Fang pursuing her closely behind, not allowing much distance to form between them. The speed of Hatake Tsukumo surpassed even that of her own, enhanced by the Eight Gates technique. He was undoubtedly a master of physical combat. Thus far, he had refrained from unsheathing his blade, likely to avoid causing harm. But this pursuit felt amiss. There must be a trap ahead. Otherwise, such a leisurely chase would be unbecoming of a ninja. With this thought in mind, Yae abruptly halted her escape. During her time on the run, she had gathered a collection of weapons, depleting a significant portion of her savings. In truth, most of her remaining funds had been invested in these armaments, and she had lost the home allocated to her by the Hidden Leaf Village. It was a staggering loss. Turning back, she hurled 4 shurikens, each imbued with the transformation of wind nature. Previously, she had severed the kunai of AJ Nin with a broken sword using this very technique. The cutting effectiveness of wind nature transformations was unparalleled, far surpassing the capabilities of Sasuke's lightning. Aside from a few specialized weapons, ordinary armaments could hardly withstand such force. However, it was worth noting that lightning chakra also possessed the melting properties of fire nature, potentially offering advantages in another regard. Yet, in a swift motion, Tsukumo deflected her shurikens with his blade, which too was infused with wind nature chakra. If Yae's intuition served her correctly, he likely wielded lightning nature chakra as well. Jainin typically possessed mastery over at least 2 chakra natures, with individuals like Kakashi being proficient in nearly all of them. Mai turned and charged forward, drawing 2 short blades. She estimated that her abilities in chakra manipulation were no match for Kakashi Hatake. Although she possessed considerable talent, Konoha's White Fang was undoubtedly a genius. Significantly older than her and far more profound in his understanding of chakra. Their figures intertwined 3 times in mere seconds, engaging in a swift exchange of blows. Mai discarded one of her blades, already marred by a crack. Fortunately, she had a backup. Kakashi's weapon was superior, and his chakra manipulation outclassed her own. Moreover, he could seamlessly intertwine wind and lightning along the blade. With astonishing reflexes, he proved himself a competent ninja, yet one must ponder why he chose to betray the village. Kakashi and Mai had crossed paths before, with her having treated him on several occasions, revealing him to be a ninja of considerable compassion. Mai held a rather favorable impression of him. However, at this moment, she found herself too occupied to respond. While Kiki Tsukumo still possessed some reserves of energy, she did not share the same fortune. The power of the open gate was insufficient, prompting Mai to form seals once more. At this juncture, there was no need for subterfuge. If a swift resolution could not be achieved, reinforcements would likely arrive shortly. The 8th Gate of Duinjia, the opening of the Wounded Gate. The 8th Gate of Duinjia, the opening of the Closing Gate. Only by opening the Wounded Gate could one truly harness the potential of the 8th Gate, and upon reaching the Closing Gate, Mai was confident she could surpass Kiki Tsukumo in speed under normal conditions. However, this state could not be maintained indefinitely, making a full frontal confrontation preferable to retreating. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in terms of pure physical prowess, she was now on par with the illustrious Konoha White Fang before her. Chapter 30. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. The rapid exchanges intensified abruptly, with each of Mei's assaults. The earth and trees beneath her feet struggled to withstand the force of her impact. Conversely, Kiki Tsukumo, though somewhat lacking in speed, was nearly equal in strength. After several exchanges, he completely matched Mei's movements, even leveraging his exceptional swordsmanship to seize the initiative. His expression remained stern, and his actions flowed seamlessly like water, placing him in a position of invincibility amidst the swirling winds of his blade. Lightning release, lightning bolt break. In the midst of their confrontation, he even found a moment to form seals and unleash a lightning release technique. This is Mei's first encounter with such an individual. Though not at the level of a shadow, he is perilously close. She remains unaware of the true nature of the shadow tier, but in the current Hidden Leaf Village, only the 3rd Hokage embodies that caliber. Yet, even though Kakashi Hatake falls short of that level, Mai finds herself unable to triumph. The shadow clone technique typically allows the creation of around 5 clones. However, this time only 1 was produced, as maintaining chakra stability in the state of 8 gates is exceedingly challenging. This form represents an ultimate burst of energy, and if she could manage it even slightly, she might unleash a blow surpassing her usual extraordinary strength. The two continued their duel for a while, and Mei's focus sharpened. At this juncture, rushing forward could lead her directly into a trap. It wouldn't be long before other ninjas from various factions would converge, and she had already heard the distant sounds of battle echoing through the nearby forest. Different clans of ninjas began to engage and confront one another. Mei refrained from responding to Shuan Mao's inquiry, while the two shadow clones launched their attacks on the esteemed Konoha White Fang from different angles. One cannot help but admire Naruto's ability to conjure 1,000 shadow clones. It must be remarkably effective. To be candid, in the original narrative, Mei has always regarded Konoha as rather lackluster. Other ninja villages boast a handful of formidable elite fighters, yet Konoha seems populated by mediocrity. Whether it be Kakashi Hitaki or Tsunade, both appear rather feeble, with the truly impressive figures being Jiraiya and Guy. Nevertheless, even Jiraiya is merely at the level of a shadow, as he faltered against 3 of the 6 paths of pain devoid of the Deva path. However, when faced with the necessity of combat, she discovered her own limitations. It was not that Konoha was weak, but rather that the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Her chakra had been completely depleted. Mei paused and remarked, "You are truly formidable." The effects of her 8 gates technique began to dissipate. "Thank you for the compliment. But you should surrender. I have no desire to take your life," Kakashi responded coldly, still gripping his blade. Shrugging her shoulders, Mei disregarded his words. Surrender was out of the question, as it was utterly unnecessary. Moreover, new arrivals had appeared, Orochimaru and Tsunade. "Ah, they are indeed all here," she thought. Mei found herself encircled, with an increasing number of ninjas closing in around her. "Surrender, Mei," was the very first proclamation from Tsunade upon her arrival. A clear indication that with so many ninjas present, the chances of escape were utterly non-existent. Furthermore, Konoha needed to maintain control over the external situation, after all. They were in the land of fire. "I shall venture outside to assist. You are in charge here," Kakashi Shikamaru remarked, demonstrating his astute understanding of the situation. At this moment, it was unnecessary for him to remain, as those present were undoubtedly more familiar with one another, possessing a deeper understanding of each other than he could. "You've done well," Orochimaru commented casually from the side, observing Mei with keen interest, yet remaining inactive. The likelihood of betraying Konoha was exceedingly low. As the largest ninja village in the shinobi world, its power exceeded the imagination of ordinary individuals. To be honest, even Orochimaru himself could not fathom why Mei would entertain such thoughts. "Indeed, it appears so," Mei acknowledged, fully aware that she was surrounded by ninjas, and that time was undoubtedly against her. However, a smile crept across her lips. "Though all of this was part of the plan, the outcome has exceeded my expectations." "What?" "Everything is proceeding according to plan." Mei glanced at Tsunade, then steadied herself on a branch, remarking, "It seems I have underestimated the resolve of Konoha. However, the more individuals that come, the better it is for me. A straightforward escape from Konoha is impossible, and naturally, departing from Konoha is not my optimal strategy. Yet, upon reflection, if it were not for encountering Sairyu on this journey, I might not have needed to leave Konoha at all. Orochimaru, despite his perilous nature, has shown no intention of causing me harm this time. In fact, it is Danzo's men who have cornered me into a dilemma. Returning to Konoha guarantees my safety. Yet freedom is a distant dream. Moreover, I remain uncertain about the experiments I may be subjected to. Returning is out of the question, and surrender is equally implausible. Once a path is chosen, one must see it through to the end. Furthermore, such a grand spectacle is warranted given the arduous planning I have undertaken during this period. Although I am unaware of how you acquired your ninjutsu, everyone is now on guard, and your abilities remain too immature. You stand no chance." Tsunade, witnessing Mei seemingly resigning to her fate, felt a sense of relief. Her bond with Mei was the most intimate among all the ninjas present. Moreover, Mei was indeed her savior. I am aware that Konoha's strength still surpasses my expectations. My previous encounters with those ordinary Jonin made that evident. Those root-level Jonin were surprisingly able to exchange blows with me. Had I not anticipated my ability to utilize nature transformation, I might have had to resort to the 8 gates to secure a victory. With precautions in place, I could manage one Jonin. But facing 2 or 3 would be overwhelming, not to mention someone of the caliber of Konoha White Fang. Although I gained a temporary advantage through the 8 gates, it was merely that my opponent's exceptional combat skills rendered me defenseless. He did not even unleash his full might. Therefore, against peers like the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, or even the 3rd Hokage, I would undoubtedly lose. Konoha in this era is stronger than in the future. With the Uchiha clan still intact, and both the 4th Hokage and Danzo present, there remains a vast distance to cover. Lady Tsunade, I am truly pleased to see you at last, and I am grateful for your unwavering guidance throughout. A smile graced Mei's face, only for her body to suddenly begin to disintegrate, her skin flaking away like snowflakes. transforming the scene into a chilling spectacle. This sight left those around her in utter shock. Release. With a single hand, she formed a seal and softly uttered a word. Bang. May had vanished, leaving behind a shattered wooden sculpture. Chapter 31. The Scrolls and begins. Qingyu did not immediately take action. Instead, she remained in a state of anticipation. In truth, her current position merely provided her with temporary security, along with a foundation upon which to vie for power. Clearly, she lacked her own strength and authority. Her father had preserved her life, yet he had not bequeathed her sufficient power. There were a number of loyal servants to her father still present, and their numbers were not insignificant, yet they had long been dispersed. It was impossible for them to converge now. Moreover, this faction of remaining influence was far from sufficient to rival the established Tujuan clan. To resurrect her fortunes, she would need to wait for another individual. In that moment of contemplation, she suddenly noticed a shadow beside her. Startled, she turned abruptly. Upon seeing the person behind her, her eyes became slightly moist. I am so relieved you are unharmed. Of course, I am fine, May sighed, then gazed at the girl who embraced her tightly. Let go, it's too tight. You never told me you would take such risks. How did you manage to escape? They all said you had disappeared. I have my own methods. There's no need for you to worry. May harbored no tender thoughts for the weeping girl. Her appearance was rather unappealing, and given her role as a substitute, there was no cause for concern. Is this not your true form? What do you actually look like? Qingyu inquired, her curiosity piqued, although her question was somewhat off-topic. I look much the same as now. Why bother discussing this? May felt the conversation had veered off course. What about you? What have you been up to lately? Dealing with other elders and daimyo, rallying some individuals, and managing troublesome characters. Troublesome characters? You mean those ninjas from Konoha? Some wish to mend ties with me, while others seek news of you. It's clear that these factions do not share the same agenda. Ultimately, it all stemmed from differing principles. May possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the dynamics within Konoha. She is aware that the elders in the advisory council tend to align themselves with the daimyo. Though they are residents of the village, they believe that the village is inextricably linked to the Land of Fire, thus serving the daimyo, and even expressing willingness to replace the Hokage. Conversely, there exists another faction, akin to Tsunade, primarily concerned with investigating Mei's whereabouts. A month has elapsed since the tumultuous upheaval, during which the majority of ninjas have departed, leaving the Sannin and Kakashi preoccupied. Otherwise, Mei would not dare to approach so recklessly. Naturally, despite her arrival, it is improbable that her true self is present. As the people of Konoha are relentless in their pursuit, it seems they are not yet willing to relent, due to the strategy of misdirection. Mei has successfully extricated herself from the Land of Fire. In her quest to infiltrate once more, she has invested considerable time. What do you intend to do? Qingyu inquired, casting a glance at Mei. Why must you leave the Land of Fire? Being by my side could be advantageous. You could conceal your identity. If you assume a different persona, even Konoha might struggle to locate you. This proposition does indeed hold merit. To her surprise, it appears she genuinely wishes for me to remain. Regrettably, you lack the capacity to accommodate me, Mei responded with remarkable composure, turning down Qingyu's offer. While she could assist Qingyu, she would not join or submit to her authority, for she had yet to witness the breadth of her leadership and sagacity. In truth, when one perceives the world through the lens of a primitive, such thoughts may inevitably arise. Why? Qingyu queried, perplexed by Mei's assertion. You should support my actions and opinions. Should you not? I can sense that your motivations stem not solely from my assistance, but rather from the will of my father, a will I have inherited. Trust me, I shall surpass my father in my endeavors. Keen intuition. Indeed, Mei did not take the risk of aiding Qingyu for trivial reasons. In fact, she initially had no intention of becoming entangled in such troublesome affairs. The spectacle between Qingyu and that impudent woman held no significance for her. Her chakra rendered her remarkably perceptive, and she discerned from the outset that both individuals were deceitful. However, at that time, her attitude was one of indifference. She could hardly muster the energy to inquire further. Interestingly, one evening, she inadvertently overheard a conversation between Qingyu and the middle-aged woman, discussions about their family, about her father. This middle-aged woman exhibited an excessive reverence for the deceased elder, her demeanor steeped in admiration, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the family. Yet, Mei's focus lay on their ideology. It was astonishing that in this era, there were already forerunners of change. Indeed, the more primitive civilizations exhibited a greater desire for improvement. Conversely, the more developed a civilization became, the more entrenched its existing systems became. When individuals feel content with their current existence, it is the institutions that prove most resistant to progress. What May did not anticipate was that in this very place, she would hear about an elder's family, prompting her to feel compelled to learn more about them. Subsequently, she chose to part ways with Orochimaru, a decision made with intent. Even the two ninjas who had initially attacked were lured by her design. In fact, those two corpses could still be exchanged for a bounty in the black market. Afterward, she gleaned the truth from Qingyu's words. It was not overly complicated. She discovered that it did not conflict with her plans and could even facilitate her arrangements. While she was not in a hurry to leave Konoha, the decision to depart at that moment appeared to be the most opportune. After all, the next opportunity was uncertain. She created a substitute to carry out her tasks while she herself stealthily lurked within the village. It was only when nearly two-thirds of Konoha's ninjas were deployed that she chose to escape. At that point, the majority of Konoha's ninjas were merely genin, utterly incapable of detecting her discreet departure. On the other hand, her operational strategy here involved assisting Qingyu, even deliberately targeting members of the Umbu. In confronting the root members, she decisively opted for total annihilation. This was also a means to test her abilities, which proved to be quite satisfactory. Moreover, she could indeed utilize ninjutsu and taijutsu. Functioning like an ordinary ninja, however, she possessed only one nature transformation. This meant she did not meet the criteria for a J-nin. Nonetheless, she exhibited a combat prowess that surpassed that of an average J-nin, which was largely attributed to the fact that the J-nin in question belonged to the YN family, and their insects were particularly unique. A typical YN clan member posed an even greater threat. You may possess skill, but it is insufficient. You lack the capacity to contain my aura. This level is far from adequate for me, Qingyu. May gazed at her companion and remarked, I shall assist you, but I too require your cooperation. We are not merely like-minded friends. Rather, we share a partnership. As I initially stated, I will help you obtain everything you desire, while you shall aid me in attaining my aspirations. I seek a life of greater abundance and a more prosperous era. If that cannot be achieved, then it is all in vain. Now, it is your turn to demonstrate your capabilities. Chapter 1. The meeting in Konoha. Here lies the most formidable ninja organization in the world. At this very moment, the Council of Elders reconvened for discussion, and this time, the third Hokage took a stand. He understood that from a moral standpoint, persuasion would be futile. Thus, he adopted an alternative position. Had it not been for your recklessness, we would not have needed to mobilize so many ninjas. May might have been unable to leave Konoha at all. Indeed, it was conceivable that May could have remained trapped within Konoha. The villagers discovered evidence of May's existence within her own home, in the basement where she had a concealed compartment. Moreover, she had not even hidden herself away. She had been observing the outside world from her residence, seemingly indifferent to the need for concealment. Although, theoretically, her dwelling should have been the primary focus of investigation, there simply was not enough time. Nearly all available manpower had been deployed. Given the distance involved, it would have been exceedingly easy for May to slip away unnoticed. The outcome was a FAOD of security while stealthily facilitating her escape. No one realized her absence until the Konoha ninjas returned to rectify their oversight, only to find that May had long since departed, her whereabouts now a mystery. This predicament arose from the reassignment of the guards at Konoha, which was not entirely erroneous. Had it not been for Danzo's peculiar interest in May's unique energy, which he sought to study to sustain his power and youth, the situation might have unfolded differently. However, excess can lead to folly. May outmaneuvered Danzo, leaving Konoha vulnerable, allowing her to depart without obstruction. It was not the third Hokage's fault for failing to notice. After all, no one could have anticipated such an outcome. Now is not the time to dwell on past missteps. Hisashi, Orochimaru, Shikaku. You both have encountered or collaborated with May. What are your assessments of her? Indeed, began Shikaku, the first to speak. We were summoned to provide insight. She employs wind release techniques with remarkable speed and possesses a form of body enhancement ninjutsu, which, while effective, likely carries adverse effects. Her taijutsu is formidable, and she possesses an acute awareness of danger, making her difficult to hit. Her shadow clones are indistinguishable from the real May. I had believed one to be genuine until I reflected on the potential flaws. During the succession event, 2 rogue ninjas struck at her vital points, but she deftly countered with a blade, killing them before their intent could manifest. That should have been a clear signal. However, May herself is capable of such feats. Those 2 ninjas were no weaklings. They were at least at the special Jonin level, albeit more adept in assassination. Yet, her medical prowess is exceptional. Merely inflicting a fatal wound would not suffice to eliminate her. Orochimaru, what is your perspective? Turning her head, Xiaochun inquired of Orochimaru. Essentially, she resembled White Fang. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru replied, however, I sensed that she was exceedingly vigilant when she departed with me. She harbored no fondness for those elders or the feudal lord, and even seemed to hold a genuine disdain for the current client. Thus, it never crossed my mind that she would engage in such uncharacteristic behavior. Her actions are rather perplexing. I believe that uncovering the reasons behind them might illuminate her motives for leaving and possibly reveal her destination. Mei would undoubtedly refrain from openly joining any village, for such an act would subject her to relentless assassination attempts. While she may be unperturbed, the other villages certainly are not. There is no necessity for such drastic measures. Should she wish to live incognito, she could simply alter her appearance and identity. Her actions may appear aimless, yet I believe they have unequivocally demonstrated her status as our adversary, having slain 5 elite ninjas from Konoha. Although Danzo finds himself at a disadvantage at this moment, he resolutely asserts his position. It is undeniable that this is indeed the case. However, at this juncture, Kakashi Hatake ponders for a moment before stating, in truth, apart from those few individuals, neither the pursuers nor those who engaged her have sustained serious injuries. The worst among them merely requires a week's rest, which hardly qualifies as a significant wound for seasoned ninjas. Are you not aware of how many she has killed? She has taken the lives of my men, Danzo exclaimed in a harsh tone. She has murdered members of the Umbu, specifically those from Root. Orochimaru suddenly grasped this distinction, noting that, aside from the rogue ninjas, she has exclusively targeted members of Root. Her focus is directed at Root. Orochimaru ceased speaking, yet the implication was unmistakable. More accurately, it is directed at you, Danzo. All eyes turned to Danzo in that instant. Even Danzo himself recognized the unsettling nature of this revelation. Why would Mei betray Konoha? While many harbored thoughts regarding her, none had acted upon them. Without any tangible grievances, how could animosity arise? This is a grave concern, as even Tsunade could not conceive a rationale. Mei had always been kind to others in Konoha, fostering harmonious relations and cultivating numerous friendships. The neighbors, upon hearing of Mei's betrayal, initially reacted with disbelief, for they could not perceive her in such a light. She exhibited no reluctance in extending assistance to strangers and those in need. Virtually everyone around her had benefited from her kindness, and any Konoha ninja acquainted with her held her in high regard. If it is due to something Danzo has done that has driven her away, the gazes of others toward Danzo turned hostile. Wait a moment, I have done nothing. Danzo felt inexplicably burdened with blame. Though he held a keen interest in Mei's abilities and physique, he had not acted upon it, nor had he even contemplated any schemes. After all, Mei resided in Konoha, and prior to her sudden betrayal, no one had considered such a possibility. Moreover, Mei had not expressed any inclination toward treachery. Her defection was entirely unexpected and caught everyone off guard. He was utterly innocent. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have never engaged in any wrongdoing. This matter shall be investigated, Danzo. However, for the time being, you must cease your current endeavors. You should comprehend the implications of this, old man. Danzo rose in fury. Yet after a moment, he sank back down, weary. Very well, I understand. He was likely deceived by others. Nonetheless, it is merely an investigation, and he harbors no fear, for he truly has no time to act. His most formidable adversaries remain the Uchiha clan, followed by the cells of Hashirama Senju. As for other matters, he has yet to take action. Chapter 2. Langlorin having departed from Konoha, she exchanged the corpses of those individuals for a bounty amounting to 4 million. This sum is entirely sufficient for her sustenance. However, should it be required for research or similar pursuits, it falls short. Mei requires additional funds and superior conditions for her studies. Now a rogue ninja of Konoha, her forehead protector lies concealed within her backpack. Should the need arise, she could even masquerade as a Konoha ninja. Of course, this situation will not last long, for it will not be long before news of her defection spreads throughout the ninja world, rendering her a target. Therefore, she shall not act overtly and will avoid the smaller nations with significant influence from Konoha. Moreover, she will strive to minimize all official interactions. From this day forth, she shall only represent herself as an individual. No longer is she a ninja from that place. She is now an ordinary part of this vast world. Indeed, from today onward, she shall embrace the life of a wanderer, avoiding the use of a ninja's name whenever possible, for for that would be for the best. May transformed her appearance entirely, cutting off her long hair and opting for a sleek, short style, while simultaneously dyeing her once ebony locks a striking red. After completing these changes, her worries diminished significantly. Donning a pair of glasses and applying some makeup dramatically altered her feminine visage. To those unfamiliar with her, she would likely remain unrecognizable. The art of makeup, one of the 4 great sorceries of Asia, is certainly not without merit. With a light dusting of powder on her skin, upon closer inspection, May appeared as a different individual altogether. Even acquaintances might struggle to identify her. Presently, she finds herself wandering through the Iron Country, a realm of samurai, an anomaly within the ninja world. Here, ninjas are absent, replaced instead by warriors who rely solely on chakra to harness their skills. To put it more succinctly, these individuals wield their prowess purely through the manipulation of chakra. In truth, this world is suffused with a form of chakra energy that permeates the very air. Many substances in this realm have been altered by this chakra energy. However, unlike the chakra within the human body, inhaling this external chakra indiscriminately could lead to dire mutations, transforming individuals into animals or even petrifying them. The effects vary according to the type of natural energy, often proving far more perilous than ordinary energy. Consequently, techniques she once mastered are now rendered obsolete in this new environment, indicating that any progression within this world must commence from scratch. Well, that does not concern me. May currently aspires to achieve multiple objectives, accumulating wealth, acquiring ninjutsu, and gaining experience to enhance her capabilities, rather than resorting to coercion and plunder. She prefers the art of trade. After all, it is a principle rooted in market economics, which seems more prudent. Although it may appear somewhat peculiar in this world of ninjas, the underlying system is, in fact, quite reliable, at least on the surface. Ninjas are prohibited from assaulting ordinary citizens, even during times of war. Should one be discovered committing such an act against innocence, it is deemed a crime. Naturally, few ninjas face punishment for such transgressions, but for many, it serves as a superficial constraint. Conversely, for rogue ninjas who have departed from their villages, the adherence to this rule holds little significance. In the Land of Iron, May intends to keep her identity as a ninja concealed. After all, both samurai and ninjas wield chakra in their battles. Thus, it presents an excellent opportunity for her to learn the combat techniques of the samurai. Surviving in the world of ninjas and achieving such a notable status undoubtedly requires a certain degree of cunning. However, May has not truly discerned the differences between samurai and ninjas. Adorned with a bamboo basket reminiscent of an ancient scholar and clad in a loose, flowing robe of blue and purple hues, she is equipped with 2 swords of varying lengths at her waist. This is indeed the perfect moment to masquerade as a wandering samurai. The martial arts of the Land of Iron are arguably among the easiest to acquire, as many combat techniques are passed down through generations, and each samurai possesses their own unique system. In this realm, they serve not only as protectors but also as nobility. While strolling through a small grove, May suddenly noticed some commotion in the distance. Being outdoors, her curiosity was piqued by the sounds emanating from beyond, prompting her to approach with her bamboo basket in tow. She had originally set out to forage for medicinal herbs, and encountering unfamiliar plants, particularly those bearing seeds, would be fortuitous. To her surprise, she heard the voice of a child calling for help. May found it peculiar that a child would venture into such a vast forest. After walking a little further, she soon realized the situation. It was akin to a scene from the ninja world, where a mischievous child was being pursued by a real bear. At this moment, one might expect a protagonist to emerge and come to the rescue. May stood in place, gazing into the past as a disheveled child, clad in tattered clothing, stumbled and ran. Approximately 30 meters behind him, a bear was in pursuit. The dense trees surrounding them forced the bear to crash through a couple of them to make its way through. Help! Help! This is bad! The child, spotting May in the distance, initially appeared delighted, but his expression quickly shifted to one of terror, prompting him to turn and flee in another direction. May turned her head, catching a glimpse of the little rascal, only to hear him shout while running, "What are you looking at, lady? Run!" A sudden tension seemed to snap within her, as if a string of reason had twitched. However, the bear appeared to have noticed May as well. After all, the flesh of an adult was far more enticing than that of a child. Did bears consume human flesh? It charged towards her. Oh no! The fleeing child gritted his teeth and hurled a stone in her direction, striking the bear's head and diverting its attention. "Run, old lady! Are you foolish?" he yelled. "Stupid bear! I'm over here. Come chase me." His movements were agile, and his aim with the stone was remarkably precise as he raised another rock to throw. The skillful technique seemed somewhat familiar. It occurred to May that perhaps this child possessed a certain agility. The bear, indeed enraged, turned and roared, preparing to resume its chase. The boy, realizing the danger, turned to escape, but suddenly, he heard a deafening roar. The bear did not pursue. It lunged forward but remained rooted in place. May reached out and grasped the bear's tail. In an instant, it was over. There would be no pain. With her other hand, she drew the short knife from her waist. Chapter 3. The Village. Where do you think you can escape to, little imp? May had just slain the bear, initially intending to dispose of the carcass before seeking out the elusive child to gather information, as there were certain ambiguities surrounding him. However, she soon discovered that he had vanished without a trace. Amusingly, it seemed that he underestimated himself, believing he could elude her senses. Such behavior warranted a stern reprimand. Of course, the matter of referring to her as Auntie also required some proper guidance. Depending on the circumstances, it might even necessitate the severing of a certain limb. Without further ado, she pursued him. After casting a scroll to contain the bear's remains, May swiftly chased after the boy. The scrolls she carried were few, all designed for storage. Her primary combat style relied heavily on an array of tools, including weapons and ninja gear. Purely relying on physical prowess in battle often proved inadequate, especially against specialized ninja tools. Even with the formidable strength inherited from Tsunade's lineage, there remained a fundamental truth. A weapon wielded against one unarmed creates an inherent advantage. Although she could shatter a weapon with a single punch, her fists could not withstand the sharp edge of an opponent's blade. She caught up to him, seizing the youth by the neck and effortlessly pulling him down. She was far swifter and more agile than the bear. The boy emitted a pained cry, tumbling to the ground and crashing against a nearby tree like a toppled log. "Why do you flee upon seeing me? Who are you?" May inquired, her curiosity piqued. Truth be told, the impression he left on her was not entirely unfavorable. However, his immediate flight at her appearance was perplexing, compounded by his disrespectful demeanor, which she found rather irksome. The boy remained silent, his lips sealed. Truly a curious case. Even a passerby seeking directions would not exhibit such an attitude, she mused, shaking her head in bewilderment. "Never mind, I wish to find a nearby village. Do you know which way to go?" May tilted her head as she asked. The boy hesitated for a moment before finally lifting his gaze and nonchalantly gesturing in a direction. "Just beyond the forest lies a village," he replied. "Is that so?" "Understood." May nodded gently, adjusting the bamboo basket strapped to her back, showing no undue difficulty towards the young child, before dashing off in a particular direction. In a short while, she vanished into the depths of the forest. The boy let out a sigh of relief, casting a glance towards the path May had taken. Feeling fortunate to have escaped unscathed, he then sprinted in another direction, frequently glancing back, yet finding nothing amiss. He spoke no falsehood. If one were to traverse straight from this point, it would take approximately 2 or 3 days to reach the forest's edge. Provided one maintained a swift pace, slower travelers might find it could stretch to a week. However, judging by the woman's agility, she might very well exit within a day. Moreover, her prowess would surely ensure she lacked for sustenance, unlike him, who, out of pity, had shared his provisions with his younger siblings and now found himself in search of food. Consequently, while seeking to catch a wild chicken or rabbit, he had encountered a bear. Truthfully, he had come perilously close to losing his life. Furthermore, the short dagger he had brought was broken, the finest blade in the village. He was now compelled to return. He and his companions had established a concealed small village within the woods, constructing it alongside a subterranean tunnel, ready to hide at the first sign of trouble. After roughly half an hour, he reached his humble hamlet, which, to be candid, comprised merely a handful of wooden huts encircled by a fence. Comparatively, it paled against the major ninja villages, and even the most modest of settlements would dwarf it. The population within the village was scarcely over 30 individuals. Upon returning empty-handed, he hesitated, having ventured out for food only to lose his dagger. And with iron production being a challenge in the village due to the scarcity of iron ore, trading with other regions was not an option. He had no means to procure supplies, nor any currency to facilitate such transactions. Gritting his teeth, he stepped into the village, unaware that 200 meters behind him, in the underbrush, a pair of eyes had begun to glimmer with intent. Indeed, as expected, Ye is acutely aware that the little imp is not speaking falsely. She firmly believes that there must indeed be a village in that direction. However, she senses that this mischievous child is deliberately concealing something. an intention that is all too apparent. At such a tender age, he exhibits a surprising level of cunning, leading her to speculate that he may grow into a rather unscrupulous individual. Her curiosity is piqued regarding the child's remarkable agility, particularly his technique of hurling stones, which bears a striking resemblance to the art of throwing shuriken. This suggests a connection to the ways of a ninja. He may very well be associated with the clandestine world of ninjas, or even a wandering rogue. In other words, it is evident that someone must have imparted the art of ninjutsu to this child, perhaps linked to a hidden village that exists beyond the reach of society. A notion that intrigues her immensely. Of course, it is also possible that he is among a group of children taken in by someone with the intention of training them as weapons, akin to the likes of Danzo. Should this be the case, Ye would not hesitate to impart a lesson of righteous retribution upon him. Nevertheless, she muses, it is unlikely that this has any ties to Konohagakure, as his throwing technique is not characteristic of the ninjas from that village. Yume was merely curious, so she decided to take a look. Brothering, you are back. It was indeed brothering. Shadows of several children emerged from the village, encircling the boy as they began to converse. It certainly appeared to be a village. However, were they all merely children? Yume furrowed her brow. Impossible. Although this era is not one where survival depends solely on children, it would still be a harrowing endeavor to establish a village. Such dreams are futile. After contemplating for a moment, she hesitated no longer and stepped out from behind, only to be quickly noticed. Ah, someone is a bad person. Help, help. The children scattered in all directions. Am I truly that frightening? May felt a sense of astonishment. She bore no ill intent in coming here. However, the words uttered by the children spoke of a samurai, and it was not herself they feared, but rather the identity of the samurai she was impersonating. You actually followed me, she thought indignantly, especially in the absence of her brother, Luo. Tilting her head slightly, she found the children's demeanor rather peculiar and remarked, you are indeed quite strange. With her arms crossed, she regarded the youth whom the children referred to as Shadow. You are following me. He appeared anxious, devoid of any weapons, and refrained from making any aggressive moves. I suppose so. I am merely curious about the existence of such a village, which I had not anticipated. She continued on her path, only to be halted by the little rascal. Stop. You are not welcome here. It was evident. May nodded, indicating her understanding. Yet soon a hint of a smile graced her lips as she added, but what I enjoy most is doing what you all disapprove of. Chapter 4. Little rascal you. Do not come any closer. What is it that you truly desire? Have you perhaps misunderstood your position? Ye rolled her eyes and continued forward, pressing her hand against the boy's head as she inquired, since I have come this far, why not share who you are and what brings you here? I have no intention of divulging anything. Don't touch me, just leave. Despite his feeble attempts to resist, it was rather amusing, reminiscent of a little dog desperately trying to escape. May exerted herself a little more, relishing the suppression of such futile struggles. Shall I dismantle my weapon? She proposed. Discarding the two blades, one long and one short, was of no consequence to her. The majority of her armament resided within her scrolls. Moreover, the long sword served merely as decoration, while the short knife was her true weapon. She was unaccustomed to wielding lengthy arms, having practiced extensively with the short blade. Perhaps she could learn to use the long sword in the future. After all, physical techniques were universally applicable. How about this? You may choose one for yourself. And I shall rest for the night, she suggested. Though she was inclined to refuse outright, the boy's gaze lingered on the two blades, his expression torn. His own weapon had just been shattered, and he found himself unable to replace it. These swords appeared to be finely crafted, and their price likely exceeded what his meager village could afford. Just for one night, and you must not wander, you can only remain in my home, he declared, drawing the long sword from the ground. To be honest, this katana was over a meter in length, far from suitable for a child. Even May had difficulty handling it. It was simply too long, as she believed that 50 to 60 centimeters was the maximum she could manage. He then drew the short knife and tossed it to May, saying, I know you are formidable. It matters not whether you possess a weapon. After all, witnessing her single-handedly restrain a bear demonstrated a strength capable of shattering stones and cleaving trees. Thank you, May replied, securing the knife back at her waist and nodding. I understand. Whether or not she would heed his words was a matter for her to decide. Ah, the innocence of children often betrays a certain foolishness. They are easily swayed, with a lamentably low resistance to temptation. Yet, in truth, adults are not much different. They simply lack the clarity of youth, leaving only folly in their wake. May followed the child into the house, which, despite being a weapon, was not in disrepair. The interior was quite tidy, constructed from wood, and there were herbs for pest control placed nearby. It was certainly improbable that a mere group of children could have established such a place. I ventured outside to inform them, but I cautioned May one last time not to step out. The child, known as Ing, then exited, a name May had inquired about during their journey. May did not follow outside. Instead, she retrieved a bare paw and ignited a fire in the kitchen of the room. She deftly removed the fur, skillfully slicing through the skin and flesh, rapidly dividing it into several portions. In this instance, her chakra scalpel served as an impeccable substitute for traditional knives. A single bare paw weighed several kilograms and measured over 30 centimeters. With a single strike, it could easily prove fatal. Well, let us see if it tastes good. The meat of the bear paw was undeniably substantial, and May sampled it without hesitation. Although it was not exquisite, it sufficed to satiate her hunger and was far more palatable than military rations. At least it was fresh meat. There was a pot nearby, into which May poured the pristine spring water she had prepared, followed by the bear meat, ginger, scallions, Sichuan pepper, chili, and a selection of vegetables. She opted for a stew. After all, she had not skimped on the ingredients. Even amidst their escape, the quality of life must be upheld, especially with nature's recent generous offerings. How fragrant it was. May glanced at the ajar door and noticed a young girl standing there. Her demeanor a blend of timidity and curiosity. Shall I offer her a taste? May had already cut the bear meat into chunks and set about cooking it, as the substantial size of the meat made it cumbersome and inconvenient for consumption. Regarding the little girl, she felt no concern. These children posed no threat to her whatsoever. The essence of composure lies in having the capacity to resolve challenges. Can I call others to join us? The girl cautiously inquired, peering at May. Very well, come along. May replied nonchalantly. To be frank, the robust flavor of a piece of bear meat was too overwhelming for her to consume alone. She also needed to incorporate a variety of vegetables in order to maintain a balanced and healthy diet. Following the girl were several younger children, who appeared even smaller than she. She seemed to be the leader among them, though May had initially assumed that the assertive Ing was the one in charge. It was worth noting that she and Ing appeared to be of similar age, perhaps granting them a unique standing in this village predominantly inhabited by children. 7 of you? Will this be enough? A bear paw is quite substantial in weight and should suffice. If necessary, she could always supplement the meal with additional wild greens. During her journey, May carried provisions, but she also needed to hunt for fresh meat, as it was essential for sustenance. Most of her supplies consisted of fresh wild vegetables, which could be stored longer in her scrolls than meat could. Although cooking bear meat required considerable time, she prioritized preparing other items first. The food was delightful and satisfying. Yet she harbored concerns about the spiciness due to the addition of Sichuan pepper and chili. To her surprise, the children seemed unfazed. Some relished the flavors, while others were indifferent. Regardless of their preferences, they devoured the food with vigor, for survival was paramount, rendering the taste secondary. Moreover, even those who were not fond of spicy cuisine found it palatable. It seemed unnecessary to rush through the meal, although the bear meat did possess a heavy flavor. This intensity might be overwhelming even for her, and those unaccustomed to spice would likely find it challenging. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that it was quite delicious. The lead girl wore a humble smile, reflecting her previous notions of poverty. She realized that her earlier concerns were somewhat trivial. As May pondered this, the door swung open once more. What are you all doing? I was gone for just a moment, and what on earth happened here? Ing burst in, visibly agitated. 5 minutes later, he savored his portion with a look of sheer bliss. Chapter 5, The Little Demon Village. May did not procure additional food, as it was unnecessary. Nor did she intend to reveal her identity as a ninja. In the Iron Country, ninjas were not particularly esteemed, should her status as a wandering ninja be exposed. She would likely face expulsion. At the very least, she would be banished back to her homeland. The Iron Country maintained a neutral stance and would not accept any renegade ninjas, opting instead to repatriate them. This nation was devoid of ninjas. Its military strength lay in its samurai, whose essence, in truth, mirrored that of ninjas who practiced solely martial arts. Thus, exposing her identity could lead to significant complications, a fact that motivated May to disguise herself as a samurai. Ultimately, she perceived little distinction between samurai and ninja. To further distinguish herself, she even replaced her undergarments with bandages. One must complete the entire ensemble. You wish to gather herbs? Shadow was taken aback, despite the passage of a night. May had remained, leaving him at a loss. Of course, I am an apothecary. May asserted, feeling that her samurai facade was less effective. Those weapons are primarily ornamental. My true expertise lies in pharmaceuticals. This was no mere fabrication. Even within the Hidden Leaf Village, her knowledge of medicine was unparalleled. Shadow, however, was skeptical. Having witnessed May's prowess, he deemed her words to be a blend of truth and deception, lost in contemplation. Indeed, as compensation, I can provide free treatment for the people here, regardless of their ailments. Generally speaking, I am quite capable unless faced with particularly perplexing cases. Of course, if you desire to concoct poison for assassination purposes, that is also within my skill set. Are you truly capable? Shadow questioned, though he recognized the potential benefits. He still found the situation peculiar. Aren't you a warrior of this nation? Not at all. I am not from the Iron Country. I am a wandering samurai hailing from another land. Or rather, an apothecary who has acquired some self-defense techniques, May clarified. Ah, that makes sense, Shadow conceded. Why must I masquerade as a samurai? Apothecary is a profession that can thrive on its own, and my medical skills have been rigorously validated. That is indeed a mark of professionalism. Resolved, she decided that her next venture would be as an apothecary. During her first venture into the world, May adeptly discerned her own shortcomings, continually striving for self-improvement, thus paving her path toward graduation from this experience. It is through the incessant acquisition of lessons that one truly matures. I can assist you in locating herbs, she stated pragmatically, but I shall not work for free. I require something of value in return. She was uncertain of their needs, suggesting, why not articulate your desires? I too adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange in my endeavors. Provided the price was just, May would readily accept. Plunder was not her inclination unless it concerned adversaries. Rather, she favored organized acquisition over chaotic looting, as order enhances efficiency. The current state of the ninja world, however, epitomized an era of disordered plunder. Despite the existence of such convenient ninjutsu, even the simple feat of reaching the moon remained unattainable. Although Naruto possessed immense power, he remained confined within the limitations of a mere ninja village. How lamentable it is that such strength could accomplish so much more. Yet is narrowed to the protection of village peace, a perspective far too myopic, particularly when compared to the grander and more realistic ambitions of Akatsuki. Surely, one cannot genuinely believe that Naruto's understanding surpasses that of Nagato. Such a notion would indeed be foolish. Following a meaningful negotiation, the two individuals solidified their objective. Yamei will provide sustenance, while they shall indicate locations for gathering medicinal herbs and other essentials, including warehouses and Yumei's residence. Naturally, many of these places are fraught with peril, otherwise, they would have gathered supplies themselves. Furthermore, they may utilize some of the medicines as barter, requesting her assistance in discerning their pharmacological properties. In the depths of Ying's mind, a subtle thought emerged. Should she find Yumei's craftsmanship commendable, she might consider learning the art herself. May is well aware that he likely harbors similar thoughts. However, to speak candidly, pharmacology is one of the most challenging subjects to master through self-study. Purely self-directed learning would undoubtedly be predicated upon the tragic fates of countless individuals. If Ying intends to attain proficiency through solitary study, it is highly probable that the children of this village combined would not suffice for his experimental needs. Thus, the role of a teacher is paramount, primarily to prevent the potential demise of oneself and one's peers. Ye spent 2 to 3 arduous years before finally mastering the basics, and it was only with Tsunade's guidance that she made remarkable progress. Nevertheless, I shall leave them to their own devices. Ye Miko could also take the opportunity to examine the injuries of these little ones, thus assessing whether her skills had declined over the past few days. Therefore, upon hearing this news, Shadow joyfully gathered the others. It was akin to a complimentary health checkup. These individuals were clad in garments similar to Shadow's, and even the girls were similarly attired, although their clothing barely covered them. Nevertheless, as they were merely children, the impact was not particularly significant. Caring for the children one by one certainly consumes a considerable amount of time. However, she discovered that all the children here essentially share a common ailment, some damage to their stomachs, with a few suffering from diarrhea. This is likely connected to their consumption of the exceedingly spicy bear meat stew, which has caused considerable distress. Consequently, May also identified that a few of the little ones might be experiencing issues akin to hemorrhoids. Her chakra-based examination of human ailments proved to be remarkably effective. Hemorrhoids are simple enough to address. Though unpleasant, they can be excised with relative ease, although a bath beforehand would be advisable. The other gastrointestinal issues predominantly require nurturing. Along with ailments such as anemia, which are fundamentally linked to malnutrition and necessitate a focus on recuperation. These children are emaciated, a fact that has not escaped her notice. There is, however, one notable exception. This particular child appears beyond salvation. It seems she may not survive more than a month. Ultimately, May turned to the girl in need of examination. She had not anticipated encountering such a dire situation. This was no ordinary illness. The girl was parasitized, her vitality being continuously siphoned away. Without intervention, she likely has only about a month left to live. This girl was the very first to enter the room, drawn by the enticing aroma. Her name is Qian, the other leader of this village, regarded as a big sister by the others. Chapter 6, Fate. While Qian piqued May's curiosity slightly, she ultimately lacked any significant allure. However, upon hearing the news, the others became shrouded in gloom. Even the once tempting aroma of the bear paw lost its sweetness, though they consumed it all nonetheless. Children will be children. Shadow exhibited the most pronounced reaction among them. Yet, May remained unconcerned. The following day, she cheerfully set out to forage for herbs. The surrounding area of the village does not boast an abundance of wild game, seemingly having been meticulously cleared, and presents no risks. It is situated far from populated areas, making herb gathering here rather impractical, resulting in a noticeable absence of travelers. The borderland of the Iron Country is indeed quite desolate. After several days of travel, May had encountered not a single small village. This world is vast, yet sparsely populated, with inhabitants distributed thinly. Even a formidable place like the Hidden Leaf Village houses merely a few thousand residents, occupying less land than the Yuhang district of Hangzhou. Of course, that refers to residential areas. If one considers the forests and mountains encompassed by the Leaf Village, the expanse becomes considerably broader, albeit largely uninhabited. Beyond the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, there exist numerous villages, both large and small, that fall under its protection. This arrangement is primarily due to the convenience of delegating tasks to the Leaf Village. Otherwise, one would have to traverse mountains and seas through throngs of people to commission a task. These tasks range from grand endeavors, such as saving the world, to more mundane ones, like retrieving a pet from home. There is a plethora of them, and May has engaged in them all, including some exclusive ninja types. Medical ninjas are not particularly sought after. In fact, most individuals cannot afford their services. Tsunade, in her efforts to promote the medical ninja profession, has even resorted to reducing their salaries, yet the outcome remains bleak. Many would rather place their faith in folk remedies and barefoot doctors than trust medical ninjas. This aversion to new practices is not surprising, and the disparity in the skill levels among medical ninjas is significant. Most are still entrenched in the use of chakra and ninjutsu for treating injuries, with limited ability to diagnose ailments, internal injuries, or even viral and bacterial diseases. Such expertise can only be honed over time. Even Tsunade herself is not exceptionally adept, while May stands out in this regard, not merely due to her innate talent, but because she benefits from chakra, which yields remarkable results. However, May is one in a sea of medical ninjas, and the overall decline in their popularity remains unchanged. It is not the medical ninjas who are favored, but rather May herself. The essence of this discussion is to highlight the impoverished state of this world. Upon returning to her temporary residence that evening, May found Shadow sitting there. She was somewhat puzzled. Why are you still awake? Given that it was already past midnight. She wondered if this little rascal understood the toll that staying up late could take on his health. If he wasted her time needing to recuperate, she would certainly give him a piece of her mind. I have a request, Shadow said, his usual lively demeanor replaced by a solemnity that piqued her interest. Is what you mentioned yesterday true? Yesterday, May tilted her head, guessing he was referring to Akane. She nodded. Indeed, what of it? This was a blatant display of distrust in her expertise, she thought, and this little rascal would surely struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Surely. You don't mean to imply that I am misleading you? Are you doubting me? May rolled her eyes, unfazed. Do not underestimate my professional abilities. I can ascertain that her body has been in a constant state of hunger. She believes she is merely hungry, but in reality, her energy is being continuously depleted. So this sensation of hunger is merely a delusion. You may not know this, but during my examination, I discovered that she was even consuming dirt. What? Shadow was completely unaware of this, and May could easily discern his bewildered expression. It seemed that the little girl had concealed her desperation remarkably well, eluding the notice of everyone around her. May's words were exaggerated, but Ying's expression was even more so, resembling an actor poised to star in a live-action adaptation of JoJo. How could this be? She had, after all, consumed a considerable amount thanks to Qian's strictness. Whenever food was presented, she would indulge eagerly, and others would even slyly tempt her with delectable treats. However, this was a consequence of her affliction, not a reflection of her character, a matter not suited for open discussion, lest the other children regard her as an oddity, though that had little to do with May. "Well, what are you doing, making such a fuss?" The carefree little rascal suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, clearly up to something. "Yes, I wish to learn the art of herbalism and combat techniques from you. I hope to become your apprentice." It seemed at that moment the little rascal remembered her purpose, then deeply bowed in a traditional gesture, remaining in that position. This child had a fair amount of pride. May rolled her eyes. "I refuse." "Ah, why not?" Ing suddenly lifted her head, confusion etched on her face. "I'm in this state. Why do you reject me so decisively? Do you think you're particularly popular, you little brat?" May stepped forward, tugging at Ying's face and playfully tormenting her. "How dare you be so audacious? What can you offer me? Besides, taking on an apprentice comes with responsibilities. Who cares about you? Do you expect me to be accountable for you? But if you were to take me as your disciple, I could serve you diligently." Ing pondered for a moment, then earnestly declared, though her words were incomplete due to May's playful antics, "If I wished, there would be plenty willing to serve me." May was utterly unfazed, releasing Ying's face. "You know, despite being annoying, this little brat has an amusing face. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. I need to rest." Ing departed with a sense of resignation, her expression somewhat despondent. "Little brat, understand the harsh realities of the ninja world. This beating is my way of showing you kindness." After Ing left, May turned and lay on her bed, having placed a neatly arranged bear skin atop it. At least it was soft enough to prevent her precious body from being hurt. "May I become your apprentice?" A girl's voice called from outside the window. May remained utterly unfazed. She had long since discerned the truth. It would be futile to speak of anything else. For with your ephemeral nature, you would hardly last long enough to provide me with proper filial devotion. The girl's tone was resolute as she continued. "I came here with Ing. I apologize for the inconvenience, but please keep this matter to yourself. Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped. Thank you, and farewell." The voice of the girl gradually faded outside. This little one certainly seems to harbor feelings for Ing, while she herself shows no signs of flattery. Should she possess a longevity of 100 years, she might indeed become someone of significance. Chapter 7. The Guardian cleaned this place up. "Anyone caught relieving themselves indiscriminately this week shall have no hope of tasting meat." May commanded imperiously from the rooftop, directing all the little rascals, "Make sure it's spotless. And before we eat, everyone must wash their hands." "You, filthy little brat, did I instruct you to use water like that? Are you practicing water ninjutsu? Do not disturb me." Ing retorted through gritted teeth, seething with indignation. Damn it, if it weren't for the prospect of meat. The Wang Jingza law truly deserves its title as the foremost principle of humanity. May mandated that the village maintain a strictly sanitary environment, insisting that each individual must cleanse themselves thoroughly. Furthermore, public urination and defecation were strictly prohibited. The little imps were required to construct their own toilets, which must be emptied regularly. She generously provided a cart for transportation purposes. Self-reliance was paramount, as those who did not labor would not be entitled to sustenance. Naturally, she also took the opportunity to instruct these imps on the proper cultivation and care of plants, as agriculture is indeed an intricate science. Relying solely on these imps would yield little success, and it is likely that their mentors would fare no better. Although she possessed limited knowledge, she could offer some guidance and, if willing, assist in accelerating growth. Her chakra had a more profound effect on plants than on humans. In her time in Konoha, she had swiftly matured her medicinal crops, enabling her to harvest every 7 days and profit from selling small pills. In truth, while most were unaware, her personal assets surpassed those of many elite jonin in Konoha, rendering her a veritable petite fortune. Acquiring a house in Konoha would pose no challenge for her. Speaking of houses, she recalled her assigned residence and basement in Konoha, which represented a considerable sum. The thought brought a pang of regret, prompting her to curse Orochimaru and Danzo. Fortunately, it was not a villa on an island. That would have been a deep-seated grudge. From this day forth, in addition to upholding hygienic practices and cleaning the village, every individual must dedicate 2 hours daily to learning basic literacy. It was imperative that all could read and write. May solemnly announced the news, displaying a rather authoritarian demeanor. Although the children here are generally under the age of 10, with Ing and Xian at 11 and 12 being among the eldest, they remain but children, still highly malleable. While these individuals may not fully comprehend the reasons behind May's demands, She can offer them sustenance, ensuring their bellies are full. After all, they are engaged in labor. And what difference does it make what kind of work it is? Furthermore, with Qian's support, Ying's endorsement naturally follows. Thus, the others are inclined to support as well. Organizing these individuals to enhance their living habits can significantly improve their quality of life, at the very least reducing the prevalence of concurrent illnesses. Mei had previously discussed this matter with Qian and Ying, prompting both to take it seriously. She simply informed them that their grimy hands harbored countless bacteria, which was quite repulsive. Mei was diligently managing the village, and naturally, Shadow would lend a helping hand. However, as the afternoon arrived, marking the time for lessons, Mei found herself filled with regret, realizing that she would indeed have to allocate time to teach them. Educating individuals with such varying levels of understanding proved to be a true test of her patience. As she observed the somewhat foolish reactions of the children, she was driven to the brink of exasperation, wishing she could simply silence them with a swift gesture. It is likely that even the teacher who once instructed me had similar thoughts. The following day, Mei entrusted this task to Qian, imparting simple knowledge to her, who would then relay it to others. Essentially, the initial objective was merely to teach these children how to write their names and perform basic arithmetic operations within 10. Such rudimentary knowledge could be acquired in just a few days. Consequently, without delving into other matters, the conditions within the village improved significantly, and the nourishment also enhanced, leading to a noticeable increase in the children's vitality. It was during this transformative period that Shui Luo returned to the village. Upon witnessing the remarkable changes, he felt a profound disorientation. This silver-haired, green-eyed ninja was taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a drastic transformation in just a month's absence. Naturally, Mei was aware of his return. Initially, she felt a twinge of caution upon the arrival of a ninja, but she was somewhat surprised to see the children so fond of him. Nonetheless, her vigilance did not wane. The presence of a ninja in the background elucidated why the children had acquired some rudimentary ninjutsu combat techniques, along with a few water-based techniques that scarcely qualified as ninjutsu. Mei had long suspected the involvement of a ninja behind the scenes. After all, even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, had once taken in orphan children. It was not surprising that other ninjas might also engage in such acts when they were at a loss. However, this was of little concern to her, and she held no apprehension regarding what he might do. Apart from elite jonin from the 5 great nations, she regarded other ninjas with disdain. A single elite ninja was sufficient to contend with 10 jonin. Generally, the combat prowess of ordinary jonin was not particularly formidable, and there existed a significant disparity in strength between the jonin of typical villages and those of the 5 great ninja villages. To be recognized as one of the 5 great ninja villages was, in itself, a testament to strength. To emerge as a jonin in such a village would afford one the capability to establish an independent ninja village. She knew that he would undoubtedly seek her out. Regardless of the circumstances, Mei chose to focus on her own rest. Initially expecting swift action from him, she was surprised when no one approached her by dawn. Nevertheless, she did not allow the absence of others to disrupt her plans and promptly ventured into the distant mountains. The previous encounter with that bear had originated from those very hills, heading towards the village, prompting the shadow to devise a method to divert it, which ultimately led to their meeting. After all, Mei was diligently foraging for medicinal herbs, hoping to discover either easily cultivable or particularly rare specimens. The pharmaceutical trade, once scaled, would undoubtedly prove to be immensely lucrative in this world, which is rife with conflict and possesses a tremendous demand for medicine. As for businesses involving drugs or arms, Mei had little interest, nor the capacity to engage in such enterprises. The following day, Mei continued her herb gathering, returning to the village at noon to conduct routine health checks on the children. There were no issues, and after ensuring proper hygiene and nutrition, everyone's health gradually improved, requiring only a period of recuperation. However, that evening, instead of seeing Qian at her door, she finally encountered the village's ninja. His short white hair was bound with cloth, devoid of a headband, and he donned a samurai's armor, which likely hindered his mobility. Upon their first meeting, he greeted her, "Hello, Mei from Konoha." The once relaxed demeanor of Mei underwent a complete transformation as she cast a frigid gaze upon the wandering ninja before her. Even the air seemed to be momentarily drained of its essence. Chapter 8. Fate. The identity of Mei must remain confidential. She has devoted considerable time to her appearance, even altering her hair color and applying heavy makeup. Although she is inherently beautiful, once adorned, others might mistake her for a comedic performer. While she is indifferent to such perceptions, recognizing that makeup is a skill to be mastered, She believes it will serve her well in the future when her craft is perfected. In Konoha, she had never engaged with the multitude of cosmetics, remaining oblivious to their purposes, thus it would be unwise to press her too hard. Perhaps crafting a mask would be a more prudent approach. She is aware of her eccentricities, yet she is undeniably human. How did you know? She inquired, her tone icy and devoid of deception. Although she bore no weapons, she was prepared to take a life should the need arise, confident that the person before her was not merely a clone. Do not be so tense. Shui Luo intended to ease the atmosphere. However, upon meeting Mei's gaze, he felt a moment of vulnerability. He was a jonin. Yet the individual before him was a nin with a bounty of 50 million. Indeed, the black market had placed a price of 50 million on her head. To consider her merely as nin was absurd. The prowess of rogue ninjas is reflected in their bounty. To judge them by their rank would be a fool's errand. I have a request. Shui Luo decided to sit down, weaponless, to convey his goodwill. If you agree, I can share something with you. Mei could roughly understand the situation and hoped to leave without disclosing any information from this place. This was, of course, not an issue. She could never expect to remain in such a small, dilapidated village for long, especially since the local children had little to do with her. Now that their guardian had returned, her departure was entirely reasonable, as long as her counterpart was not her adversary. There was no pressing need for her to eliminate any witnesses. Regardless, once she departed, she would undoubtedly need to revamp her appearance to avoid recognition. By then, they would hardly recognize her. Very well, Mei agreed decisively. That is splendid. I hope you can stay and guide the children in the village, Shui Luo said, bowing deeply, uttering words that were entirely contrary to Mei's expectations. Your presence would bring me great peace of mind. This took Mei by surprise. She had assumed that the individual would urge her to leave, but instead, they wanted her to remain. While her abilities were indeed enviable, what authority did this person possess to invite her to stay? If word got out, the consequences could be dire. How do you know about me? Mei decided to set aside such troublesome thoughts for the moment. She was indifferent to her predicament. If necessary, she could make further arrangements later on. However, she was genuinely curious about how her presence had been exposed. She had not revealed any extraordinary abilities, not even in her diagnostic skills, yet she had still been discovered. This piqued her interest. Konoha's bounty would certainly feature her likeness, but it likely demanded her alive. Other ninja villages would surely also have an interest in her. A bounty of 50 million was not something to be overlooked. If they could recruit Mei, her value would multiply significantly. Nevertheless, she had no interest in any of the ninja villages. None offered her any assistance, and she did not seek refuge. As protection always came at a cost, she was unwilling to pay. It was not I who discovered you, Shui Luo replied with an unusual answer, smiling as he spoke. The one who found you was Qian. She deduced your presence. Oh, Mei pondered. How did she manage to figure it out? Mei can ascertain that, at least until yesterday. Qian was completely unaware of her existence, so how could she possibly know of her connection to Konoha? Shui Luo, on the other hand, did not conceal the truth. Since he had begun speaking, he decided to clarify everything, thereby preventing any potential future complications. In fact, there was nothing particularly intricate about it. When Mei arrived here, she did not present herself as an ordinary individual. Her personality was striking, and her manner of conduct was distinctly clear, entirely unlike someone hailing from a small town. She came from a distinguished background. Moreover, after Shui Luo's return, he had indeed discussed this individual's matters with Ing and Qian. Given the ambiguous intentions of the newcomer, he found it hard to believe that a group of children could captivate such a person. Most likely, the interest was directed towards him, or perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. If the other party bore good intentions and was willing to keep things confidential, he had no desire to exacerbate the situation. He had returned with a sum of money and some supplies, intending to use them for their upcoming days, only to discover that the village had undergone a significant transformation, and nearly all the children seemed to be revitalized. Mei is characterized in the information provided by Konoha as a medical ninja, proficient in taijutsu, with chakra possessing the ability to heal others. In reality, although she has not actively used her chakra to heal anyone, it does exhibit some investigative properties during diagnostics. While this may not elicit much reaction from seasoned ninjas, it is particularly remarkable for children. They find it exceedingly comforting, and those who are physically weak feel as though they could extend their lives by a decade. This is the outcome. However, this alone is certainly insufficient. Moreover, Mei's appearance is rather unkempt, and she carries a conspicuously unwarrior-like medical kit. Her identity seems rather casual and evidently unconfirmed, oscillating between that of a warrior and a medic, both of which appear to be false identities. When considering the timing, one could surmise that there is roughly a 50% likelihood that Mei is connected to Konoha. Of course, Mei has yet to reveal her true name in this village, which is why she is often addressed as Hei or that sister. In light of this, Akane believes it is worth a try. From Konoha's perspective, Mei does not exhibit strong aggression, thus she decides to take a chance. Having interacted with Mei these past few days, Akane perceives her as not malevolent, at least not the type to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Therefore, attempting to engage seems reasonable. Even if she is mistaken, it would be as if nothing had occurred. Should she be correct, then she would have indeed hit the mark, allowing for future interactions without trepidation. The crux of the matter is not merely to deduce Mei's identity, but to assess her potential threat. Akane's judgment at this moment is precisely the fundamental reason for Shuei Luo's arrival here. In essence, she asserts that Mei poses no danger, inviting Akane to venture closer. Mei, feeling somewhat exasperated, contemplates the audacity of rogue ninjas in this era, willing to probe into evidently perilous situations. Konoha, too, is perplexed by such judgments, pondering whether she has become incapable of wielding a blade and contemplating the elimination of several minor root operatives. If it could also result in the demise of Orochimaru, that would suffice. Chapter 9. Akane and Mei. In truth, I have inadvertently exposed myself, have I not? Indeed, and Akane's assertions have consistently proven reliable. I trust her judgment wholeheartedly, Shuei Luo declares without hesitation. It is evident that he holds a profound trust in the young girl named Akane. Mei observes that this girl is astute and perceptive. Yet, despite her recognition of this, she may have underestimated the child. To earn the trust of an adult ninja at such a tender age of 12, Akane undoubtedly possesses maturity and capabilities beyond her years. With this in mind, Mei becomes even more intrigued. I am truly grateful for your assistance. As you can see, I am not particularly adept at caring for others. Shuei Luo possesses a profound self-awareness. In reality, his ability to care for others pales in comparison to that of the younger generation. The sole contribution he can offer is monetary, and even that is insufficient. As a rogue ninja from the Rain Village, his endeavors are confined to undertaking tasks in the neutral territory's black markets, where his typical targets are Chunin or lower, yielding modest returns. Each time he ventures out for a month or two, he may only bring back a meager sum of several tens of thousands, leaving him in a state of dire poverty. He finds it difficult to let go of these individuals. Raising children is indeed a formidable challenge. Initially, there were more children in the village, but he could not afford to support them. Many of the children perished due to starvation and disease, with wild beasts being a mere inconvenience. Moreover, he must repair his dwelling, purchase clothing, and acquire medicinal herbs, and he is unfamiliar with the wild flora. In comparison to Mei, he is but an amateur, even when juxtaposed with Chien. Thus, should Mei truly join the village to assist others, he would wholeheartedly embrace the idea. Additionally, he acknowledges that he is no match for her. Although they have never formally clashed, he has come to this conclusion on his own. Mei perceives Shuei Luo as a good person and contemplates that perhaps, in the future, he may have a role in the Akatsuki organization, especially since prior to Toanzo's machinations, Akatsuki was not the same as it was at the onset of the Hokage era. At that time, they were still an organization advocating for peace. I have no interest in caring for children, Mei remarked, relinquishing her murderous intent. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, however, since I have made a promise, I shall not waver. Moreover, I must admit, I have indeed developed a certain interest in Qian. Regarding Qian, her illness is genuine. I trust you have inquired about it. The last time Mei mentioned Qian's consumption of dirt to Ing, they likely confirmed the matter. Furthermore, dirt is indigestible and cannot be expelled from the body. And it won't be long before she inadvertently brings about her own demise. It was through the relentless questioning from Shuei Luo and Ing that Qian finally revealed the truth. Both were left in a state of helplessness, but the caveat was that they must refrain from intervening. Mei remained non-committal. After all, she was quite renowned in Konoha. And during the Second Shinobi World War, her moniker as the super healer was indeed well-deserved. Perhaps you could bring her to see me tomorrow, she suggested. Mei was indifferent but felt a flicker of interest. After all, it was merely an experiment that would cost her nothing. She was straightforward in her approach. Although it wasn't her ninja way, she believed in the principle of sincerity, acting on a whim and simply wishing to proceed. Oh. Shuei Luo was unaware of the agreement between Qian and Mei, yet she did not decline. The following day, Qian appeared before Mei, who had decided against foraging for herbs that day. She had already thoroughly scoured the vicinity for rare medicinal plants, and any further search would require venturing further afield. It would be more prudent to wait until after leaving this place. Otherwise, the hour-long round trip would test her patience. I have made a promise to you. After some consideration, May ultimately resolved to accept this individual as her apprentice. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If she could not save her, then the apprenticeship would be moot. Conversely, if she succeeded, perhaps the girl's intellect could prove beneficial. Qian, though composed, couldn't suppress a hint of delight. Just as she intended to kneel in homage, May halted her, thinking that such formalities were rather unnecessary. I am not interested in such flamboyant displays, she stated directly. Let me first assess your condition. Her method was quite straightforward. Since the situation was already revealed, she decided to utilize chakra. If Qian's body lacked energy, it would be ideal to test with chakra, which would also facilitate her investigation into the underlying issues. May began to channel her chakra, yet it failed to traverse smoothly within her opponent's body, swiftly appearing to be absorbed instead. It became evident that her body was indeed drawing in energy, an abundance of it. After several minutes, approximately half of May's chakra had been absorbed, sufficiently filling the void within Qian. Intrigued by the extent of absorption, May pondered how much energy could be drawn. Knowing that even half of her chakra equated to a quantity not inferior to that of an elite jonin. She had always been a veritable powerhouse of chakra, arguably more suited to the moniker of a tailless beast than even Kisame. Qian felt her heartbeat stabilize suddenly, a wave of comfort washing over her as she emitted soft hums of contentment. May's chakra, imbued with healing and warmth, enveloped her entirely, lifting her spirits to euphoric heights. When she regained her senses, it seemed as though the tumult had passed. The insatiable hunger that had plagued her dissipated, leaving behind a sensation of fullness and discomfort in her abdomen. Subsequently, May provided her with a potion to aid in the breakdown and softening of the earthy matter, enabling her to expel it through certain special means. May was filled with curiosity regarding the matter, yet when it came to this subject, Qian was equally uninformed. In truth, she had not possessed this ailment in the past. It was a condition that emerged later. Diseases can be categorized as congenital or acquired, and relying solely on this information does not definitively rule out the possibility of it being innate. It is conceivable that the condition might only manifest once she reaches a certain age. In the world of ninjas, anything is possible, although it is highly probable that it is indeed acquired. Although the source of the illness has yet to be identified, May intends to wait until Qian has completely recovered before further investigation. Until then, she remains unconcerned. After all, the half-formed chakra can be replenished in a single day, and since Qian has not been directly starved to death, it indicates that whatever is consuming her chakra is unlikely to extinguish the life of a young girl within a year. At this moment, May remains oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. Oh, the thought alone seems rather disheartening. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me in your studies. This marks my inaugural experience as a teacher, and I surmise it is your first as a student as well. Thus, we shall make do. Should I become irate, simply shield your head. As long as you remain alive, there is hope for your salvation. Chapter 10. Learning in the Realm of Ninjas. The act of taking on a disciple is regarded with considerable seriousness. The bond between a master and their apprentice is profoundly formal, as every ninja, upon reaching a certain age, is expected to mentor a student. In larger ninja villages, it is typically the higher-ranked ninjas who guide the lower ranks, while in smaller villages, it is often the middle-ranked ninjas or even seasoned lower-ranked ninjas who take on this role, given that middle-ranked ninjas are a scarce resource, primarily tasked with missions rather than the care of children. The smaller the ninja village, the more susceptible it becomes to the encroachment of malevolent forces. Those that manage to establish themselves as significant strongholds are either already formidable or are simply lacking in discernment. Qian's initial requirement is the development of basic physical fitness. Although she occasionally engages in some tasks, most of her responsibilities are borne by shadow, as her constitution is notably frail. Previously, due to persistent hunger, she existed in a state of deprivation, fundamentally a lack of energy, which naturally led to her physical weakness. Thus, physical training has become an urgent necessity. Since May has taken on the role of a teacher, she cannot merely limit herself to being a medicinal instructor. She must also evolve into a medical ninja. Moreover, aside from physical training, the pursuit of knowledge cannot be neglected. Reading, writing, and acquiring wisdom are essential, as she is also responsible for instructing the other young ones. Simultaneously, and most importantly, May imparts her method of chakra refinement. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha possesses a distinctive chakra refinement technique. which differs from those of other ninja villages, with Konoha's approach being the most exemplary. In the midst of battle, the ability to refine chakra rapidly and efficiently often determines the outcome between evenly matched ninjas. Should you find yourself unable to gather your chakra in a critical moment, it is inevitable that you may suffer defeat. Typically, when a ninja's total chakra dips below 5%, they become incapable of performing ninjutsu. Focusing your attention, sensing the essence of chakra, and refining it, this is merely the first step in your journey to becoming a ninja. Indeed, while the extraction of chakra is of paramount importance, it is merely the foundation upon which further mastery is built. Without extraction, one possesses nothing. With it, one may begin to explore its applications, a pursuit that delves into a more profound discipline. Thus far, no one has articulated a definitive methodology for the perfect utilization of chakra. Qian had previously ventured into chakra extraction. Since Shui Luo had imparted knowledge to Ying, it was certain she had also instructed her. However, her physical limitations rendered her efforts futile, as the minuscule amount of chakra she managed to extract was wholly insufficient. Consequently, she embarked on numerous attempts, each yielding naught, experimenting with various unconventional methods to no avail, and eventually, she resigned herself to defeat. Now, as she embarks on a fresh beginning, her audacious strategies momentarily bewilder her, inadvertently hampering her efficiency. It is worth noting that the initial extraction of chakra is inherently challenging. Moreover, Mei's unyielding approach left Qian feeling rather disheveled. Yet, this was merely the first day. By the second day, Qian successfully extracted chakra, and with a foundational reserve established, she found herself with a semblance of ease during her running exercises. Although her physical conditioning still requires considerable time, the training of her chakra can commence. A single day of chakra extraction proved insufficient. Mei encouraged her to cultivate her foundation, a process anticipated to span approximately 1 week. Only after this week would she truly be considered a novice, at which point the amount of chakra she could extract would be roughly 1/10 of the total quantity currently attainable. Mei recalled the time when she was refining her chakra, wondering if she was experiencing an illusion as the process seemed interminable. Wasn't it said that chakra refinement was arduous? Why did it feel as though there was no end in sight? Exhausted, she pondered giving up. This disheartening struggle she had never shared with anyone. Run, run, Mei commanded Qian, urging her to sprint with all her might. The transformation was astonishing compared to just a week ago. A girl who once lacked stamina could now run several kilometers consecutively. Since harnessing chakra, Qian had utilized it astutely, enabling her to maintain her breath while running. Yet her legs were undeniably fatigued. Over the past few days, she had spent hours in the squat, bearing immense pressure on her legs. Ying and Shui Luo, concerned, observed from a distance. Shui Luo remarked, "Indeed, one hailing from the great ninja village is formidable. Ying, if you ever have the chance, you should learn from her." "I need not, brother Shui Luo. I am content to learn from you." Ying quickly shook his head, pledging his loyalty. He genuinely preferred learning from Shui Luo and could envision the disdainful expression Mei would wear if he sought her guidance. Now that Mei had rescued Qian, he felt devoid of reason to seek mentorship from her. This is different. The foundational knowledge and training of the great ninja village far surpass ours. The Rain Ninja Village certainly had its own cultivation methods, and reaching the level to participate in the ninja wars indicated considerable strength. Yet it paled in comparison to Konoha's depth. Her refinement technique surpasses the one I taught you, and their training methods possess unique merits. It appears that Konoha's approach to nurturing ninjas is not solely about providing the safest environment for growth. If one were new to being a ninja, Shui Luo might even envy such a training approach. The Rain Ninja Village promotes the idea that Konoha's gentle nurturing will only produce pampered ninjas. However, the reality remained that to this day, Konoha stood as the most powerful ninja village, showing no signs of decline over the past decade. Unless a third ninja world war erupted to alter the landscape, it seemed unlikely. Shui Luo did not believe a third war would ignite so soon. They had just concluded one, with Konoha achieving a resounding victory. The third conflict would require time to brew. Konoha certainly needed to recuperate and would not initiate war. Sunagakure had suffered a severe blow from Konoha and was currently subdued. As for the Rain Ninja Village, he refrained from mentioning it. It was this very war that had driven him to become a rogue ninja, unable to endure Hanzo the Salamander's strategies any longer. Additionally, she was an exceptional talent within Konoha, and if he could learn from her, there was no need for hesitation. This was not a matter of shame. Shui Luo speaks with sincerity, and if given the opportunity, he would wish to learn from Mei. Ying, lost in thought, does not harbor any disdain for Mei, despite her apparent aversion towards him. He remains grateful for her contributions to the village and for saving Chien. Yet, he wonders why she cannot communicate more kindly. After all, he is still but a child. Chapter 11. Human Sandbag. The essence of being a ninja lies in the mastery of endurance. Thus, no matter the humiliation he must endure, Ing resolves to persevere. This is an essential phase in the journey of becoming a ninja. Surprisingly, Mei does not decline his request and promptly invites him to join her training regimen the next day, arranging his lessons herself. To Ing's astonishment, this was far too easy, and his fondness for Mei has increased by 20 points as a result. Perhaps this reaction is akin to that of a Stockholm Syndrome patient. After enduring mistreatment, even the slightest kindness can evoke profound gratitude. It seems Naruto shares a similar experience. The complexities of the human psyche are indeed daunting. Mei is not particularly magnanimous. Rather, she has recently realized that the pressures of education have become somewhat overwhelming. Furthermore, she is tasked with the responsibility of teaching numerous children, which is enough to give anyone a headache. The capacity of a single individual is inherently limited, and even if she attempts to delegate, her attention must be divided among many other obligations. Most certainly, the villagers will need to take charge of several matters themselves. In light of this, it would be prudent to enlist a few individuals to assist her in management. After all, Ing and Chien are essentially the de facto administrators of the village, possessing the highest esteem among the children. As for Shui Luo, she is nothing but a mere muggle, a veritable muggle, nearing 30 yet still being bossed around by a little girl, a truly embarrassing situation. Another reason for her disdain towards Ing is that she genuinely dislikes him. She recalls how he once addressed her as auntie, which was rather amusing at the time. It is likely he understands the implications of such crude terminology directed at a young woman, while she intends to forego the formality of becoming his mentor. Imparting some education upon him seems fitting, especially since everyone in the village has been included in her educational agenda. Given that Xian's training period is lengthy yet lacks substantial content, she can conveniently devote some time to instructing Ing. This, after all, stems from a sense of vengeance, does it not? While Qian busies herself with her running, Mei draws a circle upon the ground and gazes at Ing. Let us keep it simple. You have already learned to refine chakra and some basic ninja tool techniques. Although you may not have studied taijutsu, you do possess a modicum of fighting skill. Therefore, we shall commence with a practical exercise. She positions herself at the center of the circle, approximately 1 meter in diameter, and declares, "The rules are straightforward. I remain within this circle, and you may use any method you wish to strike me. If you manage to touch me or my clothing, or if I step outside this circle, then you shall be victorious." Is it truly that simple? Ying's spirits lift at this seemingly easy challenge, as it merely requires him to make contact. Simple, is it? Then come and try. Ye never anticipated that this little imp would exhibit such inflated confidence. The task seemed straightforward, yet this mere child, who had not even attained the rank of a lower ninja, believed it to be simple. A lesson in humility was indeed warranted. It was not mere self-praise. Even a genuine lower ninja would find this task far from easy. Ing, underestimating the challenge, embarked on the endeavor with uncharacteristic zeal, feeling a compelling urge to demonstrate his prowess to Ye. He drew 3 shurikens, his only 3, and hurled them towards Ye. Unfazed, she effortlessly caught them in her outstretched hand. These tools had never tasted blood, and she questioned why they were so fondly wielded. After witnessing Ye's nonchalant catch, Ing surged forward, wielding the katana she had gifted him. Fortunately, it was a short katana. Otherwise, this diminutive figure might have found himself lacking in reach. Nevertheless, it proved cumbersome for him to wield. Ye grasped the blade's tip, reminiscent of the legendary Lu Xiaofeng. Ing promptly abandoned the sword, recognizing it as merely auxiliary. He launched a punch towards Ye's abdomen, which she deftly evaded with a slight twist of her body. Without hesitation, Ing lowered his fist and bent forward, executing a spinning kick. Ye, slightly exasperated, mused that a mere adjustment of her katana's position could easily incapacitate him. However, wishing to avoid any bloodshed, she opted for a graceful leap to evade the strike. Eureka! Ing felt a surge of triumph, his face illuminated with excitement as he reached for Ye, suspended in midair. Yet, his exuberance was abruptly curtailed as he received a solid kick to the face, sending him flying and leaving him with a nosebleed. Yamei executed a small roll upon landing, barely feeling the impact. Calmly, she dusted off her skirt and casually rubbed the sole of her shoe, remarking, "It seems my request may be a tad too ambitious. How about I add a condition? If my skin touches yours, it counts. In other words, even if my fist merely grazes your face, I shall consider it a loss." She displayed no reluctance in concealing her contempt. Rather, This moment invigorated her spirit. Indeed, Ing felt the sting of humiliation, prompting him to charge forward once more, unhesitatingly scooping up a handful of sand from the ground, intending to employ the infamous rogue technique. Mei nonchalantly waved her hand, sending the sand swirling in all directions. Meanwhile, as Shadow lunged forward, she swiftly lowered her body and struck him in the abdomen with a powerful blow, sending him flying once more. Don't stop. You focus on your escape. Mei also reminded Qian, who shivered slightly before obediently continuing to run. Though the strike was not particularly severe, Shadow clearly felt nauseous and struggled to rise, clutching his stomach. Listen well, you little rascal, she admonished. I previously expressed my disdain for you and your impudent demeanor. Since you've afforded me this opportunity, allow me to properly instruct you on what constitutes proper etiquette. Ye stood her ground, embracing her shoulders with both hands, and remarked, Get up and carry on. Surely, you do not believe that this is all there is to it. Has Shu Luo truly only imparted such a trivial amount of knowledge to you over these days? Is he truly a fool? In the distance, Shu Luo, hearing her words, instinctively grimaced, feeling inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Mei's words provoked Ing, who immediately sprang back into action, unable to endure the insult directed at Shui Luo. This time, he began to form seals, albeit slowly enough that Mei could have slapped him. Nevertheless, this did catch Mei's attention. After all, she had some experience with ninjutsu. Water release, water chaotic waves. This technique was familiar to Mei as well, akin to a water gun in a Pokemon battle. She glanced at her opponent and, though indifferent, preferred not to get drenched. Consequently, she hurled her katana with precision towards Ing. Ing, indeed startled, quickly altered the trajectory of the water jutsu, redirecting it towards the slowly approaching blade, barely managing to deflect it. As he turned back, a shuriken struck him squarely in the face, the blunt iron surface knocking him down to the ground. Mei, calmly tossing the remaining 2 shurikens in her hand, beckoned, Let us continue. Her voice echoing with an almost diabolical resonance. Chapter 12. Purpose. The following day, Ing began running alongside Qian, both refining their chakra together. Naturally, their training regimens differed, with Ying's effort being approximately tenfold that of Qian's. This fact brought Qian some joy, as she had longed to train with Ing but had never quite succeeded. At this moment, she felt a sense of happiness, even managing to run longer than usual. Although Mei had no intention of fostering Qian into a formidable ninja, she unexpectedly discovered that the child possessed a commendable talent. During this period, their schedules were quite full, and Mei maintained rigorous training standards for both, while also encouraging self-discipline. This allowed her the opportunity to gather medicinal herbs and other resources. Regarding their studies, she made the simplest of adjustments. Initially, she had them learning to read and write, but now she prioritized ensuring their survival, introducing them to the edible resources in their surroundings and how to prepare them. Frankly speaking, without her rapid cultivation techniques, the local fields would require several more months to yield produce. During this interval, not only would they need grains but also fruits and meats, prompting Mei to consider livestock cultivation in due time. As soon as the children developed basic self-sustaining skills, they would be wholly fine. Currently, the ninja world had just emerged from war, and the onset of the next conflict would still require several years, marked by the disappearance of the third wind shadow. Thanks to Scorpion's misguided antics, he was but a pitiful child, achieving the rank of Genin at 7 and Chunin at 8. He was merely a younger brother compared to Kakashi and Itachi. Unfortunately, he transformed himself into a puppet, resulting in minimal progress. At 35, he remained just an average shadow. Such a waste. Ultimately, it was only natural that he was defeated by Sakura and Chiyo. Qian soon found herself unable to continue, leaving Ing to run on, feeling not the slightest fatigue. For an ordinary person, Qian's exercise regimen was not particularly demanding, let alone for him. He intended to persist in his training for quite some time. Once their training concluded, Mei returned, and they proceeded to refine their chakra again. Qian continued her refinement while Ing engaged in ninjutsu training and approximately half an hour of practical combat drills, with the rules remaining unchanged. Undoubtedly, this was the most exhilarating time of day for Mei. The previously lively Ing was now rendered exhausted, and with a slight expenditure of her chakra, she could alleviate his injuries, leaving only the sensation of pain behind. Are you all right, Ing? At this moment, Qian took a brief respite and approached. Mei remarked that her chakra extraction was nearly complete, and they could soon begin to learn the fundamental applications of chakra. As for me, I felt relatively well. My body was not severely affected, merely in pain, and it seemed that Mei's chakra lacked any analgesic properties. As long as you're fine, I reassured. Suffering was commonplace for these children. The physical agony inflicted by Mei was trifling compared to the emotional wounds her sharp tongue inflicted upon Ing. Even though Qian understood Mei's intentions, there were times when the words were still discomforting. Shui Luo, on the other hand, remained unfazed. Though he found himself in a rather absurd situation, often being used as a target by Mei, which left him feeling quite helpless. He had secretly inquired whether this would harm Ying's dignity, but Mei had responded with phrases about the resilience of men, the cyclical nature of fortune, and admonitions against underestimating the youth, leaving Shui Luo momentarily stunned. Beyond the training, Mei insisted that everyone engage in learning. Qian and Ing followed Mei's prepared curriculum, educating the children on agriculture, animal husbandry, and foraging for edible resources in the surrounding woods, as well as what could be cultivated. With a water-using ninja at their disposal, everything seemed manageable. Additionally, she instructed Shui Luo to procure materials to construct a medical laboratory for surgeries and experiments. She was disinclined to undertake the task herself. Since she intended to remain, it was only reasonable to reward herself with a few comforts, providing a list of items to be purchased. Of course, Mei was aware that Shui Luo was quite impoverished, which explained the children's desperate state. His commercial acumen was nearly non-existent. Earning money held little significance, as the income was scant and could not fundamentally alter their circumstances. Mei belonged to a type that, while striving for excellence, remained indifferent to the ultimate outcome. She would exert effort, and if the others were willing to do the same, she would not mind putting in a bit more. If they chose to give up, she would not hesitate to relinquish her own efforts. However, I pondered what my role should be. I clearly lacked the ability to care for the village, and I was even less capable of looking after others. Despite Mei's harshness and acerbic tongue, she possessed an exceptional talent for nurturing. The village children adored her, calling her sister incessantly, a privilege I never enjoyed. Presently, this village lacked any concrete affiliation, meaning that although various countries contained such nomadic settlements, discovery could lead to expulsion. A rogue ninja accompanied by a gaggle of children hardly seemed a viable prospect. Indeed, this was true. Thus, my first conclusion was that this location was ill-suited for establishing a village. However, the decision ultimately rested with them, if they ever resolved to abandon this place. I could recommend an alternative destination that would provide them with a semblance of legal status. Of course, the specifics were up to their discretion, and I would not intervene. Mei is quite casual. If you were to relocate, at the very least, you could establish a regular village. Of course, it is imperative that you do not reveal your true identity. It is preferable to live as an ordinary individual. Very well, I shall consider it. Shui Luo cannot outright dismiss this notion. It would be prudent to discuss this matter further later on. I have some matters to attend to in the next few days, so you may continue their training in my absence. Where are you going? It is unexpected that Mei is preparing to depart so soon. My original purpose for coming to the Iron Country has been delayed for quite some time, and I have yet to fulfill it. Mei's journey to the Iron Country is primarily to seek out a blacksmith with whom she can collaborate. She aspires to forge a weapon of the 6th realm caliber. Other details are of little consequence. At the very least, it should be aesthetically pleasing. It is certainly preferable to relying on mundane black and white sticks. I anticipate spending a few days here before returning. She has no intention of leaving immediately. It is said that there is a renowned blacksmith in the Iron Country. Her current aim is to meet with him. If a partnership is feasible, she will pursue it. If not, she shall simply seek the next opportunity. Chapter 13. Hans of the Iron Country. After Mei finished her instructions, she departed, leaving the villagers to train at their own pace. Upon leaving, she did not don the attire of a warrior. Instead, she adorned herself in the garb of an apothecary, her back laden with a basket filled with various medicinal herbs. These herbs, recently gathered, thrived under her nurturing abilities as if they had been imbued with hormones, growing remarkably fast. For the first time, she dedicated herself fully to cultivating these plants, achieving a harvest every 3 days, allowing her to reap twice a week. An additional day was reserved for nurturing the land, rendering her efforts significantly more efficient than nature itself. Should the need arise, she would also be able to heal the sick, thus securing a substantial income. Alas, she had forgotten to collect payment from that mischievous brat in the village. In Konoha, if someone desired her services, especially for serious ailments, they would need to part with a considerable sum. The notion that medical ninjas do not charge is but a fantasy, as their fees are indeed quite steep. This time, her appearance was altered as well, for her previous attire had been deemed excessive by Akane and suspicious by Mizuki. which had led to the initial wariness from Kaguya. Truth be told, had she been a beautiful older sister genuinely assisting him, he would not have been so on guard. It seemed this mischievous brat was rather superficial. She had previously been too lenient. When the opportunity arose, she vowed to ensure he would regret his actions from dawn till dusk. This grudge May silently tucked away in her heart, promising to make Kageru his judgment. She chose a simpler makeup style, opting not for anything overly elaborate. Instead, she gathered her hair into an updo, maintaining its vibrant red hue, and wrapped it in a cloth, lending her a more rustic appearance. Her clothing was replaced with a set of thick, well-worn linen, and she donned a pair of red, thick-framed glasses, the lenses non-prescriptive so as not to impair her vision. Additionally, she slightly darkened her skin tone. May's complexion is extraordinarily fair, even more so than that of 12-year-old Chien. She has tightly bound her bosom, leaving it unyielding. While May is not particularly petite, she is not overly large either. After all, the significance of such attributes lies in comparison. At first glance, even without being perceived as male, it is likely that she would not attract undue attention, as she endeavored to minimize her feminine allure. Coupled with the legendary literature of Zuin associated with May, it is probable that she could effectively conceal her identity. Ultimately, it suffices for her that others do not recognize her, even if it causes her some discomfort. May is not inclined to create a significant disturbance at this moment. Her new ninjutsu has just begun to take shape. By continuously developing it, she anticipates greater utility in the future. Moreover, due to recent advancements, she intends to continue her research, making extensive use of the shadow clone technique. It would be splendid if she could also learn the multi-shadow clone technique while in Konohagakure, but regrettably, it is a forbidden technique, and few individuals in the village possess the knowledge. She can adopt Naruto's training methods. After all, her chakra reserves far exceed those of Naruto prior to his fusion with the Nine Tails. During the last Shinobi World War, the Land of Grass was nearly obliterated. At that time, the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron were engaged in conflict, directly annihilating the central region of the Land of Grass. After acquiring the strength befitting a shadow, Hanzo of the Salamander rendered ordinary Jonin obsolete, his might eclipsing that of other ninja villages as he advanced towards the Land of Iron. Had it not been for the intervention of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the Land of Iron would surely have faced devastation. Of course, Hanzo was eventually brought back to his original state, while the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind waged a protracted battle in the Land of River. The Land of Rain fell into obscurity, with Konoha's White Fang eliminating Scorpion's parents, and Shiboka perishing at the hands of the Sand Village. Furthermore, Kato Dan narrowly escaped death, thanks to May's timely intervention. Thus, Tsunade remains within the village. Upon arriving in the Land of Iron, a neutral territory somewhat hostile to ninjas, May, as a medic, underwent a brief interrogation. However, there were no substantial issues as the Land of Iron does not conduct a population census. As long as one appears unproblematic and poses no threat, they may leave without hindrance. Moreover, May managed to bribe her way through, evading even a thorough inspection. Observing the common folk here, referred to as samurai, one realizes they too require sustenance. In truth, had May desired, she could have disregarded these checkpoints entirely. Nevertheless, passing through them would grant her a temporary residence certificate, thereby facilitating her movements within the Land of Iron. Once she entered the city, she chose a quaint inn to stay. The local samurai sported unique gear, assisting them in combat, and donned masks purportedly designed to protect against toxins. Hanzo of the Salamander cast a formidable shadow over the Land of Iron. Coincidentally, the individual she came to visit also bore the name Hanzo, a renowned master blacksmith in the Land of Iron. Previously, during the conflict with the Land of Rain, he played a crucial role in logistics, rising to prominence during that time. He is a man utterly consumed by his passion for forging, relentlessly pursuing a higher realm of craftsmanship, exhibiting little desire for other pursuits. Residing in a mountain villa, situated in a frigid region, it is not the most favorable environment for forging. The villa houses a large furnace, and Hanzo occasionally takes on apprentices, recognizing that the intricacies of blacksmithing can be laborious and complex. Such endeavors often require considerable energy and assistance from others, including help in transporting materials. To speak candidly, the general quality of weapons in the shinobi world leaves much to be desired, yet there are indeed high-end items available, including those capable of flight. However, their propulsion relies on chakra or similar energies, which cannot be replicated or mass-produced. Within the realm of Naruto's cinematic adaptations, one may encounter various peculiar artifacts throughout the smaller nations. However, such matters do not concern May as she approached the entrance of the mountain, hoping to ascend. Yet, she was met with resistance from 2 samurai, likely employed by Hanzo. This location is seldom visited, as few venture here. Mei was unfazed, conducting a simple reconnaissance and confirming there were indeed only 2 guards. After contemplating their gas masks, she spoke, "I understand. Please take a moment to rest." Then, with a decisive action, she proceeded. In less than a second, the 2 individuals succumbed to slumber, collapsing into the adjacent thicket. Although Mei had shown restraint, it was likely that they would remain unconscious for several hours. She had made significant progress in her abilities and could now consider herself a competent jonin. Even relying solely on her physical prowess, she could probably exchange a few moves with Might Guy. Of course, should Might Guy unleash the 8 gates, the likelihood was high that he could easily overpower her, perhaps even delivering a fatal blow with just 2 strikes. Having ascended the mountain, Mei was aware that her time was limited. Those 2 would awaken in half an hour, and she had to abscond with her quarry before that time elapsed. Although the Land of Iron was not particularly formidable, there were indeed Jonin-level warriors present. Mitsuba, for instance, could serve as an elite Jonin without issue. But that was likely the peak of their capabilities. The fact that Hanzo of the Salamander had fought him to a standstill was rather disappointing. However, Mei discovered that this manor was quite expansive, and there were indeed numerous inhabitants, potentially hundreds, making it impossible for her to identify Hanzo among them, as she did not recognize a single one. Thus, in order to locate her target, she would need to employ alternative methods. Her chakra sensing proved to be quite cumbersome. She could detect all living things, including humans, animals, and even plants. Encountering too many individuals was ill-advised, and being discovered would be detrimental, prompting her to seek assistance from other sources. After some contemplation, she decided to utilize ninjutsu. With her strong relationship with Tsunade, who almost regarded her as a successor, she had been taught even the Ein sealing and spirit transformation techniques, not to mention other abilities, such as the contract with the slug. The 3 great summoning sanctuaries, Mount Mayaboku, the Dragon Cave, and the Whetbone Forest, were well known, with the latter being somewhat less prominent. If one were to ask who the most formidable summoning beast was, it would undoubtedly be the Sage of Slugs. After all, even at Tsunade's utmost limit, the slug summoned would scarcely amount to 20% of its true potential. The authentic Sage of Slugs dwarfs even the Ten-Tails. As for combat prowess, a comparison with the Nine-Tails and Gamabunta would reveal a more significant disparity. Should the complete Sage of Slugs arrive, Orochimaru would likely resemble a mere younger sibling. The Sage of Slugs, unexpectedly summoned, initially believed that Tsunade required something, only to be taken aback upon realizing that the individual before him was not Tsunade, but Mei. "Why are you here?" The Slug Sage shares a profound bond with Tsunade, and it can be said that its relationship with the Senju clan has always been remarkably harmonious. However, with the demise of Sh Dai, Tsunade became the last inheritor of the clan. It was also thanks to Mei's intervention that Kato Dan survived. Otherwise, Tsunade might have never considered marriage, and the prospect of future heirs would have been bleak. Thus, the Slug Sage became acquainted with Mei, whom it actually holds in quite high regard. Therefore, Mei's betrayal of Konoha left it utterly astonished, and the audacity she displayed in summoning it was nothing short of bewildering. "How dare you call upon me?" Despite their contractual bond and the fact that they were not sworn enemies, it refrained from taking action, as it naturally possessed a gentle temperament. "Long time no see," Slug Sage, Mei remarked. She did not summon it with full force. That would have posed complications for herself. Her intention was merely to have the Slug Sage act as her eyes and gather information on the whereabouts of the artisans. "Where are you? Return with me," she urged. "I cannot go back to Konoha directly. If I do, I may never escape again. Slug Sage, I seek your assistance." Mei was certainly not inclined to return, for doing so would undoubtedly lead to trouble. While she was not afraid of being killed, her ideals could not be fulfilled within Konoha. "Is there not a matter you could negotiate? With Tsunade present, she would surely protect you." "Slug Sage, do you truly comprehend the impending crises facing the ninja world? Are you aware of the challenges we must confront?" "No, you know nothing. You only think of yourselves." Mei's last words seemed somewhat peculiar, as she had no intention of becoming an enemy of Konoha. "I will return to Konoha one day." Mei's words are not entirely false. As long as Konoha does not obstruct her path, she naturally does not consider herself an enemy of the village. One day, she shall return to Konoha, and by then, the nature of their identities will be of little consequence. "Why should I place my trust in you?" The slug had no intention of confronting Mei. Its meager clones would be no match for her, and such an endeavor would be futile, for May could effortlessly send it back at any moment. Allow me to make a prediction. Within 3 years, the ninja world will undoubtedly face a great war, a new conflict orchestrated by unseen forces. However, it is not merely that. But what does it matter? I shall first cast the blame upon Uchiha Madara, as I have discovered traces of that individual, and thus I must find him, relying solely on my own efforts. Then why not be straightforward? The slug sage inquired. Because I fear disturbing the grass and alerting the snake. The villagers are certainly connected to it. If no war breaks out in 3 years, I am willing to return to the village. This is a falsehood. Nonetheless, the slug sage believed her. Very well, then, what have you summoned me for this time? I need to locate someone. May succinctly explained the situation, which was a trivial matter for the slug sage. It immediately divided itself and proceeded according to May's instructions. Knowing that it could not persuade her to return through mere words, yet it could inform the people of Konoha about her plans and whereabouts. Being aware of the impending Great War, it would be advantageous for Konoha to prepare in advance. May remained unconcerned. It was indeed a fortunate occurrence that Konoha chose to believe. Being prepared in advance would prevent them from being caught off guard and subsequently overwhelmed. Should they have chosen disbelief, it would have led to dire consequences. Yet such matters are trivial in the grand scheme. The Third Shinobi World War claimed countless lives among ninjas, yet Konoha's elite forces suffered minimal losses, rendering the situation manageable. And by the way, Might Guy has passed away. Shortly thereafter, through the Sage of Slugs, May discovered the forge room, which was bustling with activity. Unlike other locations where individuals such as Hanzo were nowhere to be found, May swiftly locked onto her target. Thank you, Slug Sage. Realizing it was of no further use, May promptly dispelled the summoning technique, denying the other party any chance to engage in further verbal sparring. Women can be so merciless towards things that have lost their utility. Well, at least I am free from incessant chatter now. As for the next summoning, I shall simply take my leave, let it unfold as it may. Until we meet again in 3 years. May made her way towards the blacksmith where Hanzo was located, amidst a flurry of bustling activity. She promptly uncorked a small vial. A sudden thud echoed as everyone collapsed to the ground. Unperturbed, May advanced to the innermost corner and cast a glance at the figure before her. This visage bears a resemblance. It must be him. Together with his apprentice, he succumbed to slumber. Without hesitation, May hoisted him onto her shoulders and prepared to make her swift escape. In approximately 15 minutes, the 2 guards stationed at the entrance would likely awaken, but by then, she would have already departed from the Iron Kingdom. As for the matter of persuasion, once he regained consciousness in the den of thieves, would it not be a simple task to win him over through virtue? Chapter 15. Collaboration. So, you simply brought him here bound? Shui Luo listened in disbelief as May recounted her tale, rendered speechless. May had been away for roughly a week, clearly not exerting herself to the fullest. Yet, the fact that she managed to abduct the most renowned individual in the city within just a day was nothing short of fantastical. What were her intentions? This audacious act would undoubtedly provoke a widespread search. However, to be frank, Shui Luo was not particularly concerned about them finding this place, as the distance was considerable. Nonetheless, the borders would likely be sealed, and the search would persist for an extended period, with the odds of discovery diminishing significantly. The number of individuals capable of venturing out from the Iron Kingdom was limited to merely a few thousand. Attempting to locate someone in even a moderately sized country was akin to chasing a mirage. May astutely calculated this aspect, which prompted her to take such actions. In this era, locating individuals is not at all akin to the world May originally inhabited. Even in her former realm, despite collective participation, finding someone posed significant challenges. Let alone in May's current predicament. The disparities in productivity manifest in myriad ways. It is not that the productivity of the Naruto world is lacking, but rather that the resources of this world are entirely dedicated to serving those deemed deserving of such productivity, thus constraining its potential. Heaven bestowed upon humanity an intellect. Yet humanity resorts to self-destruction. In the realm of ninjas, war is fundamentally disconnected from ordinary people. Of course, this does not imply that casualties are absent. Rather, it signifies that ordinary individuals are generally uninvolved in warfare. However, when it comes to suffering, innocents are often victimized, and no one tends to their plight. Those who reap the benefits seldom concern themselves with the survival of those beneath them. It matters little. I shall find an opportunity to return. May herself remains rather indifferent, as she is solely focused on achieving her objectives. The methods employed are negotiable, provided they do not contravene her principles. Everything is permissible. Since everyone is regarded as an adversary in this competitive relationship, conflicts are inevitable. For now, let him rest. It won't be for long. Very well, you may decide. Just refrain from creating any additional troubles. Shueluo has also discerned that Mei is a reasonable individual. Typically, as long as one does not provoke her, she is quite accommodating. Moreover, if one can persuade her, even in a fit of rage, she would only seek to create inconvenience later, acknowledging her mistakes in the moment. After all, it is Mei we are discussing. Upon reflection, she is merely 4 years older than Qian, just a big child, really. A hint of childishness is entirely natural. After a short while, Mei roused the individual from slumber. She possesses knowledge of both Baguazhang and acupoint sealing techniques, recognizing their efficacy as potent hypnotic methods. Should she apply them with greater intensity, the harm inflicted upon the body could be substantial. In essence, these techniques are specifically tailored for combat against human opponents. While one might argue that such methods could present challenges against formidable foes like Susanoo, conversely, in the absence of such powers, these lethal attacks can transcend hierarchical boundaries. For instance, if an acupoint strike were to successfully target Obito, it could result in an instantaneous and fatal effect. Acupoint striking is a unique tactical approach. Aside from the gentle fist, the Hyuga clan possesses other strategies. However, it must be noted that their development of the Byakugan remains somewhat inadequate. Returning to the matter at hand, once he was laid upon the hospital bed, Mei securely bound him with ropes before releasing his acupoints. Hans awoke leisurely, feeling no discomfort. Indeed experiencing a refreshing sensation, as if his body had rejuvenated by a decade. However, he soon realized that he seemed unable to rise. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hans. You must have enjoyed quite a long rest," Mei said, bending slightly at the bedside. "How does your body feel now?" Hanzo responded with remarkable politeness, but suddenly recalled the event of dozing off in that place prior. "Indeed, there was something amiss. It was you who instigated this, and where exactly is this place? What are your intentions? How dare you impose such actions upon an elderly man? Is it possible that this young maiden is enamored with the beauty of my youth? The most handsome man of the Iron Country? 35 years ago, I was indeed a celebrated figure in the Iron Country. Although I am oblivious to the impudent thoughts crossing your mind, your gaze is decidedly distasteful." Mei has always been rather averse to such repugnant stares. Coughing lightly, she stated, "I require your assistance." "You want me to assist you? I am merely an old man skilled in forging. What could I possibly do for you?" "Release me." This hardly reflects an attitude befitting one seeking help. This cantankerous old man certainly has a multitude of demands. Perhaps I shall deliver him a well-deserved blow. In her heart, Mei fiercely contemplated her desires. "My demands are quite simple. I require a weapon, one of exceptional quality." Without hesitation, Mei articulated her request, expressing her disdain for the waste of time. "Would it not be more straightforward if everyone were direct? Why can't you simply allow me to forge it?" Hanzo, perplexed, questioned why the process needed to be so convoluted. "The reason lies in your current capabilities, which cannot fulfill my requirements," Mei stated bluntly, essentially asserting that your forging skills are inadequate. Although Hanzo is an esteemed master, what Mei seeks transcends a mere weapon. She desires an instrument that she can nurture, one that may even evolve into a Dao artifact in the future. A weapon imbued with the power of the 6 paths is essential, otherwise, it would be utterly meaningless. In fact, Mei's aspirations extend beyond that threshold. Thus, she requires a short blade. "What did you say? You dare to imply that my skills are lacking? You insolent brat?" Hanzo began to struggle, clearly on the verge of rebellion. "Hold on, let me finish. I can offer some forging techniques, and you can execute them. I require a certain special power," Mei plainly articulated, "and furthermore, do you intend to persist in creating these trivial items? Have you ever heard of the legendary weapons passed down by the Sage of 6 Paths, known as the 6-path weaponry, which encompasses a variety of armaments?" Mei spoke earnestly. "I require such a weapon. Without the level of the 6 paths, one is certain to perish in the face of the Dao-seeking jade, unless one possesses the powers of space or time. Miyuki does not wish to perish in obscurity while confronting the final boss. A modicum of preparation is always prudent. Or so she believes. However, before she could finish her thought, Hans across from her suddenly exclaimed with gleaming eyes, "I believe, no. Rather it is imperative that I take charge." He had long been weary of the monotonous routine of his daily tasks. He yearned for advancement, aspiring to forge the 6 paths of the warrior. Ignorance may be excusable, but to possess knowledge yet fail to act upon it is a fate most lamentable. Chapter 16. The development of the village. Hans's agreement came surprisingly easily. May found herself unexpectedly troubled. The way this fellow readily agreed felt somewhat suspicious. Originally, May had hoped to persuade him with her own charm, yet upon hearing about the 6 pads of weapons, he appeared even more excited than she was. It was evident that he was quite the enthusiast. Yamei is also capable of discerning the sincerity of others. It is fortunate that she possesses this ability, otherwise, she would be reluctant to trust others so readily. However, it is indeed advantageous that communication flows easily in this context. Yamei requested Hanzo to maintain secrecy. Yet Hanzo was filled with curiosity, pondering why his body felt so invigorated, as if an abundance of energy surged through him. Eventually, Yamei, exasperated by his incessant chatter, transmitted a surge of chakra directly into his being. A man of 60 collapsed to the ground, rendered utterly helpless, akin to a mere worm. Truly, he brought this upon himself, inviting trouble for no reason. May had not anticipated that her chakra possessed such remarkable capabilities for invigorating the body. Perhaps one day it could serve as an alternative method of interrogation, a thought that suddenly filled her with a sense of anticipation. She envisioned the scene of others kneeling before her, pleading for her to bestow upon them more and more of her power. Yet, she found the notion distasteful, particularly as it involved an old man, which made her feel somewhat repulsed. Regardless, the matter had been successfully resolved. Hans needed to rest, and May would take responsibility for escorting him back. Hans would also keep the situation under wraps, awaiting May's next communication. He bestowed upon her a token, indicating that she could use it to contact him directly in the future, sparing them the cumbersome necessity of kidnapping each time. He recognized that May was no ordinary individual. However, he held no interest in her identity, only in his aspirations for her. Knowing that his time was limited, he yearned to craft a weapon of the 6 pads caliber before his demise, which would grant him a sense of fulfillment. This man was truly dedicated to the art of forging. Although May harbored no affection for him, she felt a modicum of respect for his craft. She intended to seek him out again, and it was worth mentioning that Hans had forged multiple Kusanagi swords, which were considered conventional weapons in this world. In contrast, the true artifact was the Amano Murakumo, a legendary sword discovered by Itachi. After concluding matters on this front, May returned to the village, where the children had gathered an assortment of peculiar items. Some of these had been assessed by Akane and deemed edible, set aside for future sustenance. Others, unfamiliar to Akane, were retained for May's judgment. Items with a short shelf life would be discarded. Unlike the past, there was no longer a need to risk everything for a meager meal. If May is present, trying the poison is of little consequence, for she is certain not to perish. In her absence, Shui Luo cannot heal or save, leading to inevitable demise. At this moment, I have conducted a preliminary selection, discarding 2 toxic specimens and several lacking in nutritional value. What remains has been categorized into delectable and less palatable options, with particular attention given to those that bear a striking resemblance to one another. After making some adjustments here, May plans to begin compiling educational materials. The fundamental issue lies in comprehending the circumstances of this world, understanding the historical factors of these nations, and grasping the cultural nuances of the people here. Other subjects, such as mathematics and chemistry, also play a role in the learning process, if one were to consider it. The technological level in the world of Naruto is not insignificant, likely comparable to that of the early 20th century, and certain elements of advanced technology may even surpass that. However, when compared to other realms, it certainly falls short. She intends to create a study manual, which will serve as a future tool. Equipping the inhabitants with this knowledge would significantly alleviate the challenges they face in combat, which is undoubtedly advantageous. After all, the cost of education is a complex matter, as it often requires a decade of investment before yielding results. If the outcome is limited to educating just 1 or 2 individuals, it would be rather disheartening. May aspires to cultivate a multitude of individuals, not only combat talents in the realm of ninjas but also scholarly minds in the field of technological research. While the latter may not necessarily surpass the former in importance, she yearns for them to become the cornerstone of this world, embodying the true essence of guiding the populace. Ninjas tend to confine their thoughts to their own pursuits, a limitation born of narrow-mindedness. Upon reflection, one realizes that numerous inventions have emerged from various domains. Yet the majority serve combat purposes, with entertainment options remaining scarce and the realm of networks and information virtually non-existent. In terms of communication, devices exist that can facilitate interactions over distances of several kilometers. However, these rely not on signal towers but on chakra, restricting their use primarily to ninja circles, thus imposing significant limitations. She envisions the establishment of expansive infrastructure, though it is evident that such endeavors must commence on a smaller scale. To expand even once, one must possess sufficient influence, a resource she currently lacks, yet it is a possibility she is determined to explore. Her forthcoming plans revolve around this vision, as her other objectives have already been achieved. Subsequently, she intends to seek materials suitable for the creation of formidable weapons, and once procured, she will enlist Hans for the forging process. In the interim, experimenting with stainless steel and titanium alloys will suffice. Her aim is to persuade Hans to join her cause. For mass production of steel poses considerable challenges. If production can be enhanced, it would certainly alleviate the fragility of current ninja armors. Shueluo, what are your thoughts on this? Although this village has attained a basic scale, May does not perceive much innovation. For tangible results, the mere 20-odd children here are woefully insufficient. Construction necessitates thousands of hands. Albeit a single ninja could significantly elevate efficiency. I have no objections, Shueluo responded casually, but are the children suited for long-distance migration? This is not a concern. Leave it to me. Just a leisurely journey with 20-odd youngsters, it's quite simple. Finding someone to assist along the way is all that is needed. May will seek an opportune moment for this endeavor. Then it is settled, I promise you. As long as Shueluo ensures the safety of these children, he is unconcerned for himself. Though the conditions of life in the ninja world are arduous, they are not insurmountable. Regardless of Shueluo's thoughts, Mei is well aware that, given the presence of those mischievous spirits, Shueluo is the type that cannot simply be cast aside. The notion of separation is utterly unattainable. Some individuals, forever indulging in unrealistic fantasies, remain oblivious to the fact that they are destined to be mere tools for eternity. Mei, on the other hand, embodies both beauty and an even more enchanting imagination. Chapter 17. Preparing to depart, the training persists, as does the battle. Mei delivered a swift kick that sent Shadow sprawling, her movements remarkably fluid. Shadow fell to the ground once more, gasping for breath. Although he possessed commendable stamina, the challenge of countering Mei proved to be overwhelming. Lying on the ground, he found it difficult to rise. Well, this concludes today's training. Observing Shadow, it seemed he was genuinely incapacitated, prompting Mei to call an end to the session. 27 minutes had passed, not too shabby. Remarkably, she had almost struck herself in the process. Alas, it was pitiful to consider her frail shadow clone enduring such pressure. Yet, had it not been for the shadow clone, Shadow might have been deprived of the illusion of potential success. Without that illusion, he likely wouldn't have exerted himself to such an extent. It was merely a fleeting mirage. As for Mei's true self, she had recently been collaborating with numerous shadow clones to compile educational materials. Her ambition was to complete 4 textbooks within this month, thereby ensnaring those troublesome little brats in a crisis of examinations and an overwhelming sea of questions. Especially Shadow, for whom I shall assign a superabundance of homework. Exhausted, Shadow lay on the ground, and nearby, Akane approached. Her chakra refining was nearing completion, and she was currently experimenting with its application in her daily life. Are you all right, Shadow? Akane's voice remained as gentle as ever as she softly pressed her hand on his shoulder. Are you tired? Indeed, utterly fatigued, Shadow admitted, having grown accustomed to it. Thus, he completely overlooked that he was currently in the initial stage of a harem narrative, akin to the childhood friend of a male protagonist. This meddlesome girl, should the opportunity arise, I shall make her seek my forgiveness. He aspired to become the greatest ninja in the world, compelling Mei to cling to him desperately. Only then would he consider forgiving her. With a resigned smile, Chien sighed, I am sorry, but I must inform Miss Mei about this matter. Otherwise, I shall suffer the consequences myself. When will you learn to restrain your tongue? You know that calamity often arises from careless speech. However, Ying's unwavering trust in her brought Chien joy, prompting her to be gentler with him, devoid of any ulterior motives. Naturally, Ying held no doubts about Chien. After a brief respite, Ying finally managed to rise to his feet, oblivious to the more arduous challenges that lay ahead. Unbeknownst to him, causing him to endure hardship was part of Chien's grand design. Ying, the world outside is fraught with danger, and the women beyond are formidable. You must understand that there is but one virtuous woman in this world. In truth, Chien remained vigilant. Mei herself might not recognize that she was not merely a woman, but a striking beauty possessing an extraordinary allure for the village boys. If she were to be slightly more cautious, she could easily become a calamity to the nation. Rather than a straightforward ninja, young boys idolize strength, and Mei, being stronger than Shueluo, commanded a considerable status, despite Ying's stubbornness. Perhaps I should find a way to bring together the teachers, Shui Luo and Mei, she mused. No, the risks are too great. Given Mei's personality, she would likely double her assignments. She decided it best to allow Shui Luo to strive in secret. After all, failure would bear no significant repercussions for her. By the way, Qian, how is your health? Are you still experiencing any issues? Ying inquired with genuine curiosity. I am perfectly fine now, she replied, and indeed, she was. There had been no further complications, and the sustenance she had consumed remained satisfying without any adverse effects. That is good to hear. Although that fellow is quite detestable, he is truly remarkable. Is this what it means to be a ninja from Konoha? Though he had heard tales of the formidable ninjas from the great hidden villages, he had always believed Shui Luo to be the strongest. However, in comparison, the disparity was evident. Despite his inclination toward Shui Luo, he couldn't help but express his thoughts aloud. Hearing Ying's retort, she shook her head internally. Perhaps it is simply because Mei is exceptional. It's not that Konoha is inherently strong. Rather, Mei's existence is unique. It could also be that Shui Luo is not particularly powerful, as he often admits himself. Qian did not concur with Ying's viewpoint, yet this line of thinking was somewhat comforting. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha are truly remarkable. It is uncertain when one might begin to learn the art of ninjutsu, and thus the two individuals continued their discourse on the matter. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Shui Luo entered the room and picked up a meticulously compiled book from the table. This was the culmination of Mei's efforts over a considerable span of time. Shui Luo examined it closely. Within its pages lay not only knowledge of combat, but a plethora of foundational training techniques, including methods for chakra refinement, alongside various other subjects. Much of it was beyond Shui Luo's comprehension. It appeared Mei intended to cultivate a well-rounded education, which seemed reasonable, as not everyone possesses the aptitude to become a ninja. Thus, developing in other areas is indeed commendable. Of course, Shui Luo could not fathom Mei's true intentions. If her sole aim were to train a handful of ninjas, she would hardly expend her efforts on crafting such educational materials. The combat aspects were merely ancillary. Her true aspiration was for everyone to partake in the endeavor of building a world together. Are you planning to leave soon? Noticing Mei's recent diligence and the considerable progress she had made, Shui Luo entertained this notion. Yes, you may commence your migration soon. Of course. I do not wish to impose. I will ensure proper arrangements are made. Just hire a large carriage. After all, this area borders the Land of Fire. Moreover, the Land of Fire will also make suitable provisions. This region marks the convergence of the lands of iron, fire, waterfall, and rain. Thus, the proximity to the Land of Fire is not insignificant. Due to the intricate geographical layout, there are scarcely any border patrols, making it particularly conducive for clandestine crossings. Indeed, no nation outright rejects such crossings, as it serves as a means to convert the populace and labor force of others into one's own. You may proceed as you see fit. Will you return? Certainly, Mei replied with resolute clarity. After all, what would be the purpose of investing so much effort here otherwise? However, she added, I shall not remain indefinitely. I will devote at most 2 more months to you all before I must seek out my objectives. And what will you pursue this time? Simply to advance my original plans, Mei affirmed. Indeed, her initial intentions had never revolved around merely guiding the children of this village. It was now time to set those plans into motion. Chapter 18. Assassination. Upon departing from the village, Mei had her attire restructured. She found the adjustments made by Qian to be acceptable, although they rendered her somewhat reminiscent of a peasant. Should danger arise, this could indeed pose a complication. Nevertheless, it is not unusual for masters to dwell among the common folk. One can never ascertain that the elderly ladies performing square dances on the streets are not the 95th generation leaders of the Mei sect. After Mei's final visit to the Land of Iron, she would embark on her journey anew. Naturally, she had dispatched a decoy to seek out Qingyu, though it was unlikely that the decoy had set off for long. Thus there was still time to wait. She felt herself drawing ever closer to the future, each day representing a fresh step forward. In truth, there existed numerous nations within this world where ordinary people led their lives, and in this particular region, there was a renowned street famous for its culinary delights. Both local and foreign delicacies were available, alongside various cultural artifacts. However, the tourism industry in this world was rather desolate. After all, if an entire party ventured outside without hiring bodyguards, encountering a nin could spell disaster. The offerings here were quite enticing to Mei. She wandered through this realm with a playful spirit, eager to experience the diverse customs and cultures. albeit with a lingering concern about encountering ninjas from Konoha. Surprisingly, she had not yet crossed paths with any. Perhaps the villagers of Konoha had chosen to heed her words and refrain from causing further trouble, or it could be that some were particularly adept at concealment. It was uncertain. More likely, it was simply difficult for them to track her down without any clues. As she strolled through the bustling streets, observing the vibrant marketplace and the throngs of people, she felt a sense of contentment. The small stalls around her appeared quite intriguing, and with a smile, she opted to visit one in particular that sold takoyaki. The land of iron, being coastal, facilitated the transportation of seafood, even from this distant end of the country. As acquiring ice was a trivial matter, did the land of iron lack ice? After all, it was perpetually snow-covered. Mei was dressed in a thick, layered outfit and heavy trousers, for she harbored a distinct aversion to the cold. Moreover, she typically shunned skirts, as they were impractical for combat. Takoyaki, it seemed, was rather fascinating. Mei had never tasted this delicacy before. Upon arriving in this world, she was initially impoverished, having been an orphan raised in an orphanage until the age of 9. When the institution was ravaged by war, leading to her relocation to Konoha, trained as a ninja, she exhibited promise, spending a year in school before being thrust onto the battlefield in her second year. Most of her cohort comprised of inferior shinobi, herself included, yet she possessed notable talent. Among her peers, she was the sole survivor, and on the battlefield, she gained renown in Konoha, not for any ordinary skills, but due to her exceptional chakra and healing abilities. Tsunade recognized her potential and nurtured her into a medical ninja. During the tragic incident involving Ju, she witnessed the event unfold. He was of the same age as Mei and had briefly been her teammate before she was reassigned. His demise weighed heavily on Tsunade's conscience, prompting her to summon Mei the moment danger reared its head again, ultimately saving Dan's life. At that time, Mei was already 14. Following the conclusion of the war, Mei had just turned 15. Remarkably, she had become a nin at the tender age of 12, though her chakra limitations rendered her unable to compete with nin. Indeed, she had not yet officially reached 16. If one were to stretch the definition, she could even be categorized as a lowly, albeit that may be deemed somewhat audacious. The taste was delightful, soft, fragrant, and delectable, with a slight char that added a unique comfort to the experience. With each bite, the spiciness tantalized her palate, elevating the flavor of the octopus to new heights. This takoyaki warranted an impressive score of 8. 2. The remaining 0. 6 would be withheld to allow room for improvement. Is that so? That's wonderful. A deep male voice from the vendor chimed in. Now please go die. Mei was momentarily taken aback. She had already begun to react, her body shifting slightly. Yet a shuriken struck directly at her heart. The pain was sharp and immediate, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of emptiness, as though her very essence had been hollowed out. A warmth began to flow from the site of impact. Without the slightest hesitation, she quickly pressed her hand against an acupoint, knowing that for an average person, a pierced heart would likely spell certain doom. However, Mei was different. At the same moment, a massive dark substance erupted forth, but its nature was of little consequence. She activated her instant body technique to evade, showing no intention of retaliation. Instead, she pressed her palm firmly against the wound. Her chakra began to circulate swiftly. The refinement and manipulation of chakra had become second nature to her. Yet, with her heart pierced and blood vessels ruptured, merely stopping the bleeding was insufficient. She needed to heal the wound as well. The accumulation of blood in her chest was causing her to feel increasingly suffocated. Her action was not intended for any superfluous purpose. Rather, it was to expel the blood. Mei spat out a mouthful of blood, and in that moment, she felt a considerable sense of relief, untroubled by the prospect of anemia. A fierce gale swept through, subjecting her to an overwhelming impact, while her body was simultaneously slashed by dozens of razor-like winds. Fortunately, she managed to respond in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury, though she coughed up more blood and was hurled backwards, crashing against the wall. The pain was excruciating, a true torment. It felt as though she had been struck by a spiraling orb. Do not inquire how I know. For how could one experiment with such a technique without inadvertently striking oneself? Fire style, what does it matter, really? Mei swiftly struck the wall with one hand, invoking the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Concealment Technique. Ye's body submerged into the earth. Yet, regardless of how many times she employed this ninjutsu, it invariably invoked a sense of revulsion. Descending into the soil necessitated holding one's breath, and although Ye excelled at it, the discomfort lingered. She remained oblivious to the identity of her assailant, despite having heard a sound. Apologies, but the voices of these individuals differed significantly from those in the original work. And truth be told, she was unfamiliar with the original voice actors. Furthermore, even if they were, they might not necessarily be renowned figures from the original narrative. Nevertheless, she felt somewhat relieved. Her infiltration underground was intended to be temporary. The earth began to tremble. May immediately sensed that something was amiss. Are you a dog? Chapter 19, Dog Corner. May is not particularly skilled in offensive ninja techniques. After all, she does not aspire to become a Koga ninja frog. The idea of golden healing shuriken is utterly absurd. Even as a ninja, there are inevitably limitations to what one can achieve. Nevertheless, she has not surrendered to defeat. Her shadow clone technique is predicated on this very notion. While she is also capable of performing the clone technique, it is severely restricted when the number of clones is insufficient, only proving advantageous in evenly matched encounters. Presently, it appears that she and her opponent are not exactly evenly matched, yet fortunately, her perception abilities are commendable. Moreover, she possesses knowledge of various specialized auxiliary ninjutsu. At this moment, she senses the tremors in the ground and quickly realizes that the earth is compressing, threatening to entrap her beneath, potentially crushing her into a mere mass of flesh. Although she has never experienced the consequences of such injuries, the prospect is excruciating, and thus, she resolutely declines. 8 gates release. The door of death, open. Her physical prowess has yet to reach the level of the gate of view. And the difficulty of mastering the 8 gates is indeed formidable. Perhaps it is only the members of the Kai clan who can effortlessly acquire the 8 gates through sheer focus and dedication. This is, in itself, quite admirable. May, employing the 8 gates of Duanjia, surged forth with great haste, only to be met by an overwhelming inferno that engulfed her entire field of vision. Were I capable of utilizing a water technique imbued with destructive force, I would surely be intimidated by such a minor blaze. Indeed, should water be unleashed, the flames would rage threefold more fiercely than they do now. Mighty Leaf Whirlwind. With a swift spin kick, May dispelled the flames, yet her pant leg ignited, leaving a charred patch on her calf. However, as chakra flowed through her, she swiftly regained her former state. May is indeed harboring a hidden seal. Yet there is no necessity to unleash it. She has already discerned the identity of her adversary. As expected, moments later, a multitude of black tendrils surged forth, seemingly intent on ensnaring May. However, she swiftly evaded the attack with a series of rapid backward leaps, executing 4 or 5 backflips and landing at least 30 meters away. Observing that someone was in pursuit, she deduced, based on the recent tactics employed, that her opponent was Kakuzu. Why is it that, despite being ninjas, they do not adhere to the conventions of the manga? Instead of engaging in a well-executed battle, they resort to unleashing powerful techniques indiscriminately. In reality, one would not typically engage in such varied and frequent assaults during combat. Indeed, Kakuzu had directly revealed his mask, for monstrous forms floated ominously in the air, their chakra surging with undeniable intensity, while Kakuzu himself remained present, seemingly astonished that May, a mere nin, had managed to withstand the previous onslaught. May possesses a profound understanding of her own abilities, although her combat prowess has ascended to the level of a particularly accomplished jonin. Even with the activation of the 5th gate, her strength merely surpasses that of an average jonin by a slight margin, an exceedingly limited enhancement. In comparison to formidable opponents like Kakuzu, her efforts seem rather futile. Nevertheless, she harbors unwavering confidence in her resilience. Inflicting a significant amount of damage upon her in an attempt to claim her life proves to be quite a formidable challenge. Body flicker technique. May excels in the art of parkour, mastering the technique of instantaneous movement. Simply put, she possesses the capability to match the speed of Konoha's White Fang the moment the 5 gates are opened. Unless one is proficient in techniques such as lightning release chakra mode or the flying thunder god technique, this level of speed would suffice even among the average ninjas in the ninja world. Kakuzu, although destined to become a member of Akatsuki, is, in fact, the oldest among them, belonging to the same era as the first Hokage and hailing from the village of Takigakure in that timeline. May is unaware whether the encounter was merely a bounty or motivated by something deeper. However, given Kakuzu's swift identification of her, it is highly probable that he has already established a connection with Jaibai, implying that he may have already reached out to Uchiha Madara. Could it be that the assassination of the first Hokage was orchestrated by Madara himself? She has always wished to avoid early involvement with such dangerous individuals. Madara is perilously treacherous. Nevertheless, at this moment, Madara should have already transplanted his eyes to Nagato, providing her with a sense of relief. Despite this, the situation remains perilous, and she still yearns to remain in the shadows. However, this is the ninja world, where danger and trouble arrive unexpectedly, often striking with lethal precision. Kakuzu's combination of attacks nearly claimed Mei's life. She is astonished, as Kakuzu's actions are shocking. There are still over 20 years until the timeline of the original narrative. And at this juncture, Kakuzu is ruthlessly lethal, primarily because he has yet to join Akatsuki and remains a lone ninja. Someone has provided him with intelligence regarding Mei, and the bounty of 50 million has clouded his judgment. The stakes are indiscriminate. For 50 million as the base, delivering her alive to Konoha doubles the reward. In truth, any nation would offer a similar sum, yet Kakuzu intends to refrain from such endeavors, as his own price exceeds 50 million. Thus, he merely needs to deliver the corpse to the black market to settle his debts. Mei is indeed of great value. As expected, worth 50 million. There is truly only a misnamed endeavor and a misperformed task. The reward remains intact. 50 million is no trifling sum. The ninjutsu fell like raindrops, with at least 4 attacks of B rank or higher directed my way. This is undoubtedly the work of a master of ninjutsu, and its potency is formidable, rivaling even that of A-rank jutsu. Perhaps it is also bolstered by the technique of the Earth Grudge Fear. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. With another clap of her hands, Mei summoned 4 earthen walls from the ground. Amidst the explosive output, she soared forth once more. However, this time, the sound of a resounding thud signified a mere clone. To be precise, it was a seamless collaboration between her substitution technique and her shadow clone technique, using her own clone as a decoy. A surprising twist, indeed. Yamei settled on one side and retrieved a scroll. With a sudden pop, 5 wooden carvings emerged, each resembling her own likeness, meticulously crafted substitutes. Confronted with Kakuzu's assault, she felt a stark contrast to her previous encounters with the Konoha ninjas, where she had the luxury of preparation that afforded her a sense of composure. This time, however, she was the unprepared one, while her adversary held the upper hand. Should she fail to force Kakuzu to retreat, her journey as a ninja in this realm would come to an untimely end. She harbored no illusions that Kakuzu would show mercy simply because of her charming appearance. Such a notion was laughable. He had long since forsaken any semblance of compassion. Fortunately, her numbers were on her side. The instant she infused her chakra into the substitutes, she felt a significant portion of her own chakra swiftly deplete. Simultaneously, 5 versions of Yamei manifested before her. Her preparations for battle had reached their zenith. It was now time to engage. Although she harbored a reluctance to fight directly, having survived 4 years amidst the Second Shinobi World War, she could hardly assume that she was exempt from the rigors of combat. Chapter 20. Self-detonation. Yamei, now accompanied by substitutes wielding distinct chakra natures, totaled 6 in number, 1 more than Kakuzu. To be fair, the combat prowess of these substitutes was not vastly inferior to her own. After all, the chakra they possessed bore lethal potential, albeit their reserves were not nearly as expansive as her own. Prolonged engagements would inevitably deplete their strength, and their regenerative capabilities paled in comparison to hers. Yet, in many instances, recovery was unnecessary for them. It was time to strike. Mei herself bestowed an abundance of chakra upon 5 puppets, ensuring that they could lavishly expend it during this battle without ever depleting their reserves. As long as their chakra remained intact, these substitutes would not cease their relentless pursuit unless they were rendered limbless or decapitated. They possessed no need for sustenance or rest. The 5 mice leaped into action, plunging the scene into further chaos as ninjutsu erupted wildly, accompanied by a cacophony of continuous explosions. Mei's concerns extended beyond the mere skirmish. She had to contemplate the response of the national machinery. This was not the village of samurai from the Iron Country, where the number of warriors was relatively sparse. However, once they became aware of the situation, they would swiftly converge, possibly even pursue her directly. Their methods of tracking varied, and Mei could not guarantee her ability to elude them. Moreover, if the shinobi from Konoha were to arrive, it would only complicate matters further, as Konoha was not far away, and summoning ninjas would take only a few days. One might wonder if Kakuzu was truly unconcerned about attracting the attention of those from the Iron Country. Did he genuinely believe himself to be a figure of such esteem that they would hesitate to pursue him first? After all, he had once clashed with the first Hokage. Several ninjas simultaneously unleashed their techniques, swiftly employing ninjutsu to launch their attacks. To Mei, these were trivial matters. If given the opportunity, she would relish the chance to exchange blows with the first Hokage. This was not merely a technique of shadow clones, rather. Mei had utilized various forms of ninjutsu to counteract her own techniques. Admittedly, the power was immense, yet the chakra consumption far exceeded her own reserves. Nevertheless, records indicated that her chakra was significantly greater than that of an average ninja, rivaling even that of a tailed beast. Once chakra reached a certain threshold, it became nearly impossible to discern the exact amount. Surpassing 10,000 points rendered distinctions irrelevant, and all were considered akin to tailed beasts. Thus, the notion of a tailless tailed beast emerged, a rather curious notion indeed. Kakuzu had never truly encountered a tailed beast, so it mattered little to him. He was a relic of the first Hokage's era, an elderly man in his later years. However, if one were to speak of talent, he possessed remarkable aptitude and extraordinary strength. Despite being Mei's substitute, he was in no way a match for the monstrous heart he harbored. Mei was acutely aware of Kakuzu's capabilities. The four monsters within him were hearts he had collected, which he melded with the Earth Grudge Fear technique to become part of himself. Periodically, Kakuzu would gather the hearts of powerful beings to maintain his vitality, allowing him to achieve a form of immortality. Simultaneously, he could harness the properties of the hearts he possessed, yet Kakuzu's imagination was rather limited. Perhaps, after acquiring the properties of 7 hearts, he could attempt to fuse them. What if he were to manifest a bloodline limit? That would surely be a monumental leap. While this technique was undeniably powerful, Mei held little interest in it. It was simply too grotesque. Returning to the fray. Although Mei's combat prowess and individual engagements paled in comparison to Kakuzu's, her ninjutsu continually suppressed. Barely managing to counteract his onslaught, her heart clone's combat effectiveness was noticeably inferior to its animated counterpart. Fortune favored her, as this version of Kakuzu's heart was not as formidable as the future iterations. The clash between Mei and Jiao Du escalated dramatically, with relentless bombardments and an extravagant release of chakra that seemed boundless. The air was filled with incessant screams, and buildings crumbled under the onslaught, leaving ordinary people to suffer visibly. What was once a bustling street of culinary delights now resembled a veritable inferno. Under the partially collapsed roof, Mei gazed downward as her doppelganger and the adversary engaged in a fierce battle. The intensity of the confrontation was palpable, with both combatants relentlessly wielding their ninjutsu amidst a chaotic scene filled with anguished cries. The extent of the injuries and fatalities was beyond comprehension. Mei furrowed her brow. She cast a glance at Kakuzu and immediately leapt down, not targeting him directly, but rather charging towards the fiery substitution jutsu he had just executed. Kakuzu did not overlook Mei. All his assaults were aimed at her true form. The individual who refrained from utilizing aggressive ninjutsu was indeed her essence. Upon witnessing her descent, he swiftly extended his hand. However, although he grasped Mei's ankle, he could not halt her fall. This was the technique of heavy stone. Mei significantly increased her weight, causing Kakuzu to stumble. With the loss of Kakuzu's force, Mei dispelled the jutsu that had augmented her weight and retreated behind a fiery mask. Drawing her short blade, she thrust it directly toward the mask. A tempest surged forth as Mei's wind release technique propelled her forward. However, before she could complete her hand seals, the fierce wind struck, severing both her arm and head. The defense of her shadow clone proved inadequate, lacking the protection afforded by her own chakra. Nevertheless, it served its purpose as the blow struck the mask. Mei distinctly felt a tremendous resistance, causing her short blade to shatter into fragments. It was earth release. Kakuzu's earthen monstrosity was sent hurtling away by Mei's own earth release technique, yet the hardened mask rendered this attack futile. Frustrated, Mei furrowed her brow and decisively altered her approach, delivering a kick that sent the monstrous clone flying. Then, she invoked her earth release, earth dragon hidden technique. Mei swiftly plunged underground, while simultaneously, the fire release creature was propelled towards its fire release clone, which, this time, refrained from employing ninjutsu and instead charged forward to protect the fire release creature. Moments later, several black tendrils pierced through the body of the fire release clone. Although it sustained no significant harm, it was indeed injured. Meanwhile, the earth release clone and the lightning release clone abandoned their adversaries, turning back to embrace the fire release creature. The water release clone positioned itself behind this monstrous entity. Chakra within these 4 clones began to twist simultaneously. Art, self-detonation. This artistic ability, derived from earth release, though challenging to execute with explosive clay, still held some utility. Chapter 21. Desolation. The 4 clones detonated simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous cloud of dust. Yet, the dust itself was not of paramount importance. Kakuzu suddenly felt a violent tremor throughout his body. In an instant, He realized that one of his hearts had been shattered, more accurately, obliterated into fragments. Even the protective mask afforded by Earth release could not withstand such an explosion. This technique produced an absolute explosion radius of approximately 3 meters, leaving a vast crater in its wake, with everything in proximity reduced to mere shards, including the detached creature associated with Kakuzu. This explosion possessed a power nearing that of an S-rank ninjutsu, capable of tearing through even the most formidable defenses, rendering them utterly vulnerable. If all 5 of his hearts had been united, Kakuzu even harbored doubts that he could have survived such devastation. This level of assault was indeed repugnant. Kakuzu's true form felt the repercussions, but fortunately, it was not his current vessel that bore the brunt. Is this what passes for a chunin from your leaf village? Have you no sense of shame? The breath of May has completely vanished. The technique of the Earth Dragon's concealment was indeed traceable, yet the loss of a heart rendered Kakuzu momentarily incapable of controlling his body, allowing May to escape. Continuing the pursuit now proves to be arduous. He extended his arm and embraced his own doppelganger, preventing it from falling into the hands of others for research. Subsequently, he rapidly withdrew, fully aware of the devastation surrounding him. Soon, the warriors of the Iron Country would arrive. Although he harbored no fear, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. The overall strength of the Iron Country is feeble. If he employed assassination tactics, he could obliterate the nation in merely 2 months, though such an act seemed unwarranted. However, he was incensed this time. The intelligence provided was erroneous. This individual exceeded all estimations. Her true form was not incapable of utilizing ninjutsu, but she could only employ supportive techniques. She was capable of summoning multiple doppelgangers, each possessing distinct elemental transformations, with each one wielding strength at least equivalent to a special Genin. The prowess of her physical techniques was formidable, complemented by abundant combat experience. Although she appeared merely as a young girl, Kakuzu had not held back, yet he still suffered significant losses. She undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding of him. The loss of a heart undeniably incited Kakuzu's wrath. It was not a simple matter of procuring another. His heart had been extracted from an elite Genin of the Hidden Leaf Village, and finding a replacement on short notice proved exceedingly difficult. The ensuing complications led to his designation as a notorious fugitive. However, what irked Kakuzu the most was not this, but rather the potential leakage of his intelligence. A revelation that took him by surprise. The opponent had initially appeared bewildered, but soon seemed to recognize him without hesitation. He had not participated in the Second Shinobi World War. The fact that he could be so readily identified, especially by a girl imprisoned within the Leaf Village, indicated that someone had betrayed his secrets. A ninja's intelligence could very well determine life or death, and Kakuzu placed immense value on this. He could not recall any comrades who possessed knowledge of his affairs, save for the elusive White Zetsu. Thus, he suspected that his partner had betrayed him. And if that were the case, he would need to reconsider their collaborative relationship. Of course, May's escape warranted investigation as well. The fact that she had eluded him, even after being struck by his sword, was astonishing. Though the blow had not directly pierced her heart, Kakuzu was certain that any ordinary ninja would have perished. Yet she had bled minimally, even less than the amount she had coughed up herself. Surely, a woman experiencing the monthly arrival of the Red Dragon would not lose such a trivial amount of blood. This indicated that she was particularly skilled in medical ninjutsu. Are you certain that this description is appropriate? This individual embodies the essence of an immortal beast, possessing an exceptionally high level of tactical acumen. From the perspective of Kakuzu, it appears that Konoha has unwittingly undervalued their own bounty. Notwithstanding the strategic significance of this individual, she is undoubtedly worth the price. Admittedly, 50 million may be excessive. Yet 30 million is an absolute necessity. Locating her proves to be an arduous task. Kakuzu departed from the city of the Land of Iron, vanishing in an instant, only to halt upon reaching a forest. After ensuring that no one was pursuing him, he discarded his shadow clone, absorbing its tendrils, leaving behind merely a charred fragment of a heart. Taking a deep breath, Kakuzu concealed his expression beneath his bandana. Yet he was acutely aware of the fury bubbling within him. You seem quite enraged, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Kakuzu swiftly extended his hand, and a tendril shot forth, ensnaring the intruder's neck and pulling him closer. Explain yourself. Kakuzu's tone remained steady. His body had long since transformed into that of a monster, making it difficult to convey human emotions, even amidst his anger. What do you mean? Why? How did she come to possess my intelligence, information known solely to you? Trust me. I would not betray you. Otherwise, why would I share her whereabouts with you? Zetsu swiftly interjected, his visage of black and white betraying his non-human nature. You nearly killed her. Perhaps you merely wished to silence her through me, Kakuzu retorted. If that were the case, I should divulge all her information to you, correct? Zetsu continued, but the truth is, I genuinely do not know. Kakuzu's demeanor softened slightly. It seemed plausible. If Zetsu were entirely informed, the situation would not unfold in this manner, and self-destruction was illogical. Moreover, it was evident that Mei could not possibly eliminate herself. Most importantly, Kakuzu believed that Mei's potential for the future might surpass his own. Indeed, she posed a significant threat, and it would be prudent to eliminate her sooner rather than later. Where is she? You must have tracked her. You must be aware that losing her trail is no simple feat, that jutsu is exceedingly rare, Zetsu sighed, shaking his head. However, upon noticing Kakuzu's rising ire, he promptly added, but fear not, I am aware of her destination. If she returns, I shall be informed. Rest assured. I require first-hand information. I must eliminate her. Of course, I understand, Zetsu replied with a nod, then continued, I have also gathered some intelligence. Seek out news regarding an individual possessing a fire-release heart. Anyone will suffice. The sooner the better. Very well, I shall make the attempt. Zetsu recognized that refusing at this juncture would terminate their collaborative relationship. He had high hopes for a candidate, one who could emerge as an extraordinary ninja through the annals of history. He intended to evaluate this individual as a potential super shadow. Chapter 22, Descent. What transpired here was an utter catastrophe, leaving Raymond in a state of despair. Today was meant to be a celebration in his city. Yet it had devolved into a veritable hell on earth. His resolve had shattered. As the guardian of this city, as a local warrior, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. He could hardly bear to witness the brutality unfolding before him. He seethed with rage, wishing to confront the scoundrel responsible for this chaos. To end that life would be a mercy compared to the horrors at hand. What are you waiting for? Hurry and save the people, Raymond bellowed, rushing forward without hesitation. The chakra-imbued warriors, each akin to human excavators, albeit slightly less powerful, swiftly cleared the debris. The more adept among them severed massive beams to rescue those trapped beneath. This time, the number of victims was staggering. Raymond estimated it would surpass 150. And he could only dread the toll on lives that might be lost. Indeed, this was an act of terrorism. I will not rest until I bring that fiend to justice, Raymond declared, his voice laced with fury. That individual shall pay dearly for this atrocity, although it is unlikely that he will ever encounter these two murderers again in his lifetime. The severity of the situation is significantly influenced by the formidable strength of both individuals. Raymond is likely to meet his demise regardless of whom he encounters. Setting aside Raymond's fury for the moment, Mei swiftly darted into a cave, enduring the foul stench within. With a flick of her wrist, she employed a cleaning technique to eradicate all filth in her vicinity and began to expand the distribution of her chakra. She carefully observed every living entity around her, animals, plants, and even the earthworms beneath the soil and the birds soaring in the sky, extending her awareness to nearly 5 kilometers before retracting it entirely. However, she made no significant discoveries. Had she unearthed anything of note, she would have needed to regroup, but fortunately, her chakra regeneration was swift. A brief respite would suffice for her to re-engage in battle. Nevertheless, reactivating her wooden sculpture would require more time. Moreover, the absence of a substitute guardian was a source of considerable unease. For the moment, it appeared that no one was tailing her. Even though Zetsu was technically a living entity, as long as it was alive, she should be able to detect it. However, Zetsu had the peculiar ability to blend with its surroundings, making it challenging to pinpoint, and since Mei had never encountered Zetsu before, she could not be certain. With this uncertainty in mind, Mei chose not to dwell on it. Her thoughts turned to more pressing matters, particularly the need to tend to her injuries. She pondered how she had been discovered. She had had no contact with Kakuzu, and her notoriety was primarily rooted in the Hidden Leaf Village. She had seen her bounty notice, merely a nin and a medical ninja, yet the exorbitant reward had led others to suspect foul play. The Wind and Rain countries, which had previously engaged in conflict with the Leaf, were undoubtedly intrigued by her. Such individuals were truly deranged. However, it was puzzling that Kakuzu would target her. There was no reason for him to employ such a deadly technique against her. No seasoned ninja would reveal their trump card at the outset. It was evident that he must have acquired information about her and tracked her whereabouts. Otherwise, why would he attack a mere passerby with such ferocity? Someone had leaked her intelligence. Who could have accomplished such a feat? While it was not impossible to follow Mei, completely evading her counter-surveillance was a daunting task. Her perceptive abilities were among the best in the Leaf, particularly after her departure. When fully exerted, even the tiniest insect struggled to escape her vigilant observation. She could detect the flow of chakra in human bodies and the heat emitted by animals with remarkable precision, utilizing a radar-like chakra diffusion for her scanning. Of course, if the future Akatsuki possessed such capabilities, it might indeed be feasible. Mei is unaware of how she has attracted Zhao's attention. At present, Xiao has not yet been established, and Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan are joyfully learning under Jiraiya's guidance. Just recently, she contemplated whether to abduct the three of them. Had she not been concerned about being swiftly eliminated by Nagato, she would have truly considered it. To put it plainly, Yahiko and Konan do not pose a significant threat. Only Nagato, who wields the Rinnegan, is formidable. If it were possible to eliminate him directly, it would be a different matter, but if not, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, these three individuals are not yet the extreme ideologues they will become in the future. Indeed, in time, they cannot be labeled as purely malevolent. As their decision to slay Jiraiya, their mentor, stems merely from a divergence in ideology. It seems that someone has indeed sought me out. I wonder where my exposure occurred. Was it in the village? No, they would not dare. Mei pondered the implications if Swaraka had indeed betrayed himself. What could he possibly gain from such an act? Moreover, if he were to sell himself, aligning with Jiaodu would be less advantageous than directly offering himself to Konoha, where he could secure a full bounty. Mei had indeed been reminded of another individual, Jubi. Throughout the entirety of the Naruto universe, while an array of peculiar ninjas abound, the one Mei was most acquainted with was this very person. If it truly were J-Bai, the situation could be fathomed. Most significantly, this time, she had embroiled herself in considerable trouble. Unlike her previous confrontations in Konoha, Mei had not taken the lives of any Konoha ninjas, for there was no necessity. To put it plainly, they were merely following orders, and she herself harbored no particular desire for bloodshed. There are always those who add to my troubles, and thus, Mei swiftly reviewed the events, and after a moment of serious contemplation, she felt she had unearthed a clue. Although it was not definitive, a hypothesis had emerged, and it necessitated verification, particularly concerning the possibility of vengeance for this matter. She had never been one to harbor grudges overnight. Who do you think you are, you scoundrel? You shall learn the dignity that comes from a time traveler. First, Mei promptly attended to her wounds. The recent battle, compounded by the Eight Gates technique, had exacerbated the injury to her chest. Without hesitation, she retrieved a chakra scalpel, tore open her garment to reveal her torso, and swiftly made an incision. She extracted chakra threads and directed them toward the gash in her heart, commencing the intricate process of suturing. Once the wound had completely healed, she skillfully resewed her chest using chakra. It was evident that the flesh of her chest began to mend at a visibly accelerated rate. Her chakra was indeed effective on herself. She was undoubtedly the most formidable medical ninja in the world, without exception. Yamiko unveiled a scroll, and upon its unrolling, a wooden carving sprang forth. She gazed at the scroll momentarily before closing her eyes. The Soul Substitute Technique. Chapter 23. The Sprout of the Divine Tree. Although merely a day had elapsed since the battle, Ye swiftly returned to this place, quietly approaching the outskirts of the city, yet still, no one recognized her. After all, she had removed her makeup. The transformation was indeed stark. It was akin to a complete metamorphosis, a rebirth of persona. Employing the four great dark arts once could change one's identity, but shedding makeup was even more effective, surpassing the utility of a human skin mask. A mask offers but one effect, whereas a makeup kit can create a myriad of personas. Who are you? Do not approach. The ordinary-looking warrior failed to recognize Mei. Despite her being a fugitive, not everyone is acquainted with her visage. After all, what is the necessity of knowing numerous wanted criminals if it does not pertain to oneself? I am here to deliver something, Mei stated calmly, producing 2 scrolls from her grasp. She then tossed them, revealing that they could be opened with the infusion of chakra. Inside lay a selection of medicinal supplies, highly effective in stemming external wounds, halting bleeding, and combating infection. After conveying this information, she did not linger, departing in the presence of the 2 vigilant warriors, leaving them momentarily stunned. Did she not engage in any further action, merely presenting herself as a philanthropist? However, neither dared to tamper with the items. It was only upon the arrival of investigators that they discovered 2 entire crates filled with medicinal herbs, along with partitions and bandages among other medical supplies. A meticulous examination yielded no signs of toxic reactions. Following a deliberation, they proceeded to conduct a trial before employing the supplies for healing purposes. Setting aside these trivial matters, Mei hastened toward the village, where Hanzo was unfamiliar with her. He had never even seen her face, having only experienced a round trip facilitated by her. Thus, he could not betray her. Conversely, the leak of her intelligence stemmed from within the village. Nevertheless, Mei's chakra enabled her to discern the truthfulness of one's words. It was through this ability that she initially recognized the master-servant relationship between Qingyu and her loyal attendant. Consequently, eluding her would prove quite challenging. At the very least, Shui Luo was lost in a dream, allowing Mei to ascertain the source of the issue with considerable confidence. Utilizing the body flicker technique, she dashed forth with extraordinary swiftness, akin to traveling at high-speed rail. Her velocity had always been a point of pride. After all, evading capture was paramount. If she could not outpace others, extricating herself from the battlefield would become exponentially more difficult. She swiftly traversed vast expanses of wasteland, circumvented desolate snowy terrains, and rapidly returned to the targeted forest, plunging directly into the village, seeking out Shui Luo before the latter could even react. How did you return so quickly? You left only this morning. How is it that you are back by afternoon? The items here are still not yet organized, Shui Luo exclaimed. Help me find Qian, Mei instructed without elaborating further. What are you staring at? This is urgent. All right, Shui Luo acquiesced, nodding. What else needs to be done? Nothing concerning you. I will take her for a procedure to see if we can resolve her underlying issues completely. I understand. Given the nature of the matter, Shui Luo promptly nodded in agreement. Although she was unaware of the specifics, Mei had always acted with prudence and foresight, suggesting that the situation was manageable. Before long, Qian hurried over. Teacher Mei, did you call for me? This morning, Mei departed, personally seeing off, yet she has unexpectedly returned. Has she found the outside world lacking in wonder, or has some peculiar thought crossed her mind? Come with me, Qian, she instructed. Without further explanation, Mei led Qian away. Although slightly bewildered, Qian obediently followed, accustomed as she was to engaging in whimsical endeavors, trusting that clarity would soon reveal itself. Sit down, Mei commanded. Guiding Qian to the surgical bed in the room she referred to as the operating theater. This space, though not sterile, was the cleanest room available, maintained with daily care. Yes, Qian replied dutifully as Mei placed her hand on Qian's abdomen. It had been over a month since she had infused her with chakra. And while Qian should have succumbed long ago, she remained lively. Thus, Mei conducted a more thorough examination than before, sensing that the issue lay within Qian herself. It was not betrayal from others, but rather the exposure of her own chakra that revealed her existence. Or perhaps the act of filling Qian's emptiness had inadvertently unveiled her presence. A soft moan escaped Qian's lips. Is it this direct? I wasn't prepared. A warm sensation flowed within her, invoking comfort. Yet, as Mei scanned her body for the third time, she finally detected a peculiar anomaly. It was not a matter of negligence in her previous investigation. Rather, this entity was alive, having merged with flesh and blood last time, thus evading her notice. This time, its growth had induced subtle changes. Had it sprouted? Strange branches seemed to have emerged, positioned near Qian's heart. It must have thrived due to the excessive chakra she had provided previously. This aligned perfectly with her suspicions. Indeed, the culprit is you, she declared. I shall remember this grievance. Though we were already sworn enemies, I will ensure to complicate your endeavors this time. Lie down. I must prepare for the operation. Operation? How did we suddenly transition from examination to surgery? Qian questioned, a hint of panic rising, yet she complied and lay down. It's a minor procedure. You'll be back on your feet in 3 days, Mei reassured her, donning a white doctor's coat and a blue mask, raising her hands. Chakra scalpel. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding thud, a shadow clone of Mei appeared beside her, ready to assist in the surgery. Ninjas are particularly adept in this regard. You may rest now. Chakra anesthesia. Mei possesses an exceptional mastery of acupoint locations, skilled in the art of acupressure, and adept at employing chakra for anesthesia. However, should the dosage be excessive, it may ironically prevent the recipient from finding slumber, for her chakra is remarkably potent. While it may not serve its purpose in combat, inducing slumber in children poses little difficulty, given their inherently weaker resistance, albeit her chakra proves ineffective for anesthesia. Subsequently, she tore open the fabric of Qian's blouse, flinging the upper garment aside, and deftly made an incision upon her chest. Thus, the procedure commenced. Chapter 24. Evacuation. Mei swiftly proceeded with the operation, opening the chest and quickly incising the area over the heart. Thanks to the anesthetic, not a drop of excess blood flowed from the heart at that moment. She discovered the branch and noted the seed embedded within the heart. It was a verdant seed, with delicate blood vessels adhering to it, having become one with Qian's heart. Mei was certain that modern technology would struggle to remove this seed, as it would require enduring the rupture of more than 10 blood vessels, which would be fatal. However, Mei felt no trepidation. Under anesthesia, there would be no immediate bleeding. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. In truth, the sapling was formidable, having integrated into Qian's flesh and growing rapidly within. Due to Mei's chakra, the blood vessels even penetrated the sapling itself. She swiftly severed those vessels and then needed to quickly reattach them. Under the control of her chakra, all the blood vessels rapidly fused together. And with the influence of her chakra, the incisions healed expeditiously. Afterward, Mei promptly extracted the seed along with the branch. This diminutive sapling appeared quite reluctant, even responding to Mei's touch. However, it was simply too feeble. Mei casually tossed the object onto the ground, deftly employing a shuriken to pin the seed in place. This peculiar item intrigued her. It appeared to have fallen from an otherworldly demonic figure. Theoretically, it should still be under the dominion of Uchiha Obito, serving as a fragment of the God Tree. This connection to the God Tree was likely pivotal in prolonging his life. His survival until now was undoubtedly indebted to this, as he had awakened the Rinnegan himself, though it was reasonable to surmise that Kaguya's influence played a significant role as well. He required such a sacrifice to serve as the vessel for Kaguya's form. To be frank, Kaguya's schemes had nearly unraveled on several occasions. Had it not been for the tumultuous events orchestrated by Orochimaru, he might have lost all opportunities, left to await an uncertain next chance. Moreover, the emergence of a mechanized sage of 6 paths had complicated matters further. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside such considerations for the moment. Her immediate priority was to staunch the bleeding and facilitate healing. With swift precision, Mei engaged in a restorative treatment, utilizing chakra threads for suturing, capable of operating with an accuracy below a millimeter. Her mastery of chakra thread control was unrivaled within Konoha. Indeed, she was the foremost expert. Under her expert guidance, she simultaneously stitched the incision on Akane's chest. Subsequently, she reversed the anesthesia affecting the heart and thorax, allowing blood vessels to resume circulation and the heart to beat once more. In that very instant, the blood, which had previously ceased its flow, resumed its course, and Akane's complexion regained its vibrant hue, as if she had never been harmed at all. Mai extended her hand, performing a simple sealing technique that encapsulated the sapling within a scroll. Under the influence of this sealing art, others would be unable to detect the presence of the sapling. Indeed, if Mai was not mistaken, this should be a branch of the divine tree. It was utterly absurd how one could resort to such a method to gather chakra. By securing this, she could also prevent the sapling from drawing energy back, though Mai remained skeptical of the efficacy of this approach. Had she not encountered it herself? How would one ever locate the appropriate chakra for such a mere sapling? Unless one were to encounter tailless beasts consistently, the reality was that most individuals, regardless of their extraordinary talents, could not bridge this gap. The continuous absorption of energy rendered a ninja's growth exceedingly challenging, nearly impossible. A flawed strategy indeed. Mei glanced at Qian, removed her clothing, and departed from the operating room. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Ying and several other children, with Shui Luo waiting as well. "Teacher Mei, how's Qian?" Ying inquired eagerly, only to be met with a swift, decisive punch to the head from Mei. "I'm not your teacher. Refrain from calling me that," she retorted, regarding him with a gaze akin to one observing maggots. "Why are you worried?" "Of course. She is fine." "That's wonderful." Despite being struck, Ying felt elated, nearly moved to tears. He performed a deep bow, a full 90 degrees, expressing, "Thank you, Teacher Mei. I shall never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." "Thank you, Teacher Mei," echoed the other children, each bowing their heads in gratitude. Shui Luo, from the back, waved at Mei and nodded in acknowledgement, conveying his thanks, albeit unable to express it as openly and purely as the children did. Mei was at a loss for words. "What on earth are you all performing?" She scratched her head, for she had never encountered such a situation throughout her life, not even in her past existence. The most perplexing part was that she, who had always acted out of self-interest, could discern the genuine camaraderie among these children. They were truly friends bound by life and death. Though such sentiments may not endure forever, at least in this moment, it appeared quite pleasant. Then, tilting her head, Mei delivered another punch to Shadow's head, this time with greater force, driving his skull into the ground. "How disgusting. Don't block the way, disperse at once. Use this time to gather your belongings. Shui Luo, let Qian rest for a while, then bring her along." "Understood," Shui Luo replied with a smile, adopting a non-committal demeanor. However, Mei sensed something amiss, shook her head, and stated, "Let us set this matter aside for now. You must prepare to depart immediately. Do not bother packing. I shall grant you an hour. Leave at once." "So urgent?" Shadow, emerging with a face covered in dirt, queried in bewilderment. "Yes, very urgent," Mei responded, lowering her gaze, contemplating whether to step down, as it seemed he could see her skirt if he looked up. Mei took a step back and said, "We are about to execute the plan, as someone is coming to trouble me. I will provide further details later. For now, you should set off." Well, Shui Luo was unaware of the specifics, but still agreed. He had finally begun to understand Mei. Although her temperament was peculiar, her emotions were transparent. When she was happy, her joy was evident. When displeased, her discontent was unmistakable, and when she was serious, her demeanor was genuinely solemn. Mei also offered a brief assistance, knowing that it would not be long before someone arrived. Since Jiao had come, he certainly would not miss the opportunity, especially considering that she had directly removed the preparations for the Absolute. Although she was uncertain about the level of the bud, it was certainly not an ordinary entity. Chapter 25. Preparations for battle. Mei stood atop the rooftop, quietly gazing at the sky, before settling into a meditative posture. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing her silky hair to dance gracefully around her. Beside her lay a newly acquired short blade. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful, perfectly encapsulating the allure of ostentation. Indeed, Mei was not mistaken. The news reached him almost instantaneously. After all, the rare sprout of the divine tree he had nurtured had been uprooted. Sensing this, he hurried over without delay. He had learned everything through this incident. The resurrection of Kaguya required an immense amount of chakra, and he had been devising ways to prepare for the divine tree's revival, employing various methods, including this current failing approach. He had determined this method a failure, as the costs far outweighed the benefits. Originally, he had hoped the sprout would absorb the chakra of these exceptionally talented ninjas, but the sprout lacked consciousness, leading to dire consequences during the absorption process. Moreover, most ninjas did not even survive to adulthood. Take Akane, for instance. Had she not encountered Mei, her days would have been severely numbered. Yet, fate had intervened. It is indeed the first time I have encountered someone with such a vast reservoir of chakra. Naturally adept at concealment, Mei had not anticipated that her whims would attract Akatsuki's attention. The extensive reconnaissance she typically refrained from conducting due to its considerable repercussions inadvertently led to her discovery. Moreover, due to the involvement of Shin, Mei piqued the interest of Zetsu, who relayed this information to Kakuyu, thus explaining Kakuzu's pursuit. Originally, Zetsu might have needed to expend resources, but to his astonishment, Mei herself was valued at 50 million. Kakuzu might even have to pay for intelligence. The thrill of getting something for nothing brought him joy. However, the ensuing developments took him by surprise. In her confrontation with Kakuzu, Mei managed to escape and even destroyed one of Kakuzu's fire-based clones. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might have doubted its authenticity, especially as he sensed the astonishing magnitude of chakra emanating from her, coupled with her remarkable regenerative capabilities. If she were to be considered as a potential host for the chakra necessary to resurrect Kaguya, Zetsu speculated that she alone could accumulate the requisite chakra over a span of several years. Any vulnerability she exhibited could provide a basis for action. After a moment's contemplation, Zetsu divided himself. The white half transformed into one entity, while the black half became another. However, upon losing the physical form of the white half, the black half coalesced into a puddle-like liquid. Yet, in a short time, it managed to awkwardly assume a humanoid shape. Subsequently, the two entities proceeded with their respective tasks. The white half had an abundance of clones at its disposal, easily obtainable with minimal effort. The next step involved conveying this intelligence to Kakuzu, but unexpectedly, before he could locate a master of fire techniques, he stumbled upon Mei. Although Kakuzu was not in his prime, his combat prowess remained largely unaffected. The only limitation was his inability to employ fire techniques against others. Upon her return, Kakuzu was taken aback by how swiftly she had been found, leaving him unprepared and pondering whether to confront her directly. However, he realized that if he did not act now, it would be unlikely for him to find Mei again in the future. Consequently, his quest for vengeance could take years or even longer. He harbored a keen interest in that heart. Acquiring such a heart would yield significant rewards. Thus, he resolved to seize her heart to fill his own void. Zetsu chuckled softly, no longer underestimating Mei. Therefore, he was unperturbed by the outcome of this battle. Regardless of the result, it promised to be intriguing. He certainly hoped for Kakuzu's victory, and ideally, for Mei to be left alive. Yet, He sensed that she might have a profound understanding of him as well. Approximately half an hour later, May opened her eyes. Her intent in meditating here was merely to pass the time, as she had no need to refine any chakra. It could even be considered a moment of tranquility to adjust her state in preparation for the imminent battle, mentally rehearsing the encounter. Kakuzu could no longer afford to underestimate her and would undoubtedly exert his utmost effort. He was the first true powerhouse she had encountered in a meaningful sense, possessing a composite strength that surpassed even that of Konoha's White Fang, albeit not at his peak. With her eyes now open, a glimmer of battle intent flickered within her clear gaze. She had already detected Kakuzu, positioned within a grove several kilometers away. Kakuzu was likely finalizing his preparations there. His point of origin was inconsequential. This was the final confrontation. May rose to her feet and drew her short blade, deeming it unnecessary to wait for her opponent to reach an optimal state. Since he had arrived, he was undoubtedly prepared for battle. Moreover, her true advantage lay solely in her understanding of Kakuzu. The Earth Grudge Fear technique was not particularly esteemed in the original narrative. Most were only aware of how Naruto had vanquished this foe, though she could not afford to employ the multiple shadow clone technique as lavishly as Naruto. She was certainly capable of conjuring shadow clones for combat. As her shadow clone surged toward Kakuzu, she too charged forward. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's preparations were not overly complex. He immediately unleashed his trump card, activating the Earth Grudge Fear mode, placing 2 masks upon his shoulders. The practical application of this triple ninjutsu significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Additionally, the tendrils within his body were prominently exposed, with 4 massive, black tendrils extending outward, floating ominously. These appendages, controlled by Kakuzu's chakra, consumed a considerable amount of energy. However, with 4 hearts providing support, his chakra reserves were several times greater than that of an ordinary shadow. As Mei's clones approached, Kakuzu began forming hand seals. A hybrid ninjutsu emerged: lightning release, false darkness, wind release, air cannon. In an instant, the wind bullet was enveloped in electromagnetic energy, augmenting the already formidable wind blast with crackling lightning, thereby expanding its range exponentially. The shadow clones, lacking the strength of the original, were swiftly obliterated, with nearly 10 dissipating in an instant. Nevertheless, the remaining clones pressed closer to Kakuzu, launching a rapid assault with taijutsu. Kakuzu remained vigilant, wary of any potential substitutions among the clones, and suddenly invoked a powerful technique. The black tendrils swirled like a tempest, and several shadow clones detonated in a series of explosive bursts, enveloping the area in smoke. One of the shadow clones' functions was to provide concealment through the ensuing haze. However, one of Kakuzu's weaknesses lay in his lack of sensory perception. The silhouette of Mei emerged from the swirling smoke, swiftly thrusting her short blade towards its target, the very heart of Kaidi's true form. Chapter 26, Bloodline Limit. Mei's objective is distinctly defined. The Achilles heel of Kakuzu lies within his heart. Although they have been separated for less than a day, and while it is not impossible for Kakuzu to procure a new heart, it is highly improbable that it would possess the same exceptional quality. As it stands, he has yet to locate a heart infused with the fire release. With each heart destroyed, Kakuzu's strength diminishes incrementally, making the minor sacrifices incurred during this process wholly worthwhile. To Mei, the most formidable threat among Kakuzu's hearts is the Earth Release heart possessed by his true form. Despite the ability to switch locations among these hearts, Kakuzu typically utilizes the Earth Release heart to enhance his own prowess. The loss of this heart would result in at least a 1/3 reduction in his combat effectiveness. With a decisive thrust, a blade pierced Kakuzu's heart region. The other hearts are contingent upon their placements, yet this particular heart occupies a definite position. Kakashi had previously executed a surprise attack on this heart using his lightning cutter. Back then, the Hokage even remarked on the elemental affinity that countered Naruto's formidable S-rank ninjutsu, which could inflict damage upon oneself, a detail that has since been completely forgotten. Kishimoto is merely a manga artist, lacking insight into the intricacies of the Hokage, humorously. Wind release, pressure damage, a close-range B-rank ninjutsu strikes. Kakuzu is prepared to engage in a 1-for-1 exchange with Mei, while simultaneously, black tendrils swirl around him, indicating his readiness to incur significant costs in order to launch an assault on Mei. Mei squinted her eyes, then with a powerful swing of her sword, leapt into the air to evade the impending danger. At the same time, she swiftly unleashed 4 tentacles, her movements executed with remarkable speed. The 8 gates of suffering had already opened 5 gates, placing her physical prowess in an optimal state, while the continuously replenishing chakra alleviated any strain from opening these gates. May felt that if she continued to push her limits, the sixth gate would soon be within her grasp. However, as the four tentacles were sent flying, a black tentacle suddenly emerged from behind Kakuzu, lunging towards May. Her eyes widened in shock. Her body was unable to react in time, and she was sent hurtling away. Kakuzu glanced down at his chest, where a sword had penetrated the heart he had shielded with earth techniques. Fortunately, this level of injury would not render his heart entirely inactive. It could still function, and the Earth Grudge Fear technique would soon heal this wound. As May was propelled through the air like a shooting star, she took a deep breath and managed to halt her motion mid-flight, executing a graceful turn before landing. With a precise motion, she descended, kneeling on one knee, causing the ground to crack beneath her. The 8 gates of suffering enabled such extraordinary feats. Yet the ordeal was far from over. May soon sensed another chakra fluctuation. Water style, water prison technique. A water-based heart materialized unexpectedly behind her, seemingly preordained. As the water prison technique enveloped her entirely, this was Kakuzu's true intention. All of his frontal assaults had been a ruse, with the singular goal of ensnaring her in this watery trap. No matter how ferociously May attacked, the moment she exposed the slightest vulnerability, he could cast her into this trap, while the water prison had long been charged and ready. This tactic was indeed underhanded, especially when preying upon an adversary of lesser strength, as the advantages of different chakra natures were substantial. It posed a significant challenge within the confines of the water prison. Movement was severely restricted, rendering her unable to act or perform hand seals. Nevertheless, there was still a way out. Just as Kakuzu began to feel a sense of security from his trap, he was suddenly engulfed by a thick cloud of steam. The white mist spread like the water mist technique, and he immediately sensed something amiss. Then, he beheld May breaking free from the now half-evaporated water prison, her hand grasping the mask. It appeared to be melting under the intense heat, as if seared by flames. The black smoke billowed, and soon, the mask could no longer provide defense, while May's hand seized the heart. Kakuzu felt a sharp pain in his chest. The water-style defense proved inadequate against May's grasp. In an instant, his heart shriveled away, causing his entire body to lurch violently. He had lost yet another heart. Although Kakuzu is well-versed and experienced, he has indeed never encountered such an ability before. This must be a form of bloodline limit. Yet he has never heard of May possessing such a power. Bloodline limits are exceedingly rare and numerous in variety. It would not be surprising if one could not identify them without specialized study. At the very least, Kakuzu has never fought against such ninjas. He contemplated earnestly the ability that May had just demonstrated, which likely relates to temperature. Her body and palms radiated an extraordinarily high heat, yet her clothing remained unscathed. Despite this being her first exhibition of the ability, Kakuzu quickly devised a strategy. As a quintessential ninja skilled in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, his combat capability is top-notch, and his battle awareness and experience are incredibly vast. After all, he is a relic from the era of the first Hokage. Let us proceed with the test. Kakuzu formed the hand seals once more for Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Though he had lost one heart, he maintained his composure and rationality through prolonged battles. He understood, while that failure could transpire in an instant if one did not remain focused. An earthen dragon's head erupted forth, launching several mud bullets. However, May did not meet them head-on. Instead, she extended both hands, summoning a white chakra surgical knife that emerged from her palms, simultaneously infusing her chakra with a change in nature, an infusion of yellow that warped the surrounding air with its temperature. Yet, the orange nature change on her white chakra was not pronounced, differing from the earthy quality. Could it be a bloodline limit combining fire and earth? Or perhaps a unique chakra attribute? In truth, it was a fusion of wind and fire attributes. Kakuzu was unaware and puzzled as to why he had not seen this chakra nature from May in their previous encounter. It seemed to have appeared suddenly this time. Meanwhile, she had already sliced through several mud bullets. May surged forward once more, her speed dramatically increasing. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu's ninjutsu retaliated swiftly, unleashing a violent gale that surged toward May. This time, however, she did not evade. Instead, she raised her chakra scalpel and struck down with great force. The immense wind was cleaved in two. Although the impact did not entirely dissipate, May was most unperturbed by such a life-for-a-life strategy. Subsequently, her two scalpels crossed in a sudden motion, seemingly resonating with one another, and countless orange needles shot forth. Scorch Release, name yet undetermined. Chapter 27, Scorch Release. Mei's unique ninjutsu is the blazing release, a relatively understated bloodline limit among the numerous existing ones. Among those who have watched Naruto, it is likely that 3/4 have forgotten the existence of this particular bloodline limit. In truth, only Mei and the Five Tails can wield it, with Naruto also capable of utilizing it through the power of the Five Tails. Blazing release essentially merges wind and fire elements to create a replicable bloodline limit. In comparison to other bloodline limits, blazing release necessitates an absolute equilibrium. In simpler terms, it requires the harmonious infusion of wind and fire attributes. The closer the alignment, the greater the potency, with allowable discrepancies of no more than 5%. Do not inquire how Mei came to such knowledge. She simply does not perceive the pain of her substitutes. In essence, it is a relentless series of life-risking experiments that culminate in the destruction of numerous substitutes, followed by continuous research until mastery is attained. Truth be told, this process is significantly slower than Mei's own learning. However, it prioritizes safety. For bloodline limits are both troublesome and perilous ninjutsu. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-injury, and Mei is particularly fond of her delicate skin. Although bloodline limits do not possess the stability of standard ninjutsu, they often exhibit unique characteristics that can unleash greater power and adaptability than conventional techniques. Thus, despite Mei's inferiority to Kakuzu, she can level the playing field through her bloodline limit. Of course, her earlier success in shattering Kakuzu's heart was merely a stroke of fortune. She exploited a trap he had set. Initially unaware of Kakuzu's water heart, Mei, being astute, had already deduced that something was amiss. Had it been a lightning or wind heart that vanished, she would have exercised far more caution. She is pleased to have demonstrated that blazing release can indeed breach Kakuzu's earth spear defense. That suffices. The next challenge lies in eliminating Kakuzu amidst his assaults. Compared to a short blade, her chakra scalpel appears more fitting. Perhaps next time she should explore the potential of such a tool. The 8 Gates technique is accompanied by corresponding martial arts, which fundamentally consist of simple strikes, punches, and kicks. After all, my guy is not someone who would delve into the intricacies of martial arts. Yet, this is Mei's first encounter utilizing blazing release against an opponent, and she has yet to finalize its name, having borrowed from other elemental ninjutsu. Kakuzu's tendrils swiftly rose to defend, but the successive strikes met their mark, only to be thwarted. However, Kakuzu felt no joy. His tendrils were melting away, cascading to the ground, with the severed end still exuding a charred aroma. Indeed, the suppression of high temperatures was evident, yet Kakuzu quickly used his tendrils to fill the gaps. In this instance, the Earth Grudge Fear technique could easily contend with it. While singular bloodline limits can be enhanced, their effectiveness is undeniably limited. In the blink of an eye, Mei had closed the distance to Kakuzu, her speed akin to their previous encounter. With her chakra scalpel slicing through the air in a graceful arc, she declared, Mei's scalpel. Well, Mei has never truly mastered any sword techniques. She is unable to wield a blade with the elegant arcs of a skilled swordsman. Nor can she perform the swift draw and cut like a samurai. Her approach is merely brute force. The growth rate of Kakuzu's tentacles cannot keep pace, yet. Lightning release, false darkness. A torrent of violent lightning erupted forth with astonishing speed. Although classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, its lethality had already nearly reached A-rank levels. The distance of several meters seemed to vanish entirely, and the lightning struck Mei with a crackling sound, while the tentacles swiftly followed suit, ensnaring her. However, the anticipated damage seemed absent. Kakuzu quickly retracted his tentacles, yet a significant number still detached. Beside Mei, the chakra, influenced by temperature, seemed to have coalesced into a vaporous shield. The technique, aptly named Scorch Release, armor yet to be named, came into play. The blade flashed, severing another segment of Kakuzu's tendrils. The 5 flailing appendages could not deter Mei, who surged forward, nearly arriving before Kakuzu. Yet, she was indeed injured, though she remained indifferent to her wounds. The absence of pain naturally precluded any cessation of her actions, resembling an indomitable body, creating an illusion of being entirely unscathed. In truth, her exceptional martial prowess, the evasion of control and penetrating defenses through Scorch Release, and her fearless disposition towards pain and injury constituted Mei's strategy of overcoming the strong with the weak. Moreover, she was well aware of Kakuzu's capabilities. Intelligence is an invaluable asset. However, Kakuzu remained oblivious to her strengths, mistakenly believing that a slight advantage in strength could dominate the world. He naively assumed that merely surviving as a subordinate of the first Hokage qualified him as an elite ninja. He truly believed that being of the rank of a Kage was formidable, yet Naruto Uzumaki had once been knocked unconscious for an entire day by Kushina Uzumaki. What was he truly worth? Kakuzu, despite this realization, maintained his composure. As Mei was on the verge of collapsing onto Kakuzu, her body suddenly halted. From the ground, numerous threads surged forth simultaneously, with two tentacles forming a colossal appendage that ensnared Mei's legs. The effect of the scorching escape still lingered. Yet Kakuzu did not relent this time. 5 tentacles lashed out simultaneously, striking Mei directly, and one could even hear the sound of bones fracturing. Upon releasing her, Mei was propelled away with even greater speed. With a swift execution of wind release, pressure damage, and lightning release, false darkness, 2 immensely powerful ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously. The moment Mei hit the ground, an explosion ensued, sending dust soaring and branches scattering. Massive trees were cleaved apart by the residual force. Kakuzu's tentacles lunged forth once more, launching a series of relentless attacks in that direction, each landing with palpable impact. Moreover, the sense of urgency from the opponent had dissipated. Has it come to an end? He felt a momentary sense of relief. Yet his vigilance compelled him to continue observing that direction without acting impulsively. As the dust cleared, Kakuzu beheld Mei lying motionless in a large crater. Her clothing was tattered, bearing the marks of relentless blows, and her skin was marred with dark, charred lightning scars. Despite uncertainty regarding her fate, Kakuzu remained cautious, refraining from approaching directly. The tentacles advanced with utmost focus, wary of Mei rising unexpectedly. However, that did not occur. With a resounding thud, it was indeed nothing more than a common substitution technique, leaving behind Mei's short blade. Indeed, it was the very same as before. Kakuzu abruptly turned his head, nearly forgetting where the initially shattered blade had fallen. And in that fleeting moment, a blue orb struck his heart. Chapter 28. Spiraling Sphere. The Spiraling Sphere. An essential technique for the protagonist, though not inherently powerful. It was exceptionally compatible with Mei. Kakuzu's chest suddenly caved in, spinning as if penetrated by a drill, tearing through the surface and invading the heart. It was not merely the lethality of the spiraling sphere, but rather Kakuzu's inability to respond in time that led to his tactical downfall. With his heart destroyed, Kakuzu would momentarily be rendered immobile, presenting an opportune moment for attack. Mei chose not to continue wielding the chakra surgical knife. Instead, she opted for the Rasengan. To be frank, the chakra expenditure from the recent combat was greater than anticipated. The high-temperature armor necessitates a constant flow of chakra throughout her body. And while the nature transformation of the chakra surgical knife is manageable, prolonged use can lead to fatigue. At this moment, she distinctly sensed that her chakra reserves were dwindling. In an effort to conserve chakra, she refrained from further utilizing the chakra surgical knife and instead employed the more straightforward Rasengan, which proved to be a more economical choice. It seems that the bloodline limit requires not only attention to power but also to consumption. If one perpetually pursues maximum potency, the chakra will inevitably fall short. This is a crucial lesson to be recorded. Mei's hands simultaneously coalesced into 2 Rasengans. This A-rank ninjutsu is quite taxing in terms of energy consumption. Yet it feels relatively economical compared to the intense demands of Scorch Release. Typically, bloodline limits activate only when necessary. No one maintains them constantly. The 2 Rasengans surged forth towards the 2 masks, but it appeared that the tendrils were also stirring into action. The horns responded as well. Shall we compare speeds? Mei resolutely declined to retreat swiftly. At that moment, she witnessed the wind release heart detach from Kakuzu's form, indicating the successful completion of the heart switch. As anticipated, Kakuzu's tendrils gradually retracted, while simultaneously, the lightning release heart ascended from his shoulder. The Jianga mode had come to an end. At this juncture, Kakuzu's combat prowess had significantly diminished. Although a lightning release creature remained nearby, the ninjutsu at his disposal was limited to merely lightning and wind techniques. Just a fraction more effort was needed to eliminate that scoundrel Kakuzu, who sought to thwart her. Nevertheless, even in his weakened state, Kakuzu still bore injuries that had not fully healed. Unlike Haiden, he had to preserve his physical form. Mei let out a sigh, lamenting the absence of the wind release, spiraling shuriken. Otherwise, that moment could have effortlessly sent him soaring. Eliminating 3 hearts posed no challenge. Regrettably, mastering that jutsu proved rather arduous, especially when attempting to imbue the Rasengan with elemental transformation. The difficulty lay in the very nature of the Rasengan's rapid rotation. Even with Mei's adept chakra control, she found the task exceedingly taxing, as there were countless variables to consider. Haji also sensed a significant depletion of his chakra. primarily due to the fact that since earlier, the responsibility for sustenance had fallen solely on the hearts of lightning and wind, while all other hearts had unfortunately exploded. To amplify the jutsu's power, a considerable chakra expenditure was inevitable. At this moment, the remaining chakra from the wind and lightning hearts was barely less than a third, and the usage of the grievance technique was substantial. Nonetheless, his condition was still preferable to Mei's. Lightning release, lightning binding. The lightning creature unleashed a torrent of electricity once more, encircling Mei's body. As she glanced down, she was startled to discover 4 iron needles had been driven into the ground, forming an intricate web of lightning. This was a sealing technique. Naively, despite being engulfed in electricity, Mei resolutely charged forward, drawing forth her chakra scalpel. There was no other choice. She had to confront the challenge head-on. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her chakra levels plummeted significantly, and her body's movements abruptly stiffened. The chakra was waning. Yami has come to an understanding. She cast a glance at Kakuzu, and though she spoke no falsehood, she felt that victory was unlikely. However, the contest was not yet over, and there remained a glimmer of hope for their next encounter. With a resounding thud, Yami's form vanished, leaving behind a meticulously crafted wooden sculpture. Unlike the previous instance, this wooden effigy was nearly flawless, save for a few charred marks from lightning. It served as a decoy. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression grew even graver than before. Such a formidable substitute was unexpected. Should another such replica emerge, even with knowledge of its capabilities, defeat might still be a possibility. Indeed, he realized that he was still insufficient. He required more and stronger hearts. He abandoned the pursuit of Yami, deeming the price of 50 million for this ninja to be absurdly low, an invitation for others to attempt to capture themselves. Mei's use of this substitute undoubtedly comes with numerous limitations. Otherwise, the absence of additional support would be inexplicable. Moreover, he has now comprehensively grasped the characteristics of Mei's ninjutsu. At the very least, it is apparent that the previous attack was not ineffective, but rather that the opponent simply remains unaffected by the assault. In simpler terms, while the damage was inflicted and chakra consumed, it does not result in immediate death or disappearance. It seems that only severe injuries, such as decapitation or a ruptured heart, could incapacitate the opponent. Otherwise, no method would suffice. The effective approach would be to sever the opponent's arms or legs, thereby rendering them entirely unable to fight. This characteristic is common among all substitutes, and the chakra of the substitute is evidently quite limited, allowing for only a brief duration of combat. In contrast, the chakra of the original is as boundless as an unfathomable ocean. However, the current impact on Kakuzu is substantial. This is the closest he has come to death since his encounter with the first Hokage. He departed from the area, vanishing into the jungle, having failed this mission. What remains is no longer his concern. Nonetheless, while Kakuzu has abandoned this endeavor, Zetsu has proceeded toward his destination, harboring his own plans. Black Zetsu informed Kakuzu, while White Zetsu undertook a different task. He intends to intercept the relocating village, using its inhabitants as hostages to coerce Mei into compliance. This individual possesses unique abilities in chakra. If he can join the future organization and assist in the resurrection of the mother, his chakra is remarkably abundant. Zetsu's aspirations are grand. Yet, whether events will unfold as he anticipates remains uncertain. Chapter 29. Suaraka vs. Zetsu. White Zetsu's target is Mei, specifically her disciple, Akane. From the small village they are hastily vacating. This serves as leverage. He has contemplated other individuals, but increasing their numbers would complicate control. Zetsu is quite occupied and prefers not to expose himself publicly. Black Zetsu typically remains hidden, with White Zetsu acting as a proxy. Even so, it is advisable for White Zetsu to avoid exposure, not for the sake of the Uchiha's misguided plans, but for the resurrection of the mother. Concealment is essential for orchestrating arrangements in the shadows. Although uncertain of its effectiveness, it matters little. It is merely an experiment. If unsuccessful, even the act of elimination could impact Mei's mindset. Fear not the hatred of others, but rather their forgetfulness. Subsequently, by presenting sufficient temptation, even if she does not join Akatsuki, she will inevitably undergo a transformation. Once transformed, should she seek revenge, she will find no targets, potentially leading her to commit even more outrageous acts. The exploitation of her emotions in other aspects remains equally viable. Indeed, Zetsu excels in this regard. Human emotions serve as both their motivation and their constraint. Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama are but mere puppets dancing at the tips of his fingers. How much less does he regard others? White Zetsu swiftly approached the inhabitants of the village. his strength merely oscillating between that of a J-nin and an elite J-nin, making him relatively formidable among his peers. The majority of white Zetsu are essentially subpar, akin to Ch-nin or even Jinin, rendering an army of 100,000 white Zetsu only marginally superior to a legion of 100,000 ordinary individuals. When compared to a genuine ninja coalition, the white Zetsu army falls woefully short. This disparity relates to their previous existence. It seems that upon transforming into white Zetsu, their overall prowess diminishes by a tier. The realities of the prehistoric world remain shrouded in mystery. There is no recourse. The consciousness of Zetsu emerged from the moment Kaguya was sealed, leaving them oblivious to the events that transpired prior. After all, the world has since transformed into something entirely different. The speed of Shui Luo and his companions is, in truth, rather sluggish. Mei offered no detailed explanations, bluntly urging them to depart swiftly, warning that if they tarried too long, it would be at their own peril. This has always been her way. Shui Luo has grown accustomed to her sharp tongue, finding a peculiar satisfaction even amidst her scathing remarks. Of course, this could be attributed to her endearing nature. Were she a burly man, perhaps his sentiments would differ. Mei merely stated that this matter pertains to both Qian and herself, and that it is exceedingly intricate. Further explanations would follow, but for now, they must depart. She remained behind, presumably to delay their pursuers. As she mentioned that it was likely this village would cease to exist after today, it appeared that she had grasped the origins of Qian. Shui Luo continued onward, suddenly donning a grave expression. Mei's concerns seemed to resonate with the truth. Ing, take the others with you. Hey, brother Shui Luo, what's the matter? Ing had always addressed Shui Luo as brother, having been dissuaded from calling him teacher during their earlier encounters. Take them with you. It seems this place will need to be entrusted to you for the time being. Shui Luo's demeanor turned somber, his voice abruptly elevating by several decibels as he exclaimed, "Hurry, what are you dawdling for?" Ing was startled. It was his first time witnessing Shui Luo in such a state, and fear rendered him incapable of dissent. He immediately called upon the other children to leave. The children, too, were witnessing Shui Luo's wrath for the first time, a mix of fear and unease swirling within them. For despite their maturity, they were still but children. As the group fled, Shui Luo abruptly formed hand seals. Water release, water bullets. Water release is a rather unique technique. Unlike fire or lightning release, which can be conjured from nothing, water release relies heavily on environmental conditions. In a suitable setting, it may even prove to be the most formidable among the 5 basic nature transformations. However, it was evident that this was not such an environment. He unleashed a barrage of water bullets. With a series of loud impacts, shallow craters formed in the nearby earth, yet after a slight tremor, a figure emerged from the soil. It was none other than White Zetsu. He appeared somewhat surprised. "How did you discover me?" Though he held little interest in the identity of this ninja, Shui Luo seemed otherwise inclined. Calmly, he drew forth a kunai. Recognizing that one must ascertain whether this unknown individual was friend or foe, given the current circumstances, the latter was the conclusion. "Honestly, I have no interest in you," White Zetsu remarked, glancing at him before assessing his surroundings, a smile creeping upon his face. "I shall grant you 3 minutes." Shui Luo inhaled deeply. He remained unmoved by the insult. As a competent ninja, he would never forsake the essence of endurance. "Very well, 3 minutes it is." He cast forth the kunai in his hand, augmenting it with 2 shurikens imbued with the essence of earth. Compared to Ing, his approach was decidedly more sinister. As long as it could ensure the defeat of his adversary, he bore no qualms about the means employed. However, Zetsu appeared largely indifferent. Would release. Great forest technique? What? Shui Luo was utterly astonished, bewildered by what he beheld. A mysterious ninja who had mastered the wood release technique. This was wood release, an art so formidable that even the most seasoned shinobi of the ninja realm would tremble at the mere sight of such a jutsu. What Mei just exhibited in terms of the scorch release pales in comparison to this wood release. A multitude of wooden stumps surged towards him. No technique of wood release is trivial, as both its offensive and defensive capabilities are remarkably formidable. Shui Luo promptly retreated, fully aware that he could not withstand the wood release head-on, especially after his previous tool had been effortlessly dismantled. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon spiraled around him and launched forth. However, Baiju employed the same technique as before, with scarcely any alteration in form, merely redirecting it towards a different angle. The water dragon was swiftly dissipated. Even the second Hokage would find it challenging to counter wood release with water release. As a high-ranking ninja from the Rain Village, Shui Luo felt a sense of exasperation. How could one encounter such monsters so casually in this era? High-ranking shinobi should not be so easily outmatched. 3 minutes indeed seemed quite daunting. Hence, your ineffectiveness is rather apparent. While Bai Ju reveled in his triumph, he suddenly froze. His body rigid. He sensed his chakra commencing a rapid regeneration, albeit he had not expended much chakra to begin with. Thus the recovery was rather limited. For the first time, Bai Ju entered his mental realm, and here, he encountered that woman face to face. He realized he was under her control. Chapter 30. Spiritual Transformation. The technique of spiritual transformation was one Mei had never before employed on another. In a certain sense, this could be deemed an assassination technique. Should one fall victim to this maneuver, it could easily result in the demise of someone situated thousands of miles away, of course. This would leave her own form rather vulnerable, a cautionary detail to heed. Kato Dan had similarly been betrayed and met his end. Oh, now he was merely on the brink of death. However, her spiritual transformation technique functioned as a charging buff, yet it bore a significant flaw. She had invaded Bai Ju's psyche. Encountering him directly for the first time. Ah, so it is you who orchestrated this, Mei scoffed, unexpectedly. She had anticipated he would come alongside his darker counterpart, which would have facilitated their joint elimination, thus eradicating any future threats. With a sigh of regret, Mei regarded Bai Ju and stated, "Greetings. I suppose this is our first meeting. Mr. Ju, you are, after all, a root cause of calamity in this world. Such words flatter me excessively." Bai Ju dismissed her remarks, believing Mei merely harbored disdain towards him. Is that so? Mei had no intention of divulging any details regarding Kaguya. What benefit would that serve? Why should she explain the narrative unnecessarily, thereby casting herself as the villain? Who exactly are you? I have yet to uncover a method to unravel this ninjutsu, and it appears that the ability to wield it is currently beyond reach. Consequently, Mei should also be in a similar predicament. I am called Mei, but wait. If you are unaware of my existence, could it be that sheer misfortune is my only explanation? Mei has long grappled with this acknowledgement. Yet it is evident that White Zetsu's initial reaction aligns with this notion. If he truly does not recognize me, then encountering me outside must be mere coincidence, signifying that I am indeed just unfortunate. Wandering aimlessly in the outside world, one might easily stumble upon White Zetsu's schemes. But what of it? If they are disrupted, so be it. Regrettably, I had intended to capture a White Zetsu for research, perhaps yielding significant findings. Regardless, we are adversaries. He seeks to execute the infinite Tsukuyami, which is simply unacceptable. If conflict is inevitable, I shall not hold back. Should I find myself unable to prevail, I will rely on Naruto and Sasuke for assistance. They are sorely lacking a crucial support figure. I doubt Sakura can fulfill that role. Is this a ninjutsu that invades the realm of the mind? Indeed, it is quite rare. Techniques pertaining to the psyche and soul are seldom encountered, with the ninja world scarcely delving into their development. And most of those that exist tend to lean towards offensive capabilities. If Black Zetsu is indeed present, he would be unconcerned, for he is exceptionally adept in matters of the mind, possibly possessing means of counteraction. Yet, that remains beyond his grasp. However, you have invigorated me. How do you plan to triumph over me? This is a point of intrigue for White Zetsu. I inquired, have you perhaps forgotten something? Mei tilted her head, extending her thumb to indicate behind her, where an image materialized, Water Luo, advancing with a knife, perilously close to White Zetsu's throat. Such a waste of time. I shall take my leave. The technique of spirit transformation allows for instantaneous withdrawal. It is an extraordinarily liberated form of ninjutsu, with virtually no weaknesses aside from the physical body itself, akin to another variant of the Flying Thunder God technique. Wait for me. Miyuki disregarded him entirely, soaring away from her physical form. Truth be told, she had no desire to plunge headfirst into this battlefield, were it not for the unexpected decision made by Shui Luo. She would not have come at all. She had meticulously prepared traps targeting Ju, yet ultimately found herself compelled to resort to the technique of spiritual transformation. With only a mere substitute to guard her, this was undoubtedly her most perilous encounter to date, slightly more treacherous than the incident with the horned beast. Upon returning to her corporeal body, she rose to her feet. As soon as the shadow beside her noticed her eyes flutter open, it anxiously inquired, "What has transpired?" "I am uncertain. I must investigate," she replied. After all, time had been of the essence, and were it not for Shui Luo's overly bothersome demeanor, she would not have been so preoccupied. His actions were excessively superfluous. Spirit summoning technique. With a resounding thud, Miyuki summoned the true Akane. She had previously inscribed the summoning technique upon her back and had directly entrusted her to the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage, after surveying the surroundings for some time without recognition, was promptly dispatched by Miyuki. Subsequently, she transformed into Akane herself, utterly taken aback by Shui Luo's audacity to linger behind alone. Thus, it became clear that this world does not unfold according to one's plans. She had originally intended for Bai to seek out Akane, allowing for a righteous backstab to elevate him to the heavens. Perhaps she might even harvest some valuable cells from Baiju. After all, isn't that how novels often unfold? This fellow's body might yield primordial cells, which could later be casually implanted to create a wood-style ninja. It would be akin to mass production. How delightful. She relished the notion of mass production. Regrettably, this plan seemed to have faltered. Shui Luo had a knack for complicating matters. At the behest of the shadow, she was reluctantly compelled to take the risk of employing the spiritual transformation technique. It was her first time entrusting her life to another's care. Had someone decided to sever her head at that moment, it would have meant certain death. There would never be a second instance. It was all the fault of those two troublesome men, the Shadow and Shui Luo. No good can come from men. After handing Akane over to the Shadow, she set off, arriving at her current location mere minutes later, only to find Baiju dissipating and Shui Luo still lost in thought. "You're here," she stated. "What else would I be?" Miyuki rolled her eyes. "If I weren't here, your head would have already rolled away. So I wasn't mistaken. It was indeed your voice." No wonder he suddenly froze. It startled me. Yamiko glanced at the dissipating figure of Hakushu and the gradually vanishing would release, although Hakushu possessed formidable combat prowess. It vanished before it could even be unleashed. Mei, disinterested, extended her hand and said, "Are you truly unscathed? Can you stand?" Grasping Mei's hand, he rose to his feet, and Shui Luo finally exhaled in relief. "This is the wood release technique. What kind of ninjutsu did you employ? It is truly remarkable. As for the jutsu of Konohagakure, well, it doesn't concern you much. However, if you wish to learn, I could teach you. The transformation technique, a forbidden art of Konoha, is theoretically prohibited from dissemination. But what does that have to do with me? Is that true?" Shui Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We'll see if you can master it first. Now, let us proceed. We have a considerable distance to cover to our destination. I would appreciate it if you could refrain from causing me any trouble next time. Then you could simply share the details with me." They conversed lightly, preparing to continue their journey. Though they had not yet arrived, they were no longer far from Konohagakure. Chapter 30. Until we meet again, Mei, in truth, does not possess the capability to safeguard this village. To protect a village, the strength of one individual is simply insufficient. In reality, the protection of any individual cannot rely solely on personal prowess, as Naruto once expressed his desire to shield his comrades from harm. The reality was that he could genuinely protect only those who were closest to him. Even Niji met his demise, and the number of other fallen shinobi is incalculable. Were it not for the intervention of Orochimaru and others, the 5 Kage would have perished as well. Countless lives have been lost in the village due to several great wars. Whom, then, has he truly managed to protect? At that time, even the village of Konoha had been reduced to mere ruins, and he found himself powerless. Yet, can one truly attribute blame to him? He had exerted his utmost efforts. The outcome of protection is not merely a matter of desire. It is, in fact, a fallacy. If one genuinely wishes to safeguard others, one must establish a comprehensive framework. A complete set of measures. The ninjas of Konoha collectively strive to protect their village, not a single individual, but a coalition led by the Hokage. Even if the Hokage does not charge into the fray at the forefront, this remains a sufficiently formidable interest group, capable of safeguarding the tangible welfare of the village. This is the essence of Mei's argument. The Hokage ought to be the most powerful ninja in Konoha. Mei does not contest this notion. However, she believes that the Hokage should symbolize the will of fire, embodying strength, rather than serving as the village's de facto ruler, especially when this ruler is managed by others. Which complicates matters further. The village of Konoha, in its entirety, is actually in a state of financial imbalance. The number of ninjas in a village can reach thousands. The majority being Genin and Chunin, with only a handful of Jounin and an even scarcer number of elite Jounin, along with a single Hokage. When it comes to undertaking missions, even D-rank tasks typically command a fee of around 10,000 Ryo, with cheaper ones still costing several thousand. C-rank missions start at no less than 50,000 Ryo and can escalate to 500,000 Ryo or more, with subsequent ranks multiplying this figure tenfold. S-rank missions are generally not assigned by outsiders, but are instead directly issued by the village. In truth, A-rank missions often bear little relation to monetary compensation. The village's primary revenue is derived from D, C, and B-rank missions. A-rank tasks generally require Jounin-level ninjas, and some lack external clients for assignment. If such tasks are to be undertaken, they typically commence at 5 million Ryo. The salary for a Genin hovers around 5,000 Ryo per month. While Chunin earn somewhat more, albeit still limited. Even Jounin receive a monthly salary of about 100,000 Ryo, with additional bonuses awarded for task completion based on difficulty. The rewards for S-rank missions are substantial, yet the associated mortality rate is exceedingly high. One could assert that the majority of missions inevitably lead to casualties. Should a ninja sustain injuries during a mission, the village assumes responsibility for their treatment, alongside subsequent insurance coverage. In simpler terms, the village is perpetually in a state of deficit. This necessitates the infusion of funds to sustain operations, otherwise. Can one truly expect individuals in such perilous professions to be motivated solely by passion? Without remuneration, discontent among the ranks will foment rebellion. If financial support is lacking, how much respect can these clans afford you? And how long can these ninjas endure? Can Konoha remain viable under such circumstances? Thus, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire is required to invest hundreds of billions annually into the villages. This substantial sum can be freely utilized by Konoha for various purposes, including the nurturing of new talents, enhancing living standards, and conducting diverse research, such as that of Danzo's route, which has access to billions each year. Each feudal lord bears their own responsibilities. In essence, it is akin to fostering a community, as every lord must contribute a certain amount of funding once a year. For Qingyu, this presents her initial predicament. Nonetheless, the loyal retainers of the Qingyu family manage to gather the required funds after more than a month of effort. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that they have nearly depleted the family's resources. Consequently, the development of the entire territory is now at stake. With other lords awaiting her entreaties, a situation she finds quite distressing. In truth, she harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the inhabitants of her domain, the lords, and even the entire Land of Fire. While she is willing to humble herself, a desire for vengeance simmers within her, and many within the Tsuken clan share her sentiments. Eager to safeguard their own interests, she need not burden herself with excessive concerns, yet the constraints are numerous, and should she falter, the blame will fall squarely upon her. It dawned on her how overwhelmingly heavy these responsibilities are for a mere 10-year-old mind. The clamor is unbearable. Psychologically, Qingyu has been in a rather dismal state of late. You seem quite fatigued, a voice noted. Startled, Qingyu felt a wave of energy surging within her, replenishing her vigor and gradually allowing her mind to relax. Feeling better? Much improved, thank you. Indeed, her spirits lifted considerably, although the speaker appeared to be a rather immature girl herself. Her presence brought a sense of reassurance to those around her. Mei smiled gently, having long suspected that Qingyu might succumb to exhaustion due to excessive toil. It was not merely a physical strain, but a mental one as well. Often, she could have abstained from responsibilities, yet she feared that others would gradually usurp her authority. Trust was a rare commodity for her. What brings you here? How have the past 3 months treated you? Qingyu, currently devoid of funds, lacked the means to offer a place for Mei to stay. I am well enough, Mei replied, but I have a matter I hope you can assist with. The villagers are unable to care for themselves. However, if it were you, it would pose no issue. They may currently seem of little use. Yet I intend to have them infiltrate discreetly, nurturing them to become my future allies. Naturally, I can orchestrate any enhancement, be it the Sharingan or the Rinnegan, or even techniques like Ice Shield or Dust Release. Speak freely. I owe you my life, and I shall assist in any way I can. Despite her own challenging circumstances, Qingyu held this resolve. There is no need for such grand gestures. We both have our needs, Mei noted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at Qingyu's politeness. Let me recount my recent experiences. Upon my arrival in the Land of Iron, I encountered a group of individuals. Chapter 31, The Issue in Truth. It was a minor matter, just a group of people. Qingyu merely needed to arrange accommodations for them. The Tsuchi clan possessed ample space. This was not a significant challenge. In fact, it could be delegated to someone else. Nonetheless, Mei wished for Qingyu to take personal charge and engage with them directly. She stated earnestly, I do not expect them to assist immediately. Rather, they could become your future assets. Qingyu, however, was not particularly hopeful about this. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to be forthright. Their relationship was not one of mere assistance, but rather a partnership founded on shared ambitions and interests, united by ideals rather than superficial motives. After a brief pause, she remarked, "That is not the issue. The real concern is our lack of funds." Qingyu had previously provided Konoha with billions, which had substantially drained the Tsuchi clan's resources. Now, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed, struggling to maintain control over her subordinates, while other feudal lords sought to manipulate her into dependency, gradually tightening their grip on the Tsuchi clan. "Is that so? Are you in need of money? I seem to have overlooked that." Mei had indeed forgotten about this matter, for the Tsuchigumi clan was relatively affluent. However, the obligation to contribute financially to Konoha had slipped her mind. Beyond the commissions, there were also fixed expenses to be paid. This considerable sum represented a source of income for other feudal lords, but for the declining Tsuchigumi clan, it posed a significant dilemma. Moreover, the burden of these expenses fell upon their subordinates, which was only a temporary arrangement that would inevitably require repayment. Otherwise, these individuals would surely become disenchanted. To be frank, these individuals had once been the pillars of the Tsuchigumi clan, and losing them would indeed be regrettable. Mei did not concur with this notion, as it was evident that management could not rely on merely one or two individuals. If that were the case, there would be no need for her to seek assistance from others. A mere handful of people could suffice. Qingyu understood this logic as well. Yet her current financial predicament was dire. The entirety of the Tsuchigumi clan could only provide her with a mere few million. Otherwise, she would be forced to consider selling herself, pondering how much a 10-year-old girl like her could fetch. Mei understood that this was merely a moment of anger. She offered a few words of comfort to Qingyu before suggesting, in light of this, perhaps we should consider selling some consumables. If one were to inquire about the most potent consumers in this world, the answer would undoubtedly be the ninjas. Indeed, while ninjas rely on others for their livelihoods, they are also the most significant consumers, engaging in large-scale procurement every year. An abundance of ninja tools, copious military rations, and numerous other supplies are needed. The merchants of Konoha, or those traveling to Konoha, are the primary trade partners of the Tsuchikage clan, dealing in grains and minerals as well. However, from Mei's perspective, all of this requires time, and as producers of raw materials, they are often subjected to exploitation. Yet, there was no choice. Everything necessitated a beginning. And Qingyu's foremost concern was the livelihood of the people within the city. "We have nothing to sell." "No, that will change shortly." Mei produced several scrolls and declared, "While I may not excel in other areas, when it comes to healing medicines, none can surpass my expertise. I possess a remarkable talent for nurturing plants and hastening the maturity of animals. Everyone must discover their own strengths." Although Mei was not skilled in combat, she had consistently utilized her chakra techniques to earn a living. She then extracted several types of medicine from the scrolls and stated, "These are some of the more common pharmaceuticals on the market. The ones I produce are of inferior quality and have yet to be sold in Konoha. Those from the other side might easily be traced back to Konoha." "What makes them special?" Qingyu inquired, picking up one of the vials. Upon opening it, a pleasant aroma reminiscent of Mei wafted forth. "There is nothing unique. The ratios of the ingredients are identical to avoid any complications." Mei had not specifically studied these medicines, and since they were primarily for external injuries, countless individuals had cultivated them over time. Even if research were conducted, it would lead to no significant outcome. The only difference lay in the materials, which I cultivated myself. Mei's plan involves the acquisition of medicinal seeds by Qingyu, who will nurture them herself. With her own capabilities, she can cultivate thousands of acres of medicinal fields in one go, which would consume approximately 1/5 of her chakra. It is estimated that Qingyu can initially manage only this modest amount of land, given the substantial areas that have fallen into disuse. "I have indeed heard of your chakra. Its remarkable healing properties are astonishing, but can it also be employed to rejuvenate the soil?" "Strictly speaking, it enhances plant maturation. Yet it does have a beneficial impact on the land, making it seemingly easier to cultivate, with a sense of increasing fertility with each planting." Mei has observed this phenomenon in her own small medicinal field, and it has even positively influenced the neighboring flower shop. Since Mei's arrival, their business has flourished, with blooms vibrant, robust, and exuding an extraordinary vitality. Given our collaborative relationship, I ought to contribute some basic resources, at least initiating the cultivation of medicinal plants while still addressing the issue of food supply. Although there is much to improve, we must start gradually. After all, without sufficient nourishment, one cannot achieve anything. To facilitate Qingyu in establishing a sufficiently large laboratory as swiftly as possible, I must take action. As for the efficacy of the products, once infused with my chakra, they are likely to be approximately 10 times more effective than standard medications. Thus, I typically sell lower-grade products, which is also dependent on time. If left for an extended period, their efficacy may diminish to 3 or 4 times. In the village hidden in the leaves, May primarily sells items that are nearing expiration and have already garnered significant attention. If this continues, she risks being restricted. Konoha is the most naive of the 5 great ninja villages, yet it remains a part of the ninja world. She maintains her stance of distrust toward everyone. In this regard, there is indeed a competitive edge. Is production challenging? The materials are quite ordinary, easily accessible to the average person. And the primary advantage lies in the low cost, allowing for reduced quantities, thus making it affordable for the general populace. As May spoke, she sensed a slight emotional shift in Xingyu. After some contemplation, she noted that the majority of consumers are ordinary people, who are the primary spenders, followed by other feudal lords. For this reason, you may need to engage an intermediary agent. This poses no concern. Our Tsuchikage clan has a degree of rapport with the 12 guardian ninja of Konoha. With their involvement, I believe people from all regions would be willing to accept our products. Chapter 1. The Plan. Greetings, Hokage. For the village of Konoha, the trivial matters at the borders are scarcely manageable. Although there are guards stationed at intervals, ninjas are not omniscient beings. How could they possibly remain vigilant at all times regarding the happenings beneath their very noses? It was quite surprising that Shui Luo and the others had settled peacefully onto the land of Qishan, especially since the tales of May and Konoha were entirely unknown to outsiders. This shall be your residence henceforth, May said with a casual shrug. Your primary responsibility will be the cultivation of medicinal herbs here. I shall periodically oversee the ripening process. After approximately 10 cycles, the produce from this land will inherently possess some unique effects. I have no objections, Shui Luo replied. His will not particularly strong, though he was somewhat taken aback. However, you expect me to ensure Lady Qingshan's safety? Do not fret too much. There are not many individuals around Lady Qingshan, and the pressure she bears is considerable. I intended to enlist Qian and Ying to assist her, but they are still children and will require your adult supervision for certain matters. As for everything else, you need only focus on security, which is certainly better than relying on mercenaries. Though he had been bested by Baiju, he still held the rank of A.J. Nin. Was such a position truly so inconsequential? Shui Luo found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, I must depart shortly. Both my training and duties have been delayed for far too long due to your presence, so please refrain from causing me any further inconvenience. This statement held truth. For although it was May who had lingered unnecessarily, she could not possibly blame herself. It must have been that insufferable little rascal who had put her in a foul mood. Indeed, May must dedicate herself to her cultivation. Initially, there was no need for haste, but after encountering Kaku and White Zetsu, she has unwittingly drawn the attention of Akatsuki. Fortunately, as Akatsuki has yet to be established, they would find it quite challenging to deal with her otherwise. Nonetheless, May believes that even if Akatsuki were to exist in this era, the destruction of Konoha would not be a simple task. The Uchiha clan still thrives, with over 50 members possessing the Sharingan, half of whom are elite Jonin. The clan leader is widely regarded as having strength on par with that of a Kage, while the Byakugan wielders, Hizashi and Niji, are in their prime. Additionally, there are the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the legendary Konoha White Fang, the yet-to-be-matured Sannin, and the already illustrious Minato Namikaze. In truth, there are many others, including individuals whose names May had never heard in her previous life, yet they prove to be formidable in reality. Coupled with a complete sealing team and a medical unit, Konoha's foundation remains intact in this era. Aside from the absence of the first Hokage and Madara, who are already at the Super Kage level, everything else pales in comparison. Even if Nagato were to come in person, May does not believe victory would be assured. Well then, since you put it that way, is there any issue with me being a rogue ninja? I will inform Qingyu. Besides, you need not meet frequently. May does not see the necessity for further encounters. But if anyone approaches, remember to protect her, and if any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. All right, but how shall I reach you? Take this. May handed over a puppet, not her own but Shuiluo's. She had given one to Qingyu as well, but by the time Qingyu realizes there is an enemy, it may be too late. After all, in this world, it is not uncommon for a few ninjas to assault a nation's priestess or queen without anyone seeking clues. People simply believe whatever they are told. It is as if humanity and ethics have entirely vanished. Regarding the mention of Hima by Qingyu, May is hesitant to engage in conversation about him. He is one of the 12 guardian ninja and belongs to a more radical faction. There is no inherent conflict of interest with Qingyu, as he merely believes that the country should belong to the daimyo, albeit with somewhat extreme views. He launched an attack against Konoha and ended up being a pitiable victim of defeat. Each time she hears about a catastrophic crisis threatening the ninja world in the theatrical releases, Mei cannot help but chuckle, although such narratives are integral to the main storyline. If he is willing to take the lead, that would indeed pose no issue. At that time, Qingyu's goods could be sold externally, perhaps even entirely to Hima, allowing him to seek buyers independently, which would undoubtedly be well received. This way, Hima would bear the risk while Qingyu could remain in the shadows. The influx of revenue might be slightly delayed, with a reduction of around 30% in profits, but that is inconsequential, as long as the quantity is substantial. She will encourage the residents there to cultivate. The flow of information within the ninja world is rather stagnant. Often, it remains quite insular, and it is likely that for a considerable period, it will not attract the attention of Konoha's ninjas. Mei must remain vigilant against the wandering ninjas. As for her own endeavors, she indeed needs to venture out for a while. While her personal training is of minor concern, her primary objective lies in the search for talented researchers. Although she possesses knowledge of certain technologies that could enhance people's lives, she is, regrettably, unable to sketch the designs herself, a true exemplar of turning a phoenix into a duck. Regarding the blueprints, her understanding of the internal intricacies is rather limited. She merely grasps the principles, lamenting, "I am a science student, so why is this so challenging?" Therefore, assistance from others was necessary for the researchers. When considering the timing, her first thought was of Lulan. From this temporal perspective, Lulan indeed appeared to be a most suitable location. The Ninja World War had not yet fully concluded. It was in the final stages, with Konoha having achieved victory, albeit at the cost of some of its strength. To put it bluntly, Konoha was exceedingly powerful. Hence, nearly the entire ninja world was engaged in warfare with Konoha, gradually diminishing its strength. This time, the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha was particularly intense, with both sides suffering significant losses. The next encounter could potentially herald an even greater crisis. Indeed, it would be a more formidable challenge, as they would soon face three nations simultaneously, with Kimogakure poised to act first, given the rakish penchant for warfare. The war was not over, and Mei hoped to avoid venturing too close to Sunagakure. Thus, Lulan was dismissed as an option, and after much contemplation, Mei ultimately resolved to visit the land of Oni. As a half-entity of the Shrine Maiden, the Yukai resided there, making it a fitting choice to promote Konoha's exceptional products, especially considering how endearing Cheyenne was. Furthermore, this land lay behind the Wind Country, a considerable distance from the battlefield. In fact, strictly speaking, the Yukai might not have even manifested yet. Although it was the farthest location, it was a suitable starting point, as it would likely attract the least attention. Chapter 2. The Land of Oni. The Land of Oni is situated at the far western edge of the continent, beyond which lies the land of Marsh and other minor nations, whose territories are scarcely regarded in the world of Naruto. The nation itself faced internal issues. Compounded by its geographic position, even engaging in conflict would yield more losses than gains. Moreover, the Earth Country and Wind Country required a substantial buffer zone, allowing these neutral minor nations to persist. After all, the sheer number of countries was overwhelming, and accounting for each would likely be an exhausting endeavor. The land of Oni is not particularly small, yet its strength is average, rendering it incomparable to the five great nations. Between the land of Oni and the land of Marsh lies a vast expanse of unclaimed territory, primarily consisting of mountains and forests, making the establishment of cities and nations economically unfeasible. The land of Oni, having developed earlier, is characterized by its mountainous terrain, surrounded by clusters of villages. Hence it directly claims the title of a nation. However, it lacks a ninja village, resulting in a comprehensive strength that does not even surpass that of some smaller nations. Naturally, even the Wind Country grants a degree of respect to the Shrine Maiden of the land of Oni, particularly in this generation, as it has birthed an exceptionally gifted Shrine Maiden, Mirai. At merely 20 years of age, she possesses strength on par with that of a Kaguya, renowned for her formidable sealing techniques. Nonetheless, this is merely the land of Oni's own propaganda. The ninja world has become accustomed to a succession of self-proclaimed invincible individuals over the years. If properly nurtured, her future could be boundless, though whether she truly possesses the strength of a Kaguya remains uncertain to Mei. Nevertheless, she is famously known for her sealing techniques, which are said to rival the legendary Shiki F gene. Despite the land of Oni's relatively small size, it is surrounded by numerous villages that depend on it for survival. with the central city housing a population of approximately several tens of thousands. Though it may be distant, a ninja could traverse the distance in merely a few days. Regrettably, May could not employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Had she mastered it, her speed could have multiplied several times over. How vexing. She envied this ability and mused about kidnapping Minato to teach her, though she suspected that even if she succeeded, he might not comply, given his extraordinary convictions. After all, someone capable of being Naruto's father is unlikely to be an ordinary individual. 10 days later, May arrived at the land of Oni. This nation, in truth, lacks precise borders. The boundaries are dictated by the surrounding villages, contingent upon the population distribution within the land of Oni. If the inhabitants of this land cannot gather, they hardly form any substantial community. However, gaining the recognition of the Shrine Maiden of the land of Oni would simplify matters considerably. Though Mirai is undoubtedly talented, it must be noted that she is not yet a Shrine Maiden. Rumor has it that the heir to the throne, Mirai, has intentions of marriage. After all, at 20 years old, she is considered an old maid in the world of Naruto. The identity of her intended remains unknown. And there are still over 20 years until Cheyenne birth. At this juncture, May contemplated a visit to Lulan, unaware of Lushan's activities. Were it not for her desire to avoid complications, she would have promptly embarked on the journey, for the energy of the dragon vein was promising. This power could seemingly provide infinite supply, indicating there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps investigation could yield a perpetual motion machine. Upon reaching the land of Oni, May changed her attire, donned her glasses once more, and wore a white robe akin to the one she had donned during Qian's surgery. She styled her hair into a bun, reminiscent of Saber, albeit lacking a certain signature strand, thus missing an essential aspect. This time, she would assume the identity of a doctor. Having learned from her previous experiences as a wandering warrior, May concluded that it was best to engage in her primary profession. As there were countless wandering doctors, even if she attracted attention, there was no need for concern. Additionally, she intended to procure some precious timber from the land of Oni, a commodity favored by the feudal lords. May's goal for this trip was to secure a substantial profit. Given the exorbitant profits associated with luxury goods, wealth accumulated over centuries by those individuals far exceeding the annual income of the Fire Country, she proceeded leisurely, raising her banner upon entering the first village she encountered. Healer of the world, curing illnesses and saving lives. At a glance, there was an unmistakable air of a wandering practitioner of the martial arts. Holding up a banner, May felt a surge of optimism. She then took out a wooden table and placed it squarely in the middle of the street. "Let me demonstrate the prowess of the world's foremost medical ninja," she declared. Approximately 2 hours elapsed, and May let out a sigh. She had observed at least 8 patients pass by, yet not a single one approached her. "Oh, such is fate. These individuals seem to have no connection to my destiny," she mused. Though she possessed the ability to heal them, she was not their mother. If they did not seek her aid, what could she do? It would be unreasonable to plead for their attention. Despite this deviation from her aspirations, she resolved to press onward, confident that someone would eventually recognize her worth. Surely, her misfortune could not persist indefinitely. Not a single soul had dared to approach her thus far. May said little, rising to put away the small table, intending to leave. Suddenly, a woman approached, cradling a small child whose forehead was bleeding. "You are a doctor. Please, help my child stop the bleeding," she implored, her tone fraught with urgency. May, however, remained unperturbed. After all, the child was injured. After a moment's thought, she nodded. The injury was trivial. She extended her hand and retrieved a small vial, sprinkling its contents upon the child's forehead. In mere seconds, the bleeding ceased. Then, May took out a clean cloth, gently absorbing the blood and coagulated plasma from the forehead, exercising utmost care to minimize discomfort. Upon closer inspection, she noted, no stitches are necessary. The wound is minor, and the bleeding has stopped. It is not a significant issue. However, the child's cerebellum appears somewhat uncoordinated. I suspect he may often fall. Please exercise caution in the future. The woman, taken aback, suddenly bristled with anger. She did not comprehend the implications of uncoordinated cerebellum, but it sounded as though she were being reproached for her son's condition. May was somewhat exasperated. She realized that being a doctor was far from an admirable profession. The individuals around her neither understood nor cared to inquire, rendering it quite challenging for her to maintain an air of superiority. We, as physicians, also require an environment conducive to such pretensions. Chapter 3. The divine healer, although the process of elucidation was slightly peculiar, ultimately, May succeeded in conveying her message to the individuals present. The matter was quite straightforward. The issue lay with the boy's cognitive faculties. Without intervention, his condition would inevitably deteriorate, whether they chose to believe her or not. And whether they wished to observe her methods or not, she was aware that the woman's own health was lacking. Thus, she decided to treat both matters simultaneously. While issues pertaining to the cerebellum are indeed significant within her realm, they were relatively uncomplicated for May. To put it plainly, the cerebellum merely required stimulation. It was not a case of total cerebral demise, but rather a situation where numerous cells remained dormant. At this moment, a gentle nudge could prove beneficial. To speak candidly, even an average medical ninja could manage such ailments. These conditions were hardly catastrophic within the ninja world. Had there been a singular focus on advancing ninja techniques, the development of this world would have surpassed that of her own. Having completed this particular treatment, May proceeded to attend to 2 more individuals. However, she intended to begin charging for her services, implementing a fee per patient. She was not overly concerned with whether people chose to seek her out. Should this locale prove unfruitful, she could always relocate, or, if necessary, venture directly to the main city. For those who fear death outnumber those who do not. Nevertheless, the introduction of fees deterred many from seeking her assistance. May was unconcerned. After treating 3 or 4 individuals, she opted to depart. One cannot linger in a single place for too long, and gaining renown in such a manner seemed rather sluggish. However, upon arriving at the next town, fortune favored her. As soon as she entered, she encountered a quest inviting esteemed physicians to attend to the ailments of the nobility in the land of demons. A successful endeavor would yield 15 gold bars, equivalent to approximately 1,500,000 in the currency of the ninja world. The reason for the use of gold bars is that the land of demons is rich in gold mines, rendering the nation quite affluent. May naturally accepted this task. 1,500,000 may not seem like much, yet for an individual, it is indeed a substantial sum. An ordinary genin might accumulate such an amount over a lifetime, barely enough to purchase a modest cottage in Konoha, where land has become exceedingly valuable. However, May needed to devise a means of access. And considering her limited acquaintances in this world, she had nearly failed to recognize the 3rd Hokage at first, given the stark contrast between the 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional appearances. One must focus on distinctive features. Initially, she almost believed she had traversed into a parallel universe of Naruto. Oh, I once harbored the illusion that the younger 3rd looked rather handsome. Alas, these older gentlemen are each more unseemly than the last, utterly unattractive. She continued with her mission, making her way to the estate of a genuine noble, a figure of considerable power. This noble was known as Huang Quan. Yet another familiar face. This world is indeed small. Lord Huang Quan, how does a foolish leader of the Huang Quan sect find himself here as a noble of the realm? May is indifferent. It matters not who it is, as long as she can swiftly attract attention to herself. This opportunity may serve to promote her own medicinal products. After all, during this period, most ailments are merely minor inconveniences, all of which May has addressed using her own remedies, including rapid healing of injuries, swift reduction of fevers, and complications arising from bacterial infections. These are trifling matters. The production of medicines is not particularly challenging. Yet the supply remains insufficient primarily due to the limitations of this world's manufacturing capacity. The residence is an imposing estate, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of wandering through the courtyard residences of Qing dynasty officials. It boasts an expansive dwelling, complete with a garden, artificial mountains, covered walkways, and a serene inner lake, none of which are lacking. The surrounding residential area is equally resplendent, and one must pass through the inner gates to reach the grand hall. At last, May found herself face to face with Huang Quan. One must not underestimate him. This man, not yet 30, still appeared as a dashing young gentleman. You are a doctor, I presume? It matters not who you are. I must first assess your capabilities. Huang Quan observed that May was a youthful lady. Though her makeup lent her a slightly older appearance, nevertheless, she retained an air of youthfulness. Despite harboring a hint of disdain, he maintained a sense of restraint. Indeed. Of course, one cannot ascertain my abilities without first evaluating my skill. Bring those 2 individuals to her. If you can successfully treat them, then she may come to see me. Huang Quan was resolute in his actions, paying no heed to the feelings of those around him as he turned and strode away, his long robe trailing upon the ground. It is truly perplexing how someone like you manages even the simplest of tasks. May shrugged her shoulders. Observing as the two burly men donned thick cotton garments and dragged two individuals towards her, both still clinging to life. Yet their veins were engorged, and their skin had taken on an eerie hue of dark purple, as if a faint luminescence pulsed beneath the surface. It was not chakra, but rather a manifestation of energy. If you heal them, all will be well. If not, you shall share their fate. The demeanor of the two robust men towards Mei was far from courteous, as they uttered words laced with arrogance and bravado. Mei rolled her eyes. It appeared that the two individuals had undergone some rudimentary training, yet that was the extent of their capabilities. They possessed chakra, but it was merely at the level of a low-ranking ninja. With a single punch, she could incapacitate one of them. Clearly, they did not regard Tsunade's formidable strength as a serious threat. Nevertheless, she resolved to focus on the matter at hand. Lowering her gaze, she observed the two. Their predicament was not due to physical limitations, but rather stemmed from their absorption of chakra that did not belong to them, leaving their bodies on the brink of collapse. To be unable to endure such a meager amount of chakra was indeed a sign of ineptitude. However, she dismissed the thought and retrieved 2 chocolate balls, a snack she had prepared for herself. Infusing them with a modicum of chakra, she tossed them into the mouths of the 2 individuals. Shortly thereafter, the dark purple aura surrounding them flared back to life, rapidly expanding. Their bodies began to spurt blood uncontrollably. In that moment, Mei swiftly scattered medicinal powder over them, seemingly halting their wounds instantaneously. The healing process commenced rapidly. This was indeed a rather savage method of treatment. Mei removed the bandages and remarked, "Simply cleanse the body and reapply the bandages, and there should be no significant issues." However, the condition of the individual on the right is rather poor, lacking in nutrition and requiring some supplementation. Thus, the two would not succumb to death, albeit the after effects would be unavoidable. The nature of this external energy was indeed peculiar, piquing Mei's curiosity, for the essence of mystical arts derives from such external forces. The 2 burly men stared in disbelief at the 2 bloodied figures. "Is this what you call healing? It feels as though you have transformed them from a state of near death into lifelessness. Once a patient has died, does the ailment cease to exist?" Chapter 4. Unexpected abilities. Ultimately, Mei ventured inside, for those 2 had genuinely survived, and remarkably, they exhibited no lingering repercussions. One of them even opened his eyes, though his body ached to the point of immobility. Nevertheless, the internal sensation of tearing had vanished. Aside from their pallor and weakness resulting from recent blood loss, they were essentially unharmed. Their external wounds had healed, and soon they would bear the marks of their resilience, embodying the essence of masculinity. Suddenly, Mei contemplated the possibility of developing a scar-removing elixir, which would likely incite fervor among women, an endeavor of considerable merit. She resolved to discuss it with Qingyu and Qian next time. After all, even if she underwent extensive surgery, she would bear no scars, rendering the issue moot. Although the 2 strong men harbored numerous concerns, they escorted Mei inside, acknowledging her successful completion of the test. Huang Quan was equally taken aback upon seeing Mei, as he had not anticipated her swift entry. He had initially perceived her as a mere charlatan, but was now astonished to find that she had indeed healed 2 individuals, indicating her remarkable abilities. Rather than rushing into action, he personally examined the 2 men, finding the method of healing rather bizarre, yet ultimately non-disruptive to their future lives. Aside from a slight aesthetic disadvantage and some weakness from blood loss, they faced no significant issues. The survival of these 2 was, in itself, a remarkable occurrence. Huang Quan was intrigued by the individual capable of wielding that peculiar power. "You have done well. You have passed the test. I shall take you to a place where you will attend to a noble's ailment." Huang Quan acknowledged Mei's abilities, though his primary intent was not merely to find a physician but rather to provoke a confrontation, specifically to stir trouble with his fiancée. Despite their engagement, the relationship between Maitreya and Huang Quan was notably strained. Setting aside the minor issue of their 7 or 8-year age difference, Maitreya harbored a profound dislike for Huang Quan, a sentiment stemming from her mother's wishes. "Oh, that is of little concern. However, payment is required. Each of these 2 gentlemen will cost 15 gold bars, totaling 30 gold bars. Your patronage is greatly appreciated." Mei was indifferent, observing another person held no significance for her. Huang Quan glanced at Mei, surprised that she so readily articulated her demands. For a moment, he felt a flicker of irritation. Yet, individuals with such demeanor typically fall into one of 2 categories. Either they possess substantial confidence, or they are simply foolish. Which category did she belong to? it mattered little. After all, it was merely a matter of money. Once he comprehended this, any issue resolvable with wealth ceased to be a true problem. Very well, Huang Quan nodded, snapping his fingers. Bring forth the gold bars for this divine healer. By the way, I am yet to learn your name. I am Kiana. No. Just Kiana will suffice. She hastily decided upon her temporary name. The paramecium had no rights, after all. So be it, that would suffice. Although Huang Quan found the name to sound rather contrived, he reasoned that since the characters from Naruto had no familiarity with Honkai, they would be unaware of her identity. A name was merely a pseudonym. During your stay, it would be best for you to reside here. I shall arrange suitable accommodations for you. Huang Quan's straightforwardness in handing over the gold was unexpected. She had anticipated some form of resistance. Mei had always maintained a commendable attitude towards honest clients. And given his respect for their agreement, she had no intention of creating discord. Very well, in light of the gold, she conceded. Wealth makes negotiations far more agreeable. Since he honored their contract, Mei remained unperturbed by his brusque demeanor. After all, we all understand that those who pay dictate the terms. Take her to her room. Not in a hurry. I hope to continue treating others at your esteemed residence during this time. Rest assured, I shall not stray far. Mei had little interest in departing. After all, money was to be made. Should another 10 or 20 patients arrive, her return to Qingyu would astonish her beyond measure. In a month's time, bringing back tens of millions would lead her to suspect she had acquired a money-printing machine. Why engage in such trivial matters? If you find yourself in need of funds, I can provide you with a gold bar each day. Do not meddle. Huang Quan stated decisively, exuding the air of a wealthy magnate unconcerned with finances. Mei nearly fell to her knees. A wealthy patron. If Qingyu had such affluence, would I still need to venture out? I could simply establish my own laboratory and commence my regional transformation project. The only constraint upon me is my impoverished state. Nevertheless, Mei restrained her desires. Since you require a physician, naturally, the more renowned, the better. If that is the case, if you truly seek collaboration, why not procure some suitable patients for me? No matter how challenging or troublesome, I am unfazed. Oh, no matter how challenging or troublesome. Huang Quan suddenly chuckled, saying, You are quite confident. Do you have any notion of the multitude of complex ailments out there? I am aware, yet it matters not. At worst, I could employ chakra for treatment. Since my arrival in Konoha, no one has perished from illness here. Should any new maladies arise, I can collect samples to ascertain whether they are regional diseases. If I can discover an effective remedy, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome profit. For instance, Mei contemplated developing a cure for the decline of Sharingan eyesight, but then recalled that only a few possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. The market would be minuscule. Although I could inflate the price without limit, what if the Uchiha clan decided to retaliate against my profits? After all, this family is rather unstable. Well, let us give it a try. If you intend to elevate my reputation, you may also bring a few patients over. I shall take responsibility for their treatment, of course. For a fee, let us set the price at 10,000 per person. I have no qualms about who the subjects are. In comparison to that gold bar, Mei resolved to prioritize long-term gains. The land of demons is undoubtedly a wealthy nation. If the populace can recognize Mei's brand of medicine, the future profits would be staggering. Since you find this intriguing, my dear lady, you have piqued my interest. I shall arrange for some individuals. Do perform well. Indeed, the greater Mei's renown, the more advantageous it would be for him. Let the esteemed physician Kiana's name resonate throughout the entire land of demons. Chapter 5. The double dealer. This is merely indigestion. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. The incision on the arm is relatively neat, and the time elapsed since the incident has not been long. Though it may require some time, and the environment here is not ideal, consider your luck. If an infection arises later, return for treatment, and I shall give you a discount. This blockage in your blood vessels is no trivial matter, whether you believe it or not. Do not hinder my business. Oh, the child is fine. Do not scare him. The tingling in his wrist is normal, a reaction from the numbness. Next time, let him play carefully. Parents need to supervise a bit more. Though one cannot claim it as saving the world, with Huang Quan's cooperation, Mei treated approximately 40 individuals in a single day. Mei was diligently focused on her work. However, when it came to notions such as the compassionate heart of a healer, she was entirely unconcerned. After all, the hardships she endured throughout her life far surpassed those of her patients, and her assistance was primarily for her own benefit. Presently, her efficiency was remarkably high, especially with the collaboration of Huang Quan. In fact, she could often cure these individuals in a single session, and on one occasion, she performed 8 surgeries in rapid succession. A proficient physician typically manages to address a third of their cases in a day. However, given the nature of both minor and major ailments, May found her tasks relatively straightforward. The 2 patients requiring surgery took her merely a few minutes, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Nonetheless, these 2 individuals were brought to her by Huangquan as a means of creating difficulty, so the outcome was inconsequential. 20,000 was secured. Moreover, Huangquan would orchestrate a few feigned patients, to which May would offer a few comforting words and infuse a modicum of chakra to alleviate their fatigue. Many ailments were, in fact, manifestations of overexertion. There existed no medication for such conditions, only rest could provide solace. Furthermore, she felt no obligation to mask her demeanor towards these patients. The medical industry in this realm was not akin to a service sector. Should one harbor genuine grievances, they were free to seek care elsewhere, yet upon entering, May held the authority. Physical discomfort was particularly challenging to address. Mere nutritional supplementation would not suffice. Overwork entailed not only physical fatigue, but also the mental exhaustion stemming from repetitive stress, both of which posed significant challenges. Nonetheless, May could only remedy these issues with her chakra, as direct energy-boosting medications were often linked to stimulants, which bore considerable side effects and were ultimately futile. A simple cup of tea would serve better. In essence, the fundamental issue lay in the inefficiency of production, without the capacity to enhance output. One would inevitably need to invest more time in cultivation and sowing. If tasks that typically required days could be condensed into mere hours, such fatigue would be rendered obsolete. The introduction of automated irrigation and fertilization systems could conserve substantial labor resources, thus enabling the establishment of factories, the advancement of industry, and the acceleration of technological progress. As long as profit was to be made, technological advancement would undoubtedly proliferate swiftly. Without sufficient investment, however, one could not realistically expect substantial returns. May, while attending to the ailments of others, swiftly garnered a reputation that spread throughout the village. This was primarily due to her remarkable efficacy and reasonable charges, which were commensurate with the severity of the illnesses. If someone genuinely could not afford her services, what could be done? It would be unreasonable to resort to violence. She would only accept what they could offer, ensuring that a portion of their earnings remained intact for their daily sustenance. For they were akin to tender shoots. If harvested all at once, it would be detrimental. On this particular day, her earnings amounted to 60,000. And with Huangquan's additional 20,000, the total reached approximately 80,000, a cause for considerable celebration. However, it was still insufficient. An average daily income of 80,000 translates to an annual total of 24 million, which is rather meager. It would be more lucrative to pursue the head of a powerful enemy. After all, that individual was valued at over 1 billion. In the realm of Naruto, the price for a jonin typically ranges from several million to tens of millions. However, the disparity among elite jonin is significant, generally exceeding the 10 million mark, with the highest values reaching into the tens of millions. May, belonging to this esteemed echelon, commands a high valuation as an elite jonin. At the level of a Kaguya, the worth is at least 50 million, and often surpasses 1 billion. For extraordinary feats, one might even command several billion. Yet, when juxtaposed with the annual expenditures required by Qingyu, her earnings appear woefully inadequate, do they not? This illustrates the distinction between the individual and the collective. A sum in the billions could sustain May in a life of leisure. However, it is crucial to provide for the tens of thousands under Qingyu's leadership, as well as contribute to Konoha. May has currently estimated that the overall revenue of the Qingyu territory is exceedingly low, particularly in the context of the current industrial collapse. Even if she were to receive the herbal formulations and optimized medicinal varieties, her annual income would likely amount to only several 100 million taels, with taxes potentially consuming less than half of that sum. Therefore, she continues to seek new sources of income and requires more ninjas, more individuals to collaborate in the manufacturing of medicines, to scale up production and reduce the waste of societal resources represented by the idle and unproductive. After all, her subordinates also demand compensation, and May is acutely aware of the underlying issues. She must ensure that Qingyu's native territory flourishes, otherwise, the situation cannot be altered. To this end, she recognizes that she must initially invest some of her own funds. Naturally, most of her finances are earmarked for other purposes, and Qingyu primarily needs to regain its footing. This also serves as a test for May. As it stands, the situation is untenable and henceforth, it will rely upon her own efforts. Since she has depleted her resources, Qingyu must gradually repay its debts. Otherwise, she risks losing her credibility and trustworthiness, especially given that she is already questioned due to her youth. You are truly impressive, Huang Quan remarked with a hint of admiration. Today, he had summoned 10 individuals, among whom 2 were seriously ill, 3 suffered from more obscure ailments, and 5 were ostensibly healthy. Remarkably, Mei made no erroneous judgments. Even the ostensibly healthy individuals exhibited some underlying health issues, and they left feeling significantly better. Huang Quan could not help but acknowledge that she was not merely a charlatan nor solely fortunate. She possessed genuine talent and skill, and her capabilities were indeed formidable. This sparked a flicker of interest in Huang Quan. Just remember to pay her, he added. Mei's intentions are remarkably pure. It hardly matters who facilitates her goals. However, it is evident that Huang Quan is destined to fail, and there is no need for Mei to complicate matters further. Huang Quan, rare in his display of amusement, nodded in agreement. The payment will be made as agreed. Now, at the beginning of next month, I shall introduce you to someone. Understood. Chapter 6. The Ghostly Shaman. The scenery of the Ghost Kingdom is rather splendid, as it is unmistakably a land steeped in religious fervor. Here, the people are led by a shaman, whom they revere with utmost devotion, worshipping a deity that embodies a spirit of the underworld. Seated in a carriage, Huang Quan occupied the main seat, while Mei took the side seat. Frankly, the pace was excruciatingly slow. The carriage's movement was languid, explaining why the journey was expected to take a month. 2 weeks would merely be required for the travel itself. During this time, Mei's reputation indeed soared. Under Huang Quan's deliberate promotion, villagers from surrounding areas began to approach her. Regardless of the ailment, no matter how troublesome, Mei would prepare a comprehensive treatment plan. Even if immediate recovery was unattainable, following her prescribed regimen would soon yield signs of healing. For those whose conditions demanded substantial financial investment, Mei candidly informed them that recovery would be costly, and she respected their choices regarding the continuation of treatment. Assistance is truly a blessing. Although Huang Quan leaves much to be desired, Mei's fondness for him has increased by 5 points. Moreover, Huang Quan's lifestyle is exceedingly extravagant. The Ghost Kingdom undoubtedly possesses greater wealth than the Qingyu domain. As a high-ranking official aligned with the 5 poisons, Huang Quan employs countless exploitative tactics. The lives of his subjects are not unbearable, yet they lack surplus wealth and possess minimal resilience to risk. Despite this, his political acumen remains sharp, and his capabilities are commendable. For instance, this opulent carriage, though Mei does not place particular emphasis on luxury, offers a palpable sense of comfort. An array of delicacies adorns the table, and it even features a mechanism for boiling water. The cost of such a carriage likely exceeds $1 million. Huang Quan possesses an abundance of such lavish items, and he pays with remarkable ease. Even after disbursing millions, he remains unfazed, viewing it as mere pocket change. Traveling in this carriage, gliding along the road, is akin to indulging in life's pleasures. Yet, despite the leisurely pace, Mei could already behold the city nestled among the mountains, fortified on 3 sides, a bastion formidable to the untrained eye. For a ninja, however, it poses little challenge. After all, very few in that group walk normally. We have arrived. The esteemed individual you wish to meet is within. Indeed, it is that shrine maiden. I comprehend now. Mithria, is it? The mother of Cheyenne Mei became acquainted with this individual through the Naruto film. However, at that time, Mithria merely existed as a figure in the background, a spiritual totem. This suggests that she may possess strength surpassing my own. In any case, Mei must prepare herself adequately. Yet, should we not first venture to gauge the situation? After all, as the shrine maiden of the land of the dead, if there are any peculiarities, it would be prudent to glean some insight. I have already adorned myself. Perhaps I should also prepare a disguise for my substitute. Miss Kiana, is this city not splendid? Huang Quan never conceals his true nature. He is, in essence, a person of integrity. To be frank, he differs slightly from the impression Mei held. However, considering his role in the animation, it is likely he has endured much. After all, his insatiable greed and desires have never been hidden. Indeed, his avarice is bound to lead him into considerable trouble. It is quite remarkable, though I must say, irrespective of other factors, at least the aesthetics surpass those of the Hidden Leaf Village. Although, in terms of size, the Hidden Leaf may be larger. This city stands as the largest in the land of the dead, akin to a capital. Within its confines dwell numerous warriors and a singular shrine maiden. Those warriors serving as her protectors, ever willing to lay down their lives in her defense. Mei is aware of this story, as it pertains to Naruto's demise. Next, I would like to discuss a formal request, Miss Kiana. I hope you can investigate the condition of my fiancée, the priestess, and ascertain whether it bears any connection to the two individuals you initially diagnosed. Oh, I see. I understand now, and I shall proceed with this task. May did not truly care. As a healer, her responsibilities were limited to her duties, and the outcomes were not her concern but rather the contemplation of those involved. Aren't you curious why? Huang Quan inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes, for he preferred to seek clarity directly. I am solely responsible for receiving payment and providing treatment. I adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. Given that you have offered sufficient remuneration, I am naturally inclined to exert my efforts. Moreover, you have not even asked me to deceive, presenting quite lenient conditions and generous compensation, leaving me with no reason to decline. Whether you are a good or bad person is irrelevant, as is your intended purpose. I only need to ascertain what I need to know about you. Huang Quan indeed wished for this woman to fabricate, yet her words rendered the notion somewhat meaningless. Should there be any other pertinent information, do let me know. He found her demeanor appealing. She was straightforward, performing tasks for compensation, and he felt a burgeoning interest in bringing her under his wing. Although typically, patient information is not to be disclosed, it mattered little to him, for he was not a doctor. Fabrication was inconsequential as long as one was willing to pay. But evidence was requisite. While one could utter falsehoods, one could not manufacture proof. Ah, what a pity. I have crafted such a noble image for him, he mused. Nevertheless, it is merely a trifling sum, unworthy of excessive concern, provided that one's reputation can be safeguarded. Then I shall proceed accordingly, Mei replied coolly, choosing not to elaborate further. Huang Quan reclined with calm demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Mei. She was youthful, yet her movements lacked the clumsiness of a child, though she occasionally exhibited a childlike quality. Her attire was somewhat unrefined, yet her appearance was striking, with skin as delicate and fair as that of a young child. With a touch of embellishment, she could undoubtedly be a beauty. Huang Quan, a man well-versed in the company of women, recognized her potential. She was a promising prospect. And though her height of 1.60 meters was not particularly short, it was intriguing. He pondered that marrying Mithriya was merely a maneuver for political gain. Should he succeed, he would gain an opportunity for greater power, perhaps even to replace the priestess. Of course, it mattered little if he could not achieve this. The husband of the priestess already held a prestigious position in the realm. Yet, the absence of the priestess, leaving only her husband, would be even more advantageous. This was Huang Quan's line of thought. Chapter 7. A Shift in Plans in the Land of the Spirits. Mei Yi and Huang Quan soon secured an audience with the priestess, a privilege granted due to Huang Quan's unique status as the priestess's betrothed. His primary role was not to engage in any overt actions but rather to assist the priestess in producing exceptional offspring. The priestess held a special position, however. For the lineage to continue, a man must contribute, thus necessitating Huang Quan's involvement. The suitability of the successor would ultimately dictate matters. Mithriya, once born, would be an exemplary product, leading the priestess to unite with one of the prominent noble families to bear the next generation, destined to safeguard the land of spirits. It is not to say that power would solely rest in the hands of these great nobles. Rather, such alliances would naturally grant them greater claims and choices over the inheritance. At this moment, Mei raised her gaze and beheld the current priestess, Guanruo. This was the name of the priestess of this generation, and Mithriya was her daughter. Now nearing 50, the priestess bore the marks of age. Yet traces of her former beauty remained discernible. It is an honor to see you in good health, Huang Quan said with deep respect towards Guanruo. Their relationship was notably amicable, as Huang Quan was recognized by Guanruo as the husband of her chosen successor, a union she had orchestrated. She believed that Guanruo possessed the ability to assist Huang Quan in governing the land of spirits, for mere strength alone cannot effectively rule a nation. Who is this young lady accompanying you? Guanruo inquired curiously upon noticing Huang Quan's companion. She is a renowned healer named Kiana, possessing remarkable medical skills. Given my concerns regarding Mithriya's health, I summoned her to investigate, Huang Quan replied, bowing his head with sincere emotion. I am deeply worried about my fiancée's condition. Indeed. Guanruo acknowledged. Mithriya's health is indeed a cause for concern. Guanruo, feeling quite helpless, nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Mi Lu was indeed unwell. This was not merely an excuse to postpone her marriage. Her ailment had persisted for quite some time. Although Mi Lu surpassed all past priestesses in strength, reaching the pinnacle of power, she was, paradoxically, the most fragile among them. It seemed she had been frail since birth, constantly beset by illness. This revelation was undeniably tragic. Huang Quan had initially assumed it was a fabrication, only to discover the truth of her condition. Thus, until it was confirmed that Milu possessed the capacity to bear offspring, Guan Ruo refrained from endorsing their union. Over the years, Mili's health had shown signs of improvement, a phenomenon indeed. Was this what Huang Quan needed to comprehend? So it was. However, Mei had not pursued the matter further. "Ah, you are indeed considerate, but I have consulted every physician in the realm of spirits, and it appears none can cure her ailment." Guan Ruo expressed her concern for her daughter's condition. Her daughter was the most exceptional priestess in the history of the spirit realm, yet she had been afflicted with illness since birth. Guan Ruo worried about what would happen to the lineage of priestesses should her daughter perish. Surely, she could not expect a 50-year-old matron to take the field once more. Were they to disregard the elderly woman's humanity? Regarding this matter, Mei Yi suggested, "Why not allow Princess Priestess to first experience my medical skills?" She lifted her gaze to meet Guan Ruo's, her calm eyes resembling a tranquil lake. "In comparison to Princess Milu, your ailment appears somewhat more severe." Huang Quan was taken aback, and Guan Ruo cast a surprised glance at the young girl before her. "What are you saying?" While Huang Quan continued to murmur to Mei Yi in hushed tones, Mei Yi had already raised her head again. "If I am not mistaken, your right leg should be immobile by now, and given its density, you should be experiencing a prickling sensation even at this moment. Furthermore, the effects of this condition have gradually intensified. If this pace continues, within a week, you will lose all sensation in your lower body." Mei Yi's voice was unnervingly calm, so much so that even Huang Quan was rendered speechless, and she believed her words. At such a moment, Mei certainly could not be speaking aimlessly. In other words, Guan Ruo's expression grew increasingly solemn. To be frank, she initially believed that Mei was merely speaking off the cuff, intending to test the waters. However, as she listened more intently, the situation began to feel increasingly unsettling. The most concerning aspect was that, without even commencing a diagnosis, Mei seemed to possess knowledge of her physical condition. Her first instinct was to suspect that there might be an undercover agent among her acquaintances. In an instant, she mentally sifted through those closest to her. Given this predicament, after a brief pause, Guan Ruo's demeanor became even more serious. "Who exactly are you? And how do you know such things?" "I am Kiana, merely a wandering physician," Mei replied, without the slightest intention of revealing the truth. Her eyes remained wide open, her heartbeat unwavering. This girl had the remarkable ability to lie with a straight face, to perform with aplomb, even in the absence of any real trouble. She could convincingly portray immense suffering. Even when her heart was in turmoil, she could feign nonchalance. Such proficiency was merely foundational. Mei offered a faint smile and inquired, "Well then, Your Highness, what is your perspective on this matter?" "Your Highness, I am not privy to the details of this situation," Huang Quan replied, feeling a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he perceived this as a significant opportunity. Should Mei prove her capabilities, it would be most advantageous. Yet, he was also acutely aware that if Guan Ruo suspected him of divulging information, it could adversely affect him. After all, in a strict sense, Guan Ruo was merely a supporter of his, and he had been following her lead. Otherwise, he and Methria would not have been able to form their partnership. Guan Ruo's expression was grave. Indeed, she had lost sensation in her right leg just 2 days prior. She recognized the severity of her condition, but believed she could manage it. How infuriating it was that things had come to this. "There is no need for such silence, Princess Priestess," Mei remarked earnestly. "Nor should you feel any disquiet. What you perceive as a secret is hardly a challenge for a true physician." Although, in truth, she was not a genuine physician. Nevertheless, this matter was merely a minor issue. "Very well, please come here, Huang Quan. You may wait outside for the moment." Guan Ruo chose not to dismiss Mei's words this time, instead gazing intently at her. "However, if you are unable to assist in any way, I shall certainly demand an explanation." An explanation, indeed. Mei longed to roll her eyes, yet she deemed such an act too impolite. Instead, she merely nodded. While Huang Quan was taken aback by the directness of the situation's unfolding, Mei's self-recommendation was rather straightforward. Nevertheless, it provided an opportunity to observe the depths of both parties. He offered a somewhat awkward smile before exiting the hall, the heavy doors slamming shut behind him. Guanzhou fixed her gaze upon Mei, her expression growing noticeably grave. Chapter 8. Everything Guanzhou's affliction had commenced a month prior, initially mild and wholly manageable. However, since a fortnight ago, she had sensed a loss of sensation in her right foot, which gradually spread throughout her entire right leg. Even her attempts to suppress it with her own strength yielded only limited results. Since that moment, a flicker of concern had begun to take hold. Yet, her anxiety did not precipitate any improvement. Rather, her condition deteriorated further. Now, she found herself in a dire state, bordering on nightmarish. May's assertions were accurate. She was acutely aware that the malaise was encroaching upon her lower body, and it was highly probable that this affliction could ultimately claim her life. Thus, she resolved to make an attempt, for she could no longer endure the languid sensation of her own demise creeping upon her. She would rather face a swift end by a blade. If only May were an assassin, she could test the waters. May approached, refraining from taking immediate action, instead choosing to wait for Guanrua to reach a conclusion on her own. Should she intervene prematurely and be misunderstood, the resulting awkwardness would be unbearable. After all, she had intended to assist, and if her involvement led to chaos, it would seem as though she were deliberately causing trouble. Moreover, if the Mithria priestess, in her confusion, inadvertently sealed herself, it would be an unfortunate loss for May. Sealing techniques were notoriously detested. Even she, lacking direct experience, found herself at a loss. Many such techniques could lead to the target's demise, as those who could not be slain by sword or flame might ultimately perish in the confines of a seal. "You are indeed a remarkably bold individual," Guanrua stated with gravity. "No need for such circumlocution. Simply offer your payment. Of course, my fees are rather substantial." Although she spoke with a hint of deception, she was discerning in her dealings. Presently, she could select her patients based on her mood. And as long as one was willing to pay, regardless of their past misdeeds, she would extend her healing. This reflects the so-called benevolence of a healer's heart. May extended her hand to gently caress the thigh of the elderly woman, her fingers gradually reaching down to the sole of her foot. A mere touch revealed the undeniable truth. This individual's foot had indeed been infiltrated by a formidable force, the extent of which was alarmingly profound. This phenomenon was perhaps interconnected with her own resistance, as her innate strength was entangled in a fierce struggle against this external influence, placing her in a position of utter disadvantage. May found the dark power, akin to ink, utterly repugnant, inducing a sense of unease within her. Nevertheless, when it came to healing, one must endure whatever one encounters. She lifted her gaze and stated, "In that case, please remove your skirt. The color of your lower body's skin must have changed as well." If her conjecture was accurate, the external symptoms of the reaction would likely be less severe than those encountered previously with Huang Quan. May believed that, fundamentally, both situations were akin, though Guanwo seemed to resist the erosion more slowly due to her ability to fend it off. In contrast, the individuals from Huang Quan, it was said, transformed into a near-death state within merely a day or two. Had May not intervened that day, they would have undoubtedly perished within another day. It could be surmised that Huang Quan had merely gambled on luck, investing heavily for such a reason. Their intent was not truly to save lives, but rather to target Mithria. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive," Guanwo remarked noncommittally. Thus, the healing commenced. Given that Guanwo was a priestess, May could not resort to her previous brutal methods. Instead, she opted to guide the priestess in expelling the excess energy using her own powers. May made an incision on Guanwo's calf to allow the energy to leak out, instructing her to compress the wound as one would a blister. "Take your time. If there is any blood loss, I will assist in staunching it. However, if it is merely ordinary bleeding, do not concern yourself." This energy had already begun to affect her blood vessels and flesh, and frankly, the recovery would require considerable time. Unless May employed a very forceful technique, such as directly expelling the energy with her chakra, the outcome would mirror that of the two individuals from earlier, resulting in excessive bleeding and scarring. Guanwo would certainly not tolerate such an approach, and besides, May had no intention of revealing her chakra abilities just yet. For now, she would remain merely a doctor. The entire treatment lasted an hour. Although Guanwo's entire right leg remained devoid of sensation, the dark purple skin had notably faded. She could even observe a stream of dark energy dissipating from the incision, and most importantly, the sharp pain had significantly diminished. "Let us keep this wound. It will serve as an outlet for the energy moving forward. However, do not attempt to expel it today. Rest well, or you risk damaging your blood vessels. You have accumulated a considerable amount of energy. I estimate it will take at least 2 weeks to completely purge it." This constituted medical advice, and Guanwo's attitude towards May began to shift. "How did you come to know of my condition?" she inquired, genuinely curious. "Because I have encountered a similar ailment before and successfully treated it," May replied. "Indeed, I had encountered this situation before, and it was resolved. However, as long as it is not mentioned that it was provided by the underworld, there should be no issue, after all. They are our benefactors, and there is no need to complicate matters. Guanju found herself at a loss for words. I am a physician from another country, and my sole purpose for coming here is to promote the miraculous medications produced by our company. Although the company has yet to be established, these are trivial details. Once our reputation is established, is there any reason to worry about profitability? Such directness left Guanju even more speechless. Mei, on the other hand, was indifferent, as her primary aim was to market her unique products, which indeed possessed considerable advantages, and she was not peddling counterfeit goods. Furthermore, the medicines are merely initial products. She would later require collaborators to assist in the development of additional products, including manufactured goods, consumer items, daily necessities, and a plethora of entertainment products. Additionally, she might consider investing in other ventures, providing capital to certain companies, but all of this requires initial funding and a bit of time. Guanju was initially taken aback, but after listening, she suddenly said, "Bring the samples tomorrow for me to examine." "No need. I have them right now," Mei replied, producing 4 types of medications from her medical briefcase. At this moment, Guanju realized that Mei had treated her without even opening the briefcase. Chapter 9. Agency Sales. So, you merely provided her with treatment? Yes, a simple remedy, Huang Quan replied with a hint of helplessness, yet nodded in agreement, although the plan had deviated somewhat. If Mei could gain Guanju's trust, the subsequent endeavors would undoubtedly be much simpler. Of course, Mei did not disclose her intentions to market the medications, as it was evident that Guanju placed great importance on such matters. She readily agreed to the sale of 2 of the medications, but the others required further research before any commitments could be made. If feasible, they were willing to procure in large quantities, even if it meant that excess stock could be sold by the underworld. For Mei, this was indeed an advantageous approach. She would focus on production while others managed the distribution. As for the specific distribution of profits, that would depend on each party's capabilities. Mei was indifferent to who would take the lead, be it Ma or others. As long as her issues were resolved, the identity of her collaborators was inconsequential. This embodies the essence of capitalist thinking. Free trade is, after all, the essence of a market economy. As long as you are willing to buy and I am willing to sell, and as long as it is not illegal, all transactions can proceed, even in the presence of inequality and pitfalls. After all, no one stipulates that money must be earned alongside a particular individual, does it? So, one could say that she indeed has an ailment. What ailment is it? Huang Quan deemed this matter worthy of attention. I cannot divulge the patient's privacy. This issue lies beyond the scope of our transaction. Mei raised her head and calmly responded. Upon hearing her words, Huang Quan paused momentarily, yet he was not particularly surprised. Had he encountered Mei for the first time, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated. However, this time his mindset had shifted, and he stated, "I will pay. Name your price." Is it truly so direct? So disrespectful to my dignity? I am not the person you presume me to be. Let us adhere to the previous quotation, 15 gold bars. Unless you offer a more generous sum. Huang Quan nodded in agreement. He possessed a shrewd transactional mindset. For him, problems solvable with money were never issues. Mei had managed to procure fewer than 50 gold bars from her dealings, a mere trifle in his eyes. It resembles the symptoms I presented during our initial encounter. He mused. Suddenly, Huang Quan sat upright, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his gaze, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, his beard quivering slightly, as if intrigued by a newfound revelation. Oh, I see. So this affliction is not merely spreading externally. It appeared he was gradually reaching a conclusion. His eyes sparkling with excitement as he joyfully proclaimed, Kiana, investigate the disease associated with Mithria and report your findings to me. Should you succeed this time, I shall reward you with 150 gold bars. Consider it done. Leave it to me. Mei responded decisively, revealing a burgeoning interest in the matter. After departing from Huang Quan's chamber, she returned to the bedroom she had arranged for herself. Upon her arrival, Mei did not rush to promote her reputation through healing, as she had previously sought the acclaim of a divine healer. Now, however, she needed to establish her renown among the nobility, a pursuit entirely distinct from before. The view from her room was splendid, the air was refreshingly crisp, and the furnishings were exquisite. As she settled in, she thought, it is time to prepare for the next step. According to her plan, she should now seek out Mithria and test the sealing techniques he possessed. Oh, is this the tingling sensation that one experiences as a ninja? She had yet to formally witness the power of the priestess from the land of demons, which was shrouded in mystery. It was said that this priestess from a distant land possessed abilities akin to those of Hans the Salamander. Of course, their combat styles were entirely different. While the priestess excelled in sealing techniques, it was rumored that she could also engage in battle utilizing her innate magical energy, which the people of this nation did not regard as chakra but rather as a natural force, akin to the blue energy. Their magical energy could aid in combat, yet did not transform in nature like chakra. The possibility of such transformation remained uncertain. In essence, their power was less about elemental alteration and more akin to the utilization of a natural energy. Indeed, one might argue that it would be more fitting to describe it as senjutsu. However, it was not entirely the same, as it was not purely natural energy. This lineage seemed to rely heavily on innate talent, and each generation was singularly passed down, leaving the future to fate. Mei was unaware of Mithraya's abilities, but it was clear that Cheyenne, who naturally required seals to restrain her power, would undoubtedly be formidable if left unchecked. Although the narrative depicted Naruto as her protector, one could not help but wonder who truly needed assistance more. Given Naruto's battle prowess at the time, Mei found little cause for concern regarding his energy levels. The primary force behind the sealing was still Cheyenne, while the Rasengan was merely a form of sealing technique. Otherwise, one might as well attempt a Great Ball Rasengan or Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, which would hardly suffice against a formidable opponent. The boss, Mori, was, frankly, not as formidable as the external narrative suggested. At least, the manner of his defeat in the story felt rather hasty. If it were true, it could only imply one thing, that while Mori possessed considerable strength, even exceeding expectations, his counterpart Cheyenne was even more extraordinarily powerful. Thus, could it be concluded that Mithraya, who sealed Mori for the first time, was similarly formidable? Yume was unaware, for in the narrative, Ziyuan had not engaged in any actual combat. Her physical prowess was merely sufficient to evade Naruto's pursuit. It is rather amusing to consider that a young lady could frolic freely while Naruto could only follow in her wake. Now, it was her turn to venture forth and experience the legacy of the previous shrine maiden, Princess Miko. Although in Ziyuan's recollections, her mother was a remarkable and esteemed figure, revered by all in the city who would willingly sacrifice their lives for the maiden's safety. The truth remains that hearing is but a whisper of reality and seeing is believing. Thus, it was essential to observe firsthand in order to ascertain the truth. All right. Yume, the first decoy, is ready to embark on her mission. Chapter 10. Miko, through her perception, Mei had already discerned who possessed the highest energy in the city. In truth, such insight was unnecessary, for it was none other than herself. Weaker than her, perhaps, was Mithraya. Mei had practically pinpointed the direction and location of that individual. Within the grand city where she was to meet Guanruo, she detected a small figure in motion. Mei's first strike. This is a stand characterized by a transformation of lightning nature. It is the first time Mei has employed such a type of stand. Not due to any inherent weakness or flaw in this transformation, but rather because she has long sought to experiment with variations of lightning-based stands. Although her personal success rate surpasses that of the stand, her own time is limited. Thus, the majority of her power and skill development is conducted through the stand itself. Generally, the progress of the stand can be reflected in her own advancement, as the chakra of the lightning nature possesses a clear developmental trajectory. Consequently, Mei has consistently allowed it to train autonomously, akin to a regimen for the stand's development. The lightning release chakra mode is noteworthy, as is the singular nature transformation of chakra, akin to the purple lightning created by Kakashi. Although the underlying principles remain elusive, it certainly piques one's interest. Of course, the black lightning release is also a form of lightning transformation, inherited from the third Raikage. The full power combat of a shadow-level ninja, if left unchecked, is potent enough to reshape mountains and fill seas. The true collapse of combat prowess begins at the shadow level. Mei No. 1, officially on the move, had not lingered long before infiltrating the castle where the priestess resided. To be candid, the defensive measures here posed little challenge for a ninja adept in stealth. She soon identified her target, a woman adorned in opulent satin garments, markedly distinct from the surrounding armored figures. The woman appeared to be around 18 years of age, stealthily making her way alone. However, it must be noted that Mei did not discern any affliction in this individual. Could she truly be the Mithraya? Her physique seemed vibrant, albeit slightly frail, a frailty that seemed more attributable to prolonged inactivity than to any ailment. Intriguingly, this individual's temperament bore a certain resemblance to Shine's. suggesting a familial connection. After all, they were mother and daughter. Yet, in the dead of night, whom could she be attempting to meet clandestinely? Mei's original strategy was to feign an assassination attempt on the priestess, engage in combat to gauge her abilities, and ultimately succumb to defeat or retreat, disappearing amidst the encirclement of her adversaries. Mei's ninjutsu is currently unparalleled in the entire ninja world, and it can even be regarded as her own unique bloodline limit. In due time, she may leave behind a wooden statue, and no one would ever know who was responsible. After all, the Hidden Leaf Village could not possibly disclose such confidential information, or perhaps they have yet to fully comprehend the nature of her ninjutsu. Since Moroku had no intention of adhering to his original plan, Mei naturally felt compelled to follow along and see for herself. However, it did not take long before Moroku arrived at a rather inconspicuous corner of the castle, where he quietly awaited, cloaked to obscure her presence. The ornate embellishments atop her head were, paradoxically, quite attention-grabbing. Nevertheless, the area was sparsely populated and evidently remote. She was waiting for someone, although this was an unexpected development. Mei decided to bide her time. Regardless of whom she awaited, she sensed that Huang Quan's mind must be in disarray. Poor Huang Quan, was he not the villain? After what felt like a mere 15 minutes, a figure bearing a torch approached from the distance. Moroku swiftly concealed herself behind a tree to avoid detection. As the figure drew nearer, she suddenly emerged, flinging herself into the stranger's embrace like a delicate bird. Indeed, they were a pair of scoundrels. Mei felt a surge of indignation. It was utterly inappropriate for someone with a fiancé to entertain thoughts of other men. This was indeed excessive. Though Huang Quan was not an admirable character, she found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Nonetheless, the relationship between the two was evidently quite intimate. In the realm of the spirits, these warriors possessed a certain degree of combat prowess. As she pondered this, she caught sight of the two seemingly locked in a kiss. What have you shown a child? Today, you must understand how the light of righteousness illuminates the earth. In truth, if these two were discovered here, the consequences would be dire, and Mithriya would struggle to explain his presence in this place. Yami unsheathed her short blade and leaped forth from the shadows. Landing directly before the two individuals, she bore the unmistakable visage of an assassin. The warrior immediately sensed something amiss and swiftly positioned himself to shield Mithriya, who stood behind him, his expression grave and pensive. Mei remained silent as the power of lightning coiled around her short blade, and then she charged forward. The warrior also surged ahead, exhibiting considerable strength, reminiscent of those who had trained in the Land of Iron. However, compared to Mei in her current state, this opponent was woefully inadequate. She could distinctly perceive the trajectory of his movements and, upon assessment, concluded that his prowess was roughly between that of a genin and a chunin. To put it succinctly, he was rather feeble. Mei had no intention of taking a life. Instead, she swiftly delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. Without hesitation, she dashed towards Mithriya, her interest not in the warrior but rather in assessing Mithriya's prowess. Mithriya, in a state of sheer panic, retreated desperately, inadvertently colliding with a tree behind him. His face, obscured by the hood, contorted with fear as he clutched the sturdy trunk, his breath becoming erratic. Is this all there is? To Mei's astonishment, Mithriya showed no inclination to retaliate, not even a hint of resistance. She found herself retreating incessantly, utterly devoid of any intention to fight back. Mei could hardly fathom that this sorceress, brimming with such immense power, was merely feigning strength. What was she truly up to? Not fighting back could lead to dire consequences. Mei furrowed her brow as the power of lightning intertwined in her hand. She then hurled her dagger, which elicited a pained scream from the warrior nearby. Yet, Mithriya remained still, abruptly closing her eyes. Closing her eyes, indeed. The blade missed Mithriya entirely, embedding itself beside her and even severing a portion of her hair. The electric energy dissipated, and the unfolding events completely defied Mei's expectations. She immediately abandoned her original plan and took flight, her mind swirling with perplexing questions. What on earth was happening? Chapter 11. Inference and Truth. Mei had initially prepared to abandon her decoy during her probing. After all, her true self was disguised, rendering the decoy indistinguishable. However, she was taken aback by Mithriya's apparent unfamiliarity with assassination. It seemed she had forgotten even to retaliate. Her combat prowess was roughly equivalent to that of a mere goose. Overall, the encounter with Mithriya left Mei profoundly disappointed. She could not fathom why, as she sensed that Mithriya possessed a considerable amount of chakra, and unlike Naruto, she did not appear to be hindered in her chakra utilization. Logically, she should have been able to wield that power ordinarily, yet she refrained from striking back. It was as if she herself was unaware, merely delaying her response. After all, this was her first encounter with Maitreya, and there was no apparent reason for the latter to show mercy. The power within her was genuine, it simply seemed that she was reluctant to employ it. May, currently unaware of the underlying reasons, nonetheless resolves to probe further. After all, what connection does her endeavor have with Kiana? The following day, May pays a visit to Myra. It is worth mentioning that the events of the previous night, due to their clandestine nature, were not disclosed by Myra to anyone. Upon May's arrival, Myra greets her with a warm smile, completely oblivious to the fact that this individual was intent on engaging her in combat just the day before. Hello. I have heard your name, and I am grateful for all that you have done for this nation. Myra is aware that May has been tirelessly treating the afflicted within the country and seems to be the sole individual capable of combating that dreadful illness. This marks May's first opportunity to closely observe Myra. She begins to sense a different aura than she did the day prior. Yesterday, due to the absence of confrontation and the presence of substitutes, she overlooked many details. However, today it is evident that Myra possesses immense strength. Furthermore, she appears completely unguarded, which is a source of concern for May. Nevertheless, Myra's demeanor is significantly better than that of Guan Rua. In fact, compared to other patients, she appears to be a picture of health. May had already begun to surmise certain things, yet she first stated, "I need to conduct an examination on you, although you appear to be in good health." In truth, it was not entirely unfounded. Mila smiled gently and replied, "I personally do not feel any discomfort, however. It seems that there are indeed some effects." May remained noncommittal. She was uncertain about the implications of Maitreya's words and whether they were related to her actions from the previous day. She instructed Maitreya to extend her hand, ostensibly to observe her pulse, but in truth, she intended to examine her chakra. It was imperative to minimize the chakra output, otherwise, her full scrutiny would alert Maitreya to the presence of her own chakra, as the latter's body would respond to the chakra influence and begin to recover. Absurd indeed. However, as May commenced the treatment, she quickly discerned something amiss. Within Maitreya resided an immense power, indicative of formidable combat prowess. Yet, her current state bore a resemblance to Naruto under the influence of the Ninetales, rendering her unable to wield her strength effectively. Was this the reason for her predicament yesterday? May continued her investigation, and suddenly, she discerned the crux of the issue. Maitreya's chakra exhibited peculiar characteristics. She possessed not only her own strength, but also harbored two conflicting forces that engaged in a constant struggle within her. A portion of her power was bound, ensnared by that inky black force. If one were to articulate it thus, May squinted her eyes, pondering the situation. It seemed that the source of the external forces lay with Maitreya herself. How are things? Maitreya remained still for a moment, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber. She shifted slightly, attempting to break the silence, and inquired. It appeared she wished to dispel the tension, but May merely opened her eyes a fraction. Casting her a sidelong glance as she replied, "Please wait." Oh, the conversation came to an abrupt halt, and Maitreya once again fell into silence, demonstrating an admirable understanding of the situation without any unnecessary gestures. After a while, May finally released her grip and regarded her once more, stating, "I am already aware of the circumstances. Your predicament is significantly more severe than those of others. Were it not for the protective power bestowed upon you as a priestess, you would likely have been completely consumed long ago by an external force entangled with you." Referring to it as external, however, was somewhat misleading, for this force was intrinsically linked to Maitreya's own power, indicating a shared origin. The gravity of the situation was evident. Is healing possible? Maitreya held little hope, as she was acutely aware of her own physical issues. She understood what lay ahead for her. Nevertheless, May glanced at her and nodded, saying, "I cannot say for certain, but I can assist in gradually restoring your body. Whether you can achieve complete healing ultimately depends on you." Mai's words left Milo utterly astonished. She retrieved a small vial of medicinal liquid from her medical kit and said, "Try this first. If it proves effective, we can continue our discussion." Milo, somewhat incredulous, decided to give it a try. She eagerly grasped the bottle, opened it, and took a sip. The liquid had a slightly bitter taste, yet after consuming it, she genuinely felt a remarkable sense of comfort, despite her overall condition remaining unchanged. It was clear to her that there was a noticeable effect. What is this substance? Why does it work? Mai refrained from providing a direct answer and instead advised, in the future, try to avoid going out. Your ailment may be contagious. I have encountered several cases outside. Although Mai believed that transmission was not as simple as merely meeting someone, Milo nodded in agreement, fully trusting Mai at that moment. Mai then stood to take her leave, feeling that today's findings were already sufficient. However, she couldn't resist asking, "Your condition should have improved somewhat now. There is indeed a method for a complete cure in one go." "What method?" Milo inquired with excitement, for she had long endured her suffering, gradually becoming accustomed to it. "Simply expel the excess energy from within you and transfer it to others." Mei spoke decisively. She had already discerned the origin of that power. Within this realm of demons existed a long-standing monster known as the Wraith. Chapter 12. The Wraith Syndrome. The existence of the Wraith is an extraordinarily fantastical tale. When Mei initially perused the original work, she found herself perplexed. What did it mean that only a priestess could seal it? Did they truly hold the bloodline limits in disdain? Or did they underestimate the Sage of Six Paths? Did they genuinely believe that the Wraith was significantly more powerful than the tailed beasts? A cataclysmic disaster of such magnitude, did they not regard the great boss of the ninja world as a mere mortal? If it sought to annihilate the world, one must first ascertain whether Madara would consent. While many harbored ambitions regarding the ninja realm, hoping to cultivate peace, some were misled, and others genuinely yearned for tranquility. The misled aspired for peace as well, yet they believed there was only one path to achieve it. Just as Uchiha Madara was deceived, leading him to irrevocably part ways with Hashirama, reminiscent of Indra from ages past, was it not also due to his own inner turmoil and dissatisfaction? Thus, a confrontation was inevitable. Furthermore, Madara's survival was not merely due to the second Hokage's overthinking, it was also because his corpse was preserved. Had it been dismantled, no issues would have arisen. Most predicaments stem from coincidences, yet Madara's situation serves as a testament that Izanagi is not infallible. Had Madara reverted to his normal state immediately after employing Izanagi, the already fierce battle with Hashirama would have been lost. While Tobirama's presence before these two was hardly distinguishable from sacrifice. No, it would not suffice. Though Mei had good intentions, ultimately, Moreau chose to decline. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a patient resisting treatment. Mei had come to understand this well. She did not press the matter further, simply reminding Moreau to take care of her health before departing. Convincing people is a formidable challenge. Upon leaving, she would spread the word about Miro's refusal of treatment, which would likely yield more conspicuous results. Was Miro's reluctance to wield her power perhaps linked to the Wraith? The possibility is quite high. And considering the experiences she had previously encountered, it is likely these individuals were also connected to the Wraith. She prepared a prescription and bid farewell to Miro, who seemed to harbor a slight regret, as if she wished to converse with Mei a bit longer, though her intentions were pure. Mei's thoughts were consumed with how to report the matter. She had no authority over Moreau, but what if Guanru could intervene? After departing, Mei attended to Guanru with simple care, further tapping into that power before returning to the residence of Huangguan, who immediately summoned her. How's her condition? Nothing out of the ordinary. Her health is stable. She is merely a bit frail. Strictly speaking, she should be free from illness. Perhaps she simply needs to exercise more. Huangguan, upon hearing this response, clearly exhibited a sense of dissatisfaction. Although it was stated that Mithraya's health posed no issues for their impending union, he seemed to harbor some reservations. Was it discontent he felt? It appeared that his concerns extended beyond Mithraya. Perhaps he did not come solely for the purpose of their marriage. While Huang Chuan's predicament of being somewhat sidelined might elicit sympathy, it also hinted at deeper narratives, especially considering his apparent indifference to the situation at hand. Regarding the internal dynamics of the Ghost Kingdom, she found herself rather uninformed. Numerous speculations circulated, yet none could be substantiated without further intelligence. What outcome did you desire, or what specific matters piqued your curiosity? Could we perhaps focus on diagnostics, such as fertility or other aspects? However, given she had a daughter named Shiwan, fertility should not pose a concern. Did I not mention to investigate whether that power had any correlation with Mithraya? Mei recalled a certain incident. Was it not the very power she initially diagnosed in those two? If this power was indeed connected, then Guangua's ailment would also relate to Mithraya. At this thought, Huangguan exhibited an expression that suggested an understanding. I see your point. If that were the case, whether His Highness Mithraya's reluctance to wield his own power would be of any assistance to you remained uncertain. Yet I have already reported this to His Highness Guangua. Mei candidly expressed that matters within this realm were rather intricate, and perhaps divulging some intelligence could yield benefits, as she too was eager to grasp the developments. After absorbing her words, Huangguan fell into a momentary silence, then suddenly slapped the table, laughing. Indeed, This is precisely what I wish to know. I believe I have formed some conjectures. You've grasped it, have you? Are you the sage of the Ghost Kingdom? You may take your leave now. Rest well, and return tomorrow. Should any news arise, do not hesitate to report back to me. May nodded. Though she believed that as long as Moreau did not agree to wield his power, her estimations would yield the same result. However, since monetary compensation was involved, it mattered little to her. In today's diagnostic fee, Huang Quan was responsible for the payment, and Mei would certainly not forget to demand her due. Although her situation was somewhat dire, the payment was still obligatory. Huang Quan was momentarily speechless, pondering the nature of this woman. Was her vision confined solely to monetary gain? Generally speaking, in the eyes of most, those possessing exceptional medical expertise are expected to embody great compassion. Yet, this individual seemed to be fixated solely on wealth, constantly broaching the subject of money, showing a complete disinterest in anything beyond it. Oh well, after all, she was still acting on my behalf, Huang Quan thought to himself. Proceeding to settle the bill for Mei, 1 gold bar per day. We are most grateful for your patronage. Yami believes that merely attending to the ailments of 2 individuals in a single day suffices to earn such a considerable amount, akin to receiving something for nothing, which brings her immense joy. Indeed, there is no greater pleasure in entrepreneurship than reaping rewards while indulging in leisurely pursuits. In the afternoon, Mei found herself with no particular plans, so she decided to wander through the streets. This city is remarkably affluent. Even the average citizen possesses a few valuable possessions. As Mei strolled about, she could distinctly sense the vitality and spirit of the locals, which set this place apart from others. With improved living conditions, it is only natural that various aspects of life flourish as well. However, the cultural education here is rather mediocre. Counting items at the roadside stalls seems to take an eternity. When Mei purchased a few more items, the vendors appeared utterly perplexed by the task of tallying them. Mei held 2 bags in her hands, containing various seeds, food items, local garments, and processed goods, all of which could serve as valuable references. Additionally, in the land of the spirits, the hydraulic system was functioning remarkably well. Previously, Mei had observed operational water wheels outside, and it was possible to divert water from ponds using pipes for irrigation. Contemplating the potential for learning, Mei stumbled upon a jewelry store, which dealt in precious items. Although she had never ventured into such establishments, primarily due to their unaffordable nature, she realized that a single piece within could equate to 2 months of her earnings. Of course, with the financial backing of Yomi, her situation was quite different. Chapter 13. Mei unexpectedly encountered an intriguing individual. On that day, she disguised herself as an assassin, intending to eliminate Mithriya. To her astonishment, she discovered him engaging in a clandestine rendezvous with a man beneath a tree, immersed in romantic exchanges. One could only speculate what further intimacies might have unfolded had she not been present. Indeed, it was an intolerable sight. However, she did not anticipate crossing paths with him again, especially within the confines of this jewelry store. He was selecting a piece of jewelry. Yet it was evident that he had no interest in the more exquisite items, instead opting for those of a relatively modest price. It was remarkable that he could maintain a romantic relationship without investing significantly. Nevertheless, the nature of women varies greatly, if one truly considers your well-being. She would also empathize with your financial concerns, for that money ultimately contributes to her future as well. In this world, the traps of consumerism are not as formidable as they may seem in the future, which is hardly surprising. Mei let out a sigh, pondering what it was that Mithriya found appealing in this man. He wore glasses, though the lenses appeared to bear cracks, likely a result of being kicked away by her just days prior. Despite this, his attire remained remarkably tidy as he perused jewelry priced between 10,000 and 50,000 yuan. This fellow, seemingly unable to afford a new pair of glasses, indicated that his financial situation might be modest, yet he still ventured to make a purchase, which suggested a certain level of intent. The items he considered were unlikely to feature any exquisite jewels. Rather, they would probably consist of delicately crafted adornments. From his appearance, it was evident that he resembled a warrior, and according to what Mei had gathered, his income was approximately 3,000 yuan per month, lower than that of the average ninja. If he possessed greater skill, he might earn a bit more, yet it seemed he would need to endure months, if not a year, of hardship just to afford a single piece. As he deliberated over his selection, seemingly at a loss for what to choose, a nearby shop assistant, lacking interest in him, approached Mei instead. "Ah, dear lady, what might you be seeking? Our offerings are renowned for their exquisite luxury. May harbored little interest in luxury goods. However, if she could procure funds from the hands of the affluent, luxury items were indeed an indispensable part of the equation. Recently, having come into some disposable income, she decided to explore and compare. Were there any particularly high-selling items? Show me if you will. The store staff acted swiftly this time, presenting 3 or 4 products, all of which were exorbitantly priced luxury goods. Upon a cursory glance, May tilted her head in bemusement. These items sell well? It was not merely May's skepticism. The prices of these items began at no less than 100,000. Did such a multitude truly purchase them? She turned her gaze to the attendant, who seemed intent on gauging her financial status, essentially assessing whether she was affluent or destitute. What a waste of time. Relying on these individuals to recommend suitable products was indeed futile. Thus, she succinctly articulated her requirements. I want a list of the top 10 best-selling products in your store over the past 6 months. Please provide it to me promptly. To be candid, the truly best-selling items are unlikely to command exorbitant prices. They are typically within reach for the average person who might stretch their finances to afford them. For instance, the gentleman beside her could easily secure a loan to purchase something worth around 100,000, especially if it was a favored item among young women. Additionally, the petite accessories favored by the daughters of nobility were also in demand. The attendant did not linger on pleasantries, but began selecting items one by one. The offerings were considerably more reasonable this time. Among them was a striking black gemstone priced around 500,000, its allure undeniable. Moreover, there were 3 pieces around 100,000, primarily crafted from gold and silver embellished with gemstones, including vibrant jade and a piece of exquisite jadeite, all sourced and meticulously processed. In the more affordable range, several charming trinkets priced above 5,000 caught her eye. These items were aesthetically pleasing and reasonably priced, making them suitable for modest households, with the pricier ones hovering around 30 to 40,000. Yet, one particular item captivated May's attention, a bell adorned on a hairpin. Its design quite elegant. The attendant, observing May's interest, sighed, clearly marking her as another customer of limited means, yet every sale mattered. Miss, you truly possess discerning taste. This is the last one of its kind in our store, a bell that has garnered immense popularity among young ladies. Listen to its sound, so crisp. It is crafted from pure gold. Pure gold, weighing approximately 10 grams, valued at around 20,000. The added value is indeed substantial. Moreover, the price of gold in the land of spirits was lower than in other countries. May could not help but feel she was being duped, yet she dismissed the notion. Lifting her chin, she concluded, wrap these up for me. Then, she decisively spent nearly 8 or 900,000 on this occasion, which left the young shop assistant trembling. While others selected items one by one, she opted for them in bulk. Had she mentioned this earlier, he could have presented her with the finest styles from the past 3 decades, and she could have commanded him to kneel and sing her praises without hesitation. May intended to store these luxurious items in her scroll, as they would serve as splendid gifts for Qingyu. As a prominent figure, it would be rather pitiful for her to lack even a single luxury item, risking being looked down upon by others. Most people judge by appearances. If one does not exude an air of authority, one must at least possess wealth. Qingyu needed a transitional period, and during this time, she had to offer her assistance, with the hope that things would improve in the future. This was also Qingyu's strategy to resolve issues. She must earn the trust of her subordinates to implement policies that would diminish the influence of other noble families. Although May planned to cultivate her own people, such cultivation required funds. Arranging identity verification for those working with May incurred additional expenses. Thus, May resolved to take some money back to bring her joy. Other small items could be gifted to those naive youngsters, as a means to secure their loyalty and ensure they would toil for her benefit. However, just as May exited the store, she heard a voice behind her. Excuse me, miss, that item. The sentence hung incomplete as she turned to see a samurai with his head bowed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Is he truly this shy? Observing his bashful demeanor, May tilted her head in bemusement. Chapter 14. The gift. May was taken aback by the unexpected flirtation but felt a tinge of curiosity about this suitor of Mithraea. Previously, she had failed to discern any remarkable qualities in him, so she decided to invite him to sit beside her for a brief conversation, hoping to uncover his intentions. This gentleman, named Haifa, was a warrior from the land of demons, skilled in close combat and proficient in certain unique techniques, boasting commendable combat abilities. Such was his self-introduction. May listened with mild interest, accepting his claims without much thought. Haifa had come with the intention of presenting a gift to his beloved. who was particularly fond of hearing tales from beyond their realm. She had shown great interest in the story of a bell, expressing a desire to possess one. Thus, Haifa had resolved to purchase a golden bell as a token for her. However, given her noble status, he felt that a commonplace gift would lack sincerity. He intended to spend a significant portion of his hard-earned savings, accumulated over 6 months, on this extravagant gift. Unfortunately, May had just unwittingly purchased the last one from the store, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament, initially surprised by May's wealth, and now feeling quite embarrassed to seek her assistance. His moment of distraction had resulted in the loss of the item he wished to present. He pondered whether he could find another one, as such custom-made pieces were exceedingly rare. It was uncertain if a duplicate of the same design could even exist. After much deliberation, he approached May, believing her to be kind-hearted and amiable, hence his request. Yet, despite his initiative, he still felt a sense of shame. And he remained quite hesitant, aware that if May declined, he would likely turn and walk away. The essence of the situation was clear to May. This man intended to gift something to Mithraea, feeling that a mere bell would be inappropriate for someone of her stature. Thus he sought to procure a more exquisite item, only to have it snatched away by her. His indecision lingered, knowing that purchasing it would leave him financially strained for months. Alas, one could only wonder what Mithraea saw in him. The complexities of youthful romance often elude understanding. I comprehend your intent, yet I must decline. Although your reasoning is indeed sound, I have finally come across this news. Since it is a gift, I might as well deliver it myself. Meeting Mithraea would not be detrimental. After all, he is the future sovereign of the land of spirits. It is essential to invest in my future plans. Ultimately, we are destined to become business partners, and cultivating such interpersonal relationships is necessary. An affinity for bells is certainly a peculiar hobby. Nevertheless, May has absorbed this information and intends to give it a try. As for Haifa, who is disheartened, there is little that can be done. After all, one cannot help but overthink. However, since there are no intentions to sell him this bell, May does not wholly agree with his notion of gifting high-priced items, at least from her perspective. Mithraea's financial circumstances render him indifferent to whether the bell is made of gold or iron. He could have as many bells as he desires. I believe that, in comparison to expensive purchases, a girl would cherish items crafted by your own hands far more. The monetary value is inconsequential. What truly matters is the sentiment behind the gift. Although May felt somewhat remorseful towards Huang Quan for expressing these sentiments, she nevertheless leaned towards the notion of romantic freedom. As a woman, her choices in such moments often align with the desires of her partner. It was evident that Mi Lu was not lacking in wealth. Thus, a gift handcrafted by oneself would undoubtedly carry more sincerity than one acquired at a high price, despite the considerable time investment such craftsmanship required. After refraining from further discourse with Haifa, May returned home, took a brief respite, and commenced her self-cultivation. Her primary focus was on refining chakra and the practice of the 8 gates technique. Her method of opening the gates was notably aggressive in essence. She would forcefully open her own gate to the death gate and commence her assault on the view gate. While refining chakra during the opening of the 5th gate offered little advantage, the relentless strain on her body indeed enhanced her speed in breaching the view gate. Neither May nor Might Dai had fully mastered the 8 gates technique. Thus far, they could only reach the view gate. May believed that to further explore and develop this technique, it would need to evolve in tandem with her physical growth, which she regarded as a matter of fate. The 8 gates technique remained an incomplete ninjutsu. However, if Might Dai could achieve it, she felt she too could, albeit with several times the effort required. This particular ninjutsu could not be practiced using shadow clones, as the clones could not withstand the adverse effects of the 8 gates. They would quickly disintegrate. Had it not been for her chakra possessing formidable healing properties, she would not have dared to train in such a manner. This was the reason her gate opening speed surpassed that of Might Dai. In terms of physical prowess, the Might family were truly geniuses, for they exerted themselves with relentless dedication. Their strength did not stem from martial arts, but from the sheer determination to refine their bodies through continuous practice, incrementally enhancing their physical capabilities each day without respite. Most forms of physical training offer no shortcuts. They do not rely on innate talent. Even those with bloodline limits must invest time to hone their physical skills. Kaguya's physical techniques wield tremendous power, yet they do not arise from sheer physical strength, but rather from chakra and the transformative nature of her bloodline limit. Possessing the ability to manipulate bones is overwhelmingly dominant. In essence, she is nearly an immortal being. With a sigh, she concluded today's training, leaving the remaining tasks to her several substitutes outside. As she opened her eyes, she noted that tonight, Mithraea and Haifa were not clandestinely meeting. Mithraea remained dutifully at his residence. Within the entire realm of the demon country, only Mithraea possessed true strength surpassing that of the elite shinobi. Strangely, Mithraea found himself unable to wield his powers, and from Mei's perspective, a formidable elite shinobi could indeed obliterate this nation. It is no wonder that in the future, certain individuals would emerge to confront gods and Buddhas alike. The very existence of the demon country is predicated upon the support of the 5 great nations. Many smaller nations mirror this dynamic. Should such a country persist in its current trajectory, Mei surmised it would likely face a gradual encroachment akin to that of Lulan, which ultimately succumbed to the Wind Country. If this trend continues, the demon country too may eventually be divided piece by piece. In this light, the presence of the yokai proves to be a significant boon. It is either the establishment of ninja villages within the demon country or a slow but steady erosion, a clear direction for development, especially considering the demon country's inherent wealth. Mei pondered whether this nation could perhaps become a potential partner for collaboration. Chapter 15. Mithraea's preferences. The following day, Mei returned to meet Mithraea once more. The task of nurturing was, in essence, a technical endeavor that required meticulous preparation and a step-by-step approach, consuming considerable time and energy. However, since she was being compensated for her services, Mei was determined to exert her utmost effort. Yet, compared to her own self-care, Mithraea seemed far more captivated by the prospect of conversing with Mei. As long as Mei refrained from employing her powers, Mithraea was eager to engage in dialogue, her expression reflecting that of a peer encountering a friend of similar age. "Do not look at me like that. I am younger than you," Mei thought to herself, despite her mental age being considerably older than Mithraea's. "By the way, this is a gift for you," Mei said as she retrieved a small bell and handed it to Mithraea. "I saw this while shopping yesterday and wondered if you would like it." Mithraea smiled gently. "Thank you for the gift." She accepted it with a casual grace, placing it aside. Her interest in the gift was clearly overshadowed by her fascination with Mei. As she continued to inquire about the world beyond her realm, Mei's character is that of a wandering physician who encounters the ominous signs of the underworld during her travels, prompting her to embark on a mission of healing. Subsequently, the underworld recommended her to this place. For her, as long as there are those willing to pay, she can administer her healing arts. However, Mei does not mind engaging in conversations with Mithraea that stray from the realm of treatment. For instance, she elaborated on the condition of her patients. 2 individuals had been ravaged by a peculiar energy, their skin exhibiting a dark purplish hue, veins protruding ominously, and their blood vessels teetering on the brink of rupture. Such energy is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure, and it is estimated that they would succumb within a week. A couple of days prior, while tending to His Highness Guanru, she discovered a similar affliction. However, due to His Highness's unique status, it was deemed inappropriate to employ the same treatment method. Instead, a regimen of recuperation was chosen, likely requiring 1 to 2 months. Fortunately, His Highness possesses the strength to suppress this energy. The treatment for the 2 individuals is quite straightforward. Expel the energy. This will undoubtedly cause the blood vessels to rupture. Yet I possess effective anesthetic and hemostatic techniques to prevent fatal blood loss. Nonetheless, it may result in extensive scarring and lifelong disabilities. Yet, if survival is attainable, such sacrifices might be deemed worthwhile. That said, it is true that most individuals would prefer death over a lifetime of disability. After all, such a fate would not only impact themselves but also burden their families. Upon hearing this news, Mithraea's expression grew grave, her demeanor reflecting an inability to smile. Mei keenly observed her reaction, noting the evident sorrow that had enveloped her. The Lord of the Underworld is investigating this matter, seemingly having discerned that the epicenter of this event lies here, and he wishes to avert such a calamity. This is a deception. Mei could be absolutely certain that Huang Quan was indifferent to the lives of those individuals. His only concern lay with the power at the center. However, she was testing Mithraea's reaction. The latter, a girl of simple thoughts, although concealing certain matters, clearly possessed a modicum of awareness regarding the situation at hand. Mei harbored a bold hypothesis. "Kiana, is it within your capacity to cure this affliction?" Strictly speaking, it does not classify as a conventional illness, although the secondary damage inflicted upon the body is far more severe than that of ordinary ailments. Mei shook her head. "I can only address the secondary injuries. This infection is beyond my reach. At least, it is insurmountable with medication. If we could identify the source, perhaps there would be a chance for improvement. It resembles something akin to a virus. Typically, Individuals lacking specialized knowledge may find themselves frequently afflicted. I surmise that most general practitioners would be utterly helpless against it. May believed that apart from herself, there was no one else capable of remedying such a condition. Even Tsunade would be unable to assist, for the hemorrhaging would undoubtedly lead to death. Even if Tsunade were willing to undertake a delicate procedure, it would require 2 or 3 days to heal a single individual, a task of extraordinary precision. Within the entire shinobi world, one should not boast of possessing superior healing capabilities compared to Tsunade. Frankly, aside from May, there exists no one else. Although Tsunade remains relatively inexperienced, she benefits from the aid of the Slug Sage. Even esteemed figures like Chiyo cannot reach such a level, and when it comes to the endurance required for such labor, the seasoned Tsunade cannot compare to her youthful counterpart. The current Tsunade is still a young woman. Mire's spirits had evidently plummeted. She found herself in a state of inner turmoil, likely due to the many truths May had articulated. The assessment seemed accurate. The peculiar maladies previously encountered were likely a consequence of Mire's powers. The malevolent spirit now existed, yet it remained trapped within the hands of this priestess. Moreover, the reason Mire refrained from utilizing her powers, even at the cost of her own life, may well be linked to the essence of the malevolent spirit. She experienced a psychological stress response, fearing that the employment of her abilities might result in further harm caused by the malevolent spirit. Despite knowing that her demise would lead to even graver consequences, she instinctively resisted the use of her powers. This explanation seemed plausible. Though the extent of its accuracy remained uncertain, for the time being, it would serve as a basis for judgment. Lady Mire, something terrible has happened. As May was exerting psychological pressure on Methreya, a sudden urgent call echoed from outside the door. What could it be? At that moment, Methreya was in a foul mood. Yet he could hardly anticipate the barrage of ill tidings that would soon follow. Though difficult to accept, he understood the necessity of mustering his spirits. Lord Huangquan had gone to pay a visit to Lord Guanrua and subsequently accused Methreya of being the very source of the kingdom's affliction. Ah, how alarming. While May was aware that someone as power-hungry as Huangquan would inevitably take action, she was surprised by the swiftness of his move. Nearly a day had passed, and without having received any definitive answers, he had already taken matters into his own hands. Even May had to commend him for his decisiveness. Truly, he embodied the essence of a villain, exhibiting a level of initiative far superior to that of the feeble protagonists. He would never procrastinate on matters within his grasp, willing to gamble as long as he had a certainty of over 30%. After all, the consequences of failure would not lead to his ruin. Merely a reprimand or the dissolution of an engagement. Huangquan likely understood very well that Methreya held no interest in him. Methreya herself had not anticipated this turn of events. Her hand faltered slightly, and she began to tremble ever so slightly. She was apprehensive about the unfolding situation. May has become increasingly certain of her judgment. This time, the denunciation from Huangquan is likely to be fatal for Methreya. If Methreya is indeed the source of this bizarre affliction, she will lose the trust of the populace and even the warriors. Ultimately, she may find herself regarded as an enemy of the state. Chapter 16. Reactionary Forces. Truly impressive. Yamiko truly admires Huangquan, yet upon witnessing the pitiful demeanor of Milu, she cannot help but feel a sense of helplessness. This young girl, indeed, has suffered an unfortunate fate. Previously, while on a date with her lover, she was nearly frightened to death upon inadvertently encountering them. Now, she faces a monumental upheaval, enduring significant emotional distress. Although Milu is not a friend, nor even an acquaintance, Yamiko finds herself willing to bestow a modicum of compassionate sympathy upon her. Her plight is simply too tragic to ignore. When May assisted her to her feet, the girl's legs trembled. Yet she managed to regain some composure while opening the door. May briefly assessed her physical condition and noted there were no significant issues, though her mental state seemed somewhat unbalanced. It was akin to the feeling of losing consecutively in ranked matches. Lord Methreya, Lady Guanru request your presence in the main hall. Are you unwell? By the time this maid entered, Methreya had largely regained his composure. One must acknowledge that his psychological resilience was commendable. He remained calm in the face of such a grand occasion. He refrained from further conversation with May, likely influenced by the presence of this maid, as instinctively. He associated her with the Huangquan sect. May, naturally disinclined to offer explanations, realized that her words would likely fall on deaf ears. Thus, she opted for silence. By a stroke of fate, she decided to accompany them this time, as Huangquan had indeed invited her along. Guanrua awaited their arrival. But the atmosphere today was palpably somber. In addition to Guanrua and Huangquan, A considerable number of elegantly attired individuals had also arrived, predominantly aristocrats. May glanced around, noting that most of them possessed a modicum of combat prowess. These individuals were likely the nobility of the Ghost Nation. Even here, there existed a multitude of aristocratic interest groups. It was understandable that they had not been seen in the original narrative. As it was merely a matter of a shrine maiden encountering peril, what relevance could it hold for the powerful elite? May was acutely aware that among these individuals, there were hardly any virtuous souls. However, at that very moment, an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. Amidst the throng, Huang Quan spotted May and remarked, "Master Guanrua, you must be acquainted with her. She has previously healed several individuals afflicted by Lord Mithraya's powers, and she is the sole person capable of remedying this condition." While May hesitated to claim such a title, it was indeed true that she had succeeded in healing before. She slightly bowed. "You may speak now." At that instant, Guanrua found herself reluctant for May to voice her thoughts, yet observing the gathering, she recognized that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. With Huang Quan's intentions becoming increasingly evident, Yami shrugged and remarked, "Indeed, a month ago, I treated 2 individuals afflicted by a peculiar force, akin to the power you possess, esteemed Lord Guanrua. Along the way, I encountered several others as well." May spoke nothing but the truth. The compensation offered by Huang Quan was insufficient to compel her to utter falsehoods. The root of these ailments lies in an unknown force, seemingly innocuous in nature, yet possessing a profound corrosive effect on the average individual, including you, Lord Guangu. After delivering her statement, May took a step back. However, none present anticipated her forthrightness, and someone from behind inquired, "But you have yet to reveal the source of this force." "I do not know," May replied bluntly. "I am merely a doctor. How could I possibly ascertain the origins of this force? I have no interest in such matters. My duty is to treat patients and receive compensation for my services. Anything beyond that is irrelevant to me, unless you are willing to pay. Indeed, if you desire my assistance, remuneration is requisite. One must receive commensurate value for their efforts. Unless one is dealing with those who are clearly unyielding, in which case, a little nurturing may suffice. Do not underestimate us capitalists. Do not assume that socialism has eradicated capital." Her assertive declarations were hardly reflective of a physician, more akin to that of a rogue, yet her skills were undeniably authentic. Nevertheless, her demeanor incited indignation, as she audaciously disregarded propriety. This individual retorted, and May cast him a glance. "I advise you not to provoke me. Although you are not infected, you are suffering from severe myocardial infarction, and your bones have begun to weaken. Should it rain, you are likely to experience excruciating joint pain. I can alleviate your condition, provided you exhibit a modicum of courtesy. While monetary matters are significant, I am not in want of funds. It is Qingyu who is truly in need." Truth be told, her arrogance was so pronounced that the official was momentarily taken aback. Trembling with fury until he succumbed to another episode of myocardial infarction, collapsing in a manner reminiscent of a con artist, he reached for assistance, seemingly seeking medication. Immediately, a familiar official beside him retrieved some medicine from his pocket and administered it, after which he appeared somewhat improved. It seems there is now a remedy to avert such issues. In truth, with the technology available in the world of Naruto, performing a heart transplant would be child's play. May held a genuine interest in Orochimaru's techniques, though this individual proved difficult to engage with. It would be best to eliminate him if complications arose. In reality, the same applies to everyone. "Arrest this boastful individual." May sighed at such brazen words. Do we truly need to resort to violence? It is not that I underestimate you. I simply regard all present as inconsequential. At that moment, Mithraya attempted to interject, but before she could utter a word, Huang Quan spoke up. "Enough. She has not lied. However, Kiana, may I pose a few questions?" "Yes, please go ahead." May glanced around, observing the samurai rushing in, yet they were halted by Huang Quan. She harbored a lingering suspicion that those who had attempted to capture her moments ago belonged to the Guanrua faction. "When you previously diagnosed His Highness Mithraya, did you not encourage him to harness his powers? What was your motive behind that suggestion?" The inquiry caused May to furrow her brow slightly. She sensed that the question was less about Mithraya and more a reflection on herself, as if it were probing her own concern regarding the matter. "Her power is immense. My only intention in urging her to wield it was to ascertain whether there were any issues in that regard. This is a falsehood." May's curiosity about the priestess's prowess was evidently pure, yet it was apparent that Moroku had not employed his own powers. Thus, Yomi's assessment seemed accurate. However, Moroku had declined. Had he not? Yes, Mei nodded in affirmation. Previously, Moroku had been perplexed about the origins of the person beside him. But now he realized that she belonged to no one in particular. Rather, she would respond to whatever inquiries were posed to her, likely indicating her benevolent nature. Why do you think that is? I do not know and do not care. If a patient does not wish to be healed, it is of no concern to me. I am under no obligation to save every life, was Mei's straightforward reply. Very well, I retract my previous statement. This individual is a rogue. Chapter 17. The Rogue. The act of coercion was underway. It was likely that Yomi intended to use this opportunity to diminish Moroku's authority, subsequently aiming to govern the nation himself as her husband, though his ultimate objectives remained unclear. What was he truly after? In other words, Moroku. We suspect there may be a slight flaw in your power, Yomi remarked. At this juncture, faced with desperation, it was clear he was targeting his fiancée, Moroku. Indeed, he harbored no genuine feelings for her. Alas, upon reflection, being betrayed was perhaps inevitable. This was a political marriage, and Yomi's influence over Moroku had faltered. How audacious! Are you questioning the priestess? Guan Rua seized the moment to interject, her voice grave. Should there truly be doubt cast upon the priestess's authority in this nation where she held supreme power, Guan Rua possessed the right to revoke Yomi's status. She had discerned his intentions. His greed extended beyond merely serving as an aid to the nation. He sought not only her daughter, but the entirety of the realm. Such avarice was intolerable to Guan Rua. This was the crux of their conflict. Mei refrained from voicing her opinions, for she too was intrigued. To speak frankly, although Yomi's thoughts were entirely contrary to her own, he invariably pursued what he desired. Could it be that she was, in truth, more suited to play the role of a villain? Not at all, Guan Rua. I would never dare, Yomi replied with a slight smile. For Guan Rua had finally taken the bait. He believed this was a rare opportunity. The priestess's power was invaluable to the nation. It was evident that if Moroku's abilities were to falter, it would significantly impact the foundation of the land of the dead. Should any issue arise, Kiana, being an unparalleled healer of our time, would surely be able to restore her. This matter is somewhat complex. I estimate it may be beyond my capabilities, as I possess no sealing techniques. Encountering beings that are nearly indestructible poses a considerable challenge. Yomi's strategy of retreating to advance was difficult to counter, and the atmosphere grew tense. Moroku fell into silence. Mei glanced around. Even though she had seen the theatrical version, she remained unaware of the events that had transpired during this period or when they had occurred, just as she was taken aback upon encountering Huang Quan. Considering that in the original work, Huang Quan was depicted as the antagonistic leader of Huang Quan's sect. However, one must concede that this individual possesses a certain degree of capability. What you imply is that the crux of the matter lies in Guan Rua's emotional turmoil. Indeed, the power of Milu is exceedingly crucial for the realm of the ghosts, yet at present, Milu dares not employ his strength. Guan Rua is somewhat cognizant of this predicament, as she too is being subjected to a trial. Should Milu's circumstances truly improve, she would be willing to pay any price. This is a necessity. Meanwhile, Milu shook his head towards Guan Rua, and Mei, observing this, noted that Guan Rua pondered for a moment. I understand your good intentions, but this matter is far from straightforward. Huang Quan laughed once more, thereby validating his hypothesis that Mi Li's power was indeed compromised. Otherwise, Mi Lu and Guan Rua would never admit such a truth. However, at this juncture, since the other party had revealed an inkling of intention, it had already unveiled a flaw. Once a flaw appears, there is no turning back. Subsequently, he could progressively intensify his pressure, gradually seizing power. Furthermore, should he be able to further ascertain that the Miao Ling was indeed connected to Mi Li's strength, it would be even more advantageous. The authority of the priestess would be utterly obliterated, and the world would no longer remain as it is. Moreover, Guan Rua inadvertently let slip a crucial detail. Mi Lu, indeed somewhat exasperated, appeared to possess a cleverness surpassing that of her mother in this regard. This time, under Huang Quan's manipulation, the coup was raised high and gently placed down, while he also pacified others to temporarily abandon the matter and swiftly pivoted to align with the priestess. He needed to execute his next plan. In light of this, Kiana shall remain. Fortuitously, I am in need of care. She felt that she could not allow Mei to stay beside Huang Quan any longer. Although Huang Quan's proposal was appealing, he himself was certainly not a good individual. If possible, she would prefer not to proceed with marrying her daughter to him. As you wish, Huang Quan nodded. He cast a glance at Mei, finding her quite appealing. However, for him, power held greater significance than women. He aspired for greater strength and higher authority, willing to pay any price for it. Mei understood that her collaboration with Huang Quan had come to an end. Although it mattered little to her, it was a pity to lose a significant financial backer. Now, returning to the main topic. She indeed encountered the Shrine Maiden and engaged in commercial negotiations, but that matter had yet to progress. After the crowd dispersed, only she, Guan Yue, and Mithriya remained within the main hall. To be frank, are you truly not at all concerned about assassins? If I intended to strike, I could easily eliminate both of you. Kiana, who exactly are you? The doctor came to the land of spirits, primarily to market medicines. From the onset, Mei had not concealed this matter. She needed the market of the land of spirits, which was why she had come here. The subsequent events were ones she was reluctantly drawn into. Otherwise, she would have preferred that the history of this place unfolded as usual. After all, she did not even know Mithriya well. She merely had a fondness for Shine. It was best if it remained as it was before my arrival. This response was straightforward and unambiguous. Her stance had never wavered. You have always been with Huang Quan. What does he wish to achieve? Guan Yue pressed further. Still unable to believe that this individual had no ties to Huang Quan, perhaps out of some semblance of loyalty. He pays me to perform tasks, and I fulfill them for a fee. Mei briefly recounted how she came to know Huang Quan, leaving nothing unsaid, while also mentioning her circumstances since arriving here. If I needed to familiarize myself with the upper echelons of the land of spirits, he was indeed a convenient avenue. At least her explanation was devoid of any logical fallacies, yet its simplicity rendered it hard to accept. There were no conspiracies, no political motives. Merely a straightforward desire to earn money. Miss Kiana, Guan Yue was about to extract more information, but Mithriya interjected with a question. Is the ailment you previously mentioned genuine? The ailment you refer to, the energy infection, indeed exists. Mei spoke truthfully. Throughout their journey, aside from the 2 cases initially provided by Huang Quan, she had diagnosed and treated 4 others, and this energy was unlike anything she had encountered before. Mithriya's expression visibly drooped. She appeared somewhat disheartened. Chapter 18. Negative. The power of the malevolent spirits is, in essence, a manifestation of darkness. It exploits the darker aspects of human nature, rendering individuals unable to control or suppress this force, leading to gradual erosion. This overwhelming energy makes one feel as though they have consumed hundreds of kilograms of hormones, teetering on the brink of life and death. Human endurance has its limits. A slight breach may have negligible effects, but a sudden and excessive transgression can lead to catastrophic consequences. The human circulatory system can indeed function as a bomb. However, when used in moderation, it can actually augment one's strength. The separated power is immensely significant for humanity, capable of transcending the ranks of ninjas. After all, with this power, even the most unremarkable could stand a chance against the formidable figures of Konoha. Mei's ambiguous attitude is not promising news for Guanru and Mithriya. If she indeed possesses the ability to cure this ailment, it would be regrettable to dismiss her so abruptly. Guanru is aware that Mithriya's powers have encountered some issues, yet she has not connected her own illness with this peculiar power. What is your relationship with Huangguan, Miss Kiana? Mithriya inquired as Guanru pondered. Guanru glanced at Mithriya with a hint of displeasure, but Mithriya remained unfazed in his questioning. A contractual partnership. Huangguan employs me, and that is the entirety of it. Indeed. Mei has concluded her employment with Huangguan, and there is no need to linger on the matter. My primary purpose in your country is to engage in pharmaceutical marketing and seek suitable partners for collaboration. Her underlying message was unmistakable. Employ me, purchase my products. We can collaborate without issue. Business is devoid of the necessity for emotional investment. You provide me with funds, and I offer you services or goods. Each party fulfills their needs. Should you choose to hire me, I shall not impose exorbitant charges. Commercial dealings are founded on integrity. She does not belong to Huangquan, nor is she a denizen of the land of the dead, and moreover, the endeavors Huangquan intends to pursue in the future are fundamentally inhumane. She cannot align herself with such causes. Mithriya indeed sensed this. So, your collaboration has come to an end? Yes. Rather, our partnership concluded when I commenced your treatment. Since he subsequently ceased to fund my endeavors, there are no further collaborative projects. In essence, our association terminated once I restored your health, particularly considering he covered this portion of the treatment expenses. If we are willing to pay, can we engage your services? Mei's affection for Mithriya increased by 5, effectively alleviating the negative feelings she had harbored towards him. bringing their relationship to a more acceptable level. Well done. If you continue to be this astute, we might even become friends. While she felt a surge of happiness within, May had no intention of readily acquiescing. She needed to maintain an air of modesty. At least outwardly, even though her fondness for wealth was a trait she saw no need to alter. Mithraea nodded slightly, then fell into silence. Meanwhile, Guanru pondered for a moment. They indeed required further assessment on this matter, necessitating an initial inquiry. Although May viewed their efforts as somewhat redundant, they resolved to postpone their decision for 2 days. Although May feels a tinge of regret, it matters not in comparison to these matters. Have you had a chance to review the previous issues concerning the medication? She possesses an unwavering confidence in her pharmaceuticals. The 4 medications are commonly utilized for treating general infections, wounds, typhoid, and poisoning, each demonstrating remarkably evident efficacy. The wound treatment is also applicable for burns, lacerations, and similar concerns. Most importantly, these medications are affordably priced, making them accessible even to the average individual. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Land of Demons keeps a stockpile. Given that medications are consumables, even if used sparingly, each person may eventually require them, necessitating purchases, and hospitals must surely maintain reserves. When one considers this, the daily consumption amounts to astronomical figures, accumulating significantly over time, potentially yielding millions in revenue monthly. Assuming production meets demand. Currently, the value of the land in the Land of Jade is sufficient to supply a nation's pharmaceuticals akin to those in the Land of Demons. But replicating the scale of the Land of Fire presents a challenge. She needs to cultivate more wasteland to satisfy future demands, likely requiring thousands of acres at the very least. Although the territory of the Land of Jade is extensive, managing such a vast expanse of land with insufficient manpower may necessitate the initial reclamation of some wasteland, which, in turn, would require equipment. Alternatively, one might consider hiring ninjas for the task, as the rates for lower-ranking ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village are quite reasonable. If they could enlist the aid of Earth-style ninjas, the process of land reclamation would indeed become much simpler, arguably more so than employing machinery. However, when it comes to harvesting, the utility of ninjas diminishes significantly. The scarcity of wind-style ninjas makes precise harvesting a challenge. Thus, machinery proves to be a more straightforward solution. Moreover, whether for reclamation or harvesting, relying solely on ninjas would indeed be impractical. Nonetheless, should she manage to acquire thousands or even tens of thousands of acres, she could dominate a significant portion of the pharmaceutical market within the ninja world, potentially amassing hundreds of millions in pure income annually. The Land of Demons is merely a stepping stone, with the potential for her to become an agent for May. From there, the Land of Demons could export to the Land of Wind and the Land of Clouds, subsequently allowing the Hidden Leaf Village to distribute to other nations. These pharmaceuticals do not constitute strategic resources. In the ninja world, it seems that only ninjutsu and certain bloodline limits qualify as such, while other items can be freely sold. The technology involved is hardly remarkable. Even those who may not favor Naruto must concede that the advancements brought about by their development far surpass those of the previous century. Once genuine technological innovations take root, everything will normalize, albeit without veering into distorted development. If left unchecked, this could evolve into a force capable of obliterating the world. Humanity has a disconcerting talent for repeating its past missteps. Chapter 19, Pharmaceuticals. It must be acknowledged that May's medications are indeed formidable. Previously, Guanru had overlooked their potential, but after a trial, he discovered their exceptional effects, surpassing typical medications by 3 to 4 times. Most physicians cannot match the reliability of this single vial. The actual efficacy exceeds her own claims, and in truth, the Land of Demons also produces similar pharmaceuticals, making bulk procurement of these medications a viable option. It seems one is inclined to place trust in her. The determination of a drug's efficacy emerges through experimentation, yet what Guan Yu is more concerned about is Mithraea's disposition. If this healer truly hails from another realm, it may indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. After all, the domestic predicament with Huang Quan looms large. Currently, she perceives Huang Quan as a significant nuisance. Although the marriage pact was her own decision, Huang Xuan's actions have transcended the limits of her tolerance. In essence, this predicament is unbearable for her. While her assertions may sound peculiar, they resonate with a sense of honesty. Nevertheless, Mithraea lacks the capacity to truly discern the human heart. Thus his tone can only reflect judgment. Ultimately, the final decision rests with her mother, leaving her with but a suggestion. Many matters elude her understanding. Her words cannot be taken at face value, yet a degree of cooperation is indeed imperative. Huan Yuan's patience has worn thin. Should your issues remain unresolved? Guan Yu finds herself in a state of helplessness. In the past, the optimal solution would have been to expel both Huang Quan and Mei together. But now that Huang Quan has taken a stand, the situation has shifted from obscurity to clarity, complicating matters further. If they address Huang Quan now, it would tacitly validate his claims. Why not give it a try? Guan Yu proposed to Maitreya, lamenting that your abilities, if left untapped, would be an unfortunate waste. That power is undeniably formidable, surpassing the strength of this former priestess by 100-fold. Maitreya fell silent. Had this been in the past, she might not have reacted to such a statement. However, after the recent peril she and Haifa faced, she truly contemplated utilizing her power. She realized that, had their adversaries genuinely intended to kill, both she and Haifa would likely have perished. Sometimes, life does not allow for even a moment's hesitation. Let us give it a try, she murmured softly, uncertain whether she was addressing Guan Rua or attempting to convince herself. Thus, the following day, Mei indeed received news of significant progress in the operational plans within this nation. Firstly, regarding medicinal herbs, the Land of Demons decided to procure a specific type of herb. While possessing the formula would certainly be advantageous, Mei did not recommend it. The formula could be sold, yet its efficacy would not match the original. The true significance lies in Mei's own chakra. Additionally, the land influenced by her chakra plays a crucial role. Although the formula might undergo slight modifications, the enhancement it provides would only be around 30%. Far from the terrifying multipliers currently attainable. Should you choose to purchase, go ahead, but I must clarify, you will not achieve results as exceptional as mine, and thus remain uncompetitive in the market. In response to this, Guan Rua appeared quite indifferent, stating, "No problem, let us sell the formula. 30% is sufficient." She then proposed another request. Once Mei's medicine gained fame, she insisted on a 100% price increase. Such a demand was unprecedented for Mei. There was no basis for refusal. However, if that were the case in Konoha, Guan Rua would require all prices to rise similarly. The reasoning was straightforward. No matter how high the sales of Mei's medicines, they could never satisfy the entirety of the ninja population. In other words, if she truly wished for her medicines to be universally utilized, it was imperative to distinguish her products from those available to the general populace. In essence, it implied that even the impoverished, when seeking treatment, did not deserve the finest quality. Yet, this was not merely an act of oppression in a certain sense. It was a means to provide opportunities for access to superior options. Otherwise, with the lengthy shelf life of these medications, even Guan Rua did not perceive any issue with personally consuming tens of millions annually for her private army. However, the products intended for the general populace would still be of lower quality. In this era of limited cultural literacy, it would be immensely challenging for ordinary individuals to discern genuine medicine from counterfeit. If upper-tier medicines were to be utilized as substitutes, then naturally, some existing medicines would need to be phased out. Following their elimination, prices would inevitably fall. Otherwise, the affluent would monopolize over 95% of the pharmaceuticals, leaving merely 5% for market circulation, which would be disadvantageous. Unless everyone could recognize the brand and distinguish the authentic products, they would need to ensure sufficient production capacity to supply the entire population of the Land of Demons. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. In simpler terms, achieving this was currently unfeasible. However, Guan Rua certainly did not elucidate this to Mei. She merely provided a brief overview, with the remainder being Mei's own musings. This perspective was not without merit. To ensure universal access, it was essential that everyone had the opportunity to utilize these products. If only a portion of the market could be served, the wealthiest individuals would inevitably claim the best options, rendering low pricing meaningless. A holistic market transformation would be far more beneficial. A 30% enhancement in medicinal efficacy is indeed substantial, allowing for the sale of 2 versions. As the conversation unfolded, it seemed to drift off course. If this approach were to be taken, the formulation of the medicines posed no issue. However, certain materials were not abundantly available on your end, and the raw materials were not commonplace. Nevertheless, these medicines were relatively easy to cultivate. For over a month, Mei has been in a quaint village, during which she has cultivated 2 full batches, sufficient for the use of over 10,000 individuals. Naturally, without her acceleration, the efficiency declines rapidly thereafter. In the absence of her assistance, the typical period is approximately 3 months for a harvest. However, The central authority mandates intervals for planting other crops, for this endeavor cannot merely be accomplished with a single medicinal herb. Nevertheless, considering the vast expanses of unutilized land in the land of the dead, it becomes evident that cooperation from the upper echelons is paramount. May suddenly realizes the immense difficulties she faces in attempting to implement even the slightest plan in this world. So let us see, how much do you intend to sell? Let us calculate based on sales volume. How is May to determine a fixed price? She has never engaged in business before. Too much or too little would be inappropriate. Thus, she decides to operate on a commission basis. For every vial of medicine produced under this formula or developed, she will receive 1% as a commission. Chapter 20. Healing. This aspect is undoubtedly what May prioritizes upon arriving in the land of the dead. If you provide me with funds, I shall assist you with your ailments. In fact, once both parties have a vested interest, trust becomes significantly easier to establish. May initially offers the formula, and in return, the land of the dead provides 1,000 gold bars as preliminary compensation. This is indeed wealth. The land of the dead possesses numerous gold mines, with gold prices relatively low. Thus it is nationalized, and all sales are conducted externally. Why is it that no one seeks the 10 gold bars from the underworld? One reason is the difficulty in obtaining medical assistance. And another is that the value of 10 gold bars within the land of the dead does not match their worth abroad, rendering the risk unnecessary. With this connection established, Guan agrees to allow May to diagnose Mithraea, of course, for a fee. As a partner, May's charges are eligible for a discount, currently. Her fee for treating an individual is approximately 10,000 yuan, reflecting the distinction between a regular outpatient and a specialist consultation. Previously, she was a regular outpatient. Now she is upgraded to a specialist, thus her consultation fees naturally rise. Now, please attempt to utilize your power. Although the same matter has been inexplicably delayed for nearly 10 chapters, we can now proceed on the right track. Since you have the will, I am naturally willing to lend a hand, as I am quite curious about the powers of the specters. As an experiment, please use a small portion of your strength. Regardless of the outcome, I should be able to handle it. May dared not utter the word death, for the power of the wraith had yet to reach its zenith. At least, it had not absorbed a sufficient amount of negative emotions thus far. However, one must ponder why, after such an extended period of dormancy, this phenomenon had suddenly begun to manifest. According to the original narrative, the Wraith is a creature born from the absorption of human negativity, theoretically making it plausible for a second or even third Wraith to emerge. In this regard, humanity is indeed the most malevolent of creatures. The moment of respite had come. She was undeniably terrified of wielding her power. Previously, she had traveled across various regions of the nation, resolving local troubles. Until one fateful day when she discerned something amiss, a portion of her power would escape, transforming into a unique energy that harmed the local populace. In a frenzy, she returned home and confided in Guan Rua about this troubling development, only for that very power to manifest before Guan Rua, inflicting harm upon her as well. Indeed, it had been but a few days since May's arrival in this country. In a sense, she too could be considered a harbinger of calamity. Of course, every chosen one could be regarded as a wandering disaster. And thus it commenced. She unveiled her abilities for the first time. Although the priestesses of the land of spirits excelled in sealing techniques, such arts did not encompass the entirety of their combat prowess. They possessed various other methods of engagement, primarily harnessing magical energy to create a multitude of forms to strike their foes. If one could conceive it, one could manifest it. Hence, she conjured a bluebird, composed of violet energy. Amidst this swirling violet essence, May swiftly perceived a peculiar anomaly. It was not the energy itself that intrigued her, but rather the rapid division occurring within the violet energy, which then surged forth directly towards May herself. Indeed, it was quite fascinating. As May reached out her hand, she felt that peculiar entity grasped within her fingers, a purple worm. To her horror, it attempted to burrow into her body. How repulsive! Fortunately, it did not succeed. After colliding with her skin, it was promptly repelled. Subsequently, the chakra within May surged forth, causing the dark purple worm to crack and ultimately vanish from sight. To May's astonishment, she was witnessing her chakra manifest an effect she had never encountered before. Her own chakra had generated a force known as lethality, which had instantly vanquished the dark worm. Success! Moroku, filled with exhilaration, leapt to her feet, having been so engrossed in the moment that she hadn't noticed what had transpired. She beheld the unique power in May's hand shatter like fragile glass. After a moment of contemplation, May proposed, "Could you please increase the intensity of your power?" thus commenced an extended series of trials. By the time they reached the fourth experiment, no more of those worms emerged. "It has truly succeeded," Moroku exclaimed, amplifying her exertion to a level capable of offensive action, yet still, no adverse effects manifested. They had vanished completely. Overcome with joy, she felt tears of happiness welling up. Could it truly be this effortless? Mei was taken aback by the immense potency of her chakra. Perhaps it was time for her to reevaluate this innate power. Indeed, possessing such an abundance of chakra within a single body was quite extraordinary. Furthermore, as time passed, and through her own refinement, it continued to flourish. Mei recognized that this was no ordinary situation. However, this chakra had previously only served a healing purpose, allowing her to transform into a resilient shield. Yet, she was still a delicate girl. Such a combative approach felt rather excessive. Nevertheless, a new glimmer of hope emerged. While Myler was elated, Mei felt an even greater joy. She had long since desired to abandon the role of a mere healer. After all, what utility could a pure healer offer in the impending grand battles? Would she simply stand by, entrusting her very life to others? Regrettably, that was an impossibility. She had developed the soul substitution technique for this very reason, and now she discovered that there seemed to be much more within her worthy of exploration. Fortunately, she had left Konoha early. Otherwise, she would have inevitably faced dissection at the hands of Orochimaru and Danzo. Henceforth, self-protection would be paramount. Just as Mei reveled in her newfound excitement, she was suddenly embraced from behind. Myler was even more thrilled, his voice trembling with emotion, exclaiming that from now on, no one else would be harmed. Thus, the nobility exhibited by these individuals placed her in a rather awkward position. Although she had long suspected that Myler refrained from action out of fear of inadvertently causing harm, of unleashing monsters and infecting others, it was still somewhat embarrassing to confirm this notion. After all, in contrast to her own selfishness, these individuals indeed shone brightly. All right, let's take a moment to recuperate. The test is not yet concluded. Lord Myler, let us embark on some different endeavors. In truth, this may not have been entirely favorable news for Myler. Chapter 21. Conversations of Life. The test has concluded. Mei swiftly arrived at a conclusion, succinctly summarizing that the situation was far from the idyllic vision held by Mithriya. Firstly, the power had not entirely vanished. Rather, it had merely retreated into concealment, still residing within Mithriya's being. In other words, there existed peculiar entities within Mithriya that were subtly influencing her, albeit imperceptibly, akin to an integral part of her own corporeal form. Secondly, this entity possessed intelligence, a reality far more unsettling than the first point. Mei was acutely aware that the wraiths were sentient beings, albeit with a cognitive capacity that was somewhat limited. Nevertheless, they wielded a strength and capability that surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Coupled with a modicum of intelligence, this was sufficient for them to accomplish numerous feats. The ability to contemplate was, in itself, a remarkable trait. For the wraiths, possessing power and skill was adequate. All that was required was the capacity to think through various circumstances. Presently, it had opted for restraint. Mei was unable to locate it, or rather, it had already merged with Mithriya's power, existing within the same vessel. Even Mithriya herself could not ascertain the true extent of her strength, however. It was entirely plausible to assert that she possessed the energy of a shadow strike. Furthermore, Mei's assessment of her capabilities surpassed this notion. In terms of chakra alone, no ordinary shadow could compare to her. This indicated a force imbued with intelligence, one that had relinquished the need to manifest directly. Yet it may still emerge in the future. Mei elaborated slowly. Mithriya's previously buoyant mood diminished significantly, leaving her feeling rather despondent. I do not recommend releasing all your power at once. Should this creature escape, whether or not it is dealt with, the destruction it would wreak would be incalculable. The optimal approach would be to extricate it from your body and seal it away, or perhaps, as symbiotic partners, you could consume it. This would be the most direct solution, for both the Wraith and Mithriya are, in essence, one entity. Although Mei was still unaware of the reasons behind their unity, it was improbable that such a concept was introduced without purpose to explain the background of this world. Mithriya nodded. I understand. I will be cautious. This could be considered medical advice. Although healing had not occurred this time, there were still benefits. When Mithriya utilized her power in a simple manner, the creature's strength would no longer leak out, and she had acquired the ability to counterattack. During this process, Mei observed Mithriya's method of attack, which primarily involved various forms of energy manipulation to launch assaults, akin to ninjutsu in essence. The potency of these attacks, regardless of their nature, was relatively comparable, delivering pure energy explosions that were indeed formidable. After residing in the castle for several days, Mei had, albeit with difficulty, managed to earn Guanrua's trust. She was determined not to relent until she witnessed the results. Fortunately, her legs had improved significantly, allowing her to walk normally once more. Setting aside other matters, it was evident that, as a physician, this individual posed no issues. During this period, no one had succumbed to infection, suggesting a slight improvement in circumstances. Moreover, Mithraya's ability to wield power indicated that Huang Quan's plan had ultimately failed, and surprisingly, it had unraveled so effortlessly. The following day, Mithraya showcased his abilities and sealing techniques before the crowd, shattering their illusions. Yet, Mei understood that this imposing fade was merely a ruse. In truth, Mithraya's demeanor resembled that of a docile lamb, easily manipulated. He abhorred conflict and spoke with an amiable disposition, remarkably devoid of pretensions of superiority, managing to mingle seamlessly with those of lower status, an attribute starkly contrasting with Guanrua. Mei surmised that this very trait might have led to her being ensnared by the affections of a passing warrior named Haifa, although she had not encountered him again. She speculated that he and Mithraya had crossed paths, as she had observed Mithraya adorned with a somewhat translucent white bell, handcrafted and seemingly not made of gold. Mithraya joyfully donned the bell, and Mei suddenly grasped a deeper understanding. Perhaps it was not the bell itself that captivated Mithraya, given her indifference towards the gift, but rather the sentiment attached to the gift giver. Despite feeling slightly bemused and sensing a hint of condescension, Mei could discern Mithraya's true nature. "Kiana, do you think it is feasible for me to seek someone I truly like?" It was only when Mithraya, blushing, approached Mei to utter these words that Mei felt somewhat incredulous. This could be considered a discussion about life, and her response was straightforward. "I don't think so." At such a moment, shouldn't you choose to support me and regard this as a remarkable love? Why do you not conform to conventional reasoning? In truth, those who pose such inquiries rarely seek dissenting opinions. Instead, they yearn for affirmation, a companion to bolster their courage in pursuit of their desires. Fundamentally, their resolve is already set. The sentiment of wanting to be with him was unmistakable. "Kiana, do you not support relationships between those of higher and lower status?" To begin with, your use of the terms higher and lower is already misguided. Although Mei feels that her explanations are futile, as people are fundamentally alike and it ultimately depends on personal desires. She believes that one's affections and choices in companionship are inherently private matters, devoid of distinction. However, she inadvertently looks down upon Mithraya, who, feeling a bit embarrassed, blushes and inquires why Mei asserts it is unfeasible. Mithraya admits her ignorance of the criteria that priestesses employ in their mate selection, thus rendering her incapable of forming a sound judgment. Yet, from a pragmatic standpoint, it is evident that choosing him would not be advantageous. Advantages? Mithraya comprehends, realizing the implication indeed. That aligns with her nature. "Kiana, why are you willing to do anything for money?" Mithraya expresses her discontent. "I am not particularly concerned with wealth," Mei responds. "Moreover, I refer to interests that transcend mere financial gain, encompassing political, social, and the myriad needs tied to your ruling status. Ultimately, it is a matter requiring comprehensive evaluation." Of course, Mei does not perceive Hades as a suitable match. An ambitious individual is hardly fit to be a husband, regardless of their capabilities. To desire a position of power necessitates bearing its burdens. Instead of indulging in baseless speculation, it would be wise to consider whether that person can shoulder the responsibilities of being the husband of a priestess. Chapter 22. To put it plainly, what are the consequences of marriage? Marriage is no trivial affair, particularly when Mithraya is not an ordinary individual. Her union directly impacts the future of the entire realm of spirits. Thus, it is not a matter she can approach lightly, as mere affection is the least significant aspect among various emotions. For no matter how fervent love may be, it ultimately transforms into the mundane realities of daily life, where passionate romance dwindles to the warmth of familial affection. Therefore, the crux lies not in whether one loves, but in what sacrifices one is willing to make for that love. If you deem those sacrifices beyond your capacity to bear, even love may warrant reconsideration. Mei senses that the relationship between these two may encounter difficulties. When asked for reasons, there are indeed many, yet it ultimately rests upon Mithraya's own choice. She falls into a brief silence, perhaps grasping Mei's intent or contemplating something else entirely. Nevertheless, Mei merely regards the situation as unfavorable. Romance is invariably fraught with challenges, Some couples encounter more than others. A disparity in social standing often leads to the greatest issues. One should not be deceived by the current demeanor of a seemingly honest man. Wealth tends to corrupt, a phenomenon that nears a certainty, though the nature of that corruption may not always manifest as overt malevolence. There are countless other complexities to consider. After resolving matters here, Mei proceeds to treat Guanru. Her healing approach involves guidance, yet if her chakra proves as effective as it appears, a more direct method could be employed. However, as no one is aware of Mei's identity as a ninja, there is no necessity for such an approach at present. What did you discuss with Maitreya? Guanru often finds herself pondering this question, and she enjoys seeking insights from Mei, though Mei does not divulge everything. There are complexities regarding her identity and status that she must navigate, encompassing aspects of life, love, marriage, and the future, where even capriciousness cannot be indulged without caution. Language is indeed an art of expression, a nuanced endeavor. Guanru, deeply resonating with this sentiment, sighed after a moment and remarked, "It is unfortunate that Mi Lu is still young and unaware of this. It seems she has developed an affection for someone." "Oh, so you were aware all along. It turns out you know your daughter is clandestinely meeting others despite having a fiancé. How shameless." If the other party were not Huang Quan, Mei vowed she would undoubtedly take that side. However, Huang Quan, devoid of genuine feelings, lacks even a semblance of ethics, and he has many women. At times, Mei is plagued by the unsettling notion that Huang Quan harbors ill intentions towards her, contemplating whether to eliminate that fool to prevent him from making foolish decisions that could lead to his demise at her hands. It seems the outcome would not differ significantly. Is that so? This is not entirely a negative situation. At least an heir could emerge. For a priestess, although marrying an ordinary person presents numerous challenges, the prospect of an heir is of paramount importance. Alas, we are priestesses. Our betrothed are not suited to be lovers. Really? Is there such a pattern in your lives? Why are they unsuitable as lovers? Do you, like praying mantises, consume your partners, or akin to spiders, devour your offspring? All right, that's excessive. Mei shook her head and inquired, "Then, why is that?" Because the power inherent within a priestess, when combined with an ordinary person, results in a substantial transfer of energy that could inflict fatal harm upon that individual. Energy transfer? Fatal harm? But wait, aren't you the ones who give birth? Mei was momentarily taken aback, suddenly contemplating a possibility. She then looked up in astonishment and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the mysterious energy is something that all the priestesses throughout the generations possess?" "Indeed, they all possess it, but it is transferred to their offspring. In other words, for a priestess, a man serves merely as an effective reproductive tool. It is no wonder that he is deemed unsuitable as a lover, as he may meet his demise. By the way, how is the treatment progressing?" Guanru, aware of this fact, had chosen the path of the underworld for this very reason. Those of the underworld, once dead, remained so. However, it now appears that prior to their death, such individuals are likely to cause significant turmoil. Thus, even being considered as a choice is inappropriate. For now, it has been temporarily suppressed, though the news is mixed. To begin with the good news, Lord Maitreya is now capable of wielding his own power. However, I suggest imposing a temporary limit on its usage. If he exerts too much, it may lead to a complete release of that power. At least, he should not expend more than 70% of his energy at once. In other words, a safety reserve of at least 30% should be maintained. What? Is it possible? This is only half a day, Guanru exclaimed, astonished. She had anticipated a protracted treatment, yet it seemed that after merely half a day, Maitreya could already utilize 70% of his power without causing any overflow of energy. Yes, however, I am unable to directly examine Lord Maitreya's body, so regarding the remaining matters, what would happen if an examination were conducted? Guanru inquired with evident curiosity. I am uncertain. The best outcome would be the resolution of any hidden dangers, yet it is equally possible that nothing significant is discovered. Mei candidly replied, I shall speak with her. The examination will occur tomorrow. Comprehensive, full-body checks. One is insufficient. We can conduct 2, 3, 10, or even 8 times without issue. Despite Mei's calm demeanor, the other party was filled with excitement, nearly leaping up with her slightly injured leg. Such is the resilience of humanity. You may decide as you wish, Mei shrugged. And now for the bad news. That energy possesses self-awareness and the capacity for thought. Hence, it has ceased to leak and has transitioned into a dormant state. Therefore, I have insisted that Lord Maitreya retain at least 30% of his power, so that he can suppress it should it begin to overflow. If the amount of leakage is not substantial, it can be easily controlled, particularly in situations where chakra attributes are suppressed. Although the self-awareness aspect was surprised upon hearing this, it seemed to grasp the situation quickly. Her mood appeared to descend as she fell silent for an extended period. She did not speak, and neither did May engage in conversation. The treatment of this mother-daughter duo was, after all, an additional burden for her, had it not been for the enticing reward of 20 gold bars daily. She would have been disinclined to undertake such tasks. During her time here, her total earnings had surpassed 300 gold bars, amounting to approximately 30 million, which could at least alleviate Xingyu's pressing needs. If she were to hunt, she would likely have to target elite-level ninjas. Regrettably, more than a month had elapsed. If her earnings remained at this modest level each month, she would struggle to sustain Xingyu. Indeed, no matter how capable one might be, their earning potential is ultimately limited. Most importantly, May felt that with newfound wealth, she had begun to entertain extravagant ideas, even contemplating the purchase of research equipment. No, I must resist the temptation. I cannot succumb to impulsive spending. Chapter 23. See position the following morning, just as May was enjoying a peaceful slumber, she was stirred awake by Mithriya. Kiana, something is amiss. It seems my mother has discovered my secret. May was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Mithriya had managed to enter her room despite her having locked the door. Moreover, upon his arrival, he proceeded to regale her with an array of trivialities. Did they share such a close bond that he felt compelled to confide in her? She was uncertain. Yet Mithriya gazed at her with his large, soulful eyes, fixated on the unexpectedly mature girl who was younger than him. This left May somewhat speechless. How could these adults be so utterly unreliable, behaving like younger siblings? So, what was it that he knew? She had just risen from her slumber, her mood slightly irritable. Were it not for the fact that he was her benefactor, she would have certainly taken matters into her own hands. She resolved to confront him later, for she could not let this slight go unaddressed. Her mother had summoned Haifa, and the audience was still ongoing. Haifa was not particularly distinguished among the warriors and could even be considered marginal. Their acquaintance was a matter of serendipity, and the love that blossomed between them was something even she had not anticipated. Yet, she remained perplexed about how Guanru had come to know of it. May found it entirely unsurprising that Guanrua was so clear about everything. After all, she was the one in charge here, having merely chosen to turn a blind eye in the past. For her, the matters concerning the descendants were of utmost importance. And given that she was to marry Huang Quan at that time, she had little concern for his disposition. However, the circumstances have changed now. Oh. As Haifa Maya reflected on the moment she encountered that man, she inquired, "So, what brings you to seek me?" "I am uncertain about what has transpired there, and I am quite anxious. However, my esteemed mother does not permit me to enter." "Just because they do not allow you to enter, does that mean I am granted access?" May gradually comprehended that Mithriya did not seek a resolution to her troubles. Rather, she yearned for some words of solace from May. "Alas, who could blame me for being so empathetic? Rest assured, even if it is solely for your sake, that fellow will certainly not perish. At worst, he may lose his limbs and subsequently serve merely as a vessel for procreation. There is no need for excessive concern." However, for some inexplicable reason, upon hearing her own words of comfort, Mithriya's countenance almost turned ashen. May scratched her head and continued, "Lady Guanru must have been aware of your circumstances long ago. However, I genuinely believe she will not resort to lethal measures. Looking on the bright side, perhaps this time is merely a test to ascertain whether that individual is a suitable match for you. Who knows, your union might yet come to fruition." Mithriya's expression seemed to brighten considerably, indicating that she had indeed found some comfort. It was evident that she had come to seek solace from May, a fact that May fully understood. "By the way, Lady Guanru instructed me to examine your health. Since you're already here, kindly lie down." Now that May had risen, it was only natural she should commence her duties. She hoped to address any underlying issues thoroughly, though she was uncertain of the efficacy of her efforts. Oh, Mithriya was not yet aware of this. She had not heard that a comprehensive examination was necessary. "First, let us remove your garments. Yes, even the undergarment must come off." May gently pressed Mithriya onto the bed, encouraging her to undress herself. Of course, should she hesitate, May would assist. "Wait a moment, Kiana. You are not angry, are you?" "How could I possibly be? I am merely performing my task. Please do not place me in a difficult position, Lady Mithriya." With Mithriya's petite limbs, in a contest of strength, May could easily outmatch her with just 9 of her fingers. Having restrained Mithriya, May prepared to begin the physical examination. In truth, it was permissible to leave some clothing on, She could manage an examination even if fully clothed. However, for the sake of efficacy, it would be unthinkable to allow someone to disturb her slumber with trivial matters. Lady Mithreya, please refrain from struggling. It may cause me to inadvertently apply pressure in the wrong areas. No, please. Struggling was utterly futile. Even if Mithreya summoned her strength, it would be of no consequence, especially since she lacked the means. After completing a thorough physical examination, May gleaned some understanding of Mithreya's predicament. The state of her chakra appeared to be akin to the entangled symbiotic relationship that existed between Shiki and the sapling of the divine tree at that time. In simple terms, they were intertwined, yet unlike that instance, May found she could not physically separate this entity from Mithreya. This posed a significant dilemma. If only there were a means on the path of inheritance to facilitate this. Perhaps, extricating the entity from Mithreya's body could prove to be a viable solution. Yet, the question remained, how had the entity detached itself, and what had caused it to become this way? All right, now put your clothes back on. As if in hindsight. Observing the tearful Mithreya, May calmly remarked from the side, this is utterly excessive. How could this be allowed? I have yet to show it to Haifa. Such matters should not be treated so lightly. May rolled her eyes, as if her maid had not witnessed such things before. Nevertheless, she spoke nonchalantly, if it pleases you. Perhaps you should let him take a glance later. However, I must caution you about that peculiar power of yours. It will permeate through you and into the man's body, which implies that aiding those of our kind in bearing children is a perilous endeavor. To put it bluntly, it could be termed as this AC being toxic. What? Milu exclaimed, surprised that she was unaware of such matters, as she had never engaged in any inappropriate activities. It was something Lord Guanrua had mentioned. He had not explicitly stated that she was forbidden to speak of it, so it seemed he merely wished to alert Milu. Milu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Stop lounging on my bed. Your abilities are functioning adequately for now. Today's treatment concludes here. So you should return home. I could use a nap myself. Oh, Milu couldn't shake the feeling of being somewhat abandoned. She dressed. And while it was not particularly troubling, May was also a girl and seemed unfazed by it. However, the underlying danger was concerning. The fact that a shrine maiden could be at risk was worrisome. She might need to consult Guanrua for clarification if this were indeed the case. Did this mean she truly had to seek out someone to conceive a child before pursuing love? No, that would be exceedingly unfair. Yet, approaching High FA would undoubtedly lead to his demise. May did not seem concerned. After all, the complexities of artificial insemination were not insurmountable in the world of ninjas, which had developed quite sophisticated methods. Still, it was a hassle, so perhaps it would be best to dismiss the matter entirely. Thus, 3 days passed. May was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The intertwining powers of Mithreya and the Wraith were already a troublesome matter. Yet what she did not anticipate was that on this day, Mithreya fell into a state of utter weakness due to the Wraith's escape. The situation was exceedingly intricate. Huang Quan abruptly led a contingent of individuals directly into the shrine of the priestess, subsequently seizing the Wraith. The Wraith had been taken away. While this in itself was not particularly alarming, what troubled May the most was that she had not noticed it before others alerted her. Although she had not been attentive to her surroundings at that moment, even upon hearing the cries of battle emanating from the castle, she had been too indifferent to react. Yet, the fact that the Wraith had indeed been taken away left her questioning the efficacy of the two priestesses. What, indeed, were they doing? Had they truly cared for the Wraith, or had they inadvertently wounded its spirit? May sighed and turned to seek out two priestesses. This incident occurred the previous night. She had indeed noticed it, yet after much contemplation, she ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness and overlooked the matter. By the following morning, it had spread throughout the castle. In essence, yesterday, Huang Quan stealthily attacked Mithreya alongside others, but Mithreya managed to repel them. However, Mithreya's power suddenly fragmented, with a portion infiltrating the body of one of Huang Quan's companions while another part dissipated, leaving Mithreya devoid of combat strength and nearly facing death. Fortunately, Guanrua arrived just in time to provide protection, but at a cost, as it seemed Guanrua had also sustained severe injuries. In fact, May was summoned that morning specifically to attend to Guanrua's ailment. Kiana implored, "Please, save my mother. I beg you, no matter the terms, I will agree to anything." Despite Mithreya's own exhaustion, he still managed to grasp May's sleeve with fervent sincerity. May believes that you cannot replace your mother in making this decision. However, it is of little consequence to her, as she does not subscribe to the notion of excessive demands. Fair trade is her preference. For integrity is the foundation upon which one must stand. She strives diligently. With a swift motion, she disengaged from Milu and began to assess Guan Rua's symptoms. Nearby, a woman pressed on the wound, and she pondered whether something had been embedded there moments before. You truly excel in the art of murder, do you not? Mei sighed softly, then pressed her hand against Guan Rua's arm, sealing the wound. With remarkable speed, she channeled her chakra to staunch the bleeding and initiate the self-healing process. Stand back. Excessive bleeding and internal injuries, in addition to energy erosion, have rendered this situation more dire than before, yet akin to previous encounters. The malevolent chakra perceives Mei's chakra as if it were a specter. To counter it, one would require tenfold the amount of energy. Thus, Mei effortlessly obliterates this force, completing the hemostasis and effectively purging the excess internal energy within approximately 10 minutes. It is worth noting that she refrains from total eradication, as doing so might cast doubt on her past medical diligence, suggesting she had merely been exploiting the situation for profit, which would tarnish her reputation for integrity. Consequently, she retains a portion of the energy, intending to expel it gradually. Besides her, several others present succumb to the overflow of dark energy, their ends tragically gruesome. Though a few seemingly talented warriors managed to survive against the odds, this incident resulted in over 200 casualties. A rare loss for the entire realm of the Ghost Nation, which comprises merely a few tens of thousands, slightly exceeding the population of Konoha. Within this city, housing just over 10,000 inhabitants, the losses represent nearly a quarter of the nation's populace. Among the samurai serving the city, approximately 1,000 are tasked not only with guarding the castle but also with maintaining public order, thus their responsibilities are quite extensive. Within the castle itself, around 500 individuals reside, making the recent losses equivalent to 1/5 of the total guard force. Should the traitors be accounted for, the situation worsens significantly, effectively having the city's defense capability. Amidst uncertainty about the future, the entire Ghost Nation finds itself engulfed in confusion. After Mei treated Guan Rua, Milu finally exhaled in relief. Guan Rua was precariously clinging to life, but would require roughly 6 months of bed rest, during which it was imperative that she refrain from engaging in extraneous matters and focus on recuperation. However, as a consequence, Milu must assume her role as queen sooner than anticipated and begin contemplating her successor. Frankly, this world is perilous, and without an heir, extinction could swiftly follow. The overall population of the ninja world is in a declining phase, according to investigations, though it has not yet garnered excessive attention. After all, given the current medical technology, conceiving a multitude of children should not pose a challenge, particularly for affluent families whose numbers continue to thrive, thriving only in their own right. Conversely, for those like Milu, who carry the burden of a single lineage, this concern weighs heavily. Milu finds herself ensnared in considerable turmoil as a priestess. She comprehends that her responsibilities transcend personal emotions. Despite her inherently sentimental nature, she must devise a means to navigate these challenges. She has time to ponder this matter, as Guan Rua will undoubtedly gradually transfer authority to her, and she can no longer afford the leisure of the past. She must learn to embrace responsibility, perhaps coming to terms with the notion that youthful romance may not be suited for someone of her stature. A sense of melancholy envelopes her. Yet with numerous tasks requiring her attention, she scarcely finds the time to lament or accept her fate, nor does she entirely wish to evade it. Mei, indeed, feels that there is no need for her to be prematurely sorrowful, especially since the matter of the Wraith remains unresolved. Although the Wraith's escape is undoubtedly a positive development, certainly for Mithraea, this holds true only until Mithraea acquires the capability to subdue the Wraith. The sensation the Wraith evokes in Mei is akin to that of a nine-tailed fox unbound by seals, possessing a peril far more profound than that of the fox itself. This is not merely a matter of strength, but one of essence. To assert that this entity harbors the potential to annihilate the ninja world is not entirely unfounded. If it conceals itself adeptly and the undead legion continues to proliferate, the 5 great nations could indeed be exhausted, although the duration required for such an endeavor remains uncertain. Mithraea must prepare for her succession as the priestess and manage the associated responsibilities during this period. Nevertheless, Mei must continue to monitor her, as the Wraith has escaped from her body, leaving her in a state of weakness. Chapter 25. Twin Souls. The Wraith is indeed a part of Mithraea. Following the loss of the Wraith, Mithraea's strength has diminished by half. The energy that once surpassed that of the shadows has now diminished to a level comparable to that of a shadow. At present, The chakra quantity of the third Hokage is likely insufficient to rival hers. Of course, the prowess of a ninja is not solely determined by the amount of chakra they possess. However, for a priestess, chakra equates to power. May does not believe Mithraea can triumph over any shadow. Yet she certainly possesses abilities at least on par with an elite Jainin, if she can effectively harness her strength in battle. Your body has returned to normal. You can now wield your power freely, as that force has dissipated from your being. After May made her professional assessment, she noticed that Mithraea exhibited no signs of joy. You seem quite burdened. What troubles you? May inquired, observing the sparkle in Mithraea's eyes had dulled. With a sigh, Mithraea did not respond immediately, fiddling with her thumb, seemingly lost in thought. However, it was not long before she raised her head and sighed deeply. After releasing that breath, her expression improved slightly. The situation is truly chaotic. I have no idea how to rectify it. Everyone is on edge. She, too, was considerably anxious, much like the others. Yet, she managed to maintain a semblance of control. As a leader, her mind was still somewhat unsettled. Do not worry excessively. Your mother only requires 6 months of recuperation. With your own chakra at her disposal. If not for the sake of reason, you could have her dancing in the square today. Really? You aren't merely comforting me, are you? Who are you to think I would comfort you? Furthermore, regarding your troubles, the situation is not as straightforward as it may seem. Although currently there are no clear indications. May is not well versed in the matters of the underworld, yet she possesses knowledge about the spectral entities. In the theatrical adaptation, the existence of the Undying Legion is depicted. Presently, while there may be no discernible signs, it is certain that something is amiss. One cannot apply conventional standards to establish parameters. With a stroke of fortune, the research may remain undiscovered for now, but if fate turns unfavorably, we might soon witness an upheaval. Thus, it is imperative for Myler to remain vigilant. Even considering the necessity to collaborate with neighboring ninja nations to confront this looming crisis. However, despite her foreboding warnings, Myler finds it difficult to fully accept the gravity of the situation. Countries like theirs typically strive to avoid entanglements with the 5 great nations, fearing infiltration and subsequent erosion of their sovereignty. If this continues, the land of demons may soon be absorbed into the land of wind. Historically, these great powers have gradually annexed surrounding smaller nations, only for those smaller nations to regain independence due to mismanagement. The land of demons, in particular, is an enticing prospect for larger nations, willing to invest centuries in its gradual conquest. However, compelling the land of demons to seek assistance from the other 5 great nations is a notion they would firmly reject. There is no necessity to approach the land of wind. One might directly seek the aid of the land of fire. The lands of lightning and earth are overly aggressive, while the land of water is preoccupied with its own affairs. Only the land of fire is positioned to offer assistance, potentially restraining the land of wind in the process. Although may not personally desire to engage with the land of fire, it undeniably represents the most advantageous option for the land of demons. Regrettably, this matter bears significant implications for the land of demons, and Myler remains hesitant to agree. May was indifferent. The threat posed by the wraiths held little advantage for her in the land of fire. In comparison to the wraiths, they were undoubtedly more interested in their own affairs. She intended to take her leave soon, having accomplished the primary objective of her visit to the land of demons. Everything else was merely trifling. After a while, when these 2 individuals had sufficiently recovered, she would be able to depart. The remaining matters could be entrusted to Shui Luo or her own substitute. There was no need for her to make the journey in person. Apart from the transaction, her foremost concern during this visit was undoubtedly the issue of the wraiths. She was keen to uncover the origins of this entity, a monstrous amalgamation of human malice, and to understand its true nature. As for the danger it posed, she was certain it existed. However, if even crises of her magnitude could be resolved, perhaps her involvement could grant Michigan Lou a second chance at life. Although utilizing her chakra for combat might seem ignoble, employing it to aid her comrades in recovering was undoubtedly reliable, far surpassing the healing efficacy of the slug sage. Thus, the troubles associated with that power were beyond her control, and she could only await further developments. However, should that force ever return, it would undoubtedly exact a far greater toll, potentially even one's own life. In the original narrative, the Wraith returned with a legion of undead soldiers. A scenario that would unfold years later. The land of demons would be utterly incapable of withstanding such power, and ultimately, Milu would likely resort to desperate measures. May could envision the scene. The multitude of legions summoned by the Wraith would be beyond the capacity of Milu alone to seal. The warriors of the land of demons would fight to the death, as would Milu, resulting in countless fatalities and sacrifices. The other 5 great nations would also become embroiled in the conflict. And only after incurring tremendous losses would they create an opportunity for Milu to succeed in sealing the threat. Why not act sooner? At such a time, when the adversary was ill-prepared, why delay? Everyone was preoccupied with their own interests, each fixated on their own matters. It was precisely this self-interest that rendered them slow and susceptible to manipulation. The race likely understood the malevolence of humanity, which facilitated their own triumph. Kiana, you seem displeased. Milu remarked, posing an unusual question during the examination. No, not at all. Mei responded with great clarity. Mithraev felt that he had begun to grasp the essence of this enigmatic individual. Mei, there's no need for you to be overly excited. Even if we wish to confront that formidable force, it is impossible to do so without adequate preparation. Moreover, I currently lack any understanding of how to tackle it. Considering it is, after all, a manifestation of our own power, which leaves me at a loss. I can faintly sense the intensity of the 2 forces, which surpasses imagination. After a brief pause, she added, furthermore, I still do not comprehend who you truly are, Kiana. My mother has conducted inquiries about you. Yet your origins remain shrouded in mystery. You are not from this nation, are you? This question, which was bound to arise eventually, has now surfaced. Chapter 26, A Profession Not of a Ninja. Is this significant? Is it unimportant? It is inconsequential. Ye truly considers herself insignificant. Who she is holds no relevance. When forging friendships, should one really regard the other's status or wealth? Should one ponder whether the other possesses the spirit of a principle or is familiar with the renowned aphorisms of the nation's beloved figure? Moroku discerned that Ye was reluctant to speak further, thus he refrained from pressing on. However, the warning regarding the yokai must be approached with utmost seriousness. Do you possess any strategies to confront this tail beast? She pondered if that term was indeed appropriate. The sealing technique stands as the most effective solution, after all. The land of demons excels in such arts. If feasible, we could preemptively seal that formidable force. Ye is certain that, at least for the present, Huang Quan has yet to master the dark medical ninjutsu. Nevertheless, in her view, the essence of dark medical techniques is fundamentally a form of alteration. It resembles the creation of biological weaponry, akin to a mutated Captain America, yet, his transformation is far more unsettling. In this world, 2 things are most unbearable, ugliness and poverty. Although Ye typically does not concern herself with her appearance, should she ever be disfigured, she would not hesitate to scatter your ashes. It is not about what others perceive, but rather what brings oneself comfort. If that visage induces discomfort, then it is best avoided, though fortunately, most of the time, one need not gaze upon oneself. Of course, this premise hinges on the notion that humans are least tolerant of such matters. Dark medical ninjutsu has decisively breached this threshold, rendering it utterly unacceptable. As for sealing techniques, indeed, my sealing arts are formidable. The combat style of a shrine maiden primarily relies on direct magical strikes, with combat skills nearing insignificance. Although chakra is considerably more abundant than the average shadow, Ye has previously assessed that even a mere J-Nin could easily subdue Moroku. This disparity in combat capability does not stem from Moroku's skills being inferior to ninjutsu, but rather from her utter lack of combat knowledge and her own physical frailty. It is likely that once her defenses are penetrated, she would be swiftly vanquished. Perhaps you might attempt the sealing technique yourself. Mei harbored a deep curiosity regarding the sealing techniques of the priestesses from the land of demons, pondering the immense assistance it could provide her in the future if she were to master such skills. Sealing arts, barrier techniques, celestial magic, spatial ninjutsu, and mental ninjutsu, these were all invaluable disciplines. Thus, she resolved to embark on the journey of learning sealing arts. As a priestess, it was her duty to protect her people. However, before that, she might consider taking the time to conceive a child. The concerns that had once plagued her had dissipated, for that peculiar power had fled from her being. In simpler terms, she was no longer tainted. How delightful! Upon hearing Mei's words, her face flushed crimson, for she had not contemplated this matter in quite some time, and it had been ages since she last met with Haifa. Such a personal topic felt too intimate to be discussed so casually. Nonetheless, this indeed presented an opportunity. Although she was not currently inclined to pursue anything with Haifa, the prospect of marriage lingered within her considerations. As a priestess, such responsibilities could not be evaded. Moreover, even for the sake of love alone, one must contemplate the future. She was destined to bear children, and to relinquish such possibilities for a fleeting sense of embarrassment would be nothing short of foolish. It was evident that her views on love were beginning to take shape. May, having merely touched upon the subject, allowed the good and bad news to settle as they were. After a brief pause, Moroku unexpectedly spoke again. May, why not stay and assist me? I have a strong sense that many matters would become significantly easier with your presence, even if we set aside other considerations. Your medical expertise is immensely valuable in this realm. Moreover, it is apparent that your capabilities extend beyond mere healing. Should you apply yourself earnestly, you might contribute profoundly to the transformation and advancement of this nation. Of course, the decision ultimately rests with you. The land of demons is rather unremarkable in this world. Those with exceptional talents invariably gravitate toward the 5 great nations. Yet, there are individuals incompatible with these nations who occasionally find refuge in smaller realms. While the land of demons lacks a dedicated ninja department, ninjas do occasionally arrive, representing the most prevalent, complex, and perilous profession in this world. Moroku harbored a certain curiosity about ninjas. If feasible, he wouldn't mind assembling a team. However, the challenge of training ninjas and imparting ninjutsu, among other skills, seems insurmountable. Take the Land of Sound, for instance. Without Orochimaru, it would merely be a subordinate nation. Hence, while certain individuals may pose a threat, they can also be invaluable in development. Although it may sound somewhat inhumane, the benefits they provide often outweigh the drawbacks. Very well, the time is nearly upon us. You should return now. As the moment drew near and the examinations concluded, May urged Moroku to depart. She anticipated that Guanqua would awaken in a few days, and by then, matters here would likely reach a temporary resolution. May remained acutely aware that her primary objective was to secure a market for her medicinal products. Currently, both leaders of the Land of Demons held her medicines in high regard and even requested an increase in prices, which was indeed a positive development. With her superior pharmaceuticals capturing the upper market, the previously established products would naturally be pressured to yield. Those not embraced by the lower market would inevitably face obsolescence. Thus, medications once reserved for the nobility might be redistributed, potentially reducing costs and enhancing production capacity, although there remains the risk of failure. What transpires ultimately hinges upon future circumstances. After all, sociology fundamentally mirrors metaphysics. A moment's inattention could transform a flourishing situation into chaos. Moroku departed with a hint of disappointment, while May exhaled in relief. Subsequently, she retrieved 5 puppets from her scroll in one fluid motion. The previous formidable composite puppet had been destroyed, and the second was yet to be completed, leaving her to resort to combat utilizing 5 elemental chakra types. After all, if she could hold her own against Kakuzu for several rounds, a mere passerby like Huangquan would be a trivial matter. This was certainly not for the sake of 2 million, but rather for the sake of camaraderie. Chapter 27. The hunt. May was uncertain of the whereabouts of Huangquan. Thus she understood the importance of gathering intelligence. Currently, there was a dearth of information regarding Huangquan, and May perceived that acquiring it would prove quite challenging. Consequently, she resolutely determined her course, setting her sights on a town she had previously visited, Huangquan's place of origin. Although she could not ascertain whether Huangquan had returned there, this locale was undoubtedly a stronghold of Huangquan's supporters. If Huangquan sought to escape or mount a counteroffensive, returning to that place would certainly be advantageous. Moreover, it was evident that Huangquan, driven to act impulsively, must possess certain strategies. Otherwise, such folly would be inexplicable. May even harbored suspicions that Huangquan may have forged an alliance with the Wraiths. Regardless of the circumstances, at this moment, the 5 mice each donned different attire before embarking on a quest to locate the Wraiths and Huangquan. Each individual's appearance was distinct, yet they all bore the essence of May. Their visages were sculpted based on May's own likeness. As the substitutes took form, their appearances gradually transformed to resemble May, though they could never fully replicate her visage. It was this contrast that enabled May to refine her sculpting skills, allowing her creations to increasingly resemble her true self. Thus, while the group shared similarities, they remained unique. Those unfamiliar with May might easily fail to recognize them. The reason May does not reveal herself is due to certain circumstances. Strictly speaking, these manifestations of May are indeed capable of utilizing ninjutsu, although she was unable to employ such techniques during her prior battle with Kai. Their cooperative abilities are quite remarkable. Regrettably, they lack a connection of mutual understanding. Each time they split, they possess distinct personalities. Were it not for the limitations imposed by chakra and the inherent differences between their bodies and those of humans, they would be capable of much more. Everyone should search the surroundings. We shall convene here tonight. Each of the 5 possesses strength equivalent to that of elite Jonin. Should they activate the 8 gates, their prowess could ascend to that of a higher-level Jonin. These substitutes lack the ability to regenerate their chakra. Their bodies are fundamentally impervious to external injuries. While physical attacks do have an effect, it is relatively minimal, and they do not require sustenance. This explains Mei's initial decision to separate from Orochimaru. She would no longer need to feign anything. After all, they are merely substitutes, and fearing Orochimaru is unwarranted. Confronting her head-on is of little concern. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of being unable to defeat her, which is not insignificant. Presently, however, they are merely tools, manifestations of Mei's consciousness, supplemented by special chakra to enhance their personalities. They remain, in essence, a part of Mei, albeit with a degree of independence. Following the remarks of the lightning-based substitute, the others nodded in agreement. Among the various substitutes, the lightning variant exhibits the highest individual strength. Once separated, they commenced their investigation to seek information about H-Gen. Regardless of what anyone discovers, they must refrain from making any movements to avoid alerting their target. If H-Gen is alone, Mei could easily eliminate him with a single strike. However, it is likely that he is accompanied by the malevolent spirits known as Waikai. Though Mei is uncertain how they managed to escape. Theoretically, Waikai lack physical forms and cannot survive outside of seals. Their desire to approach the sealing site in the land of marshes likely stems from the fact that it is one of the few places where they can endure. Otherwise, their powers would easily dissipate into the wind. No matter how powerful one may be, can they truly compare to nature? Even the power of the 6 paths cannot interfere with sage techniques. Just because the weather clears does not mean one possesses true strength. With H-Gen's current capabilities, he cannot serve as a vessel for Waikai. After all, even in the future, his medical skills can only withstand the direct destruction of the body. He continues to age slowly, his mind gradually succumbing to control, ultimately becoming a puppet of Waikai, merely a tool. However, at this moment, he is incapable of even fulfilling that role. His will cannot sustain Waikai, and within mere seconds, he would perish. Therefore, he might opt to choose others as puppets. Yet, this seems implausible, for ordinary individuals would also be unable to bear the weight of Waikai's power. Or is it possible that Waikai possess a means to control their own power and allow it to leak at will? One can only speculate. They swiftly dispersed into the surroundings. However, no news regarding the underworld was forthcoming. The water clone opted not to remain in the city but chose to venture into the outskirts for reconnaissance. The search for the underworld was currently stringent, and even in its original locale, it would be prudent to avoid drawing attention. Furthermore, with 4 other individuals conducting searches within the city, it sufficed for her to investigate this area. The primary reason for her choice was that her original self had previously surveyed the vicinity. This region, known as the Land of Ghosts, is characterized by its towering mountains, dense forests, and winding rivers, presenting numerous potential hiding places. Given ample time, a thorough search could be conducted. However, if time were limited, luck might be the only recourse. To her fortune, she discovered something peculiar on the very first day. In a secluded corner of the forest, she stumbled upon several wandering ninjas meandering about. Most of these rogue ninjas were of low rank, their abilities scarcely surpassing that of a genin, belonging to the category of ninjas that their villages deemed not worth the effort to pursue. One should not assume that all renegade ninjas are akin to those monstrous members of the Akatsuki. In reality, the majority are those who succumbed to the pressures during the ninja wars and defected. During such tumultuous times, few had the capacity to intervene. Thus, their escape went largely unnoticed. What followed their flight? Naturally, they needed to earn a living. Some chose to abandon their lives as ninjas and lead ordinary existences, while most discovered they possessed no other skills. As ninjas, they were trained solely for combat and assassination, yet they lacked the prowess to undertake lucrative bounty missions, often finding themselves eliminated before they could even engage. Consequently, they opted to accept employment from commoners, large merchant guilds, and various nobles. Relying on the foundation established during the era of ninjas, their disparity from ordinary warriors was stark. This advantage allowed them to earn more, at times even surpassing their previous incomes as ninjas. It could be said that the number of rogue ninjas in the world outside surpassed 10,000. Indeed, more than the stationed ninjas within Konoha. At this moment, there were merely a few dozen of them here, a trivial fraction of the overall number. If the Third Great Ninja War were to conclude, the count of such ninjas would multiply severalfold. Chapter 28. Infiltration. The water clone, May, scrutinized the distribution of these individuals but soon realized that they were not stationed here. Rather, they were moving about. Initially, she trailed one ninja, only to find he was heading elsewhere. What was his intent? After observing for a while, May noted that the ninja appeared to be carrying two individuals as he sprinted away. Aren't you tired? Two individuals appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness, carrying the weighty forms of two others who had also lost consciousness. Even for skilled ninjas, this was no easy task. A low-ranking ninja could not endure such an effort for long. Nevertheless, it was imperative to transport the incapacitated individuals, which indicated that the circumstances were decidedly favorable. May was determined to rescue the two, yet at this moment, it seemed prudent to follow the enemy back to their lair instead. She had not had the opportunity to inform her comrades of her discovery and chose to pursue them. Although Raijin May had suggested that they confront this situation collectively. The night was fast approaching, and the possibility of leaving no trace was uncertain. Therefore, it was wise to first locate the area and conduct reconnaissance. Of course, if she could resolve the matter independently, there would be no need for substitutes. It was essential for her true self to comprehend which ninjutsu was most superior. Deep within a forest, she stumbled upon a village predominantly constructed from wooden houses. Water Release may observe that, should the population be sufficiently large, such structures could likely be erected within a day or two. Furthermore, aside from these dwellings, she noticed a cave in the distance, into which the ninja had transported the incapacitated individuals. Many figures surrounded the area, yet none appeared to be ordinary citizens. They were armed, some even clad in armor. Ronin, samurai, apprentices, and ninjas were all present. Were this a game, this place could easily serve as a setting for a 5-man dungeon. However, Water Release May saw no need to engage with the patrolling figures outside, as there appeared to be over 100 of them. Even if they were manageable, eliminating them would undoubtedly create a significant commotion and consume valuable time. More importantly, it would be disastrous if any of them managed to escape. Employing a transformation technique, Water Release May disguised herself as the ninja she had previously seen fleeing and made her way toward the cave. With the speed of those ninjas, she reasoned that it would take at least half a day for them to return, and upon their return, they would surely require rest. Thus, she felt no apprehension about entering the cave at this moment. Upon entering the cavern, Water Release May quickly discerned that, despite the brevity of her visit, the underground space had been thoroughly developed. She surmised that at least 10 ninjas skilled in earth release had participated in its construction. It was not surprising, given the proximity to the land of wind. Just as regions near the land of rain and the land of iron would yield more water release practitioners, proximity to the land of fire would naturally produce more fire release users. Each defector would likely possess a greater affinity for the ninjutsu of their homeland. Regrettably, this substitute lacked the ability to perform earth release. The materials used were incompatible, as a substitute crafted from ordinary wood could not simultaneously accommodate 2 elemental transformations. Nor could it further develop such transformations. Thus, May was diligently researching ways to enhance the quality of her materials. Perhaps in the future, cloning or other techniques might be necessary. Currently, May intended to improve the quality of the substitutes she manufactured, considering the use of superior woods or alternatives such as sand or metal. To date, she had made little progress. She sought out Hanzo, not only for a high-quality weapon but also to enhance the quality of the metals involved. This might yield better materials for her substitutes. As Water Release May ventured deeper, she was suddenly struck by an unsettling odor, one that was neither the scent of blood nor that of any noxious substance, but rather an indescribable essence. It was not merely a scent, but a visceral feeling, one that evoked revulsion and aversion, as if it were the embodiment of all the world's malevolence. This sensation was nauseating and repulsive. At that moment, she noticed the same ninja re-emerging, passing by her once again, shrouded in a dark aura that was neither chakra nor natural energy, but rather a pure malevolence, an unpleasant force that was deeply unsettling. Water Release May began to sense that the situation was deteriorating. While the power of the specter was not yet as formidable as it would become, she could see the signs. She could now ascertain that during the impending battle, although Naruto might appear flamboyant and impressive, the true combat prowess would likely lie with Cheyenne. Her brother, Naruto, possessed a power approaching that of a Kaguya. Unlike Moroku, the specter could inflict far greater damage with lethal efficacy. At that time, though still a low-ranking ninja, Naruto's actual strength had likely approached that of an elite Jonin and would be more than a match for her. Her own special Jonin substitute would stand no chance. She could proceed deeper into the cave, however, upon reflection. Water Release May decided it would be wiser to regroup with the others before taking any further action. If that proved unfeasible, it might be prudent to advise her true self to abandon the mission altogether and allow the Land of Demons to issue tasks to other nations. After all, the ninja world was still in a period of peace, having recently emerged from war, and no one desired further conflict. The concern was that other ninja villages might not sufficiently appreciate the threat, leading to unnecessary casualties. Should a Kaga-level ninja truly wish to wreak havoc, the potential for destruction would be incalculable, and such a monster would be far more challenging to confront than the average Kage. At present, she lacked enough puppet soldiers. As May felt that such entities were inherently fragile and should not be able to persist without just cause. Everything has its rationale, even in the world of Naruto. One must adhere to the fundamental principles. However, just as Water Release May contemplated departing, she suddenly noticed a surge of dark chakra erupting before her. Uncertain whether it was directed at her, she dared not take the risk. A torrent of pitch-black chakra surged forth, seemingly intent on engulfing her. Water Release May instantly elevated her body flicker technique to its utmost limit. Yet among all the substitutes, Wind Release and Lightning Release were the fastest. Her Water Release was not particularly adept in this regard. As she watched the dark chakra lunge toward her, Water Release May swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Chapter 29. New clues indeed. Thank you. Raiden May diligently scoured the town, uncovering a wealth of information. Firstly, it was confirmed that Huang Quan had not returned. In fact, his most loyal subordinates had long departed with him, their whereabouts now shrouded in mystery. The townsfolk were unaware of Huang Quan's location, yet the recent surge in missing persons had become alarmingly pronounced. Villagers from the surrounding areas had also reported sightings of peculiar figures darting through the woods. Despite the town's bustling population, numerous individuals had vanished recently. Even with her eyes closed, Raiden May could surmise that these disappearances were likely connected to Huang Quan. Excuse me, miss, you're a ninja, aren't you? The woman seated across from her, an elderly lady of approximately 50, immediately recognized May's attire, reminiscent of her days as a ninja. The old woman, sensing May's amiable demeanor, hesitantly added, "My grandson went missing yesterday, and my son has also disappeared today. Could you possibly help me find them?" Her voice trembled, betraying her underlying emotions. Taken aback, Raiden May paused for a moment before nodding in understanding. "I comprehend your plight. I have a few companions. After we convene tonight, I will provide you with a response by tomorrow morning." "Thank you so much." A smile flickered across the elderly woman's face, as if she had pondered for a moment before retrieving a small package from her room, roughly the size of a palm. "I don't have much money." Instinctively, Raiden May considered declining the offering. Her nature was not one to covet wealth, and the meager sum seemed inadequate even for a beggar. However, upon observing the woman's trembling hand, she unexpectedly smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall accept it." Having accepted the payment, May felt an obligation to fulfill her promise. This aspect of her character had been perfectly inherited by all her clones, though each possessed their own unique personalities. As night fell, Raiden May proceeded to the designated meeting point. Soon, the fire, earth, and wind clones arrived, yet the water clone remained conspicuously absent. After some time had passed, Raiden May reluctantly deduced that the water clone had likely returned to her original form, probably aware of the challenges she had faced. However, the other clones were oblivious to her situation, unable to communicate with their original due to the considerable distance separating them. Was she investigating the forested areas? While Raiden May gathered intelligence within the town, the other four clones were exploring the roads extending in the cardinal directions. Given the necessity to regroup by nightfall, their individual reconnaissance efforts were inherently limited. In essence, the distances involved were not vast, and considering the recent incidents of missing persons, it was uncertain how long those rogue ninjas had been active. Now, allow me to succinctly summarize the situation. The Lightning Release May and her companions initially exchanged intelligence, discovering that among them, only she remained in the city, while the others, including Water Release May, seemed to have gone missing. The circumstances surrounding their disappearance were shrouded in mystery, yet it was clear that both Huang Quan and Wraith were present in the vicinity. Without Wraith, Huang Quan could not possibly triumph over May's doppelganger. After revealing the gathered intelligence, Lightning Release May also mentioned that she had accepted the old woman's commission. But before setting off, she discreetly placed a small pouch of money within a hollow of the tree. The perilous nature of this venture was underscored by the fact that the Water Release doppelganger had not even managed to flee. indicating that the challenges ahead surpassed all expectations. Thus, in accordance with the plan, we must embark on our mission. By fulfilling the task assigned by the original, we could directly eliminate Huangquan and secure a reward of 20 million, which constitutes our ultimate objective. Understood. The other doppelgangers of Mei expressed no dissent, whether regarding the commission here or the mission there. So, let us commence our journey. Amidst the chaotic landscape, Lightning Release Mei cast a glance at her companions before venturing towards the direction explored by Water Release Mei. Their journey along this path necessitated a fresh start, yet, due to the proximity, it was not long before they encountered foes and stumbled upon the remnants of water release fluctuations. In essence, they discovered a puddle, an ephemeral village, where structures lay toppled by the torrent, and several ninjas and samurais were engaged in the arduous task of clearing the debris. Without the need for confirmation, the group instinctively recognized these to be the traces left behind by Water Release Mei's struggles. Consequently, they simultaneously activated the 8 gates, and as their chakra ignited, they estimated their combat duration to be approximately an hour and a half. In unison, they formed hand seals, unleashing wind release, fire release, lightning release, and earth release. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the samurai engaged and clean-up fractured, causing several to plummet into the crevice. The swift among them evaded the disaster, while the slower ones were jostled aside. However, accompanying this chaos were other forms of ninjutsu, wind blades, thunderclaps, and fiery infernos. Instantly, the scene transformed into a spectacle of power. Yet, following the execution of their techniques, their positions were laid bare. Wind Release Mei and Fire Release Mei darted to one side, while Lightning Release Mei and Earth Release Mei remained steadfast. Lightning Release Mei unsheathed her short blade, bracing herself for the oncoming adversaries. Meanwhile, Earth Release Mei clenched her fists, her knuckles coated in a layer of earthy gray. The samurai were not quick to advance, but the ninjas, even those of lower rank, were capable of responding. Provided they were not instantly vanquished by the earlier ninjutsu, they could retaliate, including a barrage of thrown weapons. Earth Release Mei clapped her hands together, erecting an earthen wall to shield against the incoming assault. Yet, in the next instant, several figures leaped over the barrier, charging forward, with a flash of lightning enveloping her. Lightning Release Mei surged to meet them. Prolonged use of lightning release chakra naturally fortified her body, enhancing her speed and resilience, though it could not replicate the sheer effectiveness of the lightning release chakra mode. Among them, Lightning Release Mei boasted the swiftest speed, as her blade sliced through the air. The few ninjas who leaped over her defenses had yet to react, their throats already gushing crimson. All of Mei's attacks can precisely strike the vital points. She is well versed in all the acupoints of the human body and can perform pressure point strikes without the need for the Byakugan, as long as her opponent is a normal person. Among her abilities, Lightning Release Mei excels at pressure point strikes, infused with the paralyzing attribute of lightning. In the realm of one-on-one combat, lightning release chakra and techniques are arguably the most formidable among the 5 elemental natures, provided they are singular in nature. In a confrontation against a throng of adversaries, Lightning Release Mei plunged her hand into a puddle on the ground. Although the water barely reached her ankles, its extensive area made it an excellent conductor of electricity. In Chapter 30, within the tower of a castle resembling a celestial stronghold, a young girl sat cross-legged. Her eyes closed as she attuned herself to the minutiae of nature, simultaneously sensing her chakra gradually ascending. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. While 4 Mei clones charged into the fray, the real Mei received information relayed by her water release clone. The water release Mei identified the target and infiltrated the vicinity. But upon attempting to retreat, she was detected. The malevolent chakra of the creature surged forth, though the water release Mei was not defenseless. She swiftly executed a series of water techniques and fled the cave, intending to inform her other clones. Unexpectedly, the creature's essence penetrated the body of one of the nearby individuals, sending her hurtling back with a force that, while not insurmountable, caught her off guard, resulting in a brutal onslaught that ultimately subdued her. Despite expending half of her chakra, she refrained from struggling, ensuring the transmission of vital intelligence. This was paramount. In terms of combat, the creature's strength surpassed that of an average shadow, and it was not something that could be resolved through sheer numbers. Consequently, she decisively opted for self-detonation, gifting the creature a significant blow, leaving no trace of chakra behind, merely a heap of splintered wood devoid of any research value. It can be asserted that regardless of the creature's prowess, it was incapable of tracing back to any source, as it was not inherently skilled in such pursuits. Thus, Mei's actions were merely precautionary. Reports indicated that the creature maintained its state, albeit not through conventional means. Few could withstand the creature's power without chakra levels surpassing that of a shadow. Even shadows would struggle to endure for long. In essence, its energy far exceeded that of ordinary monsters, akin to a beast unbound by seals. Unless willingly merged with a host, it would exhibit a repulsive reaction. Nevertheless, its weaknesses were equally apparent. The creature lacked a physical form, meaning that should it lose all its host bodies, it would likely perish. Thus, to vanquish the creature, one need only eliminate all nearby potential vessels. Currently, it sustained itself through the simultaneous use of hundreds of hosts, leveraging them to uphold its power. As long as the creature did not go berserk, these hosts could survive for a short duration, potentially lasting a week or two. Indeed, for the creature to exist externally for just a week or two required hundreds of individuals. Considering the population of the Land of Demons and the entire ninja world, it is staggering. Based on Mei's understanding, the total population of the Land of Fire hovers around 20 million. This implies that the population could sustain approximately 60,000 instances for 60,000 weeks, which sounds extensive. However, as mere offerings, such numbers seem rather scant. Yet, it feels excessively wasteful. Mei let out a sigh. She abhorred causing trouble. In fact, she detested it profoundly. She preferred everything to proceed smoothly and was willing to make a slight compromise for that. Certainly, she found it far more intolerable to burden others with her troubles than to face her own. To put it differently, her pride forbade her from becoming a source of inconvenience for others. While she was unaware of the historical intricacies of this world, it was evident that the malevolent spirits would undoubtedly bring about significant turmoil. She resolved to seek assistance from Mithria. Her own chakra proved effective against these spirits, allowing her to suppress them, while Mithria possessed the ability to seal them away. In truth, the strength of the Mithria family held the potential to vanquish the spirits outright, exemplified by the renowned rainbow spiral technique, one that she could wield as well. Yami believes that utilizing her substitute to unleash a rainbow fire-style spiral sphere would pose no significant challenge. At this moment, Moroku is engaged in a governmental briefing. Although Yami's invitation for a visit strikes her as somewhat peculiar, she consents, concluding the morning assembly prematurely. There truly is no pressing matter at hand. It amounts to little more than a staring contest. Thus, she promptly dismisses those present. Amy seldom ventures outside, making her an infrequent sight, even for Moroku, who typically seeks her out, embodying a sense of humility and respect. For Moroku, it is akin to spending time with a younger friend. The mere thought of touching Yami's soft, tender skin invigorates her, making her feel youthful once more. As for Quan, her body has nearly fully recovered. However, in deference to Moroku's authority, she willingly steps back, having no intention of allowing Moroku to reign as a crown prince for 60 years, despite Moroku's desire to do so. These priestesses inherently lack a talent for governing a nation, often serving more as ceremonial figures. Yet they wield absolute power akin to that of a sovereign emperor or Queen Elizabeth. Kiana, what brings you here? Moroku, though hidden behind the curtain, cannot suppress the warmth in her voice. She hardly has any friends, and the rare companionship of Yami brings her joy, especially since Yami has aided her in dispelling the malevolent spirits. Business, she states succinctly, although it consists of merely 2 words. Moroku's smile fades as she pulls aside the curtain and steps forward. What is it? Why so serious? Despite Yami's usual demeanor of aloofness, there is an exceptional weight of pressure this time. After all, she has explicitly mentioned the word business. I have discovered the location of Huang Quan concerning your powers. But to fully eliminate this nuisance, your direct involvement is required. Mei's words were unmistakably a demand rather than a plea. You found it, but how did you manage that? You haven't even stepped outside. However, Mithria's focus seems somewhat peculiar. How could you possibly know whether I have ventured out or not? This matter may not have seemed significant. Yet I spoke the truth. In the territories associated with the underworld, it had seized the original inhabitants, turning them into offerings for the malevolent spirits known as Morio. Although the time frame was brief, over 100 individuals had already been abducted. Not only those unfortunate souls, but also those recruited by the underworld, who were essentially surplus provisions for the Morio. Should they gather a sufficient population, they might find a semblance of security. Over 100? Mithria's expression grew grave. In fact, she was already aware of the disappearances occurring at the borders, but such incidents were commonplace. Perhaps, in a few months, some remains might be discovered in the woods, ravaged by wild beasts. However, If the number of missing exceeded 100, it would pose a significant crisis for a town. The ensuing panic was self-evident, and the subsequent reparations would be a formidable challenge, particularly given the connection to the underworld. Now, upon hearing that name, Mithraea felt a surge of anger. I understand. I shall report to Mother. Chapter 31. Guanru's stance that is not permissible. Guanru firmly rejected. You are the sole heir of our nation. You cannot venture into danger. Her response was unequivocal, and from her perspective, such a judgment was entirely reasonable. With that, Mei chose not to prolong the conversation, rising to take her leave. Regardless of the circumstances here, she felt compelled to see the situation for herself. Whether her intentions were benevolent was another matter altogether. Wait a moment, Kiana. Mithraea immediately halted her, turning to Guanru. Mother, these are our people. Kiana has reported that over 100 are missing. If I do not go, the number of the lost will escalate dramatically. We must address this. How can you be certain this is true? Although Guanru expressed doubt, she nevertheless believed it to a considerable extent. She still shook her head in refusal. Moreover, your significance far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Have you forgotten why these warriors are here? They exist to protect us and to sacrifice themselves for our sake. In that moment, Mithraea found herself at a loss for words. Historically, this was indeed accurate. Several had already perished before her eyes for her sake, and this would continue in the future. Furthermore, do you comprehend what is happening there? The disappearances are linked to that Morio. Having only recently become aware of it, Guanru remained skeptical about the notion of Morio being a conscious energy. She still felt it unwise to take risks. Mother, if you still regard me as your daughter, then this is the decision. Guanru remained steadfast in her stance, showing no inclination to compromise. Mei did not exhibit much fluctuation in her emotions. Although this line of reasoning might evoke some irritation, it is, in essence, quite normal. It is the Na'vi who unconditionally believe in themselves, at the very least. Guanru displayed a commendable level of rationality in this regard, eschewing rumors and insisting on verification before speaking. Although Mei disagreed with her perspective, she recognized that this time it was indeed real. It was not merely hearsay, but something she had witnessed with her own eyes. After being expelled, Milu expressed a sense of regret towards Mei, saying, I apologize, Kiana. I will endeavor to persuade my mother. Her concern for me is overwhelming. In the land of the spirits, there exists but one priestess, and should any misfortune arise, the future would be bleak. Thus, Guanrua's apprehension is entirely justified. A typical mother would naturally prioritize her daughter over a multitude of strangers, and Mei would share this sentiment. There is no need for such urgency, she asserted, shaking her head. While her concerns are valid, this mindset is not conducive to leadership. Furthermore, I have no intention of lingering. I shall embark at once. At once? So soon? Yes, I shall take this with me. Given that the two parties still had a transaction pending, Mei remained courteous, recognizing their mutual roles as trading partners. Your mother requires another round of treatment. This medication must be taken daily, and after a fortnight, she shall be restored to health. There is no need to rush, and such haste may not be safe, Milu insisted, hoping to dissuade Mei from her decision. She feared that if Mei departed, it would inevitably distance their relationship. After all, she had only just forged a friendship. I am fine, Mei replied resolutely. Her intentions were steadfast. Once she resolved to pursue a course of action, she would see it through to the end, for the notion of regret held no place in her heart. She would not falter in her missteps, nor would she waver in her correctness. Milu, lacking an understanding of her true nature, mistakenly perceived her as possessing a soul entirely different from her outward appearance. Mei, of course, departed without heeding any counsel, exhibiting no intention of being retained. Her speed was remarkable. She moved far more swiftly alone than with Mithraea. Even if she aimed to reach her destination, it would still require several hours. Mithraea could at least be certain that Mei was no ordinary physician. Her agility resembled that of those nimble ninjas. She was undoubtedly much faster than that dilapidated cart, almost as if she leaped from the precipice itself. Mei's urgency in rushing over was not without cause. While she was idly wasting time, the other substitutes had already perished, and their intelligence, including the state of the battle, had been relayed. The situation was far worse than Mei had anticipated. Firstly, her companions engaged in combat with the external ninjas and wandering warriors, but for Mei's substitutes, each possessing strength akin to that of elite Jonin, this confrontation was rather trivial. To eliminate Jonin, lower-ranked ninjas relied heavily on numbers. Even the formidable ninjas from Konoha found it challenging to contend with Jonin, let alone these ordinary wandering ninjas lacking any protagonist's aura. However, Their extensive combat experience meant that while they couldn't be defeated in a single strike, they required several hits, and the cooperation of the warriors indeed posed a slight nuisance. Nevertheless, one must admit that the weaponry of these common warriors posed minimal threat to Mei's substitutes after being struck by arrows. As long as it was not a vital joint, Mei hardly needed to evade. There was no bloodshed, nor any injuries, akin to being summoned through the impure world reincarnation technique. In a remarkably brief period, they eliminated over 40 foes, prompting the malevolent spirit to take action. Although it typically refrained from consuming the lives of its own kind, it could directly inhabit these individuals, even prolonging the existence of corpses that had not entirely lost their vitality. Yet, even in the face of the malevolent spirit, Mei's substitutes were not entirely without combat capability. The Jonin represented the pinnacle of ninja strength. While Mei's substitutes may not have been the most elite among them, they still posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, there were secret techniques among Mei's substitutes. The fusion of ninjutsu, if not for the water release technique that could have led to her instant demise, could combine the water release and fire release substitutes to even employ the scorch release technique, albeit with diminished effectiveness compared to a unified Mei. Additionally, this would accelerate chakra consumption, which was the lifeblood of Mei's substitutes. Initially, after opening the fifth gate, their duration was merely over an hour. Unless central time was allocated to refine chakra to extend their existence, they would vanish once the time elapsed, with consumption drastically increasing. Each of these ninjutsu was immensely powerful, even managing to suppress the malevolent spirit temporarily. However, they could not achieve a definitive victory. Ultimately, Mei executed a series of 4 self-detonations, yet it yielded little effect. Amidst this chaos, the lightning release substitute infiltrated a cave and uncovered the truth about the abducted individuals. Mei realized that her mission had ended in failure. Chapter 32. The fury of a failed commission. Early the next morning, having traveled overnight, Mei finally returned to the very place where her journey had commenced. It was here in this country that she had initially collaborated with Huang Quan, intended as a mere stepping stone. However, their paths diverged, each pursuing their own agendas, with the other entangled in schemes while Mei focused on promoting herself and her medicinal products. Beyond that, she had no grounds to demand anything from Moreau or the others. They were partners, not kin or friends, devoid of any spontaneous affection. Naturally, no one would assist her without reason, although Mei perceived their considerations as foolish. They were merely the choices of others. She did not hasten into the town, but first sought out the pouch of money, valued at approximately 8,000, not far from the initial cost of her medical services. This sum was of little necessity to Mei, and although the lightning release substitute ultimately accepted it, she resolved to return the money first. The completion of this commission remained uncertain, and if successful, collecting payment later would be acceptable. It was customary for ninjas to receive payment upon task completion. Even in cases of advanced deposits, full prepayment was not customary. Before investigating the area, Mei intended to return this sum, as she was not yet in a position where she needed to resort to bloodsucking for profit. The nearby village lay on the outskirts, surrounded by parched, neglected muddy terrain, with not a single footprint marking the 1,000-meter path. Not far from the riverbank stood a solitary small house, the intended destination. Upon reaching the old man's abode, Mei pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in darkness, a single chamber serving both dining and sleeping purposes. Less than 15 square meters in size. A grass bed lay in the back, and a rope hung from a beam nearby, a shadowy figure swaying gently in the breeze. Mei pondered for a considerable time before finally exhaling a deep sigh. Half an hour later, beside a solitary wooden cabin, there appeared a lone grave, and Mei stood beside it, taking a solitary coin. The purple pouch was buried alongside it. After all, it was a task, and this was her reward. Although accepting payment beforehand somewhat contradicted the code of the ninja, one must fulfill their obligations regardless of such trivialities. After a moment, she rose to her feet. After slightly organizing her emotions, she clasped her hands together. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A colossal slug sage erupted from the ground, in that instant of summoning. The slug sage already recognized its caller, albeit surprised by the swiftness of the action. Mei, it is indeed you. Last time, it was sent back before finishing its words, which had irked it tremendously. Yet this time, despite its anger, it quieted down somewhat and asked curiously, "What is the matter?" "It is nothing, slug sage. I require your assistance." Although it may not be indispensable, having the slug sage would undoubtedly alleviate the difficulty of battle significantly. The slug sage sensed a multitude of questions bubbling within, causing a sense of discomfort. "Very well, but let it be known. Do not expect to send me away so easily this time. Understood. Mei formed another set of hand seals and, through ninjutsu, conveyed a portion of her thoughts to the slug sage, essentially substituting the narrative process, as she wished to avoid wasting time. The slug sage nodded. No wonder I sensed a malevolent force. In that case, let us proceed. With that, it charged forth. Although its form appeared massive and seemingly hindered in movement, it was, in fact, swifter than an average ninja, and its colossal size brought with it formidable force, effortlessly crushing the surrounding trees as if they were mere tofu, leaving a deep trail upon the earth. Reaching their destination took merely 3 to 4 minutes, and the nearby ninjas and Ronin witnessed a tremendous shadow suddenly materializing not far away. Previously, they felt the earth tremble and were unaware of the cause, but now, the situation was abundantly clear. How shall we deal with these individuals? For the slug sage, dealing with those of lesser strength was far more adept than Mei as a ninja. No need for courtesy. With a repulsive splatter, the slime erupted, and the slug sage shook its head in the air. The terrifying viscous acid rained down like droplets, corroding the wooden structures. In an instant, anguished screams echoed continuously, with some unfortunate souls rendered voiceless, succumbing instantly and transforming into pools of thick ichor. The earth, foliage, and dwellings were all ravaged. This slime was formidable enough to instill fear even in the hearts of 1,000 serpents. Moreover, the slug sage summoned by Mei was a full double the size of the one previously summoned by Tsunade, towering a third taller than the great serpent and a third wider than Wata. If the great serpent were to confront the current slug sage, it would not be surprising to see it reduced to charred remnants. Under such an onslaught, the spirits of all the wave shinobi and wave warriors were utterly crushed, especially since they had nearly been obliterated by Mei's shadow clone moments before. Had it not been for the intervention of the specter, they would have faced total annihilation. This was the second encounter, and it was evident that this adversary was far more terrifying than the last. Ordinary ninjutsu and weapons merely pricked its surface, causing only minor wounds that healed almost instantaneously. With the slightest movement, it could reduce a person to mere pulp. Run quickly. The despairing will spread like wildfire. And countless individuals opted for flight. They had come merely to earn a living, not to lay down their lives. In such dire circumstances, they were inclined to do as they pleased, resolute in their refusal to engage further. What to do? There was no need to concern themselves with these fleeing souls. Letting them go was sufficient. This was a world steeped in decay, one where the resolution of a couple of individuals could not instigate change. Yet, Mei had no intention of sparing the source of all this malevolence. Charge forth and obliterate that mountain. Indeed, at this very moment, the slug sage resembled a small mountain, within which numerous captives were held. Should the mountain be destroyed, these individuals would undoubtedly meet their demise as well. However, Mei firmly believed that the Wraith would not allow this. In fact, at this moment, the lives of these captives were of greater significance to the Wraith than to itself. Furthermore, the underworld would never permit such an occurrence. As the slug sage prepared to charge, a towering purple curtain, stretching over 100 meters high, suddenly emerged, effectively absorbing the impact and repelling the slug sage. A torrent of dark chakra surged fiercely from the cave's entrance. Chapter 33. I Want You Dead. The blackish-purple chakra continued to erupt and churn, gradually coalescing into the shape of a monster. Then, a shadowy figure was thrust forth by this dark chakra. Although the Wraith was capable of combat, it was evident that it required a puppet to fight on its behalf, such as the one named Huangguan. At this moment, Huangguan could almost be regarded as the Wraith's Jinchuriki. However, in terms of dominance, the Wraith undeniably held the upper hand. Huangguan, in his foolishness, was oblivious to the reasons for resurrecting the Wraith, particularly in the original narrative, his transformation into the Wraith's vessel, completely under its control until his demise, seemed utterly meaningless. If he had not succumbed to the Wraith's control, with his physical prowess, he could have lived for an indeterminate time. Like a major boss, he engaged in foolish endeavors. It appeared that he was now under the Wraith's control. Although the reasons remained unclear, Mei felt that, as a mere butterfly's wing, she had likely not contributed much. Observing Huangguan, who had been pushed forth, she realized he still possessed his own consciousness. Perhaps, unlike the tailed beasts, this represented an anomalous symbiotic relationship. In truth, it was the ordinary individuals who provided the Wraith with a living environment, while Huangguan wielded the Wraith's powers. That previous attack by Huangguan was likely related to the Wraith. Once one obtained such formidable strength, it might indeed become irresistible. Mei does not fully comprehend the thoughts of these individuals. However, That is inconsequential. Steady now, May. The slug sage charged forward, while the enormous black-purple beast also rushed in this direction. Although it was slightly smaller than the slug sage, it was undeniably a colossal creature, akin to a small mountain. In this ongoing process, Mei and Huang Quan find themselves drawing closer together. To my astonishment, I did not expect to encounter you here. Nor did I anticipate your remarkable abilities. When Huang Quan eliminated several of Mei's substitutes, he realized that this young woman was not merely the simple wandering doctor he had initially perceived. It was no wonder she dared to undertake such audacious actions alone. Was she truly unafraid of encountering malevolent individuals? Indeed, she appeared to be fearless, for she herself was no virtuous character. I too am astonished by your capabilities. It is indeed surprising. When Huang Quan first met Mei, despite his aloof demeanor, he was rational enough not to withhold the compensation Mei deserved and had even assisted her to a certain extent. The two had the potential to forge a friendship. However, pride stood in his way. While Mei harbored her own intentions, yet their current circumstances presented an entirely different scenario. There are many things you have yet to comprehend, Mei. Why oppose me? If we were to unite our strengths, we could easily dominate the world, and in that future, I would gladly crown you as my queen. Huang Quan proclaimed with inflated bravado, asserting that this would be far superior to engaging in combat. Dominate the world? Mei nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it. Just based on you? Yes, indeed, based on you, this specter. Do not think that a few flattering words from Tsunade in the theatrical version have inflated your ego. People often judge others by their own capabilities, much like the perceptions of Saitama's prowess in the world of One Punch Man. I am strong. I grow stronger each day, experiencing an unfathomable surge in power within a short span. If others remain as they were in the past, I could eliminate them all single-handedly. This is a classic case of cognitive dissonance, leading to erroneous perceptions, what I term the misunderstood series. Listen closely, fool. At the dawn of the ninja world, there existed Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, who bore two sons, Hagoromo and Himura Otsutsuki, possessing the capacity to obliterate an entire city or even a small asteroid with ease. Subsequently, within the ninja realm, Indra and Ashura, the offspring of Hagoromo, wielded the powers of sage eyes and sage body, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The nine-tailed beasts were mere toys in their hands. Later, in the land of fire, the two legendary ninjas, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, would regard you as nothing more than a slightly larger insect. And now, do you have any notion of the myriad powerful forces within the ninja world? How many individuals could easily contend with you? Yet you aspire to rule the entire world. Mei regarded Huang Quan with a look of utter disdain, exclaiming, "You cannot even defeat me. I find myself puzzled. What is it that you truly desire, Kiana? What you speak of are merely mythological tales devoid of significance. Whatever you seek, I can provide it." Huang Quan harbored a slight affection for Mei at this moment. Although he felt a surge of anger upon hearing her narrative, he inquired, "I desire your demise. The specifics are inconsequential. My sole wish is for you to perish. Allow me to first vanquish you, so you may comprehend my strength." Undoubtedly enraged, Huang Quan's body was enveloped in a dark purple chakra, and as he opened his mouth, a beam of black-purple laser erupted forth. The toad sage deftly evaded it, while Mei leapt vigorously, soaring above Huang Quan. In combat against ordinary opponents, she refrained from unleashing her chakra, relying solely on her fists. This approach had previously led her to suffer significant setbacks in battles against fellow Chunin, contributing to her prolonged inability to ascend to Jonin rank. Others could simply utilize chakra to defend, while she found herself at a disadvantage without it, as they could still harness their chakra. It was not until Mei acquired the formidable strength bestowed by Tsunade that her fortunes began to change. This exquisite technique allowed for precise chakra control, enabling her to unleash power exponentially greater than before. With a single punch, it felt akin to the impact of a heavy truck. She descended from the heavens, delivering a punch that drew near to the black chakra. Yet she unleashed her own chakra in a manner that was unprecedented in her battles, experiencing a profound sense of liberation. The malevolent chakra seemed to suffer a devastating blow. Severed cleanly and dissipating like mist, "It appears it has not informed you of its vulnerability to me," Mei declared as her fist connected decisively with Huang Quan's face, shattering flesh and causing his head to spin like a top. His features were grotesquely disfigured, with half of his face and all his teeth obliterated, even losing an eye in the process. The scene was horrifically bloody. As Mei landed, the toad sage charged forward, pushing the colossal figure back slightly. Fire release, great fire destruction. For the first time, she engaged in genuine combat, utilizing ninjutsu in her true form. Chapter 34. The Rescue of the Hostage. Although Mei's punch was striking and formidable, she understood it was insufficient. With the power of the yokai, Huang Quan could no longer be classified as human. Possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities and immense chakra power, he remained a formidable adversary even if he could not manipulate his abilities with finesse. However, when it comes to chakra, I hold no fear. Mei's chakra likewise erupted forth. What serves as the antidote for one may well be the poison for another. After Mei unleashed her chakra, her combat strength naturally surged. The amount of chakra one expends directly correlates with the elevation of their combat prowess, a fundamental truth within the ninja realm. Such a significant outburst had only occurred a handful of times in Mei's lifetime. Her chakra had been steadily increasing over time. Subsequently, she employed a formidable fire-style ninjutsu once wielded by Uchiha Madara. When it comes to elemental ninjutsu, Mei had indeed acquired a substantial repertoire. Otherwise, how could her shadow clones possibly utilize ninjutsu? This mastery was the result of her relentless pursuit of knowledge and practice. The ninjutsu she executed was a B-rank fire technique from Konohagakure, distinguished by its extensive range. Encompassing hundreds of meters and capable of enveloping the entire maw and a vast expanse surrounding it. The only drawback was its slightly diminished power, at an equivalent chakra expenditure. Its single-point potency could only rival the weakest C-rank techniques. The straightforward fire ninjutsu entirely engulfed maw, and the recently battered Huang Quan was once again subjected to the resplendent flames. However, he gradually began to recuperate. Though Huang Quan's exterior healed, the fury within him swelled to an unimaginable extent. He had never been so humiliated throughout his life. The excruciating pain distorted his mentality. In a fit of rage, Huang Quan was on the brink of losing his sanity. Without hesitation, he lunged once more at Mei, while Ma diverted its attention towards the Toad Sage. Although it could easily seize the Toad Sage, the sage had the ability to divide itself into countless tiny toads, which could instantly merge back together. These numerous diminutive toads could also expel a potent slime, capable of inflicting significant damage. However, the Toad Sage's combat capabilities were rather limited. For the most part, it was not a fighting summoning beast. It was only Mei, who possessed nothing, that had to make use of it. After all, the Toad Sage's strength was primarily due to its nature as a summoning beast, and its massive form could hardly be deemed weak. Yet, its offensive methods were notably sparse compared to other summoning beasts. Moreover, its mouth was relatively small compared to other colossal summoning creatures, rendering it ineffective for direct attacks. Its sole viable offensive means was the slime, while its evasive tactic lay in its ability to divide. This division was remarkably effective, allowing it to evade most attacks, even beams of light. Even if the small toads were eradicated, it could replenish their numbers through chakra, rendering it a non-issue. Thus, it was indeed a fitting partnership with Mei. As Huang Quan charged forward, he unleashed a flurry of punches that left Mei momentarily stunned. Having received elite training in Konoha, she rarely had to regress her combat skills to a more rudimentary level. Consequently, she effortlessly evaded his attacks while channeling her immense strength into a single kick. The Heavenly Pain Kick, one of Tsunade's signature moves, could only be executed with her monstrous strength. Each strike, if it connected, could inflict a fatal blow. Even against a standard ninja, let alone an elite J-nin, it would be unbearable unless one possessed extraordinary physical prowess or some life-saving techniques. Otherwise, even a sumo would face the devastation of shattered internal organs. In a sense, this immense strength exemplified a formidable combat technique that allowed the weak to triumph over the strong. With a learning curve roughly akin to an A-rank technique, it was perplexing why so few had mastered it. Perhaps there were simply not many adept at intricate chakra control. Huang Quan was sent flying once more by Mei's kick, which she had tempered somewhat to avoid puncturing his abdomen. Nevertheless, he soared like a meteor, crashing over a distance of 50 to 60 meters. Water-style, waterfall technique. The immense surge of water created a powerful impact. Mei's mastery of water and fire techniques rendered her unconcerned with chakra consumption, unlike other ninjas. After employing these two techniques, typically exhausting for even high-ranking jonin, she exhibited no signs of fatigue, effortlessly forming new hand seals. Even the Sage of Slugs was taken aback, not by Mei's ability to wield these techniques in battle, but by the fact that her ninjutsu could inflict actual damage. However, that was not the complete picture. The sage itself was also caught in the fire technique's influence. Yet for it, the flames acted merely as a potent form of healing and enhancement. In fact, it sensed a remarkable expansion within itself. Should Mei continue to channel chakra in this manner, It might even transform into a puffed-up slug. Thus, the issue did not lie with Mei, but rather with the malevolent chakra emanating from the opponent. Mei is the nemesis of her adversary. She had long anticipated this reality, and now that it bears fruit, her joy is immeasurable. As she was forming seals, her footing suddenly faltered, the earth beneath her rupturing unexpectedly. She leaped into the air, only to be taken aback as a myriad of shadowy figures emerged from below, seizing her ankles. The immense force seemed intent on crushing her ankle to oblivion. The moment Mei unleashed her chakra, the dark purple energy was significantly diluted, yet it remained unbroken. However, her opponent did not tighten their grip further. Instead, they hurled Mei down from mid-air, causing her to plummet from a height of several meters to the ground, resulting in considerable pain and a sense of internal injury, as if her bones had shifted. Nevertheless, with a swift sweep of her chakra, Mei's injuries were predominantly healed by the time she landed and turned. She had been mindful of her own protection, aware that the human body was far too fragile in comparison to the malevolent spirits, thus she refrained from recklessness. The dark purple chakra surged forth once more from the earth, gradually revealing the entirety of the malevolent entity, which was, in fact, only the upper half of the creature that Naruto had encountered in the theatrical rendition alongside Huang Quan. It was less than a third of its complete form. This entity was even more colossal than the Sage of Slugs. Mei, you've reached your position. At that very moment, the consciousness of the Sage of Slugs suddenly communicated with her. A faint smile graced Mei's face. Indeed, that was sufficient. The strength of the Wraith was undeniably formidable, and its near-immortal nature left Mei unconvinced of her ability to vanquish it effortlessly. Moreover, she harbored a more significant purpose, one that served as the fundamental reason for summoning the Slug Sage. The townsfolk who had been abducted and taken underground. The Slug Sage had been preoccupied for quite some time before managing to rescue them. It gradually guided those individuals through its very being, burrowing through the earth until they reached Mei's feet, thereby facilitating her use of ninjutsu, the space replacement technique. This ninjutsu enabled the Slug Sage to be transported to a designated location where the destination mattered little. Mei simply ensured that these individuals were teleported beyond the range of the Wraith's influence. As for their physical forms, Mei had already transferred 2/3 of her chakra to the Slug Sage for storage, which would undoubtedly suffice to heal those individuals. In reality, the excess amount was likely several dozen times greater. However, considering the Slug Sage's consumption, Mei deemed it prudent to be prepared. After all, she had never fully utilized even 1/3 of her chakra. Chapter 35. One-half the collaboration between Mei and the Slug Sage is not without its vulnerabilities. As the Slug Sage underwent division and reformation, its body diminished in size, yet the attention of both Wraith and Huang Quan was wholly captivated by Mei, leaving them utterly oblivious to the shift. It was precisely this oversight that allowed Mei to sever the very foundation of Wraith. Perhaps in the future, this power might reassemble. But at this moment, Wraith confronts the imminent threat of collapse. It cannot exist independently of humanity. Indeed, it is only through sealing techniques that salvation may be found. Otherwise, it must seek a new vessel. At this juncture, Wraith no longer concerns itself with its partner, Huang Quan. In a desperate bid to preserve its form, it voraciously siphons the life energy from Huang Quan, who alone bears the burden of what was once shared among many. The consequence is dire. His body visibly begins to wither, as dark purple energy surges from his flesh to the surface. Huang Quan finally experiences pain, the despair felt by those whom Wraith had condemned to death echoing within him. He writhes in agony. No, please, don't awe. The sounds of his suffering accompany the decay of his flesh and the bursting of his veins. Within a mere 10 seconds, he is transformed into a mere specter of blood. Why? Why? His voice carries no questions, only the bitter taste of despair and profound suffering as he howls, "Save me. Kiana, please save me." He extends a hand toward his adversary, the once revered healer Mei. Yet, she offers no response, nor does she seize the opportunity to strike. After all, she stands alone against this colossal foe. Mei had teleported the Slug Sage several dozen kilometers away, a distance that required considerable energy expenditure, intended to prevent Wraith from contemplating mutual destruction with the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage is an immortal entity, a conglomeration of vast chakra and power. The prospect of Wraith infecting it is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, should Wraith ultimately be vanquished by the Slug Sage, the latter would still incur substantial losses. Even such a massive avatar could perish, representing a grave setback for the Slug Sage, which had generously offered its assistance. Mei would not allow such a sacrifice. Thus, With the slug sage removed, only one person remains in this dire situation. Following its consumption of Huang Quan, Wraith, despite its reluctance, has no choice but to target the sole survivor present, Mei. The sky becomes shrouded in an ominous expanse of dark purple chakra, obscuring the sun and enveloping the heavens. As it bears down upon Mei, let us see who shall endure until the end. Mei's consumption was considerable, yet in such moments, the only forces that could assist her were courage and willpower. Above, a dark shadow loomed, merging Mei and the vast expanse of land into one. A tremendous surge of purplish-black energy surged into Mei's body, while her own chakra erupted forth, her pure white chakra beginning to circulate with remarkable speed. Although its quantity paled in comparison to her prime, the fierce confrontation between the two was akin to two well-trained armies clashing. The blackish-purple chakra fought desperately against the white chakra coursing through Mei's being. Evaluating their combat prowess, the blackish-purple chakra appeared to be a mere amalgamation of foot soldiers, while its adversary was a battle-hardened warrior, utterly overwhelmed despite its sheer numerical superiority, which was even several times greater than Mei's own strength. Wait, several times greater? Mei was momentarily taken aback. Even though the chakra of the specter was immense, and despite the fact that 3/4 of her own chakra had already been depleted, the sheer magnitude of this disparity was utterly astonishing. To Mei's astonishment, she discovered that only about 1/10 of her remaining chakra was engaged in battle. The remaining 9/10 lay quietly in their original position, seemingly unmoved, having remained in a state of silence without stirring. This portion of chakra represented the most refined essence of Mei's energy, exuding a profound weightiness as though it had taken on a liquid form at first glance. What could possibly be the cause of this phenomenon? However, as Mei's focus wavered, she found herself in dire straits. Although the Wraith lacked significant combat experience, it was acutely aware of the opportunity to strike. In an instant, it concentrated a substantial portion of its power, approximately 1/5, breaching Mei's defensive barriers. Most of her chakra was expended in an effort to thwart the Wraith's remaining energy, leaving her unable to react in time. In that fleeting moment, she felt a heavy blow to her head, her mind clouded with a sense of lethargy. Chakra could indeed engage in a backstab. Interestingly, that portion of chakra had never been utilized by her, simply due to a lack of opportunity. When had she ever been in a position to exhaust her chakra down to the very last sediment? Even after a whole day of performing ninjutsu, it was inconceivable that she would reach such depths, unless one possesses the talent to summon thousands of shadow clones like Naruto. Such feats demand not only chakra but also innate ability. Moreover, Mei does not master the multiple shadow clone technique, as it is exclusive to high-ranking shinobi. Cursed fate. My consciousness is becoming hazy. As I observe the malevolent chakra sinking within my body, I realize the gravity of the situation. Attempting to harness that oppressive chakra, I perceive it as mountains compared to the gentle breeze of my usual chakra manipulation, which feels as effortless as breathing. To wield this formidable chakra feels akin to risking my very life. Nevertheless, perseverance bears fruit. In this dire predicament, I manage to strain and draw upon a portion of that chakra, only to be engulfed by darkness. The malevolent chakra has now reached this juncture. It seeks to dominate my consciousness and control my body, as victory hinges upon such mastery, even if it means discarding the remaining chakra. In the instant I lose consciousness, I sense its triumph. It too arrives here, witnessing my aura of white chakra, resembling a frothy dough, pure and pristine, almost bouncy to the touch. Yet beneath it, within a slight fissure, lies a shadow of black. Suddenly, that shadow unleashes a terrifying force, uncontrollably pulling the malevolent entity toward it. This phenomenon, akin to a black hole, a concept the entity has never comprehended, seems impossible within a human form. Yet, the gravitational pull indeed draws it in. As the surrounding white chakra gives way, enlarging the black opening. If this realm is pure white, then within lies absolute black, a consuming void. Chapter 36 concludes. I have arrived. The Sage of Slugs turned back but did not locate Mei's position. She had been transported far away, barely sensing a ripple of battle from that direction. A thought crossed its mind. This is not as promised. Mei, that little rascal, is indeed a trickster. I hope no misfortune befalls her. I cannot face Tsunade if something goes awry. The Sage of Slugs hastened toward the Sint's direction, reassured by Mei's presence, as the summoning contract remained intact. This was fortuitous news, for regardless of the trouble she faced, it could at least provide healing. After all, its expertise lies not in combat but in restoration. Much like Mei, both embodying a life-giving essence. Yet, as it raced forward to save Mei, an involuntary halt seized its steps. What is that? It sensed something that made its entire being tremble, even clouding its mind with confusion about the unfolding events. In the next moment, she suddenly sensed the immense malevolent chakra dissipating rapidly from that direction. What had transpired? Despite this, she inexplicably felt an urge to refrain from approaching. Although this thought lingered only briefly, ultimately she swiftly resolved to embark on her journey, and before long, she arrived at the designated location. However, where has Mei gone? After searching for a considerable time, she was unable to locate Mei and, to her dismay, could not sense her presence at all. What could have happened to Mei? Should she return or take some other course of action? After a while, the slug sage resolved to tend to the other individuals in need before making her way back herself. As for Mei, without the ability to sense her, there was no way to call out for her. It seemed as if Mei had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, in the capital of the land of demons, Mithraea persisted in her attempts to persuade her mother. Mei had previously mentioned the sealing technique, and this time, she was determined to investigate further. Ultimately, if Guan Ruo could not endure the pressure, it was not that she was unwilling to protect her people, but rather that, in her eyes, Mithraea held far greater significance. However, under Mithraea's insistence, Guan Ruo had no choice but to acquiesce. She realized that if she continued to refuse, Mithraea might resort to fleeing on her own. Such an outcome would be undesirable and could adversely affect Mithraea's standing. Guan Ruo was quite aware of her daughter's character, and thus, she ultimately consented to Mithraea's proposal. With the stipulation that others accompany them for protection, Mithraea readily agreed, recognizing that a solo journey to that location could take several weeks. Even if the central authorities were to find others to assist, it would still require a significant amount of time. At that moment, Mithraea suddenly experienced a profound sense of relaxation. She was unsure of the cause, but this feeling of ease was reminiscent of when the Emri had departed from her body. In the past, it was merely the chakra that had dissipated, but this time, it felt as though the chakra had been completely eradicated. Could it truly be Mei who accomplished this? Had she succeeded in vanquishing the Emri? The name Wraith was bestowed by Mei, yet in Miro's eyes, that person was Kiana. A sense of regret suddenly washed over her. It felt as though a destiny and responsibility that should have belonged to her was now being shouldered by others. This was somewhat disheartening for a priestess of the Ghost Kingdom. She was uncertain whether this constituted a misstep. Perhaps Kiana mused whether it would have been better to have simply acquiesced at that moment. Miro, though she pondered this briefly, felt an increasing sense of gratitude. Nevertheless, she decided to initiate an inquiry. This task required no elaborate expedition, merely the dispatch of a messenger pigeon to inform the locals, who would then conduct a thorough investigation. The results of the inquiry would undoubtedly validate everything. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had missed out on a captivating tale. She wondered how things might have unfolded had she ventured forth. However, the disappearance of the Wraith left her feeling remarkably unburdened. Recalling the moments shared with Kiana felt surreal. She had aided her in resolving troubles and allowed her to love Haifa freely. Moreover, she had assisted in vanquishing the Wraith, effectively eliminating this latent threat. Yet, she pondered what recompense would be appropriate for such assistance. It seemed she had promised a sum of money at that time, albeit jokingly. Perhaps Mei had taken it to heart. Was it 20 million? Though uncertain when they might next meet, if the opportunity arose, she could directly present it to her. While 20 million was no trifling amount, it would be manageable for the Ghost Kingdom. Are you saying the crisis has been averted? Guan Yuan inquired, somewhat taken aback by Miro's return. Her daughter was indeed a headstrong individual. The more one opposed her desires, the more resolutely she pursued them. Since she sought out Mei, it was a certainty, yet to her astonishment, she had returned before even setting out. Such an easy relinquishment was uncharacteristic of her. However, when Guan Yuan inquired further, Miro replied, Kiana has already helped us resolve this predicament. She spoke as if she had witnessed it firsthand. Guan Ru, of course, remained skeptical. The true confirmation of the news would likely arrive in about 2 weeks, when reports from the front lines would emerge. In the jungle to the south of the town, a mountain had been violently cleaved apart by an immense force, the earth shattered into countless fragments, and vegetation uprooted, scattered over several miles. It was as if a titanic struggle had transpired among colossal beings. Fragments of the relics from the underworld were discovered strewn about. Yet not a single part of flesh could be found, as the remnants were overwhelmingly abundant. Only through tattered garments and jewelry could they infer the remnants of the underworld. Though most had been shattered, Mei had vanished, with local rumors suggesting that a gigantic slug had sought them out, nearly terrifying a few timid souls to death. If this were the entirety of the tale, it would indeed be peculiar. This uncanny truth made Guanru realize that she had underestimated the girl named Kiana. In terms of perception, her insight seemed even sharper than that of her own daughter. Had she known of Mei's formidable abilities, she would have certainly prioritized nurturing their relationship. Alas, one could only wonder if there would still be opportunities in the future for reconciliation. Chapter 1. The information from the Slug Sage in the Hidden Leaf Village. While savoring the precious peace, Tsunade remained focused on gathering intelligence regarding Mei, as did Kakashi. The two had not neglected to collect news about her during their recent missions. The Slug Sage had indeed conveyed information, leading them to conclude that Mei was in the Land of Iron. However, by the time they arrived, it was already too late, and it appeared that she had not interacted with anyone from the Land of Iron. Instead, she had been attacked by a dangerously notorious bounty hunter named Kaguya, reportedly sustaining a wound from a blade. Ultimately, she had managed to escape, though the outcome remained uncertain. And this was shortly after the news brought back by the Slug Sage, which the Leaf villagers had only just begun to ascertain. This time, the Slug Sage returned with new intelligence, revealing that Mei had genuinely gone missing. She had not been sent back, but had vanished of her own accord. This disappearance followed a terrifying battle, the scale of which was akin to that of a shadowy realm. Remarkably, Mei's chakra proved effective against that monstrous entity, a manifestation of all the darkness in the world. Ultimately, it sensed her presence dissipate. Yet, when he returned, Mei had already vanished. Naturally, this matter required reporting to the third Hokage, who regarded it with utmost seriousness. Due to Mei's actions, Danzo had suffered significant losses. The budget for his routes had been slashed by 30%, leading to a contraction of his entire department. He had nearly found himself unable to pay salaries. Were it not for his illicit income, he might have bled from the frustration. He even puzzled over why Mei had targeted him. Despite making decisions during meetings unfavorable to her, she remained unaware of his motivations. Hence, he too felt a profound sense of despondency. Mei's departure rendered him the most significant victim of the situation. Nonetheless, Mei had become the paramount target of search within the entirety of Konoha. And should anyone succeed in bringing her back alive, Konoha was prepared to offer a staggering sum of 50 million. This indeed was an astronomical figure. Yet, despite this enticing reward, no news of Mei had surfaced. Her escape was executed with remarkable timing, facilitated by her own expertly crafted bait, catching all of Konoha off guard. Thus, when she absconded, no one even noticed her departure. A mere transformation technique sufficed to ensure her evasion. At this juncture, Danzo had finally emerged from the shadows, tenuously maintaining the stability of the root organization. Everyone was compelled to engage in work, particularly within such a clandestine organization, without adequate compensation. Mere coercion would not suffice to ensure their unwavering loyalty. After all, they had families to support. What shall we do now? Orochimaru inquired. Jiraiya had yet to return to the village, presumably still engaged in instructing some unknown children. Orochimaru harbored a modicum of interest in Mei. Her formidable abilities prompted curiosity about whether she could provide a glimpse into the extraordinary realms beyond. If Mei's capabilities could be disseminated among all medical ninjas, the casualty rate in Konoha's wars could undoubtedly be reduced to a mere fraction of its current toll. Such an outcome would surely elevate him to the position of the next Hokage. That was the ultimate technique, albeit fraught with challenges. Primarily, capturing Mei was no simple task. It was a pity. Should an expedition to apprehend Mei be undertaken, he was determined to secure a place among the ranks, seeking an opportunity to obtain her cells and DNA for research purposes. Let us commence the investigation. Even if I disagree, you will proceed. Won't you? The third Hokage glanced at Tsunade with a sigh. He naturally wished for Mei's return, yet given the critical period following the war, it was imperative to approach the matter with utmost seriousness. However, even with the cessation of war, the threat would not dissipate. Other nations appeared to harbor an enduring hostility towards the village hidden in the leaves. After all, Konoha stood as the most formidable nation at present. Yet the primary reason for this animosity stemmed from its current strength, which was not akin to its former glory. Even the Land of Wind had begun to engage in a contest of strength with Konoha. Compared to days of yore, the current Konoha had significantly weakened, lacking the capacity to confront all other nations single-handedly. Indeed, with the losses of Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama, Konoha had diminished considerably. Furthermore, with the death of the second Hokage, there was little left to fear. I understand. We shall strive to avoid instigating any disputes. Yet, the war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire has only just concluded, and Mei has ventured so far into the Land of Demons. It was only through inquiries with those she saved in the land of demons that I learned of her whereabouts. Conveniently, the ruler of that land happens to be an acquaintance of mine. I trust he will extend me some courtesy. The third Hokage nodded. In his youth, he too was a striking figure within the ninja world. If a direct confrontation were to occur, Danzo would merely serve as a subordinate, for the disparity between them was far greater than that which existed between the second and third Hokage. Thank you, third, he replied. If we can bring her back safely, that would be ideal. However, Tsunade, you must understand that if circumstances do not permit a straightforward return, we must resort to force if necessary. Mei is an individual of immense importance, and this matter transcends mere personal sentiment. Yes, I comprehend. If she resists, I shall ensure her return, even if it means breaking her limbs. After all, even if I were to shatter her arms and legs, she would likely recover after just a couple of nights' rest. Very well, Orochimaru and Tsunade. I will arrange for 2 individuals to accompany you. You shall form a team to locate Mei and bring her back. Thus, the third Hokage made his decision and issued the mission. Aside from Konoha, it seemed that no other nations had yet discovered Mei's whereabouts, after all. She had successfully concealed herself, especially with the emergence of the Slug Sage, which led others to associate the situation primarily with Tsunade. It was fortunate that Tsunade had taught Mei the summoning technique of the Slug Sage. Otherwise, locating her would have been a formidable challenge. Although Tsunade had imparted this knowledge to all the medical ninjas, only Mei had the ability to summon slugs of such size. Unlike the smaller creatures summoned by the likes of One-Tai or Manda, the Slug Sage's size was directly proportional to one's strength, if fully summoned. It would surpass even Tsunade's in magnitude by tenfold. Typically, however, medical ninjas could summon creatures no larger than a human, primarily for healing support, rendering them incapable of combat. Understood. 2 individuals nodded in understanding, although they were uncertain about the identity of the third member joining them. Nonetheless, it was clear that one of them excelled in tracking, while the other would undoubtedly contribute valuable assistance. In truth, Tsunade wished to include Kato Dan. Yet it was evident that the third Hokage preferred to avoid sending couples on missions, as it would be rather unkind to the lone individual among them. Chapter 2. The search team for Mei. Konoha organized a search team for Mei, and the remaining 2 members soon made their appearance. To everyone's surprise, both were remarkably young, a 14-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. However, one should not underestimate these 2, despite their youth. Minato had already achieved the rank of Special Jonin, while Kushina had attained the rank of Chunin. Among their peers, they were undeniably exceptional talents. Minato's status as a Special Jonin stemmed from the delays caused during the previous Ninja War. Both had encountered Mei during their time at the Ninja Academy. Although by the time they officially began their studies, Mei had already graduated. It is worth mentioning that Mei was the most formidable in her class. The rationale for including these 2 was twofold. Minato had mastered the swiftest ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, and possessed remarkable skills in body flicker technique and tactical reasoning. He was a key figure in the third Hokage's plans, having replaced Jiraiya on this mission. As for Kushina, her close relationship with Minato was not the sole reason for her inclusion. Rather, her ability to unleash the power of the tailed beast to counterbalance Mei's strength, along with her expertise in sealing techniques, made her an invaluable asset. Should combat become unavoidable, employing sealing techniques would be far preferable to dismantling Mei's components. This strategy reflected the third Hokage's considered approach, as having sealing techniques at hand would complicate matters for adversaries. Both he and Tsunade believed that, even if given the chance, Mei would refrain from inflicting lethal harm on her pursuers, thus presenting a potential opportunity. No one truly desired the other's demise, leaving room for negotiation. If Mei harbored concerns about encountering dangers within the village, assurances could be provided. However, the extent of their execution remained uncertain, with the third Hokage promising to do his utmost. In any case, while life was guaranteed, freedom could not be expected. Tsunade concurred with this plan, leaving the operational details to be considered gradually once the next Hokage assumed office. With that, Konoha's sealing unit embarked on their mission. Within the village, opinions among the Council of Elders were divided, with some opposing and others supporting the decision. A certain elder named Aoi expressed indifference to the dissent, showing little concern for subsequent developments, although she was somewhat preoccupied by Mei's disappearance amidst the chaotic influx of information. There remained uncertainty regarding whether Mei would encounter any peril. Konoha's ninjas mobilized, and while other nations were unaware, the Wind Country took notice of the events in the Land of Demons and began their own investigations, moving far more swiftly than the Fire Country. At this juncture, the Wind Country had indeed assembled a four-member squad, led by an elderly woman named Chiyo, who was notably older than the third Hokage, currently at the age of 48. Despite being on the decline, she still retained the prowess of a top-tier elite jonin, renowned for her mastery of puppetry techniques. The composition of her team was peculiar, consisting of 2 younger children and an adult ninja, a boy with red hair, a girl with a mix of red and green hair, and a young man with brown hair. Each member had their own motives for joining this expedition. If Mei were to witness this, she would undoubtedly exclaim that the connection is ineffable. The individuals in question are Chiyo, Sasori, Yakushi, and Raza. Without fate's intervention, how could such a remarkable ensemble come together? At this moment, Sasori is still an adorable newcomer, a mere 10 years old, exuding an irresistible charm. However, those with even a slight understanding of his prowess recognize him as a prodigious genius, surpassing even Kakashi Hatake. Graduating at the tender age of 7, advancing to Ch-nin at 8, and now at 10, he possesses the strength of an elite J-nin. His abilities have escalated at an astonishing rate. And by the time he reaches 15, he will transform himself into a puppet, ultimately assassinating the third Kazekage. This implies that by then, Sasori will wield power rivaling that of a Kage, surpassing the average Kage's might. Yet, 20 years later, when he encounters Sakura and Chiyo again, despite the increase in the number of his puppets, he has not grown stronger. He has forsaken his human form, seemingly attaining immortality, yet at the cost of his future. Yakushi, the future hero of the Land of Wind, is presently a mere girl of 15 or 16 but already holds the rank of J-nin. Beside her stands Raza, also a J-nin. These individuals represent the elite of the Land of Wind. Should they continue to develop, the Sand Village would ascend remarkably. Akin to how Sasori could become a legendary figure like Hiruzen Sarutobi or the second Hokage. It is certain that he is far more formidable than the current third Kazekage. Of course, the Land of Wind has only recently emerged from the Second Shinobi World War, having been embroiled in the conflict in the Land of Rain, suffering defeat at the hands of Konoha, and paying a significant price for peace. They were, in a sense, manipulated as pawns. The Land of Rain's audacity to confront Konoha was undoubtedly influenced by the clandestine machinations of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Otherwise, with only Hanzo of the Salamander, the legendary Sannin of Konoha would have been insurmountable. If the third Hokage had personally intervened, it would not have taken long to repel or even eliminate the threat. Tsunade was able to neutralize Hanzo's toxins, saving a multitude of Konoha's less skilled shinobi and the Sannin themselves. Hanzo's retreat, accompanied by a fierce proclamation, was a recognition of the fact that he was not guaranteed victory against the Sannin. We owe gratitude to the Land of Wind for stalling much of the Fire Nation's might, as the battlefield in the Land of Rain was overseen by the Sannin. Mei is acutely aware, for she is also a part of that battlefield. In truth, although Tsunade created the antidote, she only had time to administer it to the 3 legendary ninjas herself. The subsequent mass production and healing were entirely Mei's responsibility. With a mere sweep, she dispelled the poison. Ultimately, the primary objective of the Wind Country's expedition to the Land of Demons was to investigate this colossal battlefield. A commission entrusted by the townsfolk of the Land of Demons, with a remuneration that was exceedingly generous. However, due to the exaggerated nature of the conflict, the task was rated as an S-rank mission. Even the formidable Naruto had never undertaken an S-rank task. Only Sakura, with her limited prowess, had attempted it twice. Of course, Naruto's strength and the pressure of his duties have transcended the mere classification of S-rank missions. Such a highly regarded task comes with a reward amounting to an astronomical sum of 10 million, which the Wind Country is certainly eager to pursue, especially since it is the affluent Land of Demons that can afford to extend such an invitation. Chapter 3. Where is Mei? Ahem. The rain poured down in torrents. She was soaked to the skin, surrounded by the earthy scent of the mud and grass. Who am I? Where am I? Oh, wait, I am Mei. I am a ninja. Mei shook her head, her mind gradually becoming clearer. She began to recall the sequence of events that led her to this place. It was raining, and the air was exceedingly humid. She noticed that there was nothing around her. She found herself in a patch of grass, though it was overrun with weeds. The weeds beside her had grown to nearly her height, while those a bit further away were shorter and smaller. Beyond that lay a forest. This circle appeared as if an oasis had emerged within the woods, albeit surrounded by rather tall weeds. Mei found herself lacking in strength. After a moment of contemplation, She endeavored to summon her chakra to invigorate herself. However, upon attempting to draw upon it, she discovered an utter lack of response, as if her seemingly boundless chakra had suddenly been depleted. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared to be empty, though not in the literal sense. Rather, it was inaccessible. A considerable amount of white chakra lay stagnant, seemingly denser than before. Although the accumulation of chakra should have been greater, Mei felt utterly incapable of mobilizing it. Memories of her previous betrayal by chakra began to resurface, and recollections of that particular battle started to crystallize. Alas, a slight headache ensued. Her mind felt overtaxed, as if approaching the brink of overload. Mei gradually awoke, enveloped by the gentle patter of rain, feeling her mind slowly find tranquility as she settled into a meditative posture. Although the method of chakra refinement could not directly extract the countless reserves she possessed, Mei was still able to engage in chakra refinement. Remarkably, within a few minutes, she successfully refined enough chakra to alleviate her fatigue, her spirit recovering slightly. The technique proved beneficial, yet the emptiness of her chakra pool was quite disconcerting. It would likely take several days of relentless refinement, 24 hours a day, to replenish it, given the immense quantity required for recovery. She estimated that her chakra would need to recover to a certain level before she could begin to heal herself gradually. The refined chakra represented pure energy, distinct from the milky white sedimentary chakra, of which she remained entirely ignorant. Indeed, it seemed that the only energy she could wield freely was this refined essence. She vaguely recalled witnessing something perilous upon the separation of the milky white chakra. What was happening to her body? Fortunately, there was no rush. Mei continued her chakra refinement, needing to reach a combat-ready level. After approximately 2 hours, she managed to restore about 1% of her chakra and finally rose to her feet. This amount was trivial compared to her usual reserves, yet at least it was usable. She could likely manage a battle for a day or two. She sensed a marked decline in her self-recovery capacity, which had once provided a significant supply of chakra but now seemed entirely absent. Reflecting on the betrayal of her chakra that had rendered her unconscious, she feared something had transpired. However, everything appeared to have returned to normal. As for the malevolent spirit, she remained uncertain. Even if she were to know, it was unlikely she would feel its presence. At the very least, she found no traces of the spirit within her body, which was reassuring. It was improbable for the spirit to survive without human attachment, as it required a considerable number of humans. Therefore, Mei could reasonably conclude that the malevolent entity was likely dead. Yet, she felt this matter warranted further investigation. Naturally, she would proceed with caution, reducing her pace until she had restored at least half of her chakra before taking any action. After all, she was uncertain whether she would be fortunate enough to escape another betrayal of her chakra. Upon reopening her eyes, Mei was suddenly struck by darkness. Not from a shock of consciousness, but rather from the realization that, in just 2 hours, the weeds surrounding her had grown significantly, now reaching nearly a meter and obscuring the sunlight from her seated form. Mei stands at a mere height of 1.6 meters. What could be the reason for this? Mei parted the clump of grass and reached outside. Not only was the area around her elevated, but after walking 2 or 3 meters, it dipped down to her calves. Such an exaggeration. She found herself perplexed. Her mind was not quite functioning at its full capacity, and it was clear that she needed to rest for a moment. Summoning a surrogate doll of herself, Mei decided to prioritize her own safety while she recuperated. She was uncertain of both the time and the place, but one thing was for sure. This was not the arena where she battled the wraiths. What had truly transpired? Next time, should she take action herself, she would definitely summon a surrogate to keep at a distance, even if it did not engage in any other tasks. At the very least, whatever it observed could be etched into her memory. The lightning clone approached and lifted Mei. As her summoning had drained half of the chakra she had painstakingly refined over 2 hours. This was a result of her increasing proficiency, which had reduced the expenditure of her surrogate summoning, and she was carried away in the embrace of her clone. The two soon found a temporary resting place, a dilapidated cabin nestled within the woods. After a brief tidying with ninjutsu, it was deemed suitable for habitation. Mei's scroll contained some simple tools and provisions, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance. While recuperating, she needed to continue refining her chakra and gradually recollect the events that had unfolded, analyzing what had transpired. Thankfully, her clever mind had saved her from countless perils. As the night passed, Mei's complexion improved significantly. She refrained from tentatively engaging with the lingering milky white chakra, fearing another betrayal. She focused on regaining her strength, while the lightning chakra remained at the entrance. Due to the absence of combat, it could remain in standby for months, or even longer. After a brief reconnaissance to ascertain her surroundings, it was time for May to embark on her exploration. What place was this, indeed? Chapter 4. The Wasteland Lightning Release. May commenced her search, scouring the terrain for any clues. Her figure darted across the land like a bolt of lightning. In terms of speed, she surpassed all others among the substitutes. However, she found no traces, no villages, nor any signs of life. The surroundings were teeming with wild beasts, alleviating her concerns regarding sustenance, and she resolved to gather some provisions upon her return. The distant mountains bore promise as well, yet upon closer inspection, they yielded nothing. There were lakes, hills, and paths, yet no signs of civilization. It felt as though she had traversed into another realm, evoking some rather unpleasant memories. Two individuals began to roast their catch, which was certainly preferable to consuming it raw. May had brought along some materials, and their hunt had yielded a wild boar, although its flavor was rather strong. The addition of a generous amount of chili peppers rendered the dish overwhelmingly spicy, masking all other tastes. While it may not have been a culinary masterpiece, it was certainly palatable, with sufficient spice. Only the texture remained to be contested. In truth, it was rather enjoyable. Are you weary? Upon being summoned, Lightning Release, May exhibited a notable divergence from her original form. The two shared contrasting personalities, and while May bore a resemblance to her sculpted likeness, the summoned version was merely an echo, with significant differences. Perhaps I should rest for a moment, she pondered. Is this a sign of aging? I can hardly endure sleepless nights anymore. Just last year, I could go an entire week without slumber. On the battlefield, even with my eyes closed, I remained alert, my chakra replenishing my vigor. Then rest, I shall keep watch, replied Lightning Release, May nonchalantly. As long as she did not engage in combat, her chakra could sustain her for an extended period, unless she expended it entirely, in which case it would only last a few hours. The 8 Gates technique, while potent, consumed a significant amount of chakra. Thus, despite Guy's rigorous training, his combat effectiveness dwindled to mere seconds. Miko can endure quite a bit. Yet the chakra of her substitute pales in comparison to her true self. It may only last for an hour or two at most. Very well. I shall take my rest shortly. After consuming a modest meal, May felt a wave of lethargy wash over her, eventually succumbing to the urge to rest. Meanwhile, the Lightning Release, May narrowed her eyes, yet remained acutely aware of her surroundings. This wooden cabin had likely been abandoned for at least a decade, situated in such desolate terrain that it might well have been a temporary shelter erected during a time of conflict in the ninja world. At this moment, the air had settled into an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. Occasionally, wild beasts would venture close, but the Lightning Release, May possessed an innate electric aura that effectively deterred them. Creatures generally shunned fire and paralysis, alleviating any concerns about insects or predators. Though she could engage in research regarding the transformation of her lightning nature, the endeavor bore little significance. Her rate of advancement was less than a tenth of that of her original self, rendering such efforts somewhat futile. After a spell, she abruptly stood, pushed open the door, and found May sprawled on a carpet she had laid upon the ground, deep in slumber. At that moment, her eyes were shut tight, her breathing steady. Lost in a dream she could not recall. The Lightning Release, May gazed upon her adorable visage, her emotions swirling in complexity. As a substitute, her feelings towards her original were inevitably intricate. Unlike typical substitutes, which might react or even make tactical decisions yet lack true self-awareness, functioning merely as highly efficient tools or akin to characters in a game, this particular substitute was unique. Presently, only the Lightning Release substitute exhibited a clear sense of self. The others remained unequivocally instrumental. While they might display emotions, these were merely the byproducts of their nature transformation. The Lightning Release substitute herself occasionally exhibited a hint of aggression due to this transformation, which was quite natural, as such changes were an integral aspect of a ninja's identity, influencing both body and emotion. These substitutes, though relatively autonomous, could indeed be manipulated by May should she choose to exert control over them, including the Lightning Release substitute. A mere thought from May would elicit a response, and the most effective strategy would be to conceal herself discreetly, functioning as a mere substitute, an entity to be toyed with, daring anyone to create another. Before her lay an unsuspecting, fragile May, her chakra levels merely a fraction of her usual capacity, only slightly exceeding those of her substitute. In such a vulnerable state, one might ponder whether a gentle twist of that delicate neck could allow her to assume the role of the original. The lightning release may occasionally entertain such thoughts as she extended her hand, softly prodding May's face. The supple skin yielded under her touch, and May's expression slightly contorted, as if she were dreaming of something disquieting. Truth be told, she was irresistibly cute, the kind of endearing that could provoke a desire to poke. The lightning release May wiped her nose, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her features. How delightful this moment is. I have longed for the opportunity to touch her tenderly. I am filled with an overwhelming desire to tarnish the innocence of this delightful child. Especially in such a state of weakness, she appears extraordinarily endearing, embodying a blend of fragility and fatigue, interspersed with fleeting moments of resolute strength reflected in her small, determined eyes. She harbors concerns about whether she might inadvertently reveal her emotions. It is truly magnificent. I fervently wish she would remain in this state of innocence forever. Presently, May has reached the age of 18, having departed from her village a few months ago, thus crossing over her 17th birthday. In the realm of Naruto, a year has also passed, and according to the timeline of Konohagakure, it is precisely the 42nd year of the village. We find ourselves at the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, a period that can be deemed as having reached its end. May is in the prime of her youth, with time blossoming like a flower. It is truly a pity. Let it be said that, as for her, one might consider that there are no ill intentions towards May. What joy is there in playing with one's own body? If one is to indulge, it must be with the finest. No one understands May better than I do. Sweet dreams. It drew near to May, gently brushing against her earlobe. Chapter 5. Dreaming. May always feels exhausted, as if she had engaged in a fierce battle with some strange creature in her dreams to protect her virtue, yet upon awakening, she recalls nothing of the event. Raiden May remained stationed outside the door. Ye tilted her head slightly. Although she felt a bit dazed upon awakening, her mind had mostly cleared, and she realized that her body was once again capable of movement. During her slumber, her chakra had gradually begun to replenish. Once she regained control over her body, recovery was merely a matter of time. May, too, yearned to uncover the outcome. Yet she found herself utterly bewildered as to her whereabouts. Regardless, she resolutely ventured forth in a singular direction, for she believed that no matter the result, a path would inevitably unveil itself. She remained oblivious to where her steps might lead her, and lacking a local map, she vowed that one day, when she held power in her grasp, she would ensure the creation of a navigation system for those lost in this world. Indeed, this realm proved to be exceedingly unkind to the directionally challenged. Thus, she parted ways with her lightning clone, determined that whichever one of them encountered someone first would continue onward in that direction, for surely there would be rewards in their pursuit. May's instant body technique surpasses the substitution technique in speed. As she ventures alone, she must exercise utmost caution. Cloaked in a grand mantle and with a short blade secured at her waist, she remains perpetually prepared for battle. With her chakra reserves dwindling, she refrains from recklessly employing the 8 gates, necessitating a more prudent approach to combat. Fortunately, her own combat prowess is formidable in this perilous ninja world. Prior to the emergence of Madara, Obito's descent into madness, and Nagato's transformation into a monstrous being, May stands as one of the pinnacle forces within the shinobi realm. Currently, the shinobi world retains a semblance of normalcy. In the absence of Madara and Hashirama, and with the Otsutsuki clan not meddling, the majority of ninjas have their limits capped at the level of a Kage. The tailed beasts are regarded as the ultimate fighting force, with the Nine Tails, in particular, representing the zenith of power in the world. After all, the Nine Tails, strictly speaking, has transcended the Kage level. However, the Nine Tails is susceptible to various forms of countermeasures. If one could freely refine Sage Chakra, it would indeed be challenging for Obito to exert control over the Nine Tails. It is precisely because Kushina's body could not withstand the Sage mode that she fell victim to such manipulation, especially considering that Obito had not yet reached Madara's level at that time. Having been controlled by the Sharingan on 2 occasions, one can only imagine the Nine Tails' distaste. As May presses onward, she gradually loses contact with her lightning clone. The distance has grown too vast, reminiscent of a poor signal. These individuals had also gone missing while searching for H-Jin. Only the return of the lightning clone can provide any feedback. However, May generally does not concern herself with the experiences of the lightning clone. Her primary focus is on searching for crucial keywords, as merely perusing their records would overwhelm her with work. Never mind, she shall continue her journey. In fact, she has already caught sight of the city's silhouette in the distance. Preliminary estimates suggest that she is near the borders of the Land of Wind. likely in an undeveloped area that could serve as a buffer zone during wartime. Establishing a nation on this land would pose no challenge. The sudden appearance of this city is unexpected. It spans a considerable area. From afar, May observes that there are several villages surrounding the city, creating a network that resembles a neutral urban center. She remains uncertain about its exact location. Her guess is that it belongs to the Land of Wind, and this gives her an opportunity for confirmation. The city is relatively large, somewhat akin to the scale of Konohagakure, encircled by imposing walls. It seems vaguely familiar, though she cannot recall having seen it before. Could it be from her reconnaissance during the Second Great Ninja War? That does not seem right. In a moment of contemplation, May found herself at a loss for understanding. However, as she drew nearer, an abrupt halt ensued. She sensed an immense force seemingly emanating from beneath the earth. Could it be the energy of the ley lines? It appeared that was the only conjecture she could make. There existed a colossal surge of energy underground, reminiscent of a unique natural force, a phenomenon she seldom encountered. The magnitude of this energy surpassed that of an entire city, and although she remained several kilometers away, its presence was palpable. Such a vast reservoir of power likely eclipsed even that of the tailed beasts. Strangely, a faint sense of familiarity lingered in her mind. May squinted her eyes slightly, yet she continued to stride forward. After all, it was worth entering to take a look. Upon closer inspection, the city appeared quite expansive, with its tallest edifices reaching perhaps over 100 meters. In this era, such structures could be considered high-rise buildings, unless they were erected atop a mountain, as constructing buildings of such height would generally pose significant challenges and offer little value for investment. Upon arriving in the neighboring villages, May immediately resumed her pretense of being a renowned physician. The name Kiana had already stirred considerable commotion in the realm of the demon country, prompting her to feel the necessity of adopting a new name and identity. Since her primary vocation as a doctor was temporarily rendered untenable, she decided to embrace her secondary expertise as a ninja. After all, ninjas were ubiquitous throughout the world. Who would truly pay heed to her new guise? May retrieved a set of stealthy ninja attire from her clothing, a trophy from the battlefield, belonging to no one of consequence, as mere bystanders do not warrant a name. She had vanquished a rival ninja to acquire this, along with a rain ninja outfit, perhaps signaling the potential for future collections. In the surrounding village, May casually sought a humble inn for temporary lodging, then began to inquire about the tales of the land. How simple it was to discover that this was the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was, in fact, quite distant from the main timeline of Naruto. It was still 22 years prior, and there remained a decade until the fourth Hokage's demise. Calculating further, it seemed that Lushan had already arrived in this realm, albeit in his first year, leading to only minor changes thus far. What was the story again? May struggled to recall. The pivotal events were set to unfold 5 years later, when the fourth Hokage infiltrated this place, which seemed absurd given the timeline. 5 years later, the Third Great Ninja War would commence, and how remarkable it was that the fourth Hokage found time to wander here. Even if he were not the Hokage, why would he bring several elite jonin along for leisure? It appeared he was treating the overarching narrative with utter disregard. However, since I have arrived, it seems prudent to consider this place. After all, the essence of the Dragon Vein Chakra appears rather promising. If it can indeed be harnessed for development, May believes it holds considerable potential. Moreover, there are channels for development. That centipede truly possesses remarkable talent, though it is unfortunate that its path has become so narrow. Chapter 6. Lulan. Upon entering this locality, I encountered a new theatrical version. The ancient kingdom of Lulan, in its current state, lacks the peculiarities of the future. This city still harbors a considerable populace, and puppets have yet to supplant this world. Frankly speaking, does a future city populated solely by puppets, where even one might become a puppet, hold any intrigue or amusement? And Lushan, might you not aspire to greater dreams and pursuits? Yet, he is merely a third-rate ninja. Despite being a Jonin, he seems devoid of the regenerative prowess of the Dragon Vein. Even if granted a puppet's body, he remains subordinate. The existence of Scorpion momentarily led many to believe that the profession of puppet master was formidable. However, a comprehensive review of the Naruto world reveals that this vocation is not as advantageous as one might envision. The limitations of puppet masters are numerous. Even an exceptional puppet master like Chiyo cannot be regarded as a Kage. Of course, one might argue that Chiyo's age plays a role in this. Furthermore, her triumph alongside Sakura in besting Scorpion stands as a remarkable achievement, perhaps marking Sakura's zenith. As I ventured deeper into the city, the ambience of life remained vibrant. with bustling crowds navigating the streets and soaring bridges spanning the air. Even at this juncture, it feels as though the technological level has surpassed that of the five great nations. Occasionally, one might observe patrolling figures, akin to puppets, emitting purple energy as they move. The residents have grown accustomed to this situation, showing no inclination to enlist their own for military service. Most tasks are carried out by these puppets. The inhabitants are relieved of the burden of labor, as puppets increasingly occupy various job positions within society. It sounds rather appealing. Everyone has time to engage in other pursuits. In reality, the initial phase of this development appears quite promising. However, the intricate tasks involved in harvesting dragon vein energy still necessitate human intervention. These puppets are merely programmed to follow basic commands. The queen of this nation is known as Queen Sara. The name evokes the notion of a formidable individual. The queen is married, though her husband's identity remains unknown. He may even be deceased. In the Naruto universe, it is common knowledge that there is only one princess from a single parent. The Land of Fire boasts more than one princess, as the offspring of various daime can also be designated as princesses, while Qingyu has ascended to the role of daime. Here, seeking a place to reside proves feudal. Outsiders lack the privilege to dwell within the city, which is reserved for the people of Lulan. The costs are not exorbitant, yet identification is required. And only identification from Lulan holds validity. This leaves Mei quite exasperated, as she remains an unknown entity. Is there a way to enlist someone akin to Huangquan to assist her in acquiring a new identification? What name shall she adopt this time? Perhaps she could go with Toko or Miyuki. She chose not to exit the city but instead opted for a location less susceptible to detection by puppets. The city's vastness affords her a sense of security. The number of puppets is insufficient to pose a threat, and living beings are far more troublesome than these automatons. They do not typically attack ordinary individuals, and Mei need not worry even when passing by. As night fell, Mei, nestled in a corner of a towering edifice, yawned and peered out. The throngs during the day made it imprudent to act freely, but with nightfall, she could proceed without restraint. Thus, she resolved to investigate the matter further and ascertain the truth of the situation. Lushan arrived in the city a year ago. By now, Sarah has already been born and is approximately 10 years old. Their relationship is exceptionally cordial, and she remains blissfully unaware that this individual is a ninja. It must be said that his acting skills are of Oscar caliber. However, in just 6 years, how has such a slender figure transformed into that of a greasy, bearded uncle? What a decline! She is currently conducting an investigation in the vicinity, primarily to assess the specific circumstances of this nation. In truth, to refer to it as a nation may be somewhat flattering. It is merely a free city. Yet, this region is predominantly wasteland, showing no signs of development. In the distance, mountains, forests, and wilderness abound, while within the city, one encounters an entirely different scene. Outside the city, muddy paths wind through vast fields, and surrounding the city lies a ring of small towns. Mei discovered an entrance from which she entered, sensing that the towering walls of the city were not merely constructed to deter external foes. She sought the highest tower in the city, and from a distance, she observed that there were indeed several tall spires within Lulan, though most stood at a modest height of around 10 to 20 meters. This particular tower, however, was exceptionally lofty. It was said that the Queen of Lulan resided here, and such towering structures were part of their customs, seemingly intended to draw nearer to the deities of the heavens. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the neighboring town struggled to lead a decent life. Rumor had it that a considerable number of young men had recently vanished, if aligned with the original tale. These individuals were likely captured and forced into labor within the city. Lushan was adept in technology, yet his grasp on economic and socio-political matters was utterly lacking. Queen Sara of Lulan must have been deceived by him, otherwise, such folly would not have been undertaken. And it was within this very tower that the events unfolded. Mei could certainly wreak havoc directly within the city. However, such actions would be utterly devoid of significance. In any endeavor, one must consider the cause and effect. It is essential to ensure that others recognize your contributions. Otherwise, your efforts would be in vain, akin to laboring without reward. To put it bluntly, it would be rather foolish. If the fruits of your labor remain unknown to others, do you genuinely expect them to breathe a sigh of admiration upon discovering your efforts? No, those individuals would merely laugh and mock you as a fool. Do not place your hopes on the benevolence of others. You must make these people aware of your actions. More importantly, you need to convey to them the reasons behind your choices, for only you can undertake such endeavors. It is precisely due to your uniqueness that others will stand by your side. In this era, 99% of people are ignorant, including many ninjas. Even someone like Naruto might fall into this category. Were it not for the embodiment of the will of fire, he would simply be an ordinary, passionate youth. Without a philosophy akin to the will of fire to correct your missteps or, worse, to distort that very intent, one may become a source of darkness and shadow, with significant repercussions. The will of fire resembles a form of nationalism, yet it is meticulously controlled by Konoha. The ancient kingdom of Lulon lacks such constructs. Regardless, it is essential to meet the Queen of Lulon, as Mei is quite intrigued by the power of the dragon vein. She also hopes to engage in trade. Although this is not part of the original plan, it is worth exploring since they have arrived. Chapter 7. The Queen in the original work. The Queen of Lulon is not portrayed as a figure of great virtue. She may be a capable monarch, yet her lack of wisdom leads to her being manipulated by the centipede, resulting in her assassination. Even her daughter falls under the centipede's control. By the time she uncovers the centipede's treachery, it has already seized control of the nation, and her demise does not stir any significant turmoil. Had Konoha not conducted an investigation, Naruto alone might have faced a similar fate as Sarah. Moreover, the nature of the dragon vein chakra is rather peculiar. It can absorb chakra and theoretically regenerate infinitely. However, Mei is skeptical of this claim. If such an inexhaustible source of energy truly existed, Kaguya would not need to absorb chakra fruits. She could simply draw it to her heart's content. The ninja world itself is exceptionally unique. What this energy truly is remains uncertain. All one can do is observe and study it, wondering if this force can be harnessed. Mei is genuinely intrigued by the bizarre powers showcased in the films. As she slowly descends from the tower, the wind at such heights is particularly fierce. She strolls along the wall, only to discover puppets hovering in midair. If they can fly, it presents a small dilemma, as Mei lacks that ability. In the ninja world, the power of flight is exceedingly rare. Otherwise, the earlier airborne assault on Konoha would not have resulted in such devastation. However, if one mistakenly believes that the ability to fly renders them invincible, they are likely to be defeated soundly. One must commend Naruto for his ability to fight under such circumstances. Returning to the present, Mei carefully navigates down the tower, evading the gaze of the puppets. She is uncertain of the queen's residence, but on the 20th floor, there is a prominent balcony overlooking a vast square, clearly a place for the queen to address her subjects. In reality, treating the queen as a mere mascot is not far from the truth. While she possesses the authority to formulate policies and govern, she often serves as a mere ornament. Generally speaking, policies require execution and tangible results, much like reforms. Oftentimes, what appears to have the potential for success abruptly falters at the final moment. Is it that the emperor cannot proceed, or is it due to unfavorable feedback? The reactions of those below, the backlash, and the unseen outcomes are crucial. Ultimately, regardless of who it is, no one can ascertain whether their policy will succeed in practice. Even in the presence of successful examples, differing national conditions render absolute certainty unattainable. May gracefully